All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz. Welcome to the program. My guest is Scott Miller. Scott is the author of The Most Dangerous Man in Washington. Good title, by the way. This book deals with a topic we all went through, one that I think most people now understand was presented at the time with a lot of lies and falsehoods that really resulted in a panic that was certainly worldwide in nature. It was almost like a massive experiment in social engineering, in my opinion. But either way, it's something that we're all still trying to think about and look at so we can take a lesson from it and learn in the future in terms of how to proceed forward. And that is the so-called pandemic of 2020, 2021. Now, Scott, I mean, just as a matter of note, my program, along with thousands of others on YouTube, was penalized at the time because I interviewed a doctor who was one of the most revered in America, who made the mild suggestion that pregnant women and children should not be getting the jab. And I interviewed another doctor who said that there were certain early cures, or at least treatments, for the pandemic, for the COVID-19 virus. I'm even not going to mention their names now because I'm running this show on a pirate YouTube station. So, but you know what I'm talking about.
I think I know exactly who you're talking. I mean, specifically who you're talking about.
That's right. So what we have now is most of the things that we were banned for have now been basically admitted and acknowledged. Even the famous scarf lady, Dr. Birx, has acknowledged that early
Right?
treatment. Yep. I mean, it could have been saved thousands of lives who unnecessarily were lost. So, Scott, why don't we start with your story, how you got involved in this as a doctor, and how you came across the issue in the early stages.
So I'm a PA, and I was a single owner, single practitioner in I had my own pediatric practice in Southwest Washington, and I'll try and make this part brief. But on March 12th, of 2020, which was my birthday, the country shut down, and Fauci and then later Birx are standing up saying that there's no cure. And not only is there not a cure, there's nothing we can do apart from shelter in place and hide from humanity, which it doesn't make any sense, right? He later
Right.
did an interview in like Vanity Fair or something where he brought up vitamin D when we knew early on how critical, because when you look at latitudinally where people like in the Northwest, I ran thousands of vitamin D panels, and most people are deficient, and it's critical for the immune system. So on March 15th of 2020, I came across an article out of Italy, and it said COVID pneumonia and the melatonin connection, which intrigued me because I only knew melatonin as, released from the pineal gland, our sleep aid.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reading through this article, and it literally broke down why children didn't get sick, why they're pretty much immune to severe illness, even moderate illness. And again, this is early on, and I'm like, what? If this is being put out, how come no one's talking about it?
Mm-hmm.
So I read through the article. There were like 120 references. So I clicked on every single reference. So for the next 2 weeks, I just immersed myself in everything I could find on SARS, MERS, and then what I was reading from this article. And I realized, wow, this is something that we can mitigate. And then about 3 weeks after that, the study out of Australia came out with ivermectin, the in vitro studies,
Mm-hmm.
which I had been using in kids for over 10 years. And I thought,
Right.
well, this is a no-brainer. And then I realized I had already been treating COVID patients in my clinic, the parents, with using budesonide. Dr. Richard Bartlett had talked about using budesonide in the ER, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the results I was seeing were astounding. And so it wasn't illegal to treat at the time. So I just started treating people. And what I was seeing was within a day or two, their symptoms were resolving. And I'm like,
Right.
well, so I started sharing this information. And then, and the other aspect was having a pediatric practice. I watched the devastation of the pediatric population when they were sent home from school, isolated. That it was such a psychologically traumatic event for them. They weren't allowed to play with friends. They were told they were vectors of disease, and it was
Right.
crippling them. So I ended up being asked to speak in Olympia at the Capitol on a freedom movement and things. I got in a lot of trouble for that. And so anyway, so I had been treating. I think the first person I used ivermectin on was in April 9th of 2020, and it was
Mhm.
immediate. I mean, the next day they were better. And it changed once the rollout of the shots happened, like towards November, December of 2020, January of 21. It became much, much more difficult to treat because Delta. But yeah, so it got to a point again. So I ended up treating thousands of people across the country. They're reaching out from every state. And then I ended up being asked to advocate for people in the hospital. And fairly early on, and I realized the doctors didn't care about facts. I would share information with them. I would email them information. And it hit me like that's when I realized they kept using the word checklist and protocol.
Mhm.
And I'm like, uh-oh, this is a problem. So we had to figure out different ways to get people out of the ICU and out of the COVID wards. And anyways, all in all, what ended up happening was they considered what I was doing to be perpetuating the spread of a worldwide pandemic and that I needed to be shut up. So they did an emergency suspension
So,
of my license.
so you were accused of spreading a pandemic because you were using ivermectin?
No, my
How-
words, my
Oh, your
language,
language was, yeah,
my
that's
language.
right.
Yeah, I was
By
cautioning.
advocating an
Well,
FDA-approved drug that has been on the market since 1970 to treat viruses, your language was somehow spreading the virus.
so in writing the book, because and I've read, probably 10 different books on, like the war on ivermectin, these different books. And I was asked by some colleagues that, knew I have a fairly unique experience because I was fighting so many different fronts and trying to, opening schools and critical race theory and hospital management and trying to block mandatory vaccines. I was writing medical exemptions so kids could go to college, parents could go to work, and it was just, Washington State was tyrannical. And
Mm.
so when I was asked to write the book, I initially just went back to I journaled everything, and there was a lot of anger in it because so many people were devastated by it. And what you said, if we would have done early treatment, it wouldn't have been thousands or tens of thousands. Um,
Yeah,
maybe,
I mean, this now,
you know,
5 years later, they're admitting this.
yeah.
So I mean, I know of a doctor who she treated her husband with ivermectin, but did so quietly. And a lot of doctors, my own physician, who was at a major hospital here in Boston, where I live, in the initial phase of the virus, she was very open with me about it. And she's like, this is an overreaction. I know patients will probably, and she predicted this, and I've seen it now. They'll never take off the mask. They'll be locked in their house for the rest of their lives. There are people who have been traumatized in that way. But then later on, she became like a different person. I don't know if the hospital had a conversation with her. I'm not sure what happened, but she was no longer friendly to me and no longer candid about the situation. I think that somehow doctors, you invest 8 years of your life getting a doctor degree and getting a license, and you have a lot at stake, and they just didn't want to risk that. I mean, very few had the courage, and I'm not blaming them. Look, it's easy for me to say, I'm not in that profession, but they just didn't want to step forward and talk
Well,
about the truth.
the thing is, they were at risk for losing their jobs, right? So
Exactly.
that's one thing. When things were, at one point, I mean, I had so many complaints against me, not from patients, but just the hospitals, because, if I got somebody out of the hospital, they lost, 250, 300, $400,000. So it was stealing revenue from them. So when they suspended, I had a buddy of mine who was a surgeon. He said, Scott, you're pardon my language. He's like, you're screwed. I'm like, any way out of this? He's like, nope. Like 1%. He's like, no, they're going to take you down. And I thought about that. And this was mid 2021, and I just remember thinking, okay, it's probably true, because the heat was pretty hard. And I'm like, okay, Lord, if that's the case, let the cliff be high enough and my fall be slow enough that I can maximally treat people, before I hit the ground. Because when I didn't lose my job. I had built a medical practice over the last 5 years. They didn't, we lost everything. But in the process of doing that, we helped thousands and thousands of people. And so,
yeah, you and a lot of very courageous doctors who really were able to stand up. But this gets to a real, and I admire your work, it's an incredible story. And I hope that people, they get your book, which is The Most Dangerous Man in Washington. We're going to get into some more of that. But what you're talking about here gets to a much deeper question. Why was this happening? Why were doctors being threatened to toe this line? Who was behind this? Why, this is obviously some kind of an agenda. I'm not here to weave a conspiracy theory because I have no idea. All I know is that there was something going on in terms of an international effort to control the conversation around this and to present this in a certain way that centered any opinions, including opinions by some of America's most revered and respected medical personnel who might otherwise dissent from this official line. So what was going on here? Who was behind this? Why did they do this?
I'm going to say something first, just for context, where on March 18th of 2020, you wouldn't get reimbursed for a telemedicine visit. On March 19th, you got full reimbursement for a telemedicine visit, where it's like HHS just flipped the script. So which, for all intents and purposes, it allowed all the doctors. We're talking about pediatricians that do newborn exams that are now doing them over the phone. Like, nobody was in clinic anymore. There was urgent care, emergency. And so, I look at, from a medical industrial complex standpoint, what was the primary agenda from the very beginning? Bill Gates said it, and Anthony Fauci said it. It was to inject all 7 billion people on the planet with the new mRNA technology. They told us that early on. So what was the agenda?
Well, and this was before they rolled out the mRNA technology.
But they were already telling us that.
So they already had that in the can, so to speak. That's not.
Yeah, this was a beautifully, horrifically but elegantly planned. They had the Agenda 2030. They in 2019 they had that role playing event where the Simpsons talked about it with cat fever.
Yeah, and there were several movies that were made at that time. I remember one. I don't remember who was in it other than Dustin Hoffman. That kind of foreshadowed this. That this dread disease is going to be breaking out, and they call out the army and his National Guard. And I remember at the time, people on the left side of the political spectrum, like Andrew Cuomo and de Blasio in New York, and the mayor of Chicago, they wanted martial law. They wanted what actually did happen in Australia, which was a complete, fascist seizure of the government, where people would be basically put into camps who didn't agree and who actually strode out into the street without wearing a face covering. And, fortunately, Trump did not do that. I fault him for other things. I think he could have stood up to Fauci and Birx. And I certainly think that it was a mistake to roll out that vaccine so quickly. They kind of appealed to his weak point, which is flattered him, I guess. I don't know. But the point is that there was an agenda to really shut down small businesses, churches, mom and pop stores, whereas the big guys stayed open. And it was even more sinister than that, in that all of the so-called blue states, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, Illinois, they placed COVID-19 active people into nursing homes. Now, there's a word for that, and that word is genocide. How did they explain this?
and that's one facet of it. And I've been intimate. I had a skilled nursing facility reach out to me, or the owner of a skilled nursing facility reach out to me on February 5th of 2021. Everyone was sick, 80 to 94 years old. And my office manager, and it was my daughter's birthday. I had been absent for so long, and we're on a ski lift skiing, and I get this text, and I'm like, this is bad. And none of them died. We took care of everyone from a ski lift and a ski slope with my office manager going in. We were able to, I actually wrote a chapter about that because it was at the time, I look back and I was like, oh, that was super easy. I mean, that was actually fairly easy to keep all of them alive compared to other things, but what they were doing was literally deliberately killing all of these. I mean, they purposely did it. They knew it would happen. It was
so what you're saying is that Andrew Cuomo, Governor Murphy of New Jersey, Wolf in Pennsylvania, that they consciously and wittingly were trying to kill or cull the herd, maybe, of very elderly people. It's interesting that Levine,
nobody like me knew how to treat and knew when I heard that, when they had alternatives for where those people could go. When I heard what they were doing, I looked at my wife and I'm like, wow, they're wiping out.
There's no other explanation for it. There really isn't. And also Levine over in Pennsylvania, who became HHS under Biden's regime, he actually pulled his 90-year-old mother out of a nursing home in advance. So obviously he knew what was coming down the pike.
Exactly.
You had, Waltz over in Minnesota. You had, Whitmer in Michigan. I think Newsom, even here in Massachusetts, Baker, in one incident, which was a VA hospital, putting COVID-19 people in the hospital. It's a story that really, really needs to be told, needs to be investigated. And I think in a practical sense, it raised the numbers that they could then point to. I wonder if some statistician could do some research and find out what percentage of Americans who died of the COVID virus were in these nursing homes. I think it's probably more than half.
I mean, it's a large number. And what's interesting too is, by summer of 2020, as the numbers were really dropping. So they flipped the script, and so they went with new cases, asymptomatic cases, based on a PCR cycled at 40, right? So they were because they weren't having the deaths, they had to switch it to new cases, and that's how they controlled school openings. That's how they controlled opening up the states, was the manipulation of the PCR test, and
which is not definitive, by the way.
Oh, it really. No, it's not.
It wasn't even created as something that could detect the virus. It had nothing to do with it.
No, and it was so frustrating because again, for me, kids had to test to go back to school. I didn't use it. They had Abbott Labs came out with a rapid, and I don't care about the results. It's like, if you're not sick, it's going to come up negative, and I'm like, that's all I need to be able to get these kids to go back to school. Right. So, which I got in a lot of trouble for doing that because they wanted everyone PCR tested and I wouldn't do it. And so the county health department came down on me pretty hard for that. Like, you have to PCR test. I'm like, nope, I won't.
And also the kids were not getting the virus. I mean, it's, to have these
minimal. Kids, it was very, very,
and even if they did get it, it was nothing. It was something they'd get over pretty quickly. But to have them being locked down and then to come back and wearing those masks, I mean, it's really something that ought to be viewed as a criminal event. I mean, there's no other way. And I still see people today, 5 years later, putting where their masks are strapped to their face. I mean, I know people at the time, the hysteria and the hype was so severe that, I mean, you'd be walking down the street or you'd be in your car with the mask, and there was never any evidence that the mask did anything.
Oh, yeah, I wore one once. I if I was like, I never will run until my son's 10th birthday, where my wife said, please don't get arrested or go to jail, because we were flying to San Diego. And so,
So you had
so well, I went through the airport. I got pulled out of line. I mean, some things happened, but we get on the plane. So I put it on, but I didn't make my son wear it. So I just had him eat and, like drink things the whole flight. And he ended up getting what was called a yellow card on Alaska Airline. And my wife found out, and she lost her mind. So when we land in San Diego, we're deplaning on the tarmac, and there were riot police waiting for us. And I was like, seriously? And her first thing was like, don't get arrested, because I had done some things in Washington and Oregon that ruffled some feathers. And so when we landed, I was like, oh, it was like, I looked at Shelly, I was like, it's because of you. It was like, it's not me. It was beautiful. Like, she went off in a way that only like a mama bear would do when she was like protecting. It was like, I couldn't have loved her more for her protection of what was going on and how they were attacking my son for not wearing a mask. But it was such a tyrannical thing. And and then it's like we sweep it under the rug and we move on. And because
you were quite brave in the way you operated. I will acknowledge that I did not have that kind of bravery, only because I was surrounded by people who I love and who are my family, who were complete devotees of this radical agenda, who believed all of it. And so, I mean, I had to kind of work with those people.
Listen, I don't consider it brave. I just couldn't, because if so many people were looking, because I had a decent presence in the community. And so if I did that, if I put on a mask and I'm just saying personally for me, and because in my position where there was such a hyperbolic thing on it, that if I put it on for convenience to avoid confrontation and somebody saw me do that, and then I'm speaking out again about truth and freedom and just from a medical standpoint, because I knew it did nothing.
Well, for a while there, I think Fauci was recommending for a couple of days people wear 2 masks.
Oh yeah, and goggles. And
there was this special N92 thing, and there was. I mean, my family was on board with all of it. It was a big problem, and walking outside for a walk with the mask on, it was just crazy. And then we bring it up toward the end of 2020, when and not to get into another subject, I'm not going to go there other than to say that the government did the largest junk mail in history with ballots. Okay. Millions of ballots, all through.
Barack Obama, I forget who the congressman who passed away, and Barack Obama gave a speech in like June or July of 2021 where he was talking about voting and voters' rights and the need for mail-in voting, and I was like, oh my! Like when I heard that, I was like,
you knew it was coming down the pipe.
Yeah, it was like they're going to hijack this with fake mail-in ballots.
Oh, it was the biggest mailing in history. Mail was showing up everywhere. People, I mean, we got half a dozen ballots. It was all over the country, all over the world, probably, that these crazy ballots are just everywhere. And not to get into a subject here, but 15 to 17 million of those ballots did not show up for Harris. Okay, what happened? Where did they go? Were they voters? I don't know. It's never been looked at. But the point of the matter is that at this time, when you had this mass mailing of ballots and where people were told not to go to vote, you had the virus on the wane. I mean, it was already on its way out. Things were starting to get back to normal. The idiocy of it was that people were allowed to go to restaurants and they could eat, but they had to wear the mask as they walked to the table, and they were or they were only able to take it off when they were eating and then put it back on in order to get out of the restaurant. I mean, it was so idiotic from a scientific standpoint. But at least people were starting to go out again a little bit. And then the vaccine comes down the pike. Now, the vaccine, even in the best context, it was to deal with a virus that has basically disappeared. So they started talking about like another virus that's milder that was supposed to be there. But this vaccine wasn't even there to deal with that. And yet they launched under the new regime this directive that everybody would have to have the vaccine and that you would have to prove you had the vaccine with a card that would allow you to go into businesses and restaurants and stores and colleges and banks. And if you didn't have the card, you could be denied entry. And eventually, I think it was fairly open at that point, that this card would become digitized. In other words, you're going to have a digitized health card with who knows what kind of information on it to start with, medical, whether you had the jab, but that could eventually be used to put on anything they want to put on. That
Exactly.
is the end of freedom. I mean, Dr. Naomi Wolf got into this on my show, and she did a lot of incredible research on it, and other people as well, that this was the end. And yet it was stopped. And it was stopped by one group of people, the Canadian truckers. They
Oh,
stopped.
yeah.
And at the time, just to get into it, I mean, we just in Boston had a new mayor elected, Mayor Michelle Wu, who one of her first acts was to say that you had to show the COVID card in order to go into a public venue in Boston. And, you know, most people ignored this. And even like some of the liberal suburbs like Somerville, they didn't do it, only Boston. But when the truckers hit the street, that put a stop to it. That ended it because they brought the economy of Canada almost to its knees, and it was spreading. It went to Australia, New Zealand, United States, France, even Israel. People started to, say, we're not going to do this. And so it ended that whole regime. Everybody backed away, and the whole thing was over. Of course, they were demonized. They called them Nazis. They shut their bank accounts. But those people had courage. They stood up to this international fascist regime.
Well, it was a beautiful thing to watch. And, what's interesting when we go back to what you were talking about towards the end of 2020, and Daniel Horowitz and Steve Deace with Blaze TV. So Daniel reached out because he had heard, because I was so, we'll say, passionately, the hill I was willing to die on was to prevent mandatory COVID vaccines for kids. I mean, that was like, I was willing to lose everything for that. They took me down before it got to that point. We achieved that victory in Washington State, but he asked what was Delta, because we're looking at something, the wild type virus, that was super easy to treat. I mean, when I say that, I feel bad not feel bad. The tragedy of what took place in 2020, it's genocide. It's horrific. And then all of a sudden, it was like, we need to change some tactics. And the only thing that changed in that course was the rollout of the vaccines. And I remember sitting there as my wife was asking, why is it so much more difficult to treat now? Like, why are people younger people getting sicker faster? And it's like, the shot. Oh my, the Delta was the shot. Like the whole rollout changed everything. And she's like, I don't know that you're allowed to say that. I'm like, pick whatever, because what usually happens with the virus, it's not trying to kill you. Our government is, but the virus isn't, or the bioweapon that they created. But it was like a switch flipped. And
now I've heard all sorts of things about the negative effects of the mRNA vaccine and the spike protein and all of that. And I'm not a medical person, so I can't speak to it. But what I've heard from various people I've interviewed, including Ed Dowd, who did a lot of good work on this, he's an insurance actuarial who looks at charts, is that the vaccine has caused various ailments, possible infertility in young people, heart disease in young men, these various other spasm type illnesses, a general malaise. If you've already had a tendency toward heart disease and cancer, the vaccine mRNA exacerbated it, didn't cause it, but it didn't help. And other various ailments. It has been the worst vaccine in history. Now, I'm not anti-vax. I mean, the polio vaccine is good. It's been around since the 1950s, and it's proven to be effective. It's not.
But hold on, they changed the definition of vaccine. In vaccine, we were told, Joe Biden said 100%, and he said this, it's 100% effective in preventing, right? So if we have a definition, it's like, I cured you, yet you're still sick, then that word cure has no functional meaning,
Right.
right? The word has to matter. A vaccine is preventative. So when they go, it's 100%, and then 95, then 92, then 87, then 85, as they're changing the metric, then they had to change the
Right.
definition of what a vaccine is. So it's not a vaccine, and they know it. And when you said probably, I'm in groups with tens of thousands of vaccine injured, and it's far more devastating, the encephalopathies. I mean, like the people that don't die, like clotting, strokes, heart attacks, etc. So the people that don't die are so it's so devastating. It breaks my heart to see how it's impacted them. It's not everyone, but so many people that were coerced into doing it for like there's so many reasons that I fought against it. I know why people would get it, because they needed to protect their family or their jobs, we trust our doctors, right? It's like, go to your doctor and you trust them. So it's like, well, sure, I want to do my part. I want to do my part to protect
Right.
my neighbor.
And also the massive propaganda around that, and the rollout of it, and it never made any sense. I mean, first of all, we know they lied about the claim that it creates 95% immunity. It creates no immunity.
Exactly.
Once that became obvious, they then switched gears and they said, well, it'll prevent you from dying, or it'll prevent you from going to the hospital. Now, the Cleveland Clinic, which is one of America's most respected medical institutions, did a very thorough survey of their patients with the vaccine and with COVID, starting right from the very beginning. We're talking about many thousands of people, and they concluded, and it's published online, you can see it, although the media ignored it, that 70% of the people who died from COVID had the vaccine, and 70% of people admitted to the hospital had the vaccine. So that was a lie. It really didn't do anything positive. And even people that I know in my own family who worship the vaccine and they've said, oh, we love Anthony Fauci. They're not getting the boosters, I've noticed, right? I mean, the CDC still says get your booster every 3 months. I don't see them running off to get in. People know that there's no positive element to this thing. It's
They're still
sheer
pushing it on babies and children. I mean, they're pushing it on
despicable.
infants, 6-month, 9-month, 12-month. I think about that. I try not to think about it because it breaks my heart. But
It is
yeah,
absolutely the most loathsome thing to, first of all, I mean, to eject a baby anyways. I mean, now they do this. I mean, here in my own state, I mean, when my daughter was born, I said, there'll be no vaccines. I mean, she was prematurely born. I said, we're going to wait a couple of years and then we might do some of them slowly. And I was vilified. I mean, there's a religious exemption, which I took, even though I don't think that's anything real. But I'm a right-wing fanatic. And I mean, I had people coming in and yelling at me at the hospital. I couldn't wait to get her out of there. But I think that has a lot to do. And by the way, I was completely vindicated because one of the vaccines they wanted to give her like 8, turned out was pulled off the market 6 months later because it was creating some sort of a nerve disorder and damage in children. So, my comments on that is not, and they use scare tactics, oh, they're going to die, is, look, I mean, I'm not against vaccines. Eventually, my daughter did have several of them, but you have to be sober about it and make the right choice on your own, using your own intelligence and your own sense of reason.
well,
Don't
in
believe
informed
it.
consent, right? Like you need with no informed consent was given for any of the for COVID. No informed consent was given for remdesivir. No informed consent was given for baricitinib, like in the hospitals. No informed consent was given for tocilizumab. No informed consent was given for mechanical ventilation. They were just like, if you don't do this, then you're going to die, or we'll put you on comfort care while you die. Like, no informed consent was ever given to any of these patients at all, period, ever. And that's practicing below the standard of care. And every single one of those physicians, PAs, NPs should lose their license.
Now, to get to the agenda once again, since you brought this up, I understand that there's a couple of whistleblowers on this, that hospitals were getting money every time they admitted a patient with COVID, and they were getting more money every time somebody died of COVID.
Well, and they were getting bonuses for remdesivir as a monotherapy. So they would go in with, and I know this because, again, I took care of thousands and thousands of patients, and there were times where I'd have to send someone to the hospital for imaging, not to get admitted, but for imaging, and we'd get the imaging back, and they diagnosed them with COVID pneumonia, yet we would see the imaging results and it'd be evident that they had bacterial pneumonia. But if you go into the hospital and they call it bacterial pneumonia, then you have to add an antibiotic. So now it's not a monotherapy. So if remdesivir was given as a single therapy, they would get an extra bonus on top of what they were getting from.
By the way, remdesivir was proven to be very, at best, experimental, if not deadly.
What had no benefit whatsoever.
Right.
An antiviral, and it's given after viral replication has ended. And pretty much, so many people, when I say so many, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that was administered to went into kidney failure.
And also, if you went into the hospital with a broken arm and you tested positive for COVID, they put you down as a COVID patient.
Yep.
When, that's not why it's not why you were there. And
Yep.
At that point, also COVID itself, which is a real thing, by the way, it was not even in many cases even detectable. You didn't even know you had it. It was very mild. I think that even the New York Times has now admitted that the COVID vaccine was created in a lab in Wuhan, China.
That's evident. It's just known. We knew that 4.5 years ago. It was a no duh. The way that you look at the lock and key mechanism, so to have this zoonotic spread that's able to affect the nervous system, the cardiovascular system, so the blood vessels, the way the spike protein causes damage to the blood vessels, the way it causes damage to the lungs, the heart, the kidneys, the liver. You don't get some zoonotic change that's able to have that kind of broad spectrum damage to your organ systems. It doesn't exist. Like Ebola, it's a hemorrhagic thing, right? You don't have 18 different mechanisms with which it destroyed the system. This was purposely designed.
Right, and there was something about it about the actual mechanics of it that seemed unnatural. That people felt that there was something unnatural about having COVID. I had COVID. I felt it was unnatural. There was something weird about it.
So that was a ubiquitous thing. Everyone said this is different across the board. Everyone said I had never experienced anything like this.
Right, and so we now find out recently that Anthony Fauci, basically even Obama, banned gain of function research at Fort Detrick and other places because he thought it was too dangerous. So Anthony Fauci and the NIH and apparently USAID, with a lot of money, was doing the gain of function research behind the back of two presidents, Obama and Trump, and doing it in China, communist China, our enemy. It's such a weird and strange story that this would have been cooked up there. Now, I guess that brings me, Scott, to the situation today. Are they going to do it again?
Yeah.
They're still doing gain of function research. In fact, right now, the Boston Globe says that Boston University has a facility where they're doing gain of function research right here in Boston. What's happening with this? What do they have in mind?
There was an objective that they didn't reach, and thank God Like seriously, when I said it's not some euphemistic thing, like thank you God that there are enough Americans that got to a point where they're like, huh, because we had every every faction of media, like literally everything that they could employ. I called it the virus of the media because it was putting the fear in everyone, and it was like obey, obey, and the way they did it was, obviously clever because when it's not. So most of the time, somebody isn't going to be able to say, "I did something amazing for somebody else." Like you have to do something amazing for it to be that. So when they say all you have to do is this, all you have to do is stay home, all you have to do is wear a mask, all you have to do is get an injection, and you're a hero. You're a hero not just for you, but you're a hero for your family, you're a hero for your neighbor, you're a hero for the community. It was brilliant. It was genius because it programmed people to think. And then for people that were like, I don't know about that, the ostracization of that
Oh my
was
God, they were like Hitler. I mean, you were like
yeah.
a subhuman. It was kind of like what the Nazis called the Untermensch. They
So
were like another class of citizen.
yeah, but the problem is they didn't win, right? Like didn't they there were some objectives that they met, but they haven't won. And when I say they, so whether it's, Klaus Schwab, I mean, whoever's pulling the strings, but
Right? Who knows? But they didn't win this time. But they're
no.
waiting. I mean, they're
Well,
not. I mean, the truckers were able to stop the biometric card. They would have had that,
yeah.
and so they withdrew it for now. But they're not going to give up on that. I mean, that's I mean, the country of Sweden. I did a report on this in one of my classes. I mean, they did not do the COVID thing. They did not wear masks. They did not separate. And their COVID rates were about the same as Belgium, which did completely. It wasn't any different. It didn't matter. But they're still going to go ahead. I don't know what the next one's going to be. They tried monkeypox for a while, but nobody bought that because allegedly that only happened to gay men who engaged in certain practices. And so most people are like, okay, fine. I mean, that's not me. Or they're now talking about like another
Bird
bird
flu.
flu coming
Yeah.
out of China or something. Some kids, some young men ate a bat or something in Africa. And so there's this situation in the Congo. So I'm wondering, do we have enough courage at this point as a society and as citizens to stand up and say, I'm not going to go, I'm not playing ball. I'm not going to go, I'm not going to do it.
So they took us by surprise. It took me by surprise. I watched, you know, dudes in trucks with a gun in the back window with a Marine sticker get out and put a mask on. I'm like, no, no, dude, what the, you know, um, there's, there has been a reawakening, and um, I mean, they're going to have to hit us a lot harder. And I think there's several things. I mean, I, if it weren't for my wife and my faith, there's no way there's no, I would say, I would say, first of all, if it weren't for my wife, because she supported it, she backed me and she supported me.
Understood.
If she was going against me, or if she thought I was insane, or why are you doing this, then there's no way I could have achieved and helped the people that I was able to help. So it started with having that support. And then just, I'm going to tell a super quick story because I think it highlights it. So I was asked to speak at the Capitol in Olympia in May of 2020. And my wife was like, please don't go. I mean, like, we got into an argument about it.
Mhm.
And she was in tears. She's like, you started your practice from, I mean, I built it from nothing. And we're 5 years in and we were doing well. It was one of the largest private pediatric practices in the county. And she's like, no good will come from this. And I was thinking, like, only good will come from this in the context that I can share what I know to a large group of people at one time, instead of just writing things down on a piece of paper and handing it to families and telling them to give it to their parents and, you know, their church family. And so I finally was like, okay, I'm not gonna get up and drive to Olympia. So unless God wants me to go and send somebody to take me there, I'm not going. And I go to bed the next morning at about 5:15 in the morning. There's a knock at the door, and a persistent knock at the door. And I get up and I go and answer the door. And two women are standing there and they go, hey, we heard you needed a ride to Olympia. And I'm like,
Hmm.
Seriously, like what? It's like I was angry. I
Right.
was. I, I left a sticky note on the fridge. I was like, "Hey, love, went to
Mhm.
Olympia." You know,
Yeah.
so
The march
it's
into Olympia. Yeah.
and so it's not about it's not what we want to do. It's not sometimes it's what we're called to do. It's sometimes what we're
Yeah.
asked to do for a higher
And
reason. And
sometimes it's hard to do it if you're in different situations like my own and others,
yeah,
but there are still little things you can do. There are small, there are kind and gentle conversations you can have with people without shaking their hologram that they're locked in. And just sort of introducing a couple of kernels of idea to people's minds, give them something to think about without, while working within this matrix that they're existing in. It's very
well,
difficult.
there's a song by Zach Bryant called "Smaller Acts" because I've had colleagues say, "Well, we haven't done." I mean, like with my story is fairly unique. And so they're like, we haven't done anything remotely close to you. And it's like, it's not a competition. It's not a contest. It's
Right.
about doing this. It's like, I don't care, like just one smaller act of kindness, one smaller act of moving the needle forward, one smaller act of gifting somebody that information or sharing something. It's not
Right.
how much have you done. It's that you choose to do it in truth and faith.
One small act of subversion, really. I mean, one small act of like defiance. And also, I mean, there's a sociological term for it, which I'm not sure. I don't know it right now. I forget it. But um, if you're like at a public meeting and everybody is into some kind of an insane advocacy of something, and you stand up and you make a couple of quiet, kind, easy comments in defiance, it can change the whole complexion of that meeting, and it can get through. And if you do it carefully, you're not going to get too demonized. You might get shunned, so be it. But it can change the course of history. You can do that.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be just not in alliance with, where you just challenge. It doesn't have to be a defiant act. It's just
No,
challenging the
there's
narrative.
something and do it. I mean, it is defiant by nature, but you can do it in a way that doesn't. You have to be very crafty. It's kind of like the prophet Elijah hearing that small, still voice coming out of the cave. It's a very carefully crafted um, event that you can pull off without being confrontational. You can get a lot more done. But on the bigger picture, sometimes you have to be confrontational, because everybody's when you're dealing with people who are fully witting and conscious participants in this evil kind of experiment, you have to call them out in any way you can. I mean, they
Sure.
don't deal in niceties,
No.
and that takes a lot of courage. And just understand what you're getting into and understand what might could happen, and you have to weigh and measure the effects. I
Well,
mean, you've
my
obviously sacrificed a lot, Scott, to do what you're doing, and it's an extraordinary story, and I admire you. I mean, you've made a big difference in the world, both in terms of saving people's lives as a doctor, as part of your calling, but also the society overall. Writing this book, bringing this out, these things do matter. Again, I mean, the book is The Most Dangerous Man in Washington.
I was told it's good. I it's you know, I, even my wife, her name is Shelly Dawn, and she was there's aspects that she can't read. Like she's like, I can't read this. I'm like, that's cool. But she was reading a chapter and she came out as I was sitting here writing, and she was like, "What?" She's like, "Scott, what? I I had no idea that's what you were doing." She was just floored, and I was like, really? And she's,
Mm.
but she needed some plausible deniability because I mean we had death threats and people had shot holes through my office window. So it's like, like we had to, we were trying to protect. I was trying to protect my family from some of the stuff that I was being asked to do to help, just to help save, to make sure that innocent people didn't die. And so she was reading she was reading part of a chapter, and she's like, I didn't know that, because we got in an argument. She's like, and I withheld that information from her because I didn't want her to be afraid of some of the stuff. And when I say that, I mean, they were risky
Right,
propositions.
you didn't want to get into it at the time because it's scary stuff. No, I get that. It's
So
this
when
is
she read it, and she was like, now it makes sense. Like this all makes sense. And as I was writing about what I was actually doing and how we were kind of subverting some of the systems and helping take care of people, um, it clarified it for her, and it was just interesting because that was a couple of years ago, and she was standing right here, and she's like, "Why didn't you tell me?" And it's like, "Love, you asked me not to. Like you told me not to. I was just trying
right.
to be a good husband." you know?
No, oh no. There are some things that I've never mentioned to my own. I'll take them to the grave. I mean, that I've done in terms of political stuff. It's just the way it is. It's protecting the family. So now with President Trump elected in office and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the head of the HHS, the author of The Real Anthony Fauci, and people
Brilliant
like
book.
Patel, and Dan Bongino, and Pete Hegseth, and this
Jay
probably one
Bhattacharya, Dr. Bhattacharya at NIH.
Bhattacharya. Yeah, I mean this is a gathering of probably the most consequential cabinet since Lincoln, possibly more so. And I feel hopeful. I hope that they understand their mandate and what they were elected to do. And it's going to take a lot of courage to go ahead and do it. Believe me. I mean, the people that their opposition, they don't play, they play for keeps. It is a very ugly fight. They still control the media, which is diminishing. The only thing they have working for them is that they're carping about cutting the size of government as if there's something wrong with that, and
Right.
demonizing. And it's not flying. I don't think the American people are buying it. It's people are sick and tired of all the lies and the gaslighting that we've had in this country, really starting with COVID. I mean, it goes before that in terms of the.
It's what opened. It's what pulled the curtain back.
It
It's what
was the big,
revealed.
yeah, it's the big kahuna in terms of lies. I mean, we
Yeah.
know they lied about, Trump's perfect phone call impeachment. I mean, that's politics. But
Yeah.
this one hurt people, and people died. People couldn't see their grandparents in the nursing home. And this people lost their businesses. They've lost their marriages. They've lost their lives over this. And I think this one is
Children
not.
couldn't go to school, right? Like children
Yeah, who
couldn't
knows the
hang out
long-term
with
effect of
siblings.
that, on our children. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that this one, it's not going to be so easy to drop this one down the memory hole. We're not, we're starting. I mean, I think we're just starting to really look at this and find out what the hell happened here. I hope that the heads roll. I mean, just personally, although if they want to have Anthony Fauci and them just march off with their awards and their money and let them just go away, that's fine. I'd like to see, I mean, personally, I'd love to see him hang. But, that's whatever. The point is that I think people understand who these people are and what happened more so than ever before.
Well, listen, I look at, like 9/11 never forget, right? And it's like every year, 9/11 never forget.
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden. It's like Fauci,
I'd
Osama
like
bin
to get
Laden.
the truth behind that
Osama
one
bin
too.
Laden is a nobody compared. I mean, as far as a terrorist, Anthony Fauci is the greatest mass murderer. Or it's not just him, but he facilitated. He and Birx, Deborah Birx, is actually like her involvement in getting the states to shut down schools and businesses was far more impacting than
Yeah.
Fauci. I mean, she's the devil. She is such a sinister, devilish human being.
Of course,
And
she
how
did have to. I
did
should
that.
remind people that she did have to leave in disgrace early because she called for everybody to cancel Thanksgiving. Can't go to Thanksgiving. Right after that, she gets on an airplane, goes to her family Thanksgiving, big party. And fortunately, there was someone at that event that dropped a dime. And so she ended up having to resign the next day. But yes, I mean, these people are satanic, in my opinion, every one of them. I mean, putting
There's
people in
certainly no
nursing
light
homes.
in their soul.
But the what?
I said there's certainly no light in their soul.
No, these are people who have no conscience. they are dead to, they're like walking zombies. I mean, it's absolutely despicable. And of course, they've always been with us. They've been with us since Mephistopheles. I mean, but the point is that now it's never before have they come out so openly and so brazenly. And I think that enough people see it that they're not going to forget it, and that we're going to continue to expose it, because every generation deals with this, and it has to be called out and called out very carefully and very thoroughly. Anyway, Scott.
And listen, thank you so much. And
thank you.
So since I'm gonna plug the book a little bit.
Please, hold it up.
I didn't mean that way.
No, why not?
So The Most Dangerous Man in Washington. And again, that was the Attorney General's office. I was just a regular dude trying to care for my community. So I'm honored that they said that to me. But it's like I said, I've had people say it's like a relation, because of how my wife and I had to navigate the challenges and the struggles that we had. And I wrote quite a bit about. It's not a political book. It's not a book against the medical industrial complex. It's a book about a nobody like me that was just simply caring for children that got thrust into a situation that I never could have possibly prepared for, even thought that it was like, God, like seriously, why do you think I can take these on? And the stakes just got higher and higher and more challenging and more challenging. And
I admire, I admire what you've done, and you're like the Minuteman standing in the breach. It's really an incredible story, and it's one that we ought to understand. You're not going to get awards like Fauci. With the left, they always, they weigh each other down with all their awards and their worship. It's because they don't worship God. They worship each other. They hold up idols. And
we don't do it for rewards. We do it because it's right.
Because we can sleep better at night, and we know that in the bigger picture of eternity, we're going to be rewarded. And because we know that we're doing truth. We're talking truths, and that does make a literal difference. Anyways, Scott, stay in touch. I really appreciate your time. Great book. Let's do more programming in the future. Please recommend people to me. I want to get into this more and more. And I have been, but I want to continue. And I just, I'm kind of like speechless. I really appreciate the work you've done. So
thank you. That means a lot to me. Truly.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Right.
All right. You too. Have a great night. Thank you, sir. God bless. All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here, live on all of the usual networks. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. Mike, how are you?
Just great.
And you've got your excellent article up, Ethel Rosenberg and the Model UN, which I want to talk about.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You were a big inspiration for that one.
Well, it's a good article. And I just want to mention, just as a footnote here, that I'm also live on TikTok right now. And we'll see how long that lasts. But in terms of them shutting it down, that could happen during this show. That seems the way it goes. However, I think there's good news on that front. There is really, this administration seems to be determined in recent comments from Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel and Assistant FBI Director Dan Bongino. What a great...
How about that?
They're saying that they're going to have, as they call it, transparency. And when they say it, they mean it, because they've been there. They've been censored these past 4 years. And they're going to move forward in terms of ending this authoritarian, sorry to use this word, but fascistic agenda of censoring opinion. And again, we're not talking about censoring, violent, calls or anything like that. We're talking about the censoring of opinion that doesn't agree with any particular regime, something that's un-American. They're
Well, it's not
getting,
that American. You're seeing it happening in Europe, in the UK,
and we see Vice President Vance taking it on with both fists, and that's an exciting thing to see, right there in front of them on calling them out. And we certainly have seen it here, and I think that this administration is dedicated to putting a stop to it, and that the Bondi has said that they're going to release all of the information around both the Epstein files and also the JFK assassination, the RFK and the MLK assassinations. Maybe they'll also get to the Biden laptop and the Wiener laptop, not to mention Hillary's emails. All of it, the FBI has been sitting on. And recently, I think it was actually yesterday, the Attorney General released a small segment of files from the Epstein case.
right?
And what we discovered was that it's still incomplete. A lot of it is redacted. And the theory is that the FBI still has moles. They still have people in there who are deep staters who are hiding the information. Maybe they might have already destroyed it, more likely. And that Attorney General Bondi has directly ordered FBI Director Kash Patel to find those people and fire them and get the information out. So it's moving in the right direction. This is a very difficult and courageous, may I say, endeavor to get rid of these people. These are dangerous people who are determined and who probably have destroyed. We'll never see all of it because most of it's probably been destroyed anyways.
And how many of these moles are there in all these agencies?
Riddled with it.
Just came out and said that the Biden administration was fully aware that these sex chat rooms were going on with the intel agencies for the entire Biden administration. Didn't do anything about it.
Oh, that's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, this goes way back. I remember former Congressman Bob Barr. Remember him from, I think it's from Georgia. He wrote a book about this back in the 90s, and I believe I interviewed him on it, in which he said, look, the government has 3 million employees, and they are deeply embedded into every aspect of our life, and that these are people who are faceless, unaccountable. This is exactly what Steve Bannon is talking about when he talks about the administrative state. This is what Michael J. Glennon talks about with the double government. I mean, this is exactly what they're going after. And these people are very powerful and dangerous people. They play for keeps. So it's not going to be easy to do this. It's going to take, I mean, look at JFK, in my opinion, gave his life taking this thing on. And, it's a very tough nut to crack. I mean, it's power, it's wealth. Speaking of wealth, did you see that Barack Obama getting a $2.5 million a year royalty for the use of the word Obamacare paid by taxpayers?
Did that actually occur?
Yes. I don't know if you caught that story.
No, I had heard some rumors about it. You mean that's for real? Yes,
it is for real. Since 2010, Barack Obama apparently patented the word Obamacare and started collecting royalties.
Complaining that he didn't like the term originally.
Oh, yeah, they hated it. I remember when I was co-hosting the show with Dr. Patrick O'Heffernan, and I used the word Obamacare, and he had a meltdown. Oh, it's an Affordable Care Act. And it's not even called Obamacare. It's called the Affordable Care Act. Right. So why is the government paying him royalties to the tune of 2.5 or 2.2 maybe, I don't know, over $2 million a year? I mean, talk about scams. I mean, this is like, I think his daughter got a big check. We know that Hillary, I mean, God, who knows how much they took in, but their daughter, $3 million to pay for her wedding out of the USAID, and $10 million to buy a mansion. Yeah, this is just, I mean, the amount of...
It's endless. Apparently, Pritzker, who's fairly wealthy on his own, by the way.
Oh, multi-billionaire. The owner of the Hyatt hotels.
Multiple NGOs paying him money through the U.S. government.
Well, the NGOs, I mean, these shadowy, unaccountable, private bureaucracies, the way that worked. And look, this is something that was discussed in the hearings on foundations in the 1950s. I mean, the Weiss Committee, is that the USAID, which is a government agency with public funds, would basically launder funds through these NGOs, and they would then in turn give it away to all of their allies and friends,
Yeah.
including these leftist politicians, just because they can. And also they had, apparently the Taliban was getting huge sums of money under the Biden regime through the USAID. Oh, it's going to humanitarian causes.
Yeah, right.
I mean, really? I mean, and that now they're using the lie. Well, you're getting rid of, no, they're not getting rid of humanitarian causes. I mean, the budget of the USAID, maybe about 10% of it, maybe at most 15%, went to humanitarian causes. That's been continued. That's not touched. They're continuing that. It's under the direct auspices of the Secretary of State. It's the rest of it, the 85% that's gone. And now you see, what is it? There's a transgender clinic in India has had to close its doors. Why?
Oh no.
Because the USAID money dried up. That's why. This is it's starting to show around the world who was getting money from USAID and what their agenda was. Their agenda was transhumanism, specifically transgenderism. Their agenda was critical theory, specifically critical race theory, and their agenda was weakening world sovereignty in the interests of alleged peace. And they're taking it on over there. I mean, we have people in government right now who know full well what's going on and who are openly and brazenly taking it on. Did you see any of that meeting? I think it was earlier today with President Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office.
Well, I heard some quotes from it, and it's about time. I mean, how many hundreds of billions of dollars have we spent on graft, getting people killed?
It's been. I mean, who actually put that money? We noticed that the minute that war started, the Clintons reestablished the Global Initiative. I wonder why. Money started pouring in. I mean, and Zelensky was using the same old language, whereas Trump and Vance was tremendous. They took out, they took off the gloves. I mean, it was like a real back and forth. And he's like, here you are, during the campaigning against us in American cities. I mean, and now you're insulting this administration while we've given you how many, billions of dollars. You're on the losing end of the argument. I mean, they made no bones about it. It was amazing. I mean, it was all seen publicly. It's, the kind of stuff that usually goes on behind closed doors. With Trump, they just turned on the camera and they went for it. It's fantastic. It's just,
I wonder what the reaction of the left is going to be. Because it's really causing fragmentation. There was quite an exchange between George Galloway and Piers Morgan, where Piers Morgan was appearing to defend this unlimited support of Ukraine. George Galloway, who's a big leftist, of course, in the UK, just was shattering everything Morgan said. And it's about time. Who was it? Cat Williams said, the truth will come out. And it's really starting to on all this stuff.
Mm-hmm. So your article about Ethel Rosenberg and the Model UN, I mean,
right.
It's like the question that it raises is that how is it that you have people who are such extremists, in the case of Ethel Rosenberg, that she's willing to sacrifice her own life as a martyr in defense of communism, and that has certain parallels with this opposition to President Trump now, that these people, that you don't see too many people breaking out of this cage that their brains and their souls are locked, that they've locked them into, this what I call a hologram. they're like continuing to goose step. If you watch MSNBC, for example, and I do, like Rachel Maddow, I mean, it's like they just are doubling down. There's nothing has changed. It's almost like it's like an alternative universe or something like that. And
Well, alternative universe, but you can oversimplify it and say it comes down basically to atheism. That Ethel Rosenberg's religion, despite that she was nominally Jewish, was communism. So, in a rather perversion of the word martyr, she was happy to die for the cause, despite being offered any number of times. And Julius also, by the way, that if they gave more details on this spy ring, their lives would have been spared.
right.
But
And then there were other people, like her brother did give details and his life was spared.
yeah,
And he said, look, I had, people like on the left were like so critical. Oh, look at you, you're a rat. And he goes, listen, I have a wife and children. I've got a family here that I have to consider first. So I had to do this. I mean, I'm saving my own life. And, but the issue of her martyrdom, there's martyrdom in and of itself is okay, is fine. I mean, like in my history class, we're studying the early church and we're looking at the foundation of Venice and several other things. And a lot of these incredible stories of saints, like Saint Mark, for example, I mean, they were martyred. They died to defend their belief. You could find that also on the Jewish side too, like the people who died at Masada and Rabbi Akiva died at the hands of the Romans rather than, surrender his faith. That's one thing, but to die like for communism, to die like as a suicide bomber, to kill as many Israelis as possible, that's something else. So it's not the institution.
It's not exactly dying for a good cause. And
right. I mean, I'd like to think that I would be willing to die if it meant defending the life of my own daughter, for example, and my wife. I remember when there was a shooter who went into a movie theater in, I think it was in Colorado a while ago, and you had men stand up and stand in front of their wives to protect them, and they were killed.
yeah,
It was a natural thing. I mean, that's like, you're willing to sacrifice your life to preserve a value, something of such value to you. And it's like a natural instinct. But that's not, in the case of defending the Soviet, obtainment of nuclear bombs, I mean, that's like insane. It's sort of like, I mean, or the like suicide people, hijacking an airplane and crashing it into the World Trade Center. It's like, why? What is it that they are dying for?
well, there's been a lot of relitigation of the story. Okay, it ends up, as I put in the article, that even her sons admitted quite recently.
Yeah, years later.
Yeah, that indeed the father was a flat out spy. She typed stuff up, whatever. But it took, and they had to know this from the get-go.
I just was canceled on TikTok.
For what? For what?
I don't know. What was it? Ethel Rosen? Well, no, they said they're restricting the number of people who can view this. They haven't totally canceled it yet. Maybe they're soft on Ethel Rosenberg. Who knows? Anyway, whatever.
So they admitted it.
Yeah.
Finally, because they were forced to. Look, there were relatives that I had when I was and in 1953, I was a pretty young kid, right? But I remember in the early 60s, there were relatives I had who were hardcore leftists. And even they were saying, no, the Rosenbergs are 100% guilty. And it was very convenient for them because then they could show that they're not, full-on commies themselves. But Ethel was a true believer.
Yeah.
And died for a bad cause. And the tie, of course, with the Model UN, no one in the Model UN has died for a cause that I know of, but they have these points of view that are formed, and that's it. It never changes. And that's the
Right.
Rachel Maddow situation, right? That all this crap is coming out now that's going to show that so many of these social welfare programs were all crap, were all money laundering schemes, because I point out in the article, after all these trillions of dollars are spent, these problems are still with us. How is that possible? How is it? Well, it's possible because 99% of the money went to NGOs, 1% of the money went to the people. I mean, I have mentioned this many times in articles I've written over the years. When the war on poverty was first launched in 1964, LBJ made a televised visit to some poor, down and out Appalachian guy whose name I don't remember. It's in a few articles I wrote. This guy was a mess. He was out of work. He was missing most of his teeth. It's almost like they had to find the stereotypical.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
He was auditioned.
Yeah. So anyway, they come in there. Look, we're going to get you a job. We're going to get you training. We're going to fix your teeth. Blah, blah, blah. All right. And he was supposed to be the exemplar for all the people they were going to save. So the elite media did a 1-year follow-up later. Right. Well, he got some training. He got some of his teeth fixed. But the point is, he was still living in this crummy shack. He didn't have stable employment. And at that point, I realized, damn, if they don't even care about the poster boy.
Right, the one person.
Yeah, for this program, then this is all a crock. Now, I noticed that when I was 17, 18 years old, but apparently none of the media cared or knew about it. And that's the other thing. The media's a crock. What's the latest example? You know what I'm going to say. Jake Tapper saying all along, Biden's in great shape.
Oh, yes. Sharpest attack, he says.
Yeah. So now Tapper's coming out with a book documenting the cover-up that the media engaged in to show his decline. And he's getting reamed for this. Reamed. Okay, there's video of him being stopped in airports, people mocking him. And then you wonder, all these years of watching all these elite figures, and it's all crap. And those of us like you and me that figured it was all crap and being lonely voices, now it's as obvious as the day is long. Or
now, so Tapper is being attacked for writing a book chronicling what he had himself covered up all those years, which is that Biden was in decline.
Yeah.
And you have leftists and people that don't want any criticism attacking him for that. I mean, that's what we talked about earlier, like with Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow spent 3 years with a tin hat. They talk about conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
Trump, Putin, basically conspired with, or they like to use the word colluded because they don't want to say conspired. That's for the right. With Trump to steal the 2016 election. That's what that was all about. And after 3 years of sending out these fake leaks and night after night of doing these programs, most of the stuff being complete crap or totally twisted, finally the Mueller report comes out saying that nothing of the kind. They dragged it out for 3 years, but he said, no, there was no evidence of this. And then the report goes on to say, well, there might be obstruction of justice because Trump criticized the Mueller group. Oh, blah, blah. This kind of crap. But the point is, the first page is the only relevant page where it said, no, we didn't find anything. Now, you would think that Rachel Maddow would apologize.
No.
Well, you think that she would at least acknowledge something. I mean, and I remember sending her several tweets at that time. I'm like, look, you present yourself as a patriot. You say that you had, I think your father was a military man. You come from a family that I think goes back, and you feel that you're doing what's best for your country. And watched her, like on top of Mount Sinai every night. Oh, America is under siege and democracy is threatened and the Constitution. Can you at least acknowledge that you were wrong here or something? Nothing. No acknowledgement. They didn't mention it. They just kept going. And instead they focused on other shreds of stuff. And then, of course, they then jumped head foot into the perfect phone call impeachment. It's because
it is funny that it all comes down to the same story, that it was the deterioration of St. Francis, right? As we mentioned on the show, the late St. Francis was a conservative pundit who later moved to what might uncharitably be called white nationalism, although I'm using that in quotation marks.
Right.
Then he discovered that he had a certain audience, like the Jared Taylor audience.
Let me just interrupt you. I just got another warning on TikTok. I'm still there. I think the trigger might have been WHITENATIONALISM. Just a thought. I don't know what it was, but they picked up on that word and they got a warning. Okay, go on.
Wow. Did I say that?
I think so. That's okay. Look, this is this is censorship. I mean, this is what we're dealing with now. I mean, we're having a political conversation about stuff going on, but everything. Maybe this is an example of the dangers of AI. I don't think there's a person over at TikTok monitoring the show. I think that this is the dark side of AI. Now, I'm not against AI. I think it could be a tool that, when in the right hands or when used properly, can be very helpful. And ChatGPT and all the rest, I'm just studying it actually. But the darker side of it is that it can be programmed in a way to pick up certain words. And if you say those words, it doesn't matter what the context is.
What's really stupid, if that's the case, is I was using it as pejorative in that.
Look, I mean, I lost my YouTube channel. There were three reasons, and one of them was because I interviewed David. I don't know if you remember him. Yeah. I mean, and we were both of us, being somewhat observant Jews, talking about Jewish issues, and somehow that came to the attention, and it was called anti-Semitic. Okay, so, and not because of anything particular that we said, but it was probably, looking back at it, there were certain trigger words that we might have used, and when they accumulated to a certain point, it caused an electronic reaction. That's what's going on. That's the dangers of turning functions over to machines and electronics. I mean, there was a case recently where an insurance company stopped coverage of someone in the middle of an operation, right? I mean, I think you heard about that.
Yeah.
It's not because some person did that. There was some kind of an algorithm that had reached a point where they had there was a stop loss. It's kind of like, in the stock market, people, when you invest in a stock, you can put a stop loss on it electronically, which means that if the stock valuation goes below a certain point, it automatically dumps the stock and it sells. Not always a good idea, by the way, but the point
is that that's highly trivial compared to how language is used.
Right.
And just to finish the thought, anyway,
Please.
Francis discovered he had an audience.
Okay.
So it ends up, because people are lazy, that you tailor your message to this audience.
Right.
And there's a decline of St. Francis. And to some extent, Joe Sobran, although not quite as bad. But in the case of Rachel Maddow and MSNBC, they know that people will dutifully watch that network to get the particular point of view that they want. So
they have to keep pushing it up.
Yeah.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I remember, this was years ago during the Trump's first administration, Michael Smerconish. He's a left-leaning but reasonable radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for a long time. He's a lawyer. He's very smart. He made a mild praise of President Trump for something that he had done. I don't know what it was. I don't remember. I heard him talk about it. And for that, not only were they getting protests, and they got his sponsors who had been with him all his career were getting threats that they're going to get boycotted, and death threats, and people lining up outside. I mean, that he had to recant it. He had to say, "I'm sorry, big mistake." And so that's what Rachel Maddow. I mean, I think Rachel Maddow is a true believer. I think she's deep in it. But even if she wasn't, you can't. They're going down with the ship. I mean, they're not gonna, if as you said, like
here's the thing, Chuck.
they
They don't know anything different. They don't know anything different. I mean, you could come up with 5,000 pages of evidence showing that the vast majority of social programs were money laundering crap. But since their religion is I like to point out, that you rewrite the Gospels, right? That
Right.
charity is not giving the alms to the poor, it's giving the alms to Caesar, and then he'll distribute it to the poor, or something like that. Or I guess he will go through an NGO to distribute the money, and that's what they believe, and it doesn't matter.
No, and they also believe in the stuff that the NGO is giving the money to. I mean, like they believe in Hezbollah. They believe in the Taliban. This is all transforming mankind, and they believe in the sex change operations in India. These are things, and what I'd say to them is, if they believe in these things, maybe they should open their own checkbook and write a check to it. Fine, but no, they want to have the taxpayers do it. They want to have the U.S. government do it, and that's a lot of what it is. And that it is a religion. I mean, this is why Ethel Rosenberg gave her life, not because of it's not a political. It does prove that that's a religion. She believes in this. It has nothing to do with reality. It has to do with an entire belief. They know that, you mentioned Lyndon Johnson. They know that the war on poverty failed. They know that the Great Society failed. They know the Vietnam War failed. But of course, that's another story. But the point is that they didn't care. It was successful from their view because it furthered their socialistic, fantasy. I mean, it weakened the country. It weakened society. It rendered it ripped apart the fabric of our system, which they support. So that's what Rachel Maddow cares about. She doesn't care about getting to any kind of moral truths. She cares about destroying Trump because he represents an enemy of this leftist, collectivist, internationalist ideal where everybody.
Well, that's exactly right. And as it mentioned in that article, that as the late great Vin Lewis used to say, grant your opponent his first premise. All right. So the first premise of the opponent is, these are great programs, we got to help the poor and so on. All right. Well, wouldn't you have more money to help the poor if you got rid of all the fraud and waste? But they're not interested in that.
No. No, I mean, you think that the left would be interested in saving and preserving Social Security? That was the great program of FDR. So they would get on board with the fact that there's all this fraud. No, they don't. They attack it. They don't care. They don't. First of all, they don't want Trump to get credit for cleaning it up. But even putting that aside, they wouldn't like it if Biden did it. They just don't. To them, it's like.
And you ask yourself, well, what are the optics of this? So what do you really stand for? I guess you stand for the status quo of turning this into a money-losing socialist bureaucracy that's going to go bankrupt. But don't worry, the commissar, so you'll be okay. And it's really sick. And finally, it's being exposed. But I'll tell you, there's true believers everywhere you go, and it's not just on socialism. I mean, I had some years ago a fruitless conversation with a guy who is allegedly conservative, and we started talking about the rather now obvious point that FDR knew about Pearl Harbor in advance. There's no serious historian that disputes that.
Right.
His reaction was, no, I can't believe that. I won't believe that. And how do you?
It's harder to somebody can't. admit that, they can't. I mean, I know people like that too. I mean, they're going to go to the grave, goose stepping along to something. They just, this is again why this is a religion and it's a cult. It's not a religion like, that has like early Christianity with martyrs, because it had a moral core. It actually was preaching truths. It's a religion that is trying to pervert and contort reality, which makes it even more lethal. It's and the adherents to it more loyal, actually. So that's why we have this, UN, this model UN establishment, that it continues to, like, at a young age, they accepted a bill of goods. They got rewards for that. They saw other people being punished for not accepting it.
That's right.
And then they went on. I mean, if you take a look at any of these liberal events, like, I don't know, the Oscars come to mind, cultural events, right? They're constantly giving each other these awards, and they get up and they're worshiping these statues, and they're like, I want to thank, Shlomo so-and-so, and, and it's so wonderful, and they're praising each other, and their shells are groaning under the weight of these trophies. And it's just, this is how it's like an insular kind of a world. And if you see them interviewed on the late night talk shows, their main conversation is, I actually met with whoever, Gorbachev, one of these left-wing heroes. And, we spent time in his presence, and I'm part of this thing where we all get together, and so-and-so, I don't know, Katharine Hepburn, I don't know, whatever. I mean, we could just go, they all like have this world where they know each other, and they talk about what it's like to be with each other and what this person really is like. And it's kind of like a insular world where they award each other and they massage each other, and they adore and adulate each other. And then,
like it's a cult.
Yeah, and then when you're watching this on television as a regular Joe Sixpack, you're like, wow, gee, I guess they do know these people. Oh, well, gee, wow. Henry Kissinger, I don't know, whoever, Gee, that's amazing. They must be so, like, this rarefied world. I remember a relative of mine, when briefly, Caroline Kennedy, horrible person, obviously.
Oh.
She was running for, I think, a Senate in New York, and it completely failed. Even the left had to. It was so awful, her one interview. But this person said,
that's right, and it was only one interview, and she came across like a valley girl on Quaaludes, and that was
it completely tanked. And yet this person says to me, yeah, but can you imagine the rooms that she's been in with the people that she's been exposed to? It's like these, really? I mean, it's like this kind of, they imagine this kind of almost, Wonderland type place. I mean, with these people, like, oh, she's rubbed shoulders with, these other people, and that they all, it's like some kind of a fairy dust is like brushing off on them, and that we should give them credit just for that. We should award them for being good socialists. They've supported the right things. They utter the right slogans, and so therefore the magic door opens for them. And it's like this rarefied world, and they can't get out of it. That's what Rachel Maddow is all about. She has $10 million a year. I mean, this is an award. What the hell is she doing? I mean, and they're talking about poverty. I mean, really? Joy Reid, I mean, the most racist, the most divisive. I mean, she's she's like a black version of David Duke. I mean, it's just, awful.
I think David Duke had more class. But
yeah, I mean, she's absolutely vile. And those women on The View, I mean, just.
Well, that's it. That's quickly coming to an end.
Yeah, but but the thing about it is that not only are they spewing this toxic vile, but people are like, oh, they're applauding, and they're like, it's so mindless, and it's like, they're like, look at them, they know people, and they've gotten to sit around with Barack Obama, and Big Mike, whoever, you know what I mean? It's like, it's like they all are sort of in this incestuous world,
Those two are getting divorced, supposedly. That's the rumor.
supposedly. I mean, no wonder we had this cropping up of this. I don't know if I should say this word on TikTok, but QAnon. Remember that?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not endorsing that. That was crazy. But I can appreciate where that kind of came from. When you have these elites in Hollywood, in politics, like Obama and them, and these, these exalted business figures like Mark Zuckerberg, and and they all kind of talk to each other, and they control through their influence. I don't want to use the word control. Let's just say they influence large segments of our culture and our media and our high institutions of learning, and even our businesses. And they, it's like you do start to think, gee, maybe these people are, cutting off the heads of babies. I don't know what the hell that they were into. I mean, I'm not endorsing that at all, but you do wonder. I mean, it kind of opens the door for making those things seem almost plausible.
Well, I mean, here you use inductive reasoning.
Yes.
Why should any decent person want to suppress the Epstein files?
Yeah, exactly. It's even worse than that. Do you know who the lawyer was on the Epstein case defending Epstein, keeping those files locked up? James Comey's daughter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, talk about, then wonder why people have conspiratorial thoughts.
Well, they call it conspiracy theory, but what if it's true?
Well, there are conspiracy theories and there are conspiracies.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that a responsible person tries to debunk bad conspiracy theories and try to, make a case for ones that turn out to be true. I mean, both things go on, but of course there are conspiracies. Obviously. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's human nature. People are going to conspire, and they're going to use force and fraud and deception in order to achieve corrupt ends. I mean, it happens all the time in business. What do they think? They conspire to rip off another business so they can have more success.
Yeah.
There are laws against that. I mean, murder is part of a conspiracy. You're knocking somebody off because they're in the way. Those are conspiracies. Those are criminal conspiracies. So why would they think there's not political conspiracies? It happens all the time because there's power involved, there's money involved, there's influence involved, and there's prestige involved. And people crave all of those things. And if you have somebody standing in the way of your achieving those things, you may get together with like-minded people and conspire to get those things at that other party's expense. That's the way, that's human nature. That's why we have a basic part of our government, a basic part of every government throughout history in some version is a Department of Justice. The Department of Justice, one of their functions, and a Congress, is to investigate these conspiracies and expose them and bring people to justice when it happens. It's a basic. I mean, there are conspiracies in your own family. I mean, everybody deals with conspiracies all the time. It's just the way it goes. I mean, there are conspiracies in your own mind. I mean, it's just part of human nature.
Well, this sounds like the beginning of a new book for you, The Conspiracy Primer.
I am writing a chapter actually in my book on this, and I've written on this topic. It's just the way it goes. I mean, it's just part of human nature. But you have to be responsible because there are wrong conspiracies often are cooked up by governments or by powers to kind of deceive and engage in what's called a false flag.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that's important. It's important to reveal the bad conspiracies, the false conspiracies, separate the wheat from the chaff. So, anyways, but
wow.
but we have, these are heady times. These are exciting times. Every day I feel like it's like Christmas morning, waking up and getting gifts under the tree.
All right. Well, the question I asked you last week, at what point are some of those in the mainstream media going to turn?
I don't think ever. Look at Lester Holt is going down with the ship. He's gone. They're all, they're just, I think they're gonna start to like vanish after a while, because these are people, they have to continue to maintain some relevancy. I mean, you now have major donors who are backing out of the Democratic Party and this whole. I mean, what do they stand for? They're against cutting the size of government. They're against cutting waste and fraud in government. That's why they hate Elon Musk. I mean, and then these things keep coming out, which show how bad it is. And they're going to rail against that. They want to leave a permanent government infrastructure in place so people can't be laid off. I mean, Starbucks just laid off over 1,000 executives. They just announced the other day. I mean, that's happening in the private sector. What are these government people somehow sacrosanct? Does anyone believe that an actual service that we want government to provide is going to be affected by firing half of these people? I mean, obviously not.
No, and you didn't hear one peep from the mainstream media during COVID and the lockdowns when so many people lost their jobs.
That's right. All these small businesses, mom and pop stores. Meanwhile, the big box places and Amazon, they did gangbusters during that. And also that Trump it's so innovative. I saw an interview with Howard Lutnick, who is the new Secretary of Commerce. And Trump said to him, he goes, look, the post office is because that's under the Secretary of Commerce. They're losing how many billions of dollars a year? What can we do? Should we save it? Should we get rid of it? And I want answers. And the next day, Lutnick was at a meeting with Trump, and Trump says, so what'd you come up with? He goes, one day, And so Lutnick had several very interesting suggestions. He pointed out that, for example, the U.S. Census, it costs $100 million, and they hire trucks and people, and they have to pay them and give them lunch and give them, security, and they have to go out and knock on every single door in America to count people. He goes, why not just have the post office do this? They go to people's houses every day. And you could save $100 million right there. The post office could do things like delivering Social Security documents to a newborn, or they could do all kinds of functions that the government is spending a fortune doing, when you could consolidate it, and it would give the post office a little bit more relevancy and more functionality while we streamline elements of it. I'm just saying that these are incredible ideas.
Yeah.
Why didn't anyone think of this? I mean, it's like they're coming up with, it's amazing what they're doing. It's like every day. And now Trump today, he's signing an executive order declaring English as the official language of the United States. Hallelujah. It's about time. We won't have Spanish subtitles. I mean, the English, it's like, oh, no, you can't do that because it's like, I don't know, racist. We have the one thing that holds us together as a nation is our common language, so we can communicate with each other, even if we don't like each other. You have a simple lingua franca. You have like the language of the land. Doesn't mean English is superior. It just happens to be the national language. It has been since the day, they got off the ship at the Mayflower. I mean, it's just that simple.
Well, yeah. I mean, there is no country, maybe with the possible exception of Switzerland, but even that isn't exactly true, where you have multiple official languages. In Switzerland, for example, it's regional. And it's a small country. So if you're a German-speaking Swiss person, you've certainly heard French in Lausanne, and you can get by. But in Canada, it's never worked.
It doesn't work well. I mean, it's like Belgium, I think, is coming apart because they've got Dutch and French.
The thing in Belgium, and I hope they changed it, but I don't think they did, was that they would have French and Flemish, all right? And Flemish is sort of an old-style Dutch.
Right.
So what would happen is all these signs would have French and Flemish on it. Then they'd get an argument about which language would go first. I was in a car. What an experience! Doing some business in Brussels with a guy who was real international, spoke many, many languages, albeit not Flemish. And the Brussels airport is in the Flemish part of Belgium.
Okay.
So he goes to pay his parking at the airport, and the guy tells him how much in Flemish. Well, you can understand that if you knew any German, right?
Sure.
But instead, the guy looks at him and says, "Comment?" forcing him to answer in French just to be a language asshole or so. I mean, I was astounded because this was such a cultured guy, I thought, but they get caught up in this, and it's pathetic. So no, the bilingual thing doesn't work.
No, I mean, it's important for any sovereign nation to have a national language. It just is. I mean, the British, for all of their faults, they united India with one language, Hindi, and also English, by the way. And, it created a cohesion. It doesn't mean you don't have local languages, local dialects, which is all good, but you have all public affairs are conducted. I mean, the Roman Empire, all public affairs were conducted in Latin. Didn't mean that everybody spoke Latin. I mean, in the region of Judea, they spoke Aramaic, but they knew the people in charge knew Latin, and that was the language of the land. There's a benefit
on the cross. The inscription was in Aramaic.
In Aramaic.
So
yeah, I mean, even in Israel today, I mean, it's Hebrew, Arab, and English, Arabic and English. But all three languages are pretty well known, but Hebrew is the national language. It's just you have to have a national language in order to have some kind of a unity so that people can communicate with each other. There has to be, it's a part of commerce. So I'm proud of President Trump for doing that. It should have been done years ago. It's an excellent development. Can imagine people on the left.
You ask yourself, why do you even have to do it? But I guess you have to do it. Right?
You have to do it. Somebody should have done it a long time ago. But you're going to see howls from the left.
Yeah, well, on that topic, there was, of course, an anti-Trump article written by LA Times travel writer, Mary McNamara, that Trump and Musk now are going to ruin your summer vacation. Right? How are they going to ruin your summer vacation? Well, one of the reasons is that because of immigration policies, hotels may have trouble now getting people. So does that mean that she is in favor of exploiting illegals to work in the hospitality industry?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, and
so this, yeah. I mean, back to your point that as long as this privileged brat can go on her travels, doesn't care about anybody. So what kind of a left-wing socialist are you if it doesn't mean anything other than you're wearing this team jersey for Team L, right?
Right.
It's just pathetic. And you would be expected to see more converts, but you really don't. Nothing's changed since Henry VIII broke away from the Catholic Church, really.
Right.
There was St. John Fisher was the only priest that was a martyr for refusing to change affiliation. Thomas More was a martyr also, but I mean, he wasn't a priest. And it's like most of them went along with the program. So
yeah, and I think he was a pretty bad guy. I mean, from what I understand in history. Not to mention the fact that, and I think E. Michael Jones, by the way, is right about this in his book called The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, which has very little to do with Jews. It's all about Catholic versus Protestant. It's a great history of that. I mean, he doesn't mention Jews until the end of the book, practically, a little sprinkling, but he points out that Henry VIII, I mean, that was a looting operation, nothing more. They looted and stole all the Catholic churches and properties and art and all of the artifacts, and they just and they handed them all out to their friends. And those friends that got all those properties would become the British elites, like the Rhodes, Cecil Rhodes, and the Cecil family, and all these other people that are still there as elites. I think that's historically accurate.
Well, it is, and you have to wonder. I mean, I as a Catholic have to wonder why the people in the Anglican Church don't seem to care about this. That it was all illicit.
Well, they benefited from it. They got the
average Johnny Doorknob Anglican of the present day didn't benefit from it.
No, and I think that the Protestant takeover of Britain was not something that happened overnight.
No,
and it involved a lot of very strong-armed stuff going, and with the final curtain falling on Guy Fawkes.
Yeah.
Right. I mean so it took about 100 years, and even to this day, it's like the the Anglican Church. I mean, the King of England, they can't marry a Catholic, and they can't be Catholic, and that's like a no-no. In fact, I think it was Tony Blair. His wife is Catholic.
Yeah.
And apparently they say that he secretly converted to Catholicism, but he couldn't do it publicly because it's illegal for the prime minister to be Catholic. And that only after he left office did he become openly Catholic.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So, I mean, they still have that, I think, in England. It's interesting that it's even like, I mean, I was reading that when the King of England now, Charles, became king, and that he's going to have the ceremony, he had he invited religious leaders from all part of England to come and have a reception and meet him, except the Catholic head, who was not invited. And he invited the Jewish guy and various other religions. But the next day he privately met with the Catholic prelate, and the Catholic Church of England was like, "This is great. He's actually met us. This is a step in the right direction, that we're actually getting a little acknowledgement." So, I mean, these are traditions that continue in many ways. It's an interesting history.
Yeah, I mean, if Emanuel Jones had stuck to that.
Oh my God, he's gone way off the deep end on.
Well, here again, I think it's the old Michael Hoffman problem.
Right.
That there's elements of Emanuel Jones' audience that are hardcore anti-Semites.
Right.
And they're sending in donations and buying books, and we have to cater to this audience. But God,
I think he's a true believer in what traditionally was a view that permeated the Catholic Church, but no longer does, in that the Jews are collectively guilty for the fact that 2,000 years ago, the Judean leadership advocated the execution of Jesus. Now, I mean, I get that, and since Jesus is the Messiah, Jesus is God, therefore, they were guilty of killing God. And as such, they were guilty of overthrowing the order of the universe, what the Greeks call the Logos.
All right, but the only problem with that interpretation is that he had to die and rise again.
Well, the problem is if the Jews of Judea, who did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah, but therefore they would view him as a heretic, if they had maybe just exiled him, or maybe they had sent him off or something, I mean, it was obviously a big mistake for them to advocate that he be executed. I think we learned from history they should not have done that. But if they had not done that, then Christianity would have developed maybe on different lines.
Yeah.
Because I think Jesus himself was very much, his messiahship was very much within the overall realm of Jewish understanding of the Messiah. It wasn't such a diversion. But the execution
it became divergent because the factions developed against it. That the idea that the Christians were going to supposedly be mostly from Jewish stock, that only lasted for one generation or less. And with the famous, Paul going to the circumcised, to the uncircumcised, Peter going to the circumcised. So it is interesting, but people just don't reflect on this stuff, and you then have these absurd contradictions, like in the UK, where they can't do this and they can't do that. And now if you set up a meme on something, you can go to jail.
Well, I mean, I think that during that meeting with President Trump, J.D. Vance brought that right up to Keir Starmer at that meeting. He met with Trump the other day. By the way, I wonder how the left feels about that. I know that a relative of mine on my wife's side, he's English and he's leftist. And we know him, he lives in New York, and he loved Keir Starmer's election. How does he feel about Keir Starmer meeting Trump? and being so praising, oh, you're welcome to come and stay with the king. And I just wonder, I mean, maybe this gets back to the Rachel Maddow question. It's like now, I mean, is all of a sudden, now is he going to be ousted from the pantheon of the constellation of left-wing heroes for this? To meet with Trump?
I think what's going to happen with this infighting, it's going to spiral into this absurd, if you will, circle jerk, where they don't know who to attack. And it's not going to end well. I mean, you can see a smart guy like Bill Maher is already laying down the gauntlet, so to speak, and starting to attack many people on the left. He can see the writing on the wall.
Oh, he's been doing that for a while.
Yeah.
And, in a way, it shows what's happened to like the Democratic Party, because it's splintering. You have the Bill Mahers of the world, and, who are like kind of more centrist, and they're liberal, but they're not, they're not woke, as he says.
Yeah.
And then you have the hard woke who still control the apparatus and who are just doubling down. I heard recently, speaking of woke, that Pritzker, you mentioned Pritzker.
Yeah.
One of the Pritzkers, and these people are multi-billionaires. They come from the Hyatt hotel. Is a transsexual and presents himself as a woman and is a big, big donor to the Democratic Party and to Democratic candidates, which is why they can't move away from that issue. They can't move away from men and women's sports. They can't move away from men and women's locker rooms and changing rooms because of Pritzker's brother and the money pouring in, probably from other people too. So they are beholden to the very forces that they claim to be against. Big corporate money buying the party, buying them up. So they can't tell the truth. They're locked into it.
You'd think it would be more reliable to develop a populist network of leftists, if you will, because anybody in any business will tell you that you'd rather have a large number of small orders than a small number of big orders, for any number of reasons. So to have some transsexual wield this much power, it's just lazy.
It is. And I don't think it's just him. I think there are other forces. The USA, we know how much money USAID was shifting to this cause. This is a big leftist cause. But the thing is, it's not popular with a large segment of Democrats and liberals. They don't like this. They don't want men and women's sports. They have daughters. You had here in Massachusetts, Congressman Seth Moulton spoke up. He says, look, I have daughters who are attending high school and they don't want to play on teams.
Well, he got beaten down.
He was, he was viciously attacked. You had people, with signs outside his office in Salem and people attacking him all over the place. So he capitulated. He had to. I mean, it shows how cult-like they are. You can't have any.
You say he had to. Why did he have to?
To keep his children from being beaten up in school. I don't know. He just maybe it's his career. I mean, this is the same thing that with abortion back in the 1990s. I mean, Ray Flynn, former mayor of Boston, former ambassador to the Vatican, and somebody who used to do a radio show right before mine at a Christian station, and who I knew, he told me that he was drummed out of the Democratic Party because he was pro-life.
Right.
He said that was forbidden. In the 90s, around that time, there's a purge of anyone in the Democratic Party that was pro-life, which included most Catholics. And
but most, but not all. I mean,
no, you have others. He changed the stripes. Yeah,
and Flynn at least left.
He did.
A lot of them did.
It was taken over by the pro-choice movement. That was the litmus test. You could not be anything but in the Democratic Party. It was that simple. Either you had to change or get out. That's what happened. So that's what's, I think, happening now with some of these more radical ideas. If you're not on board, you're gone. You're out. And that's going to hurt them, I think, at this time, because these are not popular ideas. Nobody, they're not supported. They're outdated. If they ever had any validity at all, they certainly don't now. So anyway, Mike, but what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, I think I'm going to try to come up with more threads out of this Ethel Rosenberg thing. I mean, I got some decent commentary on it, and it got people to thinking that there really are true believers.
Right.
And, I mean, you can see it. So I think we're going to go more into the media side of it and the Jake Tapper. And it's just, they're all phony. I don't even know if they believe anything. I think it's just whatever they have to say to stay on top.
I agree. I mean, either they're just doing it because they're afraid to step outside of the cult, or they're true believers. We don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The point is they're staying on, and they're going down with the ship, hopefully, God willing. Anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I'll have to miss next week.
Okay.
I'm going to be traveling. And, during the day, probably won't be available, but we'll have a double good one 2 weeks from now.
You bet.
In the meantime, you're happy now, and I posted your side is winning.
Oh, absolutely. And I've posted your article up, with this show. So if anybody wants to go to your Substack, you're welcome to. And keep on keeping on. God bless America.
Indeed. Talk to you next time.
Good afternoon. This is Chuck Morse. I am a student at Arizona State University, and I am doing a live video, taped video, I should say, on my PSA, which is to deal with the subject of how artificial intelligence may affect my career choice. And in this particular case, my career choice, or what my wife likes to call my hobby, either way, is doing online commentary and interviews through a live stream and then through a podcast. And if anyone read my written report, and I'm not going to go too into detail, but suffice to say that my ambitions to do this and to make it into a profitable enterprise and something where I could have some reach was short-circuited around 2018, 2019, when what I would describe, what Mark Zuckerberg himself has described as a censorship regime went into play. I ended up losing my YouTube channel. I ended up having my Blogger canceled through Google, where I had 1,500 blogs. I lost my TikTok, and I really went into like a kind of a state of censorship. And the way it's done, besides outright censorship, which was to remove those sites, is through algorithm censorship, something that has been acknowledged on many sources. something that basically allows you to continue, but you're put behind the eight ball in terms of finding your content on Google and some of these other large and monopolistic platforms. In fact, right after around 2018, many elite colleges, including Harvard, set up these sort of, social media what I would call censorship mills, where they would look at weeding out what they called, quote, misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, unquote. Now, I am all for actually weeding out those things, but we need to be careful to define those things in a way that does not weed out free speech and opinion, which is what has happened. We have to weed out people who are calling for violence, people who are calling for sedition against the government, people who are really disrupting our social fabric in that way. But what happened was it extended to mostly conservative opinion, also some far left opinion, I may note, that was deep sixed through these, what I again call censorship mills. I'll call out one in particular, the Shorenstein Center at Harvard. And that basically that is what I would argue un-American. I think people need to be free to express themselves within moderate boundaries of community standards, something that I have observed scrupulously as a former radio talk show host. I always observed Federal Election Commission standards, FCC standards, never ran afoul, never had a report against me. I mean, sometimes I push the envelope a bit, but really never an issue. But I did have the issue in terms of online big tech censorship while observing those standards. So I argue that this is a problem. I think recently we have seen, and I have a quote from the testimony from Mark Zuckerberg, that the Biden administration pressured him as head of Meta, Facebook, to censor information that they didn't like. That's a matter of public record. And also it's come out that U.S. aid, which was just canceled, was financing media outlets here in this country and all over the world to promote views that they wanted to promote and to deep six views that they didn't like. So censorship is a real thing. And again, this is not the censorship of actual bad stuff, things like violence or whatnot, but it's censorship of opinion. And that's a problem when you have such power to control things like AI and algorithms in the hands of a few monopolistic entities such as Google, Facebook. I mean, Twitter has become different since Elon Musk purchased it, but it still has elements of that even now, although it did get a little bit better. So what does one do if one wants to get into the business, as I have, among other things, of doing a successful online live stream podcast blog in this era of censorship? There are ways to do an end run around the censorship. Look, YouTube and Google, they banned Donald Trump even before he left office at the end of his last term. I mean, they literally shut down his Twitter account where he had upwards of 50 million followers. They just shut it down. They shut down Parler, which was a platform that was competing with Twitter at the time. Twitter at that time was owned by Jack Dorsey and others. They just shut it down because it was having conservative opinion and it was catching up. They also shut down many, many thousands of online entrepreneurs and commentators, including myself. So that's a fact. So what did I do? What I did was I found alternative sites. And what shows the greatness of our country is that the entire censorship regime did not succeed. In fact, Donald Trump made a comeback using alternative media. He created one himself called Truth Social. what I did was I found alternative sites to do my videos and to then transfer the audio into sites that would carry the audio. And I sponsored it by selling and offering for sale my books. I've written over 20 books on social and political issues, all published on Amazon Books. They do a great job. Doesn't cost anything, by the way. And I promote them through not only my own live stream, but also through getting interviewed on other stations as well. And the first, I'll just give a couple of pointers. I mean, you could look into this for yourself if you want to get into this business. But I just want you to feel encouraged, because there is a way to do an end run around the censorship. And with Donald Trump in the White House, regardless of what you may think of him, I love Trump, but you may hate him. It doesn't matter. The fact is that he is going after the censorship regime, and all people, left, right, and center, are going to have more of an opening to get back to what we should do as Americans, which is discuss and debate public issues without fear and without dealing with favoritism. What I've done, the first platform that I use, first of all, I do the whole thing, the whole show, from my laptop. It doesn't cost a lot. I have a good laptop. I have a camera. I have a mic, which you're seeing right here. It's a Yeti. And I have speakers. That's all. I made a small investment in those things. And then I went on to this site called Restream.io. Now, Restream, you can do it for free if you do short videos. And you can link for free to other live streams. They have a whole list of them that you can set up. It's amazing. For a small cost, for a subscription, you can get storage. You can expand the number of live streams that you sign up, and you can expand the amount of time your videos run. I have a small subscription. So I go on there, I send a link to my guest. I might do a solo where I invite chats and even phone calls through Skype. But if I have a guest, I'll send them a link. They come up, we can see each other, talk to each other. The whole thing goes live on all of my live streams. And then at the end, I download a video and an audio tape of it, recording of it, which is what I'm going to be doing right now to send to my teacher at ASU. So and by the way, this isn't going live on any of my sites. This is just for school. So, and just so you know. So anyway, that's the first step. Then I do my interview on Restream with my guest live. Once that's done, I then you can download both the video and the audio. I post the video on various alternative sites, including Minds, Gab, Getter, Truth Social, my Facebook and Twitter page. LinkedIn carries the show live. It's really amazing. I mean, a bunch of people carry it live, and it doesn't cost me anything. That doesn't. I download the audio into the second platform that I pay a small fee for, and that's called Podomatic. And Podomatic stores these audios. I have over 500 of them at this point, and they automatically send it out to probably upwards of 20 different podcast sites, including the big ones like iTunes, Spotify, iHeartRadio, and others. And that's how I do it, and I'm building it, and I'm building an audience very carefully and slowly but surely. The way I monetize it is I sponsor myself. It's very difficult to get people to pay for ads. You really have to have big numbers. But what it is I've published over 20 books on Amazon, and I get royalties every month from the sale of those books. So I promote them both on my show. I get myself booked on other podcasts where I get them promoted, and I promote them through my social network where I have about 30,000 followers on Twitter X, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on others. So that's how I monetize it. I'm not rolling in dough by any means, but it's gradually growing. I mean, my main source of income right now actually is Uber. And in fact, I attend ASU with the Uber scholarship. I love Uber, by the way. It's a fantastic experience. It's very much part of my my sociology field work, as it were. So anyways, that's how I do it. That's how I do the live stream. That's how I do the podcast. The third leg I'll mention is the blog. You know, I don't go to Google Blog because I've been canceled there, but I do blog on Medium and on Substack, where I put up my blogs. I promote those through social media. They carry my videos, and you can get paid a little bit of money, particularly from Substack, if you get a number of followers or subscribers. Substack is a subscription. Medium, you just get a little paid if you get any traffic. So that's what I do. That is my approach to doing an end run around the censorship regime at AI. I hope that AI is more democratic in that these monopolistic groups will be broken up by these smaller groups, or that there may even be an antitrust case now with the Trump administration where they can be broken up in the same way that historically the Teddy Roosevelt administration broke up big oil and the Clinton administration broke up Ma Bell, all to great success because you then had smaller companies competing. And that really, to me, is one of the main solutions. It's a bigger subject, but that's one of the main solutions to AI censorship and to algorithm censorship. Anyways, thank you for watching, everyone. Chuck Morse here at ASU. Have an excellent day. Anyways, welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. We're live at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're welcome to join us if you want to call in, 508-537-5596, so you can comment on TikTok or on any of the other platforms, the millions of platforms that we are on. So, Mike, the hits keep rolling along.
Yeah, the hits keep rolling in, and even Mitch McConnell this time voted in favor of Kash Patel.
Oh, yes.
And it was those two miserable women who, what is the difference?
Did they say why they didn't vote for Kash Patel?
Because they're Democrats, wearing an R on their shirt.
Yeah, there are a lot of those. You know, they're in Texas and they want to win, so they register as Republicans.
Yeah,
they get the R, and then they're in there, and it's pretty bad. I mean, to the point where I think that in Texas, they've turned the House of Representatives there over to the Democratic Party. So, you know, that's how they get ahead. But nevertheless, Kash Patel in there is huge. That is going to revolutionize the FBI in a way.
I believe that's the last of the significant appointments.
It is. Although they're trying to take out a couple of lower level people that are also important. You know, the Bridge Colby, apparently, who was former CIA Director John Colby, who died under mysterious circumstances, I may note. That's his grandson, I think, or his son. And he's kind of a, you know, he wants peace. He's not a war hawk. He's not a chicken hawk like all these other people. So they're trying to take him out quietly. But the main people are now in, and the government is now in session and constituted, and they better get used to it because they're going after everything on all levels, political, economic, and cultural. They're taking it all on. It's incredible. I never thought I would see this. This is a counter-revolution. It's really the first time that anybody's, probably since Wilson, has stood up to the Fabians, who have been running the establishment and the culture for so long. I mean, they've taken over the Kennedy Center, right? I mean, I think that Steve Bannon noted that the Kennedy Center is almost like their high church. And not only have they taken it over and fired all these people, but as it has been the policy, they've published all their salaries and they're making millions of dollars. To do what? You know, President Trump today.
I feel very bad for your native son, JFK, because the currency has been so devalued on whatever his legacy was.
Well, it's been revived by RFK Jr.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. But
I mean, he's cut of the cloth of the old Kennedys.
yeah,
You know, a straight moralistic Irish Catholic, Boston guy. He has that thing. His father had it. JFK had it. Teddy, of course, flushed it down the toilet.
yeah.
But
and then of course JFK Jr., who was such a playboy. His daughter Caroline, who's a valley girl with a big mouth, what it amounts to. The grandson, what is the deal with him? What is the deal with that
He's
guy?
a complete nut. And also that she's a real disgrace. I don't even think liberals are comfortable with her. I mean, Alan Dershowitz did a great TikTok where he talked about Caroline Kennedy, that he said, like, he was invited to some kind of a dinner on Martha's Vineyard, and she was there, and she said to him, "If I had known you were going to be here, I would not have come." And just so, such a hack. And then he was on an airplane and he ran into her husband, Ed Schlossberg, whom he knows. He's known these people for years. And he did the shun thing. He looked at him like he didn't exist, wouldn't talk to him. Why? Because he took on a case that was mildly supportive of President Trump. It's not, those are the real Kool-Aid drinkers. I mean, that's hardcore.
Well, it's absolutely, Chuck, a Kool-Aid drinker, because at least if someone were the one doing it, you understand. But if you're a generation removed and you're not actually doing anything yourself, and you want to be identified somehow with this movement, I mean, it's a joke.
Look, it seems to me that the Democrats really are just digging in, and they're just now they're opposing these great government reforms. I mean, this is something that, traditionally, I mean, I'll give the example of the Social Security thing. I thought they cared about Social Security. 25 million people over the age of 100 collecting Social Security checks. I mean, and they're trying to deny this. They don't care. They say, "Oh, it's a computer glitch." I mean, what the heck?
This is one of I have a list of about 10 cliches that my family is getting tired of hearing. And one of them is, the worse it gets, the worse it gets. So you would think that after this barrage of bad publicity, the Democrats, maybe some of them, would change their tune. But no, they dig in more. And you'll find this, what's another example? The Snow Woke movie. They dig in, and it's getting ratioed, and they just
and they're now attacking people, and the actress is like sneering and yelling and spitting at anybody. And it's are they that like completely tone deaf? I don't know. I mean, I think that the money spigot is being shut down. The corruption has been there. I mean, the corruption's always there, but it really started going back to Wilson.
But you're talking an industrial scale.
Oh, that's right. I mean, under Biden, I mean, it's unbelievable, but it's never been addressed, and it's grown and grown every single year. This sort of informal, technically legal, but highly shady and unethical transfer of huge amounts of taxpayer money, which are funneled into these, at least in modern times, since World War II, into these NGOs.
Well, even that, Chuck, is a misnomer now. I mean, an NGO used to mean non-governmental organization, which was some sort of private group that had in it, but it's all government money.
Well, it is. It's exactly completely funded by, and the amount is unbelievable. And I think they're having trouble hiding it. They're denying it, or they don't talk about it, but it's all coming out. I mean, the huge sums of money that were funneled through these corrupt, the U.S. aid, which served as a money launderer, basically. Now, I'm not saying they did anything outright illegal, but what they would do would be they would transfer these huge sums of money to these NGOs, including George Soros's NGOs, where he took, I think, a quarter of a billion. I think it was what is it? A quarter of I don't know how much. Quarter of $1 trillion. I mean, what's a billion? Between friends, I don't know. And he then funneled it into the most un-American, the social engineering agenda of everything, transsexuals, revolutions, open borders, whatever they're into, they just kept funneling taxpayer money. Now, I had to talk about this with someone who says, oh, well, I think those things are good. Fine. Open your own friggin' checkbook and write a check to them. Yeah. Does a taxpayer have to pay for this? Do we have to pay for sex change operations on animals? Was it like $30 million? Or sex change operations in Guatemala? And they're doing, trying to do regime change. I mean, they were probably behind a lot of the coup d'etats over the past who knows how many years, going back to the 60s. And most recently, besides Ukraine, they had a communist coup d'etat in South Korea. And they had a communist-style coup d'etat in Brazil. And they just, really, when you get down to it, they're freaking out because the money spigot is being shut down. And the amount of money are unbelievable.
In a sarcastic way, I would have a little more sympathy for some of these covert activities if they ever worked out. But this regime change thing never seemed to work.
Well, it's all supporting this artificial, unwanted, social projects that are not commensurate to anything positive. I mean, you're right. I mean, if they were spending money on something that was actually promoting good in the world, but they're promoting evil, satanic agendas that nobody wants, and they do it secretively. And I think that now, the only attempt, I think since Wilson, there was only one other attempt to try to get to the bottom of it, and that was the Reece Committee hearing. And that was undone. They went to the bottom of exposing the big foundations that was set up as a byline of the 16th Amendment, which established taxation. Those are big money pits that allow these wealthy, these wealthy demons to employ their useless offspring and friends with fat salaries and send money to causes and candidates that promote this un-American agenda. And the Reece Committee exposed it. They published a book about it called Foundations, but they were undone by the establishment. Trump is the only other person and the only other movement that is now taking this on. And it's scary, but I think every single day that he moves forward is another day where more and more people are becoming conscious of what's going on in the world.
At what point do you think some of the Democrats might jump ship?
That's a great question. I really wonder about that. I mean, there does seem to be, the more hardened they get and the more they're losing, and the closer we get to the next election, I think you're going to have to see some of them try to save their own skin. And now with Kash Patel at the FBI, there might be some investigations of some of these people, not to mention names, but people like Adam Schiff, maybe. Did you see he and I think Schumer, who's another one, by the way, who's being investigated by the DC district attorney for inciting violence against Doge employees and violence against 2 Supreme Court justices, which he mentioned by name. He and Schiff and I think Blumenthal from Connecticut and 2 other people are standing outside of the FBI office protesting Kash Patel's nomination. It was pathetic. Just 5 of them looking there, so forlorn. Did you see that?
I didn't see that one.
Holding up some stupid sign. I mean, it was just, and they're making, and I mean, Schiff for the first time, that arrogant smirk that is, plastered on his bubbled head was was kind of like falling down a little bit. Maybe finally justice will be done.
It's well, these people have been around for a long time. The career of Schiff, I never really understood, but it's a very weird district that he came from. Hollywood and Burbank. There's some entertainment people in it. There's some what you might call ethnic Democrats in that district, and but the brand of the Democrat Party is losing it. I mean, there was a show, I think it was yesterday. Well, who did they have on the bench? Who's going to run in 2028? And the most popular name was Kamala Harris. Right?
Oh my God, good. I hope they do put her up. That would be hilarious. Maybe she could take Hillary as a running mate.
I mean, it's
pretty bad.
I think it's going to be very interesting as more of this fraud gets exposed. At some point, people have to get on board. I mean, as the rats leave the sinking ship.
I think so.
Try to create a narrative. Well, I was against this, but I was a singular voice and I couldn't do anything. But so far, we haven't heard any of that.
No, but Trump's moving forward.
Yeah.
He's now talking about the Doge monies that are being exposed and expropriated, offering a huge tax rebate next year, which is incredible. $5,000 for taxpayers next year out of the Doge money. And they also note that as part of the incentive of that, you have something like, 7 million able-bodied men in this country not working. Either they're not working, or as government employees, they've not ever gone back to work because of the pandemic, and they probably pulling down salaries, not anymore, but it gives them an incentive to get a job and to start to file tax returns so they can participate in this little boom. It's true. That's good social engineering. That's what you want to use our tax system to do. The broader issue that Trump is mentioning, besides the brilliant idea of creating an external revenue service, which is basically to collect taxes from tariffs, is to just do away with the IRS altogether. This would have been unthinkable even a year ago. I mean, I remember I was asked this question when I ran for Congress by the Boston Phoenix, a left-wing paper.
Right.
David Bernstein called me into the office to interview me. Did you suggest that we should get rid of the IRS? Like I was some kind of a radical idea, How could you have done this? This is disqualifying you. And this is a guy on the left. They were pretty far left too. But yeah, I am suggesting that. The IRS was only put in place in 1913. Before that, the federal government raised revenue from tariffs and apportionments from the states. In other words, the states continued to tax, but they would give a percentage to the federal government. And it was just fine. It ran very well. Washington put in a couple of sin taxes, fine. Tax on liquor, great. The point is that the government didn't need to go into people's personal income. And you have to go through this excruciating process of shelling out money every time you get paid. I mean,
it would seem that if you're worried about something being a non-regressive tax system, you'd be more in favor of a consumption tax rather than an income tax. The problem is that in Europe, where that's common, they never got rid of the income tax either. So
they have both. They have the VAT tax and the income tax.
Right.
Well, but Europe is now going to be stuck on its own petard because they're going to have to, pony up for their own defense, and they might have to get rid of their, 3-month paid leaves and their, their social, health system, which is all free.
And retiring
subsidized by you and I.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Trump is moving forward with that. He's like, Europe needs to come together, and they have a direct interest, for example, in Ukraine. And so they need to come together and figure out how to help Ukraine with, because we're pulling out. And he's doing a direct negotiation with Putin to improve relations with Russia. That's something that the left supported back when the Soviet Union, which was really bad compared to Putin. Not that Putin is some great figure, but that in those days they loved Russia, right? Remember Gorbachev? I mean, oh my God, they were like heroic figures. We could go back to Lenin and Stalin. But now with Putin, Trump is being very realistic. Let's have peace with a nuclear power that controls, about a quarter of the planet. And let's, have peace in that region. And all of this hysterical stuff I'm seeing about, well, Russia's going to conquer Europe and they're going to be like Hitler. No, not really, because Russia was not able to defeat Ukraine. I mean, I support Ukrainian nationalism, and Ukraine has held its ground. I mean, they've lost some territories on their borders, but Russia has not been able to defeat Ukraine. How are they going to end up attacking Poland, a much bigger country with a much bigger army, or Germany? I mean, they're not going to conquer Europe. They've proven that they can't. So, I mean, that whole argument is absurd. And so Trump is saying, let's end the fighting and let's stop the killing and the meat grinder, where you have thousands of people killed every day in a stalemate. Ukraine is not going to get back its territories because they haven't been able to do it. They launched an offensive with a huge backing from the United States in the tune of like hundreds of billions of dollars and all the latest equipment, and it failed. They can't do it. I think they got like a couple of football fields worth of territory. So it's over. They have to come to peace with Russia. And
well, of course, it was a money laundering scheme, endless fraud.
Now
you see the apologists coming out when Zelensky suspended elections, and now he's got support from Starmer in the UK, who's going back to during World War II, Britain suspended elections for a while. And the result of that was when the war was over, immediately the first thing they did was get rid of Churchill.
Yeah, they dumped Churchill even before the war was over.
Yeah.
So
once they had the ability to vote again. So that's an interesting topic, because then you see people posting, well, even during the Civil War, we had an election. Well, not really, but technically we did.
Right. I mean, I know what they're getting at. During the Civil War, Lincoln did suspend elements of the Constitution in the guise of an emergency. That's true. However, I mean, it's Zelensky is shaking down the world, and who knows where that money is going. He says that there's $100 billion missing. I mean, really. And I heard Trump today speaking at an event at one of his hotels, and it was carried in the CPAC convention, which I've been listening to. And he was brilliant, and he went through a long list of monies that were spent on all these weird things. I mean, he kind of hilariously mentioned that, what does he say, like $20-30 million spent on putting on a play in Iraq. I think it was like, Sesame Street. He goes, look, I was in television. I could have done that for $50,000. Right? Send the actors over, maybe a few tips, but $20 million, which gets to the question, and I hope that the Trump people get to this. Who exactly got that money? And what did they do? I mean, it's obviously going into someone's pocket. We need to know who. We need to know, for example, that James O'Keefe from Operation Veritas used to be, has his own thing now. He does a great undercover thing where he sends people in with a microphone, disguised, and they get interviews with people on the inside who then talk about stuff happening. I'm sure you've seen some of his videos.
Oh, yeah.
And he has this guy at a very high level in the Department of Education, I think it is. Oh no, the Department of Environmental Protection, the EPA, saying that Biden, in the last miserable days of that regime, was, as he described it, throwing gold bars off the deck of the Titanic. Billions of dollars sent to these shady environmental groups that were just set up. In one case, set up by Stacey Abrams. Need I say more? This front group that had like
Oh,
$100.
you're talking $2 billion.
Yeah, $2
And
billion. Can they get that back? Can we find out who got that money? Lee Zeldin is pretty good. I mean, he's pretty zealous. He's like, we're going to claw that all back, and we're going to, expose this. And he's fired all of these people that are involved with like environmental justice projects, whatever the hell that means. Really, what is that? Anyways, Trump was like hilarious. It's like, what is this? Justice, environmental justice, something for, pygmies, or I don't know what. It's like, what are they doing? I mean, what the hell is this stuff? Who's getting that money, and what are they doing for it?
it's going to be very difficult, unfortunately, because, all right, you have an NGO, and that's going to give money to another NGO, and another one, and another one, and you can investigate it with good resources, and you'll be able to find out.
These guys that Trump, Elon Musk has working for him are pretty good. They know.
But here's the problem, Chuck. As you said earlier, technically, it's not illegal.
Doesn't matter. It's our money, and we can get it back.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that,
well, maybe we can't get it back, but at least we can know who has done it, and they can be exposed. Maybe
they can be exposed. But the trouble is, if you get a government grant, all right,
it's gone.
Unless the grant is fraudulent per se, which I don't think these are.
No, they're probably
They're
technically legal, as I said. I mean, it's technically legal to give money to do transgender teaching in Guatemala.
Yeah.
They technically are not, they know what they're doing. These people are very crafty lawyers. It's like the Clintons. They know how to always one step ahead of the law. They know how to manipulate things in such a way. But the whole thing is a fraud. I mean, what did they do with the money? I mean, I know I've mentioned this before, but in my own example, a very small level, when I ran for Congress in 2003, 2004, all these people came out of the woodwork who wanted to offer me services for this, for that. We're going to give you consulting, public relations. We're going to get out the vote. All these vague promises. And I was raising money, and I gave money to people. And there was this one guy, very slick. We're going to do a PR thing, and we know all these people in the district. And I gave him a pretty good check. Didn't really hear from him again. I figured he was doing the work he was hired to do. I think it was 3 or 4 years later, after the campaign was over, I ran into him at a Starbucks, and he had remorse. He confessed to me, I want to tell you, I didn't do anything. I mean, I just took the money. He actually had some remorse, which I think is unusual for these people. But you could see that he actually felt badly. So that showed me what goes on here.
Yeah.
They just get these checks and they do nothing because there's nothing to do. Promoting gay pride parade in Belgrade, fine. You could do that with a couple of ads. I mean, Trump was hilarious. He goes, I could have run a few ads in a newspaper for like a couple of $1,000. They're getting $50 million. Who got that money? Somebody's walking around wealthy today, millionaires today. Who got all the money from Ukraine? I noticed that, not to point a finger here, but Bill and Hillary Clinton, the minute the Ukrainian invasion took place, they set up the Clinton Global Initiative again. They had just ended it earlier. What the hell is that? We know that from USAID, their dear daughter Chelsea got a $3 million payment for her wedding. That was something that was reported, by the way, even amongst the liberal press. They said that she got it from the Clinton Foundation. Where did the Clinton Foundation get it? Apparently USAID. She got a $10 million check to buy a mansion. How much did all of these people get? I mean, Trump alluded to this, but he said, I'm not going to get into names because I don't want to embarrass people, but it's all going to come out. I mean, this is absolute fundamental corruption. These are people with their hand in the cookie jar. They never thought they'd be caught. I mean, I think that the list of politicians who have gotten rich since they entered office, that's already been published.
I think if you get into stuff like the Clinton Foundation gives money so Chelsea can buy a house, I think that is straight out fraud.
But they know how to do it in a way that somehow, these are very crafty lawyers, especially the Clintons. They always walked one tiny step ahead of the law. You know, they can't be pinned down. I agree. Of course it's fraud, but they must.
Well, here's the thing, Chuck. Okay, the house can be owned by the foundation.
That's what I mean.
So if she's given the use of the house, that's income. All right. So,
I mean, they Hunter Biden look like a choir boy, actually, comparatively.
If someone decided to pay your mortgage because they like you, free housing would be looked at by the IRS as income, right?
I would think
so. God, they were at one point trying to tax health insurance as being income. Now that got shut down, but
well, they tax Social Security as income, even though it was already taxed.
Yeah, well, that hopefully is going away.
Trump is going to get rid of that. I mean, I remember that the main author of that was none other than Senator Joe Biden. I remember I debated that issue with Barney Frank when I ran for Congress against him.
What was the argument in favor of it?
The federal government is doing all these services. The federal government, people can afford this. You're making a big deal out of nothing. You know, and I pointed out that not only is it taxed, but it's now going to be means tested, and they're raising the retirement age. Yeah. This is your money. You paid into that rotten system your whole working life. Every time you get paid, there's money that comes out of your check for that miserable payment.
Well, now, here's the best part as you personally approach that age. All right. The biggest scam, and I mean, I haven't checked their website recently because I'm well over the age where it matters. All right. All right. Technically, most people can qualify at 65, but you can't be working. You can still be working at 66 and collect it. Okay, but here is, and I loved having these conversations with people younger than me. Well, Mike, you go on their website and they say, no, don't take it till 66. Wait till you're 70. And I know people say, of course they'll say that. So
well, I've heard this argument. I can't decide what to do myself on that one.
No, it's very easy. All right. Okay. First of all, I'll make it easy for you. Do you know when you're going to die? Probably not.
Right.
Okay. So the argument is if you wait till you're 70, the monthly amount will be higher than if you took it when you're 66. But that's BS because it's advertised over the number of years. So yeah, but it's always better to have money now than to wait because you don't know if you're going to be around to get it. They don't want you to take it, so they don't have to pay it out now. That's all.
No, I know that. And obviously, if you pass away before you can collect it, the money just disappears, unless you have a spouse. But, you know, it's kind of, we could debate this issue. I've debated it. The bottom line is that if it was a private system, it would do a lot to alleviate poverty in this country because you would actually have an interest-bearing account that you could retire on, and if you pass away, it goes to your heirs. That's a great way of reducing poverty. Whereas right now, there's no interest income on it. They decide how you get it, when you get it, And if you don't make it, nothing happens. It goes into the ether. So, I mean, the system is a scam. Even FDR, who set it up, didn't think it was going to last forever. He thought it was a temporary thing to deal with widows and children in the Depression and in wartime.
Well, I mean, he made a good bet, didn't he? Because you started collecting when you were 65, but the average age of death was 64. So
Right.
it was a good bet.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It was, and then they expanded it with DDI and DSI, and it's become very corrupt, like all of these agencies that now Musk is going into each one of them. He's going to
Well,
go in.
Musk is trying to identify the Revolutionary War veterans that are getting payments.
Oh, I know. I think there's one that precedes the Constitution.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, they're like 300 years old. So, right? I mean, it's now the New York Times did an article trying to debunk this by saying, well, this is all part of like an old computer system, the COBOL system, and that they're not necessarily getting money. I mean, they should be on this. The only reason they're not is because they don't want Trump to have any credits. They don't want Trump to win. It's still the old, Trump hatred, Trump deranged. It's so bad that I just read an article saying that these two astronauts up in that station, whoever stuck there, they're there because Biden spitefully would not let Elon Musk go up and rescue them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So they went on a space mission that was supposed to last, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. And they've been up there for, I think, 5 months.
Yeah.
And now Elon Musk is going to rescue them. He can't do it overnight, but they say that he's going to have it done within the next 2 or 3 weeks with SpaceX. But the Biden people were so spiteful that they just didn't want Musk to do it, because so they left them there dangling in space.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how awful that is? I mean,
well, I mean, this has always been with the left. They don't care about any of these causes. It's just a hobby horse to power. They don't care about civil rights, women, gays, any of that stuff. Yeah, the useful idiots might, but it's just ways of raising money.
Meanwhile, Sean
you
Spicer,
do it yourself when you said back in the day they were all in favor of cooperating with Russia.
Well, oh yeah, they loved Russia under Stalin.
Yeah.
Now you have Putin, they keep referring to him as a dictator. He's actually not a dictator. He was elected, and he's popular in Russia. That's whereas Zelensky's canceled all elections. But I heard an interview with Sean Spicer on Glenn Beck, speaking of Biden, how spiteful he was.
Yeah.
Biden fired anybody remotely affiliated with Trump when his regime took over. And Sean Spicer was on like a board of directors at West Point, some kind of a thing which presidents appoint these people, some kind of a visitor committee. It was an honorary thing. And his term was due to expire. Biden fired him and fired Russ Vought, now head of the Office of Management and Budget, on that same committee, just out of spite, 2 months early, 2 months before the end of their term. And Stephen Miller, who, while in exile, headed up a law firm that focused on, helping Trump supporters. And he asked Spicer if he would be part of a lawsuit against the Biden regime, claiming that he couldn't fire him, knowing that he would lose. And Sean Spicer went along with it. And so they brought the law firm, and a federal judge said, no, you have no right to stay there. The president has full plenary authority to fire whoever he wants. So then Spicer appealed it through Miller, and the appeals court threw it out as well under that same argument. It's called Spicer versus Biden. And it established, which is what Steve Miller was trying to do, the fact that a president can fire whoever he wants. This is a federal court decision.
That's right.
And at the time, the left, and yet Rachel Maddow, look at this terrible defeat of the Trump people. right? They've lost their case. Oh, well, guess what? Now Trump is citing that case, Spicer versus
That's right.
Biden, in his firing people. And it established this principle, which is why they did this, that the president of the United States has the plenary power to fire anyone in the executive branch. And so they're moving forward. You get these corrupt judges who are trying to slow it down. They're not going to get away with it.
Yeah.
They might slow it down. I mean, they slowed down Kash Patel. They tried to slow walk it, but he did it. He's there. They're not going to stop it. And they're not going to. I mean, you have this guy in the head of the legal office, Dellinger, a rabid Biden guy. Trump fired him, of course, like anyone would in his position. And he has this rotten federal judge, Amy Berman or someone, who was also involved with some of the lawfare decisions, say that Trump not only cannot fire him, but he has to continue to have access to all of the the files and the information in that office, and that he cannot be in any way marginalized or left out. So that's going to the Supreme Court. I mean, that obviously is absurd. I mean, it just shows how utterly corrupt they are.
I think a lot of this is going to stop once they impeach some of these federal judges. That's been a very rare thing to do.
I don't think that's the way to go, though. I don't think they can. Impeaching a federal judge is very difficult. I just think they have to be overturned, and it'll happen on the Supreme Court level. And once they overturn one or two of them, it's all going to tumble. It'll be like that attempt in 2024 to get Trump off the ballot in several states under the insurrection. Once they won one case, they all fell off. You just need to have, and if it means going to the Supreme Court, fine. I think the Supreme Court will throw that out unanimously, maybe with the exception of Jackson or Sotomayor. I don't know. But the point is, it's obviously in the executive power to fire whoever they want.
Well, I mean, what's upsetting about it is that why do you have installed these corrupt judges?
Because Biden and Obama put them there. They're radicals. They are, I mean, it's, they're extremists. And they're showing that.
I don't recall, though. I mean, when did this start? I don't recall when I was much younger that, you could have. I actually had friends from high school in two cases whose fathers were federal judges. These people happened to be a little liberal. They had a picture of JFK on their wall and whatnot, but you never got the impression that they were just tools to this extent.
Well, they are. I mean, I think that's something that's been around. I'm trying to remember Michael Glennon in his book, The Double Government, which I'm reading. He has a case in there. I can't recall it exactly, but it has to do with the fact that William Rehnquist, while working in the Nixon administration, this is the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
He was involved in a case that would prevent the CIA from being investigated or something like that. Where they, and he actually wrote decisions as special counsel to Nixon that would prevent the government from prosecuting certain elements of the CIA. Well, he ended up on the Supreme Court, and as a Supreme Court justice, he was the swing vote that legalized that. I mean, a complete conflict of interest.
Yeah.
And he was. It's utterly corrupt. I think there's always been some corruption in the judiciary. I mean, it's you need to get. There has to be some couple of honest judges, but I mean, this is just how it is. I mean, I think that in the case, though, of the president's ability to fire people, that's too obvious. You can't just make it up that badly. I mean, it's sort of that simple. It's just like Roe versus Wade. Once it finally came up before them, you can't continue something that is so blatantly unconstitutional on a federal level. I mean, you just can't, even if you want to. So I don't think those things are going to stand. Unfortunately, it's going to slow Trump down a little bit. but it's all good because the first term they were embedding enemies within every office of his administration who were trying to do everything they could to slow things down, and eventually to try to impeach him. The classic example is the Vindman brothers. That's not going to happen this time around because Trump has fired all of them.
That's right.
And the only line of defense they have are these rotten federal judges, and they are bringing the cases before these select federal judges. I don't think it's going to work in the long run. And
No,
Trump
it's not
got
gonna
rid
work
of
in the long run, but
the generals because they
so-
were more corrupt.
It's so annoying. And I've never been impressed by the judiciary for a number of reasons. The personality of these individuals pretty much sucks across the board. How about the example of Earl Warren?
Oh yeah, really, a very.
I mean, he's a conservative guy.
He wasn't even a lawyer, by the way.
No. He's a conservative guy to some extent.
Right.
Gets on the Supreme Court, becomes this liberal change agent. What the hell was that all about?
No, it's yeah, I mean him and Brennan and a couple of these other people. Very bad. I mean, it's look, it goes way back. I mean, we could go back to the Dred Scott decision. I mean, this is, this activist, right? Activist judges, and that's part of this is an enormous power, an unchecked power in many ways. But the Doge people are going in. There is even talk about them auditing the Fed and putting Ron Paul as the head of it. They're going into Fort Knox. Apparently, there's been midnight shipping of gold bars from Britain, the city of London, to Fort Knox because maybe there isn't anything in there. There hasn't been an audit of that Fort Knox since I think the early 1970s.
You mean the movie Goldwater? The Goldfinger was true?
Yeah, apparently. Well, the Goldfinger. Don't forget that the James Bond books were written by Ian Fleming, who was a member of the British Secret Service, MI5. So a lot of that stuff is true. It put in a fictionalized account. I was never a big fan of the James Bond, so I can't really comment too much on those. I know that my brother's a huge fan of that. But
I heard that about the gold bars, and you're thinking, oh my God, even Fort Knox is corrupt.
There's nothing in there. They'll go in and they'll find like an IOU note on a desk. But everything has been completely rifed through with corruption, and it's all going to be investigated with modern technologies, with people who know their way around forensic auditing and computers. Somebody who's into that I'm very close to, who's into statistics and computing, told me that it's not good because in the private sector, you have all these computer guys, these nerds coming in and taking over these companies, and they don't really know what the hell they're kind of devoid of any real knowledge of real life, and they're firing people who do, and it's a problem. And that this is what's going to happen to the federal government. Then that's not good. I don't think so, though. I think that there's, does anybody really think that firing about 20 to 25% of this federal bureaucracy is going to affect anyone's actual service? I mean, I don't think so. And if it does, it's for stuff that we shouldn't be doing anyways, like DEI and sex change. The stuff that, social engineering.
Well, that's like when I first, many, many years ago, and we did a lot of business, my old company in Mexico. And we had a trip down there, and this is back in the 1980s, I think. And the phones went on strike. So I asked the guy I was visiting, I said, how can you tell the difference? I mean, they didn't work anyway.
Right.
So
I mean, it's not going to affect. I mean, here in Boston, the Kennedy Library had to close early, and oh my God, the media was the hair was on fire over this. It opened the next morning. A couple of people were fired. I mean, you think that the Kennedy Center is being closed. I mean, this is like big news on NPR. Look what's happening. And I mean, I don't think that this deranged approach is changing amongst the media. Right? It's as bad as ever.
No, they're not going to change. They're digging in. It's my old Ethel Rosenberg Model UN thing.
Yeah.
That this is what you were taught, and you're going to, so to speak, die on that hill, and nothing else matters.
Half of the Democrats are sick of it. Like the Bill Maher Democrat, the old liberals.
Yeah.
They're sick and tired of it. He had on Chris Hayes from the MSNBC, who has a book out. He's one of these hard left. His big cause: we should mind up. If parents want to do sex change operations on their children, it's none of your damn business. That's his big cause. Really? I don't think most Democrats are big. That's not popular.
Yeah.
I mean, most Democrats don't like that, except for the people on the hard left. And and yet they're digging their heels in. I don't get it. I mean, it's not going to work for them.
Well, it's been so many years of being more leftist than thou, right? So they take the latest cause, which I'm thinking this is ultimately just an evil joke that whoever came up with this John Money transgender thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It was almost like a joke to say, okay, how far can we take this? What are they going to fall for? It's sort of like a riff on the book of Job. Well, don't kill him, but try to screw around with him a little bit and see how he's going to react. And
it's an agenda that is not. It's not organic. Most people don't support it. I don't think most gay people support it.
No.
It's a leftist agenda which basically wants to change human nature as a virtue. There's no such thing as the difference between men and women. There's no such thing as men and women. It's like an attempt to, it's the ultimate totalitarian approach that they can be bigger than God. They can change human nature by force. And that's a great and exciting virtue. And I just, it's not the kind of thing it's not a movement. I know people who have actually done some of this stuff, and it's pretty bad. I mean, it's younger people, especially young women, have been sucked into this thing. And I hate to think about what they're going to be like, 10 years down the road. I mean, it's, somebody tells me, oh, well, you can't stop the puberty blockers because you can't take some. Really? Yes, you can. That's weakening the bone structure of children. You stop it immediately. And if somebody continues it, they should be arrested. That's dangerous. It's been banned in every European country now because of that. But in this country, they just...
then you have to raise the question, if it's okay to do this, then what really is your complaint against Joseph Mengele exactly?
Oh, this is worse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this, experimenting on children.
Yeah.
And now this is being done by, I'm not going to mention the names of hospitals, but right here in Boston, I know of several places, and I personally know of and know, because they're people that are members of an organization that I go to, who are doctors who are doing this.
Yeah.
This one
it's only up to dollars.
And it's a belief. This one particular doctor, not to mention names, very prominent, speaks on the Sabbath at the synagogue and gives a homily where he mentioned something in passing. He said, well, Adam and Eve, oh, well, we now know that that's not really the creation of men and women anyways, right? Because there's no such thing. This is a doctor who is doing these kinds of surgeries. Okay? I mean, they believe this. It's really gotten that sick. It's gotten
Well,
that.
then let me ask you this. In what way is this guy a Jew?
In no way is he a Jew,
It's
but
just a social thing?
he's also very learned when it comes to, reading Torah. He's a hell of a lot more learned than I could ever be. And he goes to the shul and raps tefillin. I mean, that's not me. But
So you mean this guy is a Pharisee?
actually, yeah. I mean, the Pharisees. That's a good analogy. I mean, into the intricacies of the law, and yet misses the bigger picture. Totally blind. I mean, that's what Jesus was saying. He didn't.
Yeah,
Wasn't there a quote?
that's about it. Yeah.
I think there was a quote in the book of
This
Matthew
is
where he
very
said,
rare, my friend. A
he says you have,
Latter-day Pharisee?
you're attacking the speck in somebody else's eye when you have a log in yours, something like that. Right? I mean, there's some great quotes there, and Jesus's argument with the Pharisees was quite real. And it's very Pharisaic, by the way, to have
I thought they all died.
the what?
Why don't you have this Pharisee on your show?
I'm not on speaking terms, and I
No.
I don't acknowledge him, frankly. I mean, when I see him at the synagogue, it's just so awful. And he
Oh,
knows,
my word.
yeah, very bad person. But they're out there and they are legitimized and celebrated, and they're doing these things to children that are just unspeakable and that would have been unthinkable even maybe a year or two ago.
I mean, do you realize how biblical this all is? You got a Pharisee. They're doing sacrifices to Moloch. I mean, what's next?
Yeah, I mean, basically, mutilating and disfiguring children. I can't think of anything worse. That is the lowest, most rotten morality, and it's being done by major institutions all around the country. I mean, this doctor exposed it at his hospital in Texas, right? And he was put in prison. I think that he's got a pardon from Trump. You know who I'm talking about?
I don't remember his name, but
Yeah. All he did was expose what was going on in his hospital. And by the way, going on illegally because Texas banned this. And you violated some kind of a technical rule by talking about what's going on here. And he ended up going to jail.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way that the power, when you have something that's so distorted, and I know this is a milder example and I don't care so much about it, but if you refer to somebody by a pronoun that they don't like, you could go to jail. You could be penalized. You could lose everything. And the reason there's such an extreme reaction to this is because it's a false idea and you need that to support it. This is what the Nazis did do. If you didn't go along with their crackpot race theories and their other stuff, you could end up in a concentration camp.
Well, if you criticize the British government, you could go to jail.
That's true. I mean, if you read a couple of lines out of the Bible in Canada, you could go to jail, apparently. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is the ultimate example of a totalitarian system that is living and founded upon lies. And in order to preserve those lies, they have to come down hard on anybody who exposes it. They have to crack down on them so that it's made an example. You then know not to do this because you see what happened to the guy down the street who spoke up. That could be you. That's the message. That's the message.
What was the reaction in your synagogue when this guy was giving his talk?
Nothing. Like nobody. I don't even think anybody heard it. I mean, people were all snoozing on the chairs anyway.
Oh, all right.
But nobody cared. Nobody. I don't think I was the only person who was like, I heard this. And then I looked into him and I found, sure enough, he's doing this stuff. And yeah, I mean, nobody cared. Nobody thought to look into it. He's fine there. Nobody even knows. Nobody cares. It's just not discussed. It's a complete disconnect. It's just a moral disaster. Anyways, I don't want to talk about somebody personally, so I don't think anybody listening to the show will know who I'm talking about anyways.
No, but the fact that this exists under the color of a religious organization.
Yeah, it makes it particularly awful.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. It's and it's one thing if somebody wants to say, well, I'm really a woman, fine. But to use the force of the law and of government to force people to lie and say this, that is the example. That's what the Nazis did with their crackpot race theories. You had to go along with it or you faced the consequences. I mean, it's just that's why Sophie Scholl, the young girl, was executed. She was Christian. Her Christian conscience said, this is wrong. They're taking people away and they're executing them. And she spoke up, and the Nazis executed her and several other.
What's the name of her organization?
It was like something like the Roses or the Pink Roses or something like that.
Yeah.
They were young German teenagers who had like an awareness of what was going on. It's interesting that this leftist group here in Boston, what is it like? Our Bodies, Our Self. That's some weird name like that. They're supposed to study the Holocaust. They mention Sophie Scholl, and I think it's her brother and some other people, but they don't mention that they were Christians, because that goes against the narrative. Instead, it's as if they were communists or something, resisting the Nazis. No, they were resisting the Nazis because of their faith. It made them aware of it, and they were executed for that. Anyways.
Well, it's interesting.
Yeah.
But, the good news is winning
on all levels. The culture wars, J.D. Vance kicking the ass of the Europeans and saying, you're going to do censorship. That means you're not a free country. And men don't have to feel badly about being men anymore. These are culture things, right? On the economy front, I think that they are reducing. I mean, it's going back to Trump's playbook of holding the line on taxes, reducing onerous regulations, consolidating government agencies. Scott Bessent has said that we're going to maybe have a little hard time before things get better because of the horrendous mess that they've left this administration. But they're working to kind of consolidate and reduce the size of government and to balance the budget. These are things that are going to further advance the solidity of the American currency. And then, of course, politically, we have taken a major step away from World War, which is where we were headed. We have secured the border. 95% of border crossings have ended. Maybe the deportations aren't going as quickly as they could because there's a lot of resistance among the left on that. But it's happening, and it's going to happen. And I just think that on all fronts, they are moving forward with exactly the set of principles that President Trump ran on. And I don't know why. I mean, the left is so shocked. He said he would do it, and he's doing it.
Well, I think they're shocked because there aren't too many presidents in history that actually did what they campaigned on.
It's incredible. I know, really. They usually toss out all of that stuff once they're in office. Trump doesn't. He goes with it.
I mean, some of this stuff is just ridiculous cliches, like when LBJ said he wouldn't commit to a land war in Asia, things like that.
Oh, yeah, right. And by the way, Bill Clinton, to his credit, actually did reduce the size of government while he was in office. He said he would, and he did consolidate some agencies. Maybe if he had had the technology available to him at the time, like Trump does, he might have done more. But the point is that to the degree that he did that, he had a fairly successful 2 terms, right? They balanced the budget, they reduced the size of government, and the economy was in pretty good shape. So, apparently it's okay for him, but not okay for Trump. Trump has more modern tools at his disposal. AI, bringing in, technologies that can really finally streamline the government and make parts of it go away because it's no longer needed. look, we're dealing with this in the private sector. Why shouldn't the government deal with it?
Well, I mean, I'll give you a little anecdote to end the show of
Yeah.
bringing technology into finding out where the money is. I had a very good friend. He became sick years ago, but he was one of the original guys to start internet service provider company in LA. He had a tremendous computer background, and one of his favorite stories was when Drexel Lambert was going through all these issues. He said their problem was all mainframe computer, and they could never balance because it took too many hours, and then the next day would start. So he came up with this incredible software that allowed them to very quickly see what the situation was. And he describes a room full of, as he described them, Orthodox Jew guys working on these mainframes and looking at this stuff. And my friend Tom comes in, runs this audit. And this is what he said. He said, Mike, the guy looks at me, he said, this can't be right. We have no cash. We've got no cash. This can't be right. And that's, of course, when that organization went bankrupt. But it took technology for them to see that they had no cash, right? And I always loved that story because that was, these old mainframe guys, and now some young whippersnapper comes in there with, it wasn't AI, it was just a better software. And they didn't like the results, but sure enough, the bank went under.
Exactly. They had no cash. So, all right. So, Mike, do you have anything coming up on the Substack?
Yeah. I put together actually a couple of articles, and I got an email from a high school friend saying, "Are you all right? I haven't seen your columns for a while." And of course, the joke at this age is if you don't hear from someone for a while, you get worried.
They've disappeared. Yeah. Well, that's the social. That's the younger generation social network thing.
Yeah. So anyway.
So anyhow, onward and upward.
Yeah, it's winning, baby.
It is.
Your mood is so much better now. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. I mean, it's just to me, it's like I'm glad to be alive in this age to have witnessed this.
Oh, he's transforming the entire society.
It is. It's
just
transforming the whole world.
I mean, it's almost like I can't get any work done because I go to the internet and now what did you do? And now what did you do?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Mike. Take care.
We will see you next same time.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. And welcome to the program. My guest is Mary Graber. She's the author of Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myths. She's a resident fellow at the Alexander Hamilton Institute for the Study of Western Civilization. She's the founder of the Dissident Professors Education Project. She taught at the college level for 20 years, most recently at Emory University. Her work has been published by The Federalist, Town Hall, Front Page Magazine, City Journal, American Greatness, and Academic Questions. Thank you so much for joining me today, Mary.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure.
This your book about FDR is very timely right now, as President Trump has literally launched, I think, what is a revolutionary administration that's going to affect the future of our country in the coming many decades, if not the coming centuries, in a way similar to the way FDR had that same influence when he took office in 1933. So it's important to understand what he established, which in a sense parallels exactly what President Trump is trying to undo and recreate something new. So let's talk a little bit about FDR and his background and how that does not necessarily match up with the standard official history version that we're all taught in school.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of myths about Roosevelt, and you're correct. As a matter of fact, President Trump came out and said that they were going to shatter Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Excuse me, but there are a lot of these myths about Franklin Roosevelt that even conservative authors say that if his New Deal policies didn't work, he really meant well, which I found out was not the truth, or that these were intended to just get us out of the depression. All the New Deal programs, the agricultural program, the NRA, the National Recovery Administration, the TVA, all the alphabet agencies. And I found out, by researching and focusing mostly on his pre-presidential years, that was not the case. The plan all along for Franklin Roosevelt was to establish this deep administrative state. And he made those aims pretty clear as a young state senator from New York when he gave a talk in Troy, New York in March of 1912. Where he gave a little history lesson. He was not a good student at Harvard, but he nonetheless felt himself capable of providing a history lesson at the People's Forum in Troy, New York, and said, while the founders were successful in establishing independence, but what they were really sort of groping towards was interdependence.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the real aim of this country. And, what if that requires compulsion? Well, the government knows best. And, as an assistant secretary of labor, he wanted, mandatory military training, universal military training. He wanted, compulsory labor. He really liked what the New Deal stood for.
Right. And I think that also, don't forget that particular year. And of course, his uncle Teddy Roosevelt had been president. So he obviously, had ambitions as a young man. He became a part of the Wilson administration. Woodrow Wilson, that was a revolutionary administration in and of itself. It was the first self-described socialist in the White House, who really changed the way we see ourselves in many ways. And in the case of Roosevelt, I think he became the Assistant Secretary of the Navy.
Right.
And he was a real war hawk, much more so than anyone else, when the United States really did not necessarily need to intervene and get involved in that particular foreign war, to the point where I think that the Secretary of the Navy, and his name escapes me, Josephus
Daniels.
Thank you, Josephus Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
He was out of town on a day when information came into the office indicating that there had been an incident with the German U-boats, and Roosevelt took the opportunity to embellish and fabricate and exaggerate this incident as a way to push the United States into war. Did you come across that?
Yeah, I mean, there were instances, where he defied what his boss, Josephus Daniels, said, and even the president, and sort of hyped up the threat of the Germans. The incident in Mexico. He also implied that he was in charge of sending warships down there, telling reporters that there was going to be a war when, Wilson is, having talks and trying to avoid war. There was something about him, and I think I used the phrase, he had a lust for war. He, of course, he never served. He never trained to serve, but he just seemed to like the thought of war. it is a very interesting psychological element of his personality.
Well, he happened to live in a townhouse in Manhattan that was next door to the Council on Foreign Relations, which was a think tank that was promoting international war at that time, and that was a counterpart to the British Royal Institute of International Affairs, or Chatham House, which were kind of working together to try to embroil the United States into this kind of Anglo-American internationalism. So I think that was his orientation. He was truly maybe the first internationalist. And yet, when he ran for president, he ran as a nationalist, and he ran as more conservative than Herbert Hoover. My understanding is, in that he actually, was criticizing Hoover's government expansion at the time where he was trying to deal with the Depression and the stock market crash. And when he became president, and I think to his credit, we should note that one of his first acts, in a way similar to Trump, was that he ordered all executive cabinet offices and agencies to cut their budget by 5%, to freeze all salaries, and to put a halt on all hiring, under the understanding that if the rest of the country is dealing with a depression, why should our public sector be high on the hog?
Well, yes, he did cut $100 million from the salaries of federal workers. He also cut $400 million from the veterans. Okay, so you know where his priorities are. And you're right, it was a bait and switch campaign because, there was no end to how much money he was willing to spend and wanted to spend. And actually, one of his advisors, Bernard Baruch, was the one who gave him the figure of cutting $400 million for veterans and $100 million for federal workers. So Bernard Baruch was the largest contributor to his 1932 presidential campaign. He had final say over his campaign speeches, and he was the one who told FDR to do that, and he did. He once he established himself, and I think he had other sources of funding as well, he did not take orders from Baruch. But it's interesting how that came about, and it's also interesting in light of the fact that Roosevelt was presenting himself as a friend of the working man, of the common man, the forgotten man, right?
Right, all that rhetoric, yeah.
Yeah. But here he is with a Wall Street speculator, one of the richest men in the country, right? And doing his bidding in exchange for his financial support. So that's one of the myths that I'm busting in my book, is the idea that he really that he was a traitor to his class. That's the title of H.W. Brands's book, and it's a phrase that was coined by Arthur Schlesinger.
Right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that gets into like in the Kennedy Johnson time. But Bernard Baruch also was one of the major figures during the Wilson war years, where basically the Constitution was suspended.
Yes.
And we had an outright authoritarian regime that was engaging in open censorship, putting people in prison for speaking out, including Eugene V. Debs, the socialist candidate for president, and anyone who was a dissenter from the war. And that FDR also, and this is something that you could tell me if I'm really going out on a tin hat here and speculating, but when he gave his initial speeches, he talked about a national emergency and the need to have extraordinary powers in the presidency to deal with it, the national emergency being the Depression. And that in his inaugural address in 1934, he basically and fairly explicitly said that he would be declaring a national emergency, and that a few weeks into his administration, he declared what's called the bank holiday, where all banks were closed.
Mhm.
There was a lot of fear in the country at that time. I mean, there was then some banks were liquidated and others were allowed to open limited. I don't know if people lost money. I recently read some letters written by my late grandmother, who was around at that time and who was a teenager, and she kept a diary, and she was like, everybody was frightened. Everybody was like, what's going on here? It's like the country is moving to a dictatorship.
Really?
We should note that at that time, Hitler had declared a suspension of the German constitution after the Reichstag fire. And of course, you had Mussolini had already taken emergency powers in Italy, and you had Stalin, and you had others around the world where you had this kind of massive move toward a strong, hyper-nationalist entities. And I think that FDR was cut of that cloth in the American context. It wasn't like Germany or Italy, but I think that he saw himself in that vein, but he was restrained by our way of life. I mean, he couldn't get away with that here.
Well, yes, he was restrained by the Constitution. The other two branches of government, even though he tried to fight those. But it's interesting, about your grandmother's diary, because when you read most of the history books about, Franklin Roosevelt, what you read are excerpts from letters who are people who are thanking him, willing to do anything. And when you're talking about the banking holiday, now the banks, in New York State, the banks were okay. Governor Lehman, who was the lieutenant governor under Franklin Roosevelt, was governor then. He did not want to close the banks. And Lehman, unlike FDR, knew about economics. He was a finance guy. But nonetheless, all the banks were closed, even the ones that were good. Right?
Sure.
And also, along with that so-called bank holiday, nice nice way to put it, right? People were ordered to give up their gold.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There were lines. If you read the New York Times, it's so revealing. People were in fear. They're given like 2 days notice and told you need to hand in your gold by Thursday. Otherwise, you will face a $10,000 fine and 10 years in prison.
Oh, boy.
People were emptying out their, safe deposit boxes and banks. They were going through their jewelry boxes, like if they'd gotten gold coins as a Christmas present, they were bringing them in and waiting in line, and there were guards there. And that's what Lenin did, after the revolution, right? They took over the banks, and there was really no constitutional reason for FDR to do that. But what he did, he was very tricky. He went back. He recalled from his Assistant Secretary of the Navy days that there was a Trading with the Enemies Act that was instituted, and that prohibited the outflow of gold, and it gave the national government power over gold. But can you imagine that? The closest thing I come to imagining is what happened during COVID, when people were afraid of the government, and they did things, that they would not normally do, wear masks, walk one way down the grocery store aisle.
Right. And it was all done under this hysteria that there was this disease that was, the original propaganda coming out of that was horrible. Everybody was scared. I was scared. People that showed a young man dying with limbs falling off, I remember reading. And so, they created a hysteria. I think in the case of FDR, that hysteria was the Depression. I think I recall reading an article about the gold, seizing the gold, where he's sitting in his bed with a couple of advisors standing by, tinkering onto how much to value the gold. And it was valued in a way, obviously, that benefited the government. And so people got only a percentage of the value they were forced to accept in the form of basically fiat dollars. And so that led to in a way, somewhat of an economic contraction.
Yeah, exactly. Henry Morgenthau, I think he became Secretary of Treasury eventually, but his wealthy neighbor over in Hyde Park, was shocked because Roosevelt personally was determining the value of gold. Yes. And Henry Morgenthau gave him a figure, and Roosevelt's saying, "No, I don't like that. I want $21 and I don't know, something cents." And Henry Morgenthau says, "Why?" He said, "Well, it's 3 times 7, and 7 is a lucky number."
Yeah, and in a way that brings up another issue about Roosevelt, in that I get the sense that he was not quite as bright as people have always portrayed him. He was kind of like rather, a patrician, sort of a hail fellow, well met. Didn't kind of a mediocre intellect. Mm-hmm. But just to touch again on this issue of the emergency. Was it not under this guise of this emergency powers, where basically it declared war, it took war powers, but the enemy was the American people? Exactly. That it was under that extraordinary power that he was able to create all of these alphabet agencies, and that this same power has been ever since quietly renewed by Congress every 2 years.
Yeah. Congress did eventually assert themselves, the conservative Democrats and the Republicans. He tried to purge all the conservative Democrats during the primaries in 1938. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's this sense that the president is it. He expresses the will of the people. The will of the people goes through him. He assumes to know what the people want and what's good for them. And, that banking bill, it was amazing the way it was passed. It was like, when Nancy Pelosi said we have to, pass
it to find out what's in it.
Right. And Congress, the House passed a rolled up newspaper. It was like at midnight, and it's an emergency session, and they're all, it's overwhelmingly Democratic, and all these congressmen are new. They don't know the ropes yet, and they feel this sense of emergency, and they're passing a rolled up newspaper because it was still being printed. And then, the Senate passed it 38 minutes later.
Right. And it was kind of the beginning of these big, confusing omnibus bills, which they don't have a chance to read them. It's like 1,000 pages. It's like the USA Patriot Act was that, where Biden had one, I think, with the so-called Inflation Reduction, which, of course, is one of these Orwellian names for a bill.
Right.
Also, when FDR met opposition from the Supreme Court, that's when he tried to pack the court, which was the most unpopular thing he ever did. I mean, I think that was opposed by all sides, and it was like a low point in his presidency.
Yeah, he overreached. He was buoyed by the 1936 election, which he won overwhelmingly. I don't know how many states, went with him. I think it was over 40, and voted for him. And so he thought he had this mandate. And of course, he was going to take as much power as he possibly could until someone stopped him. I mean, that was in his nature. One of the accusations that was leveled at him at the time was that he wanted to be a dictator. And I believe that assessment is accurate. He had he had no sense of humility, as far as I can tell. He never admitted he made a mistake, and punished people who disagreed with him.
Right.
And right,
He could be very vindictive toward anybody who defied him, and he was known for that, including Joseph P. Kennedy, ambassador to Great Britain, who was, in a sense, trying to keep the United States out of the war. So my guest is Mary Graber. The book is Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myth, available at Amazon and at major bookstores. So you had the situation of emergency powers and the alphabet agencies. I think that it's been said, and maybe with some justification, that some of that actually prevented the United States from becoming a communist country, particularly the CCC, which employed tens of thousands of unemployed men doing these massive projects, very much in line with the American project tradition going back to Henry Clay, the Whigs, the nationalist American position. I mean, it goes back to the Erie Canal. And right here in Boston, for example, where I live, the FDR administration, they created the Cape Cod Canal and the bridges over that canal in a matter of 3 years. It's actually amazing when I drive over that bridge to go to the Cape to visit my mother. I'm awestruck by how those bridges were built from 1933 to 1935. Today, those bridges would take 20 years. And he did it with this inexpensive labor of men taken basically off the street who might otherwise have contributed to a revolution.
Yeah. Well, I have mixed feelings about that. If there is any program, among those alphabet agencies that I think were good, I would say it's the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, and it basically took young men and gave them work to do, because young men in times of desperation can be very dangerous. I mean,
right.
Right. And they weren't paid much, but they were paid, and they also got kind of pseudo-military training, which is always needed. He neglected the military up until about 1937 or 38.
Right.
But the other public works projects, the problem with those was that the wages were relatively high, and it excluded a lot of workers. So it was they were artificially high. And if you were lucky enough to get one of those jobs, it was good for you. But I think it distorted the economy. And it was very divisive. I mean, he was a divisive president. His first inaugural address is extremely divisive, when he talks about the money changers in the temple and chasing them out, and the speculators, whereas he was doing that himself. But so very hypocritical. But these public works projects, could they have been done privately? I mean, I think the consensus of most economists, other than the Keynesians, is that Hoover began it. Hoover began tinkering, and so when you had the AAA program that was ordering farmers to plow under a third of their crops and to slaughter all the piglets, and they didn't even have the equipment to do that. That was kind of started by Hoover, with good intentions by Hoover. I think personality-wise, he was very different from FDR, the engineer.
Right.
And but I think the consensus of conservative historians, the relatively few who have written about FDR's New Deal, is that he should have left the economy to sort of bottom out. So what they did is they artificially raised wages. So Hoover started doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And also to go back to letting the economy sort of recover on its own. The same thing had happened in 1920 after World War I. There was a depression. Things were pretty much left alone. Wages decreased, prices decreased, but then it kind of found its own level. But what happens when you artificially raise wages? You force business owners to do that. They have to lay off people, and
right. It has like a unintended consequence. And I mean, the other big project was the TVA, the Genesee Valley, which I think took some government involvement to pull off such a huge project. And it's one that actually, I think, still remains in place to this day. And then there was the Dust Bowl that it required government intervention in that surface soil was being blown even up to Washington. It was on Roosevelt's desk. And the other one, of course, is the National Park Service. And a lot of, I think, good construction went into that. If you go to like the Shenandoah Valley Park and other parks, a lot of Depression era work was done. I don't know if it was the CDC or what. But I don't think that's all bad. I think that is, as I say, there is a certain American blueprint tradition that goes back to Henry Clay in that regard. Now, to bring things up to the eve of World War II, there have always been rumors that were actually articulated by Thomas Dewey in the campaign of 1944 that FDR had pre-knowledge of and that he had instigated the attack on Pearl Harbor, in that there was a complete embargo on oil and other products to Japan, which they say might have forced Japan's hand in that. Do you have any research on that?
Yeah, there's no question about it. FDR wanted to get us into war. He wanted to help Great Britain. He also had a lifelong hatred of Germans and the Japanese. There was the Alien, I think it's called the Alien Exclusion Act or something in the 19-teens that prohibited, Japanese nationals from owning land. That led to riots. FDR wrote a column, I think it was in 1923 or 25, where he talked about the Japanese menace in California.
Right.
So yes, the encirclement, sort of cutting off this island nation from all its resources, was provocative. He did, also, he sent someone in the Navy was going to send him off into the Philippines, knowing that, into Japanese enemy territory, basically on a suicide mission, hoping that the Japanese would attack. Admiral Richardson had told FDR, don't keep the fleet in Hawaii. They're vulnerable, And FDR said, well, I've got an election to win, 1940, and kept the fleet there. And, of course, fired Richardson or moved him to a different position and put Kimmel in his place. Mm-hmm. So did he know exactly on December 7th, on December 6th in the evening that, 3:00 in the morning of December
7th, 1941.
Right. Well, I think I think the telegram came in around 1:00 in the afternoon, and so it was in the early morning hours, the West Coast time. Did he know that it was going to happen exactly then? I don't know, but certainly it was not it could not have been a shock to him. And one of the first things he said, or the first thing he said immediately is, I'm ruined, or, about his own reputation. Forget the 3,000 men who died, right?
Right, exactly. It was a devastating attack. Even if he did know, I'm not sure he knew it was going to be that big an attack.
Right.
It really destroyed the Pacific Fleet, and it was what really was one of the most infamous events in American history, and did nothing like that up until of course, the attack on 9/11 of 2001. Now, FDR's administration was honeycombed with communists. That's something that has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Whittaker Chambers, who was one of the handlers of communists inside the FDR administration, including Alger Hiss, of course, Undersecretary of State, Harry Dexter White, Undersecretary of the Treasury, and several other people. Laughlin Curry, who was a chief legal counsel who actually lived in the White House, Harry Hopkins, a bunch of others. He warned the Roosevelt administration, mainly after the Hitler-Stalin Pact, because he could see that, we were heading into real danger at that time. He had a meeting with Adolph Burley, who was a close associate of FDR, and he warned him. And he said, please let the president do something about this. When Burley went in to talk to FDR about it, FDR told him, mind your effing business. And he did nothing. What was going on with that? He didn't certainly deny it, and he had these people literally living in the White House. I mean, these were high-level figures who were reporting to Stalin. What was going on with that?
It's very curious. He had this infatuation with Stalin, he wanted the two economic systems to sort of converge. He thought that through his personal charm, he could sort of persuade Stalin not to murder as many people or, send so many to the Gulag. But the problem began with the recognition of the Soviet Union in 1933. But already But in 1932, he was meeting with Walter Duranty, the New York Times reporter who lied about the starvation of millions in the Ukraine, and talking to him about giving Soviet Russia recognition, diplomatic recognition. And it had been tried by other countries, and they said, we can't do this. As soon as you open up the doors to these people, they send in spies, they sabotage your government. And so Roosevelt had warnings, a couple of journalists, that I think it was only maybe it was in August of that year, 1932, said, we've been there, we've seen what's going on. There is state-sponsored, famine. It's been engineered by Stalin, but FDR didn't care. I mean, like he said, mind your own effing business. That just shows complete indifference.
Very amoral individual.
Yes.
Plus, when his wife, Eleanor, brought up the lynching of Black people in the South, he told her to stay out of it and mind her business. He didn't want to hear about it. Speaking of whom, talk about obsession with Stalin. She wrote Dear Uncle Joe as a column during the war. She seemed to have loved Stalin. I wonder if you know anything about her and her rather peculiar relationship with him.
Yeah, I don't know about her relationship with Stalin, but I do
know her
know
relationship with her husband.
Oh, her husband. Yeah. That was a political marriage. As he was growing up, Franklin Roosevelt admired Teddy Roosevelt. As a freshman at Harvard, he had told this girl and her family that he was going to be president. And this was his goal. And the path he would follow was the one Teddy Roosevelt had laid out. And she did not want to marry him or have anything to do with him. And he pursued some other girls, but then he came across his distant cousin Eleanor on a train. I think it was, she was about 16, he was 18, and he was with his mother, which was often the case. She was pretty domineering.
Yes.
And they married young. But all his life, he wanted to get in with that other side of the family. There was the Oyster Bay branch on Long Island, which was Teddy Roosevelt, the Republicans, and then the Hudson River Roosevelts, the Democrats. Franklin's father was a Democrat, and he, sought to be connected with that side of the family, and so it was a politically advantageous marriage. So when they were on their honeymoon in Europe, people didn't know who Franklin Roosevelt was, but they knew who Eleanor was. She was, Teddy Roosevelt's niece.
Right.
So, but he had no respect for her. She had grown up as pretty much an orphan after around the age of 10. Her mother, didn't treat her very well. Her father, Elliot Roosevelt, Teddy's brother, was an alcoholic and a drug addict and a womanizer, though she worshipped him. And so she was kind of shunted around with her two younger brothers between relatives and this kind of stern grandmother. So she came from a sad background and was flattered by the attention of Franklin, who, of course, had an opposite experience in growing up. He was an only child, doted on, treated like a young gentleman, and had everything he ever wanted. And so I go into some of the things that he did to her, which were pretty cruel. But anyway, while he was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, he carried on this long-term affair with Lucy Mercer, who was Eleanor's social secretary.
Right.
And Eleanor, and there was talk about it in Washington. So people would like whisper, and she sensed something was going on. But when he came back in 19 from his European tour of the battlefields, and he had been stricken with pneumonia and influenza, and so she was unpacking for him and came across these letters, and that marriage was destroyed at that point.
Right.
And I think
it was already with 5 children.
Yeah, as one of, I think it was James Roosevelt, one of the sons, said, there was always like this kind of warfare going on. They were sort of at a standstill, but you never knew, there were hostilities constantly between the two of them. It was pretty.
Plus, there were rumors about both of them having extramarital affairs, even during the White House years, and there was rumors of Eleanor having lesbian affairs, of FDR being a homosexual while at Harvard. They seem like, in a way, like the classic elite type people that just led a rather decadent and strange life.
Well, there was the scandal of homosexuality at, while he was Assistant Secretary of the Navy. And, there was a hearing, but he got out of that. And there were several people who described him as being effeminate. So I don't know, what he did. And certainly, I've been to the FDR library, and Eleanor had built this cottage. I forget what it was called, but if you see the pictures of her friends, they're obviously, they're lesbians, and it was known, these were women living together in relationships.
Plus, it was the love letters with Lorena Hickox.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
which were published, I think, in the 80s.
yeah.
And they just were sort of decadent. It was very heavy drinking and smoking and who knows what else. And the atmosphere was I don't know, a bit debauchered.
Well, he
Now,
liked his cocktails, yes.
yeah. Now, at the end of FDR's life, um, he contacted Stalin because he had gotten a report that Stalin had held when he moved into Eastern Europe. He had held Americans as POW as prisoners.
Hmm.
And he demanded that Stalin release those prisoners at once. That these were Americans and we were allies. Stalin sent him back a scathing letter saying, "Oh, how dare you preach to me when America? Look how you treated Native Americans in the last century," and this kind of thing. And at that time, also, I don't really exactly recall where I read this, but FDR was contacted by Churchill, who said, "Look, we have been betrayed. We have been had by Stalin at Yalta. Don't forget, at the Yalta conference, Roosevelt had Alger Hiss standing over his shoulder."
Right.
After that conference, Alger Hiss went to Moscow where he received an award. And then he became undersecretary of the first Secretary General of the UN.
Hmm.
But to get back, I mean, Churchill warned him. He said, "Look, Stalin is going to be occupying Poland. He's not going to do anything that not going to keep any commitments, and that we basically have frittered away the victory against Hitler." And FDR became angry about it, and he became suddenly. It's like he became, to use an expression, red-pilled. He's like, "I've been had. I thought that I could work with Stalin because of my great personality and charm, and
Hmm.
I'm in big trouble now. And Stalin is screwing this country, and he's occupying Eastern Europe." And he began to start to speak about it. It was shortly after that he died.
Right.
Now, I'm not trying to weave a conspiracy theory here because I'm not saying I know this. No one does. But I kind of wonder, given the fact that the people around him, very close quarters, were pro-Stalin, including his chief lawyer, Laughlin Curry, and everyone, and his wife, frankly. I mean, I kind of wonder if something might have happened. In other words,
Like,
he might have been given. It might have been a hit.
oh, well, I haven't heard that. Franklin Roosevelt had health problems.
Sure. Oh yeah, no question.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because, I mean, even before he ran for his third term, he was having health problems.
Right.
With
And
the
they'll cover it up. Yeah.
high blood pressure and so forth. And his last year, I mean, it's kind of surprising that he lasted as long as he did. I mean, if you look at pictures from Yalta, I mean,
It looked terrible. It was all gaunt.
yeah.
But at the
Yeah.
same time, it was a strenuous trip to go there for a man of his condition and age.
Right.
And look, I mean, I think that it probably died of natural causes while visiting Lucy Mercer at Warm Springs, Georgia. But
Right.
I mean, I don't, it's just that if what has been said is true in terms of Churchill waking him up and like, we have to take action, we can't let this happen. There was a lot at stake in terms of the Soviet Union expanding into Eastern Europe and making sure that went according to plan. And there were a lot of people around him in his administration who were pro-Soviet and who wanted to help that happen. It just seems like he might have been vulnerable to something like that. I mean, again, we'll never know. I don't think it's something that it's something we can only speculate about. But what we do know is that Stalin completely screwed over Roosevelt at Yalta. It was a terror, and he was said at the time. But he ended up occupying Eastern Europe as a result, which was the whole point of World War II in the first place, which was Poland was being occupied by Germany and Russia. So,
yeah, well, I don't think Roosevelt cared about Eastern Europe.
Right.
He, when he made the deal in Tehran, for Poland, he was talking about, well, I've got to tell the Poles in the United States that, they're going to have a democratic government, just, kind of like what Obama did with Medvedev, where he was caught on tape saying, wait.
Yeah, right.
Right.
We'll talk to Vladimir afterwards about this, right?
Right. And, and I think, I don't think I'm from an Eastern European country. I was born in Slovenia, so it's kind of personal with me.
Right.
Churchill was a little more aware. I mean, that's why he wanted the Mediterranean campaign, and it was Stalin that was pushing for an attack on the Western Front. Anyone could have seen that, that this was, Stalin's goal, because he wanted to come in and take over Eastern Europe. And Churchill recognized that, although, in the end, he settled for Greece and, keeping the Mediterranean open. And, the Eastern Europeans, they were just dispensable by the Western leaders. It was just like pieces on a chessboard. Just
the terrible betrayal of the whole principle of World War II. In a sense, Russia was left standing after the war. We defeated one side and not the other. The other one expanded, and that led to a horrible period of oppression and Cold War that continued right up to Reagan. So to sort of wrap things up, I want to look at the legacy of FDR in terms of the actual impact that he had on how we governed ourselves after his administration, what sort of changed, and in the context of what is happening right now with President Trump, who is sort of beginning to unravel some of what Trump accurately describes as the deep state that I think was established by FDR and by Truman. Anyway.
Well, yeah, this idea of the brain trust, where you have these, supposedly really smart people, with Ivy League degrees, and they're going to, run these agencies that are going to be another branch of government that's actually going to have control over the other branches and taking power away from the people, through their elected officials. So, we've got this huge administrative state. And you just listen to some of these people who are being fired or, given these compensation packages. And it's like, how dare you, kick me out? Don't you know what I'm doing for you by having, drag shows in, Turkestan or wherever, that's what they need, we know this better than you do. And, just the arrogance of such people. Joseph Lash, you're talking about communists and Eleanor Roosevelt. He was a very close friend and was part of this front group that was a communist group, and she was just sort of taken in. But even he, in his book, admitted that these bureaucrats, these PhDs who worked in Washington, D.C., were making 2 to 3 times as much as they could make if they were teaching or had other jobs. And Washington exploded in size. It was a sleepy little town, but under the New Deal, you had all these, self-important people walking around, and that's, and it's only grown since then. And, that's what Washington has become. And I think that was one of the reasons, there's been these proposals for, putting these offices in Wyoming or, someplace else.
President
Because
Trump wants to put like the Department of Agriculture in Wyoming, which is brilliant. Get
yeah,
it out of Washington. Why, it's this huge. It looks like ancient Rome. It's
yes,
this massive government, and these people seem to have gotten awfully rich. These are public servants. Even like I noticed Samantha Powers, the head of the USAID. How is it that she's worth $18 million?
oh, is she?
Yeah, apparently. I mean, working for AID, didn't start out that way. This is true. Trump is saying he's going to investigate this. That Elizabeth Warren likes to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
The poor. She's worth, I think, about 10 million. On a teacher's salary. So these people have, besides being so arrogant and so out of touch. I mean, they've just profited immensely. Obama was given a book deal worth $10 million just to start running. I mean, in a way, it's sort of a hand washing the other. This whole rotten establishment where they just sort of help each other up the rat line, and they demonize everyone else, and they have no idea who they are or what they're doing. It's just it really is almost like what Professor Michael Glennon called the double government. He's being a professor at he's not some conservative. He's a professor at the Fletcher School, and he's a former counsel to the U.S. Senate. So I think that's what we're looking at now. They are so out of touch, so top heavy, and so filled with their own sense of importance. And that does reflect Roosevelt's personality. I mean, he almost had like a sense of like, not noblesse oblige, but, like divine right of kings, which is something that we got rid of when we kicked out George III, or the Chinese concept of the, the magic kingdom. I mean, the head of the Chinese dynasty, the mandate of heaven, they called it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really something that's not the American way. And I think that he set in motion a pattern that has continued up until now, that enough people are waking up. So it's very interesting to study who he was and what he did. I mean, it's not just politics either, or policy. It's personality. It's, you set the stage. The president does this. I mean, George Washington was very aware of that when he became president. He wanted to be careful how he was addressed, how he looked while riding a horse, what kind of suit he wore, how his hair was combed. Because he knew that he was setting a stage that every president following him would imitate to a certain degree, and they have. So FDR had that kind of impact on American politics, not just the presidency, but the entire, bureaucracy that has run the show since. And that's now being smashed, thank God.
Yeah, well, I hope it is smashed, because these people who are in these departments, they change the terminology, they change names, they switch people around. I was in academia, so I know that they're going to try every method that they can think of, behind the walls to keep doing what they've been doing and feeling very righteous about it. But that's what I'm trying to point out in my book is that, FDR thought of himself, or actually Edmund Wilson, the liberal journalist, said that he governed as if he were Lord of the nation. And I think, and that comment struck me. It's in a book called Upstate. And I thought, well, that's exactly right. And John Flynn had this book in 1940 titled Country Squire in the White House. But that view of Roosevelt, which I think is accurate, has been quashed by these historians. These historians in the interim have built up this myth that FDR was an advocate of the working man, of the forgotten man, when in fact he was the opposite. He was an elitist who felt that he was like the country squire who would tell every American, what their job was, where they should live, farmer, where he should plant his crops, what crops he should plant, even though he'd never farmed actually. So that is who he really was.
It was like a feudal lord.
Yes, exactly.
Controlling the serfs and being very benevolent, but yet everyone had to be, basically subservient. So the book is Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myths. Mary Graber is the author. The book is available at all major bookstores, at Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Mary, what is this project that you're involved in? The dissident, professors. What are you're calling it? The Dissident Professor Education Project.
Yes, well, that was started back in 2011 when I was still teaching at Emory, and I was writing articles. People are aware now about critical race theory and DEI, but no one was really aware of that back then. They knew that professors were liberal, but they had no conception of what was really going on. And so I thought, well, I know what's going on because I'm right in the middle of it and I'm going to expose it. And I was writing articles, and I had these adjunct positions. And, when a department chair or the college president got wind of these columns, all of a sudden I had no more classes the following semester. So to teach after they'd been begging me. And so I was sending out my articles to a list, and I gotten a check for $500 from one of my readers. And I thought, wow, I'm going to, have to really do something with this. So I set up a website, and I thought, well, I'll be a nonprofit so he can get the tax write-off and other people can. And then I got caught up in Obama's IRS.
Uh-oh. Yeah, well, that was the whole Lois Lerner business.
Yes.
Suddenly, all of a sudden, these new conservatives started to wake up and realize that they could do the stuff that was really only meant for liberals in terms of tax exemptions and nonprofit. Yeah, very, very bad news. Mary, so thank you for joining me. This is really a great talk, and I'd love to get in touch with some of the other authors and intellectuals in your group. But let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book and website or anything else you'd like to share.
Sure. Yes. So my book is, published by Regnery. You can go there. You can go to Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any place books are sold. You should be able to get it there. My website, if you want to see all my articles, I publish frequently. I've been publishing on FDR lately. It's marygrabar.com. Last name is Grabar. Sign up for my newsletter. I send out notices when I have things published or if I'm speaking someplace, and you can go to dissidentprof.com and sign up for my newsletter and stay in touch. And that's how you can get in touch with me.
Dissidentprof.com. Mary Graber, again, thanks for joining me today. Really good talk. I really appreciate it.
Yes, it's been fun. Thank you.
All right. All right, welcome aboard the program. Charles Moskowitz here at the new time of 7 p.m. Let me also go live on TikTok. I had one of my regular station was shut down, but they just I actually, for whatever reason, was able to do it at an older station. I don't know why. So here we are. Oh, good. I can actually get you on the picture. Anyway, Mike, let me just see if I can set this thing up. Okay. All good news. All good news. Amazing. I can't believe how well things are going.
You're just walking on air here. I mean,
I think the whole country is, whether they want to admit it or not. I mean, everything is totally transformed.
Yeah,
it's incredible. Today, RFK was confirmed. That is huge. That to me is probably the most important accomplishment yet in many ways. He is somebody who, maybe it's because I'm an old Massachusetts guy and I have nostalgic feelings about John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy growing up, following them and in a way idolizing them. RFK Jr. is a hearkening back to the great Kennedys. and not the crummy Kennedys that came afterwards, starting with Ted. But it's a restoration of that whole family and their what they wanted to do, and at least the image of it, and in a way the reality of it. He's I don't know if you heard his acceptance
Yes.
speech,
Yes.
but it was damn moving. It was really powerful. He really feels he's very idealistic, just like his father. He's has like a fervor to really accomplish this one thing, which he's worked on for decades as a lawyer and has done so successfully, suing drug companies, suing to clean the Hudson River, suing food manufacturers. He knows everything as much as anyone about what's going on. His book, The Real Anthony Fauci, laid out exactly what the pandemic was about. And having him in there is just an incredible opportunity. I've heard that Obama wanted to put him in, but Obama was told by the drug companies not to, so he didn't. It takes somebody like Trump to actually go ahead and do the right thing. And now with Tulsi Gabbard in there, also a great, warrior, someone who's a lieutenant colonel, served in several wars, and who wants peace in the world. And the last ship to fall is going to be Kash Patel. I understand that's happening early next week.
It looks like he's going to make it because Susan Collins is rumored to be voting in favor of him.
Good.
So, and the thing with RFK, all right, I may not agree with him on 100.0%
Right.
of everything, but good God, what was the alternative? Tony Fauci Jr. coming in again. It's just, it's so easy. And I hope people just look at it like this. In any of these moves that Trump's trying to make, if the Department of Education is so great, let's look at the performance of the kids. It's deteriorated essentially every year.
Mm.
If the current HHS, FDA, NIH, etc., is so great, why is the morbidity worse every single year?
I think that the country has gotten sicker every year for the past several decades. I trace it back to the introduction of fluoride in the water, which I think everyone now admits is a toxic metal, that you can get enough fluoride without putting it in the water to the degree that anybody should have it. And then from there, you ended up with seed oil. Since I've become aware of seed oil, which is highly toxic and which you can't digest it, I've been looking at labels and it's in everything.
Oh, yeah.
And it's very toxic. Anything like, canola oil or palm oil. Palm oil has been linked with heart disease. Other of these so-called vegetable oils, which they were originally sold as good, starting with margarine, that it's very toxic. The body can't digest it. And it has led, you can see a correlation coefficient between the introduction of those oils and the rise of obesity and heart disease and cancer and other ailments. And RFK knows this, and he has stated it. And I think he's going to go in there and kick ass and really get this stuff taken out of our diets for once and for all.
Yeah, it just, let's leave it at this. Just somebody take a different look at what's going on, because the current modality is not working. It's really that simple.
Right, exactly. Something has happened, and it's like anything else. You could look at, a train wreck, and you can say, what happened? Was it human error? Was it design flaw? Was it, the train was worn out? You do the research and you make corrections. Well, this is no different. I mean, the rise in these diseases and the sickening of the American population is not an accident. Now, maybe it was inadvertent. I doubt it, but maybe. Let's give benefit of the doubt. Either way, it has to be exposed and it has to be addressed, because we're all going to die. I mean, it's just this is the most important function. So this is incredible news.
Well,
It
it is.
really,
And then let's delve a little deeper in this big pharma thing in this sense. Before everybody just has this monolithic anti-big pharma situation, consider that what they're doing is just making the products that, quote, modern medicine thinks it needs. Here's a simple example. When you go to the doctor, they run blood, and you have a dozen parameters, 20 parameters. Somebody decided that cholesterol is bad, all right, which I don't agree with, but that's
right,
another
which
story.
is actually, I think, proven to be untrue. It's
Right, but here's the point, Chuck. So they got smart people at Big Pharma. They figure out a chemical to lower that blood marker. And I'm sure that if somebody wanted a chemical to raise that blood marker, they'd be able to come up with that.
Mm.
So I'm not sure per se that pharma is completely the enemy.
No, they have a role, but the problem is that they're corrupted by, these enormous profit margins,
Oh, of course.
and they're protected by immunity agreements with the federal government, particularly Congress,
Yeah.
and they are able to function unaccountably. Now, it's one thing for a company to be greedy that's selling toys. This is different. They're selling stuff that can kill you. They're
Yeah.
selling stuff that's dangerous. I'm not saying everything they market is bad. I think a lot of it's quite good. I understand that some of these, like this Ozempic, that sort of drugs, apparently are fine. They actually contribute more than just obesity, but they can reduce like the likelihood of heart disease and other things. So, I mean, obviously, it would be better if we dealt with the problem at its source, so
Yeah.
you wouldn't have to take these injectables. Like, for example, as I say, reducing seed oil, reducing sugar, refined sugar, and everything. Does Dunkin' Donuts really need to put that much refined sugar in a donut? They could, if they cut back that sugar even by 10%, it would save a lot of calories, a lot of, obesity, and the food would taste just as good. Nobody would notice, right? A jelly donut would still be a jelly donut. I'm just saying, it's like they don't need to pump it up with everything, and they do it because it makes it more addictive, not because it makes it taste better. Sugar, refined sugar goes right into the bloodstream, and it gives you like a sugar high, right?
Right.
Which is unhealthy. And then you crash and you want
And then
some
you
more.
get sugar low.
That's
Yeah.
right. And if you end up going like a gerbil on a wheel, and you're constantly keeping this thing going, and it's just a real physical rat race, and it takes a toll on a person, especially a younger person, because they're not fully developed yet physically. So these things are really bad, and I mean RFK is a truth teller. He is going to really lay it out, and he's going to be in charge of the CDC, of the NIH, of all of this whole rotten establishment. I understand that the CDC has said, the employees, that if he's confirmed, they're all going to resign. Good riddance.
Good.
Good riddance. Clean out that Augean stable, clean out that rat's nest, and bring in, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough. These are revered medical figures before COVID, and they were truth tellers, and they paid a big price for that. These are courageous people, and they are highly qualified to do the right thing. I think that's what RFK is going to do. He's going to clean out the Walensky's and the Fauci's and these corrupt people who are making money hand and fist and who are part of this international order.
Well, if you look at the work that's being done by the NIH, and of course, what you're going to hear in upcoming weeks is, oh no, you can't cut money from this vital medical research. But as I put it with the Defense Department, when's the last time you won a war? When's the last
Well,
time?
first of all, it's a lot of bull crap anyway, because the fact is that, you know, when they hear this propaganda from like on MSNBC and from people I know, oh, you know, USAID is going to hurt humanitarian. That's bull crap, because maybe 10% of their money is going to the original mission, which is important. That's what our JFK signed into law, and RFK mentioned this during his acceptance. That's not being interrupted. That's gone directly under the auspices of the State Department, and that is going to continue. The problem is the 90% of that organization is supporting radical causes, radical political figures around the world. They're supporting regime change and revolution in this country, not to mention Hamas, Afghanistan, the Taliban, you know, the Syrian ISIS group. I mean, what? That's taxpayer money. Not to mention the fact that in this country, they're behind the lawfare against President Trump. They had, you know, Operation Mockingbird media people love to see the names published of who got, you know, checks from them in this country. You know, that's interfering in our free press to promote fake news and you know, propaganda. It's I mean, it's the biggest scandal I think that we've seen in the past decades, and that's only the beginning. Wait till they open the door to the Department of Education. I wish the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld were alive to see this. He's like dancing in heaven. I mean, we never thought this could happen. They're going to open that you know, the hood on that one, and you're going to find who was getting education checks.
Well, I have to give compliments to Blumenthal, who I never met, although I saw some of the videos, and of course I know about him from you. He was very, very perceptive early on.
Yeah.
To see what was going on, because back in those days it was nowhere near as bad as it is.
No. He predicted critical race theory and DEI, which wasn't even happening when he was on the scene. Not to mention the sex change operations.
Yeah,
you see that USAID. I mean, talk about that, funding tens of millions of dollars to do sex change operations on mice. Putting aside the hideously cruel thing, you know, activity. I mean, what do we need to know that? Well, you know, it's like it seems like the main things they poured money into was sex change, legitimizing it, open borders, pouring money into the coffers of people coming in, and which, by the way, was done by just about every agency under Biden, diverting funds to help illegal aliens. And also revolution abroad, regime change, you know, in places like Ukraine, which is now was on the brink of World War III. You know, they sent money into Israel to defeat Netanyahu and get activists on the street. I mean, who knows what else?
Well, I mean, it's about time. And of course, it raises another point that there should be sunsetting laws on every agency. All right, maybe JFK started this thing with good intentions, but to let it go for 60 years unabated, who's minding the store? You know, that's the problem with all of this.
Well, I mean, yeah, and the big problem, the reason why they've been busted and what started the ball rolling is that not only did they refuse to turn over their budget to the new Secretary of State, Rubio, who then proceeded to shut the door down and take away the building, and he just locked.
Why did they think that was going to work? I mean, imagine how arrogant you have to be to go to the cabinet secretary
whose oversight. I mean, that's a rogue agency. I mean, I can't wait till Kash Patel gets his hand on the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I mean, they were going to build a new headquarters that was going to be as big as the Pentagon.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think that they really were about to talk about constitutional crisis. I think they were poised to completely seize everything. John Kerry actually was on record as saying, wait till after the election so we can take care of the First Amendment. I mean, they were really ready to completely launch this, complete control. And it's miraculous that they failed. They tried the censorship, it didn't work. They tried to shoot Trump, it didn't work. They tried to bankrupt him, they tried to jail him for 100 years. It's amazing. I mean, I can't believe what kind of a man he is to go through that and come out in such a good state. I mean, I was having a nervous breakdown and I'm not even going through it. And he just is, it's like incredible, the internal strength.
I think what kind of happened to him was he sort of got ultimately pissed off. So wait a minute, they're not going to do this to me. They're a bunch of lightweights. He's a titan of industry, and these are bureaucrats. So right there, it's a mismatch. True, they have a lot of resources, but they just didn't have the cojones to actually do it. They could hide behind.
I think they tried to do it with both fists.
Yeah.
I mean, concocting these crazy charges, and they were just continuing on from the perfect phone call impeachment and from the Mueller report. I mean, it's just, and now it seems like it's all over.
It is, but if you think about it, they were just a bunch of weasels.
Always, yeah.
If you look
they meant business. I think they did want to try to kill Trump, and they may still do it, but it's too late now because his government. I mean, he's crossed the finish line. Even, God forbid, if something happens to Donald Trump, it's too late. Everything is in motion now. The government is being completely audited. There's even talk about auditing the Fed and putting Ron Paul in charge. Can you imagine that? Incredible.
I'd like to see that.
Oh my God. I mean, they've been, the Pentagon. I mean, Steve Bannon actually brought this up. You got to listen to his show because he knows what's the score. I mean, he's on the phone with Trump. He's talking to people. He knows what's going on. He did a show saying, look, in order for President Trump to do this, he has to, and his people have to cross the Potomac and go to the Pentagon and clean it up. We're talking about an agency that gets $850 billion a year. And the next day, Trump announced that that's exactly what they were going to do. I think he's listening to Bannon. And
Can you imagine how much waste they're going to find at the Pentagon?
I mean, just the low-hanging fruit. Already, they've gotten rid of the DEI programs and all this crap that was put in by that traitorous chief of staff. The white rage crap. They're already pulling all that out, and I mean, that is a deep one. We remember Donald Rumsfeld 2 days before 9/11 giving a press conference where he said, "We seem to have lost $3.5 trillion, not accounted for." 2 days later, you had 9/11, and the Pentagon was hit by a plane that happened to destroy those offices. Putting that aside, it's a huge, boondoggle. I mean, it's, to clean that thing up, and it's going to take years. It's not going to happen overnight, but so far so good. At least they're finally going to attempt it, and there's going to be audits of all these agencies. Elizabeth Warren's house has been shut down. The consumer protection. You should see the way she's crying about it. I mean, whatever good they did, that's going to be absorbed by some other office. Yeah. They probably 10-20% of what they did was fine. Maybe checking up on credit, shyster credit cards. But, who knows what was going through them? I mean, these things are all just rackets. I mean, the amount of money that ended up in people's pockets. And recently, I saw a comment by Tucker Carlson. He's vacationing in some rich Swiss Alps resort and getting around. And he said, there are people walking around here. Most of them are Ukrainians, and they are rich. We're talking like, unbelievable wealth. That's where all that money went.
Yeah.
Zelensky says, "Oh, I don't know where $100 billion went." It went into the pockets of all these corrupt oligarchs, and maybe we'll get to the bottom of how much of it was slipped off the fingers and ended up in the pockets of these hacks, both Democrat and Republican, in Congress and in government. A lot of it did, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling. But give me a prediction here. What's going to be the reaction, and how is it going to change going down the road with the liberals, CNN, and so on? I mean, right now, they're saying things like, well, Musk has made a lot of charges, but he has no evidence.
There's tons of evidence. That's bullcrap.
Yeah, well, I understand. So is there ever going to be a point where they can just accept it and say, hey, folks, we've been ripped off for the last 50 years?
That's a great question, because they haven't gotten it yet. They're even worse. I mean, Bill Maher had on, what's this, Chris Hayes from MSNBC. What was his big cause? Parents should have the right to sex change their children.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't learned anything. Don't they know how unpopular that is, even amongst most liberals? I mean, this is what they're going to hang their hat on. I mean, it's they have not really taken in the fact that they have lost and that they're losing even more. A recent poll shows that 48% of Black men admire Trump and support him now. I mean, they're not going to get that back. Those are big numbers.
And let me say this. I suspect that there's a higher percentage of Black women that support Trump, but, like liberal Jews, they may be afraid to say it out loud.
Right. That's right. And it's growing. And, the more they dig in, I mean, I don't know how Rachel Maddow, I mean, I have to watch these things once in a while. They're like, we're going to impeach Elon Musk. First of all, how stupid are they? He doesn't hold an office. He's a consultant. He hasn't been put in office. He can't be impeached. And I think that some of these radical judges that are making these aggravating decisions.
Well, they've already have articles of impeachment over this McConnell guy.
Yeah, and I think that that's not going to work because, I mean, first of all, Judge O'Toole in Boston has thrown out, he's stopped it because he's got some integrity. And he's like, we don't have any standing here. And I heard it suggested by Jeff Cooner, who's an excellent talk show host. He and whom Trump listens to, and people listen to his show in Boston. He says that Trump just needs to ignore these decisions and send them a letter maybe and say, these are not valid decisions because they interfere with the basic and constitutional function of the executive branch.
Right.
And that's been done. I mean, Biden himself did it. He ignored a decision by a federal judge to not hand out student loan payments, right? It goes back in history. Jefferson did it. That's what Marbury versus Madison was all about. The first case that really established the Supreme Court, that Jefferson fired, or Madison, his Secretary of State, fired Marbury and a group of other people who were appointed by Adams because they wanted their own people. It was a new administration. And so Marbury sued, and the Supreme Court said, hey, the executive branch has the power to do this. And, you can't interfere with that. I mean, they can fire and hire anyone they want. Andrew Jackson notoriously did it, not in a good way, but he ignored the decision about stopping the Trail of Tears that was done by Marshall. I'm not saying I support that, but the point is that he invoked executive authority. These are executive decisions. Lincoln did it by ignoring Dred Scott. This isn't new. They don't have to suddenly, fall down and agree with anything that, especially not the Supreme Court, but some district judge. I believe there was a ruling, and I need to get the number, in the 1880s that explicitly said that federal judges in districts and in appeals courts do not have the right to interfere in executive functions that are perfectly constitutional. Now, if the executive does something unconstitutional, that's one thing, but Firing people is perfectly in their purview. I mean, can you imagine this judge saying that the Treasury Department can't look at their own files?
Huh.
It's insane. They have to ignore that. I mean, that's just
Well, you're right, and they have to ignore it. And remember, Marbury versus Madison had to do with at least an action, a specific law, and the concept of judicial review.
right.
But it's a pretty far stretch to apply this to someone just doing their normal job.
That's right. I mean, these are these are normal functions that any chief executive has. I mean, hiring and firing is is a basic function. I mean, they can't interfere with that. So I don't think they're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to start to crumble. Just before coming on, I saw Bill O'Reilly once in a while does an interesting commentary. He says that Trump is going to take out Letitia James and Alvin Bragg. He said that Mayor Adams has the goods in them, and he's going to deliver it, and they're now going to be the hunted instead of the hunters.
I figured there was something behind it because you remember that Pam Bondi, that was like the first thing she did.
Yeah. She announced that New York is, if they violate the federal laws with regard to, tipping off criminals so they can escape, there's going to be consequences. I hope she has the guts to do it. Maybe I'm prejudiced because she's an attractive woman. I think, is she tough enough? We'll see. But if she does it, then it's going to be amazing.
Well, it'll really be amazing because that was sort of the forefront of the lawfare, that you could get some hack state attorney general and some hack local district attorney to come up with these absurd cases. And
well, they can do it because it's such a rotten borough, to use the Irish expression, right? They've got a left-wing attorney general. They've got a left-wing district attorney, both supported by George Soros, who, by the way, got $250 million in USAID money.
Yeah.
And they've got a corrupt jury of left-wingers in the Upper East Side. They can have anything they want. I mean, they can, indict anything. I mean, because they've got all the system in New York controlled. And you had Mayor Adams make some mild comments criticizing the migrants coming in and sucking up all the city's resources. And shortly after that, he's indicted. This is how they played ball. Governor Healy of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, left wing as they can come, she said something about this. She go, we're not going to continue this. We're going to have to end these subsidies by this date. 2 days later, the Boston Globe did a hit piece on her.
Right.
I'm just saying, but it's not working. They're doing,
let me ask you this.
old way of doing things.
What is their dog in the fight? Okay, if they're willing to take out a fellow super left winger like Healy, what, they're going to die on the hill of illegal immigration and transgender surgery? Okay, but
Seems
what
to be.
is the point? Is it that their minds are so corrupted that they've gone over so far to the dark side that's just what, was it Darth Vader now? It's completely taken over by this negative influence.
There's a secretive cabal that runs the world, I think. I think the John Birch Society was right, that it's been around, probably going all the way back to ancient Babylon, but it's here. It's become very predominant. What they do is not rational. They want to merge the United States into a world order, like as a providence. Franklin Roosevelt, I just did an interview with an author who wrote a book about him. Very good interview, Mary Graybar. It's up on my Rumble station. That he talked about convergence, and that he got this idea from the head of the Ford Foundation, Gaither. What was his name? Rowan Gaither, who testified about it to the Reese Committee, where he said that the goal of the international establishment is convergence. This is what the FDR administration was all about. What that meant was that the United States would be moved enough to the left and the Soviet Union would be moved enough to the right that they would meet each other midway and converge and become a world order. And that the way to move the U.S. to the left was to transfer governing powers to these unelected, unaccountable, faceless, often international and not even American bureaucracies. Now, I don't know if you got to see Elon Musk's talk in the Oval Office. Did you see that?
Well, he had a couple of them.
Well, very recently. And he laid it out in terms of exactly what they're doing. He said there are two prongs here. The first is the restoration of what he calls democracy. Now, I don't know, use the word, it's used in different ways, but he says it's a restoration of democracy versus bureaucracy, which is what we're being run by now.
Yeah.
The unelected, and he said it, these are unelected bureaucrats who are not accountable to the American people. They're not elected. We don't know who they are. And they have been transferred governing powers, and they're using that to push their own immoral, satanic agenda. And they're using it. And then the second piece, he said, is the amount of money that is being expropriated from the American people directly and indirectly to fund this whole mess. It's astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, there's trillions of dollars, flying out the door. I mean, every single agency has been corrupted, not just by the migrants. The Social Security Administration is spending, what did they say, $50 billion a year on people who are over 110. How likely is that? Right? Obviously, that's fraud. Now, I'm not saying there might not be a few of them, but there has to be an investigation. And Musk has these young whippersnapper computer whiz guys who know how to do it. They're being criticized, big balls, whatever. But they know how to do this. I know they know how to do it. My daughter knows some of these people. I mean, they understand how to go into a computer and how to use AI and other imagery. One of these guys that Musk just hired, he's 21 years old. He just deciphered some ancient texts that nobody could even figure out by using a combination of AI and image technologies and other methodologies. And he was able to crack the code of this ancient Sumerian.
He was from Nebraska, but and somehow Musk found a number of these people.
Yeah, they're
and
brilliant.
they put up a website that already, if you compare it to the Obamacare website, it took months and months and months. This thing was up in 2 weeks?
Oh, but I mean, these guys are going to be able to go into the Social Security system and crack it very quickly and find out exactly who is doing what and who's scamming that system. It'll be not only will it be a saving of probably hundreds of billions of dollars, which will secure Social Security, which could go back into the Treasury, but they could do this with every single agency. I can't believe this is happening. It's incredible. I mean, they discovered that the pension, they can't lay people off too quickly because the pension system is being stored on paper in the bottom of a mountain in Virginia.
Yeah.
It's all by hand. So it takes us, they're going to put that thing, they're going to modernize that very quickly and systematize it and use AI in a good way and get this thing done. It's unbelievable. It's no wonder their heads are blowing up over Musk.
Well, remember, Chuck, it had to be headed up by some guy that was an outsider, because what's in it for a career politician to try to break down the system? And for that matter, what's in it for toadies like George W. Bush?
Oh, yeah. They did nothing. I mean, they were just functionaries.
Yeah.
We haven't had a real president actually since FDR in a negative way, but at least, he wanted to make changes. this is, and Trump now knows how to do it. Trump 2.0. He's not part of this rotten, illuminated establishment. And I don't see how they're going to stop it now. He's moving. Every day is like Christmas morning. You're waiting to open up the next package. It's unbelievable every time. I mean, I can't wait till tomorrow to see what he does next.
Well, go back to my earlier question. At what point are the rats going to start jumping off the sinking ship here?
Well, now that Judge O'Toole has lifted the ban on the payout, the offer, I think it's up to 75,000, and it's growing, and a lot of people are going to take that.
Okay, I guess the rats I was referring to
are the big ones.
Is the Rachel Maddows of the world and the apologists.
Well, Trump is routing them out on a high level. I mean, he's gotten rid of these corrupt inspector generals who have turned a blind eye for 4 years, 8 years on corruption. He's going to put in his own people. He's getting rid of the U.S. attorneys who are then coming in. Even here in Boston, we've got what's her name, Leah Foley. She's a Trump person. She's taking over that office, and she's kicking ass. She's getting rid of all of these leftover hacks, and she's like, hey, if this state is going to try some bullcrap about, letting migrants off the hook by alerting them, they're going to go to jail. We're going to prosecute them, and she means it. And so doesn't Bondi. They're not going to. This is bad stuff. You can't do that. I mean, there's an FBI agent named Zip Connolly, who is in prison now. He's been in prison for probably 20 years because he tipped off Whitey Bulger during that scandal. He was an FBI agent.
Yeah.
These people, this is what's happening. Apparently there was they think it was FBI agents who tipped off that Venezuelan gang, Tren El Agua in Denver. So when ICE showed up, there was no one there. That is a major crime. And if they can rout them out, they're going to go to prison for a long time.
I think they know who it was,
Yeah.
but they're not publicizing it. I'm just waiting for the inevitable video of not so much a bad FBI guy, but some so-called do-gooder who gets busted, and the tearful, well, I wouldn't try to hurt anybody. And, yeah.
Well, first of all, you're putting those ICE agents in direct danger. I mean, they could walk into an ambush. That's dangerous. Those are major crimes.
Oh,
you can't do that.
Agree.
And as far as people who are defrauding Social Security by collecting after their mother or father died, I mean, that's obviously what's going on here. They keep the name up and they keep the bank account up and they continue to collect it to the tune of $100 billion. I mean, I don't think that those people should go to jail. I think two things should happen. First of all, they have to stop the check. Secondly, there has to be a clawback, figure out how much they took and just have, go in and pull it back and put it back into the Social Security Trust Fund where it belongs. So, there are definitely things that can be done to claw back all this money that's been ripped off for these crazy, just outright fraud, but also these absolutely insane stuff for sex change and who knows what else.
Very exciting times.
Yes, indeed.
And who would have thought that this could even have happened? And let's be honest, you couldn't have even done it without very recent technology that would allow you to crawl into these databases and be able to pull out what you want.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's all, and yet people there, as we said, these young guys that are being so criticized. Interestingly, they are going in. They know how to do this. They grew up with it. I mean, these are people who were handling computers when they were like 3 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people like this. I mean, it's second nature, and I think that the establishment is flipping out. I mean, there's talk about. I think that I heard J.D. Vance say that. How is it that people got so rich on government salaries? How is it that Elizabeth Warren is worth $18 million, right? How is it that Pelosi, we know how corrupt she is, but I mean, a lot of people have done very well. Where did they get the money? It's time to do a full audit to find out exactly how this happened, because this is classic corruption. I don't know how they thought they could get away with it. They just never thought it would stop.
Well, they figured they'd get away with it because everybody else was doing it. And they didn't conceptualize the idea that through AI and other masterful computer technology, you could go in to just a ginormous, infinitely large amount of data and find what you need to find. So,
I think that they just thought that they'd always have these things protected, and they just lived high, and they kind of, it became an institutional corruption. They just didn't think they'd ever, they became somnambulant. They just, they were completely asleep. They just, USAID gave what, $3 million for Chelsea Clinton's wedding, and $10 million so she could buy a mansion.
Yeah.
I think Malia Obama got a couple of $1 million. What the hell is that? I mean, this is pure corruption. They should all be in jail. We should have that clawed back to the taxpayer. I mean, this is what they're doing. The USAID is a particularly bad rat's nest. It's just a slush fund. It's almost like, it's like a mob group. It's just bad.
well, let me contrast two images for you. Okay. You remember in the early 1970s when the ambassador to South Vietnam was being evacuated off the roof of the embassy.
Yeah.
Horrible image. Horrible image.
Right.
Now, a couple of days ago, when some workman is taking down the lettering of the name U.S. Agency for International Development,
That was beautiful.
and I thought, wow.
Oh yeah, that was a great. I watched that one. And meanwhile, Trump is doing incredible things in a positive sense around the world. He's going to be getting, there's not going to be a World War III in Ukraine. He's on the phone with both Zelensky and Putin, and I think he's going to work out a deal.
Yeah.
And I think that Pete Hegseth meeting in Brussels, he's kind of tipped the hand about we can expect, that Ukraine will not be joining NATO, that they will have to give up provinces on their border, and that Europe is going to fit the bill for Ukrainian defense. That's what it's going to look like. Same thing with Israel. I don't know what's going to happen, but he has said that if the Hamas doesn't release the rest of the hostages by Saturday, all hell is going to break loose. I think what's going to happen is they're probably going to resume release slowly, and eventually they'll get them out. But I don't know if Trump is going to evacuate them all. I don't think that's realistic. But the fact that he has brought it up and made it into a normal part of the discussion is huge, because that would have been unthinkable to suggest that even like a few months ago. But yet, I think that it's a case that has to be made. And next month he's going to make an announcement about the West Bank. So, to me, it's all good. All good stuff.
It's all good. It's all exciting, because you remember a couple of years ago, more than a couple, it was during Trump's first term, where he moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
Oh, yeah.
This was going to be the end of the world, and terrible.
And all these disgraceful Jewish rabbis and left-wing Jewish leaders took out a full-page ad in the New York Times condemning it. Can you imagine that? Because it's going to destroy world peace.
Absolutely nothing. Okay.
So what happened was other countries started moving their embassies to Jerusalem. Is what happened. It was a positive thing, and then which was followed by the Abraham Accords, where arch enemies of Israel normalized relations, moved their embassy to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, and that included, several Arab and Muslim countries, Kosovo, United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Chad, I think a couple of African countries. that's going to continue. I think that Trump's going to get Saudi Arabia to normalize. These things are all amazing. It would have been unthinkable if Trump had been allowed to serve his second term. It would have probably resulted in some kind of a peace agreement for the Palestinian Arabs. Maybe both sides would have been unhappy, but it would have happened. And it's going to take somebody like Trump to kind of wade through that mess. I mean, it's an incredible thing to watch.
Well, tell me this, because you're right in the heart of it. All these liberals in Brookline, Massachusetts, that you see every day at the grocery store, are they starting to get red-pilled a little bit?
I think some of them are, even though they're kicking and screaming. But yes, I think that some of them are. I think some of the younger people are. Like people my daughter's age. I think they are getting red-pilled. The old lefties, they're not going to, that's just hard. They're going to they'll goose step right into the grave. Who cares? So, but I think they are. I think if Trump continues on this path, it's going to be undeniable that he's achieving a lot and a lot of successes, and they just aren't going to be able to hold on to that any longer. I think it's going to erode. I think that we've seen with his election a very, very profound change in this country that's going to continue for the next 50 to 100 years.
So many ways, because you're already preparing yourself. These stupid left-wing historians that will forever rate Trump as one of the, quote, worst presidents. It's like, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. You got like Robert Mitchum or one of these guys that just inveterate Trump haters. But, it can happen. I equate it to Andrew Jackson's election. Even though I'm a great admirer of John Quincy Adams, and I've read some of his papers, great man, Jackson's election changed everything. And 5 or 6 presidents that followed him were his proteges, and they continued those changes, including James K. Polk, who won the Mexican War, and he secured the Oregon border. Very, very successful. He served 1 term, total Jacksonian, kept the bank out, kept the currency even, and several other people like that, a couple of weak ones too, like James Buchanan. But nevertheless, his legacy continued right up through, and it profoundly changed this country.
Was James Buchanan actually the first gay president?
Who knows? Probably. Whatever. That's what they said. He's a bachelor, and they referred to the vice president as a queen.
Yeah.
So probably true. But he was a protege of Jackson, as was Franklin Pierce, as was Andrew Johnson, as was of course Martin Van Buren. They were all proteges of Jackson, and they all moved the ball forward in a lot of ways, and they've all been marginalized by historians. Who cares?
Now, why was Pierce especially so maligned?
Why would he do what?
Why was he so maligned by historians?
I think he was, he actually had some problems in the White House. I think that under his administration, you had the Fugitive Slave Act. There was some, and the country was coming apart in his time. I think that probably he just didn't have much of strength. He didn't really, and same thing with Buchanan. They just kind of, they kind of just drifted. They didn't really show leadership, at a time when the country was really coming apart. And then, of course, Lincoln came in, and that was another huge change in terms of how the country governed itself, for better or for worse.
Well, as I recall, and you're more of an expert on this, I think the thing that cemented Pierce on the bad list of the historians was that when the Civil War broke out, he wrote an editorial, I believe in the New York Times, savagely attacking Lincoln. And that was not a good PR move for him.
No, and also his people started showing up at his house in New Hampshire and throwing garbage at him and screaming at him.
Yeah.
And he came out and he gave an impassioned speech saying, "Look, we're all going through a hard time. We should try to hold it together as Americans." This was after he was out of office.
Yeah.
But he is somewhat of a tragic figure. I think that their son was killed in a horrible accident on the
As I
train.
recall, Chuck, it was a train ride on the very way to take occupancy of the White House when he first got elected.
Yeah, his son, he was beheaded and it was horrible. And his wife went into a major depression. He had some personal problems.
Yeah.
He was a drinker. He just had some, it just was a weak presidency. That's the way it goes. My book, Assassination in America, looks at things like what happened to Zachary Taylor, which was very questionable, and also William Henry Harrison. There are questions about why it is that they died the way they did. There were two schools of thought, both of which were legitimate in a way. You had the Jacksonians, who wanted to really be populist. They were kind of like the Trump of their time, Jackson.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you had the American system that eventually would be embraced by Lincoln, which wanted to have a strong central government that would do infrastructure jobs, create canals, national roads crossing states. They were for high tariffs so they could protect American industry and labor. They were for the bank, but they weren't for the bank as it is now with the Federal Reserve. They wanted the bank to be more like the land bank that was set up in Massachusetts Bay Colony, which would be owned by the government, and the profits would go toward the government so people wouldn't have to pay taxes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was more of a direct kind of a bank. And both sides had their points. Both sides were legitimate. It's not one side good, the other side bad. The balance between the two is what made this country dynamic in many ways. I mean, I just did the show about FDR. He was bad in that he was an internationalist and a warmonger, and he was, in that way, but at the same time, he did embrace certain of the Whig ideas in terms of like developing infrastructure, tariffs. Some of these agencies were not bad. They did major work in this country, like the CCC. I mean, they built the Cape Cod Canal and the bridges in 3 years. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I drive over that bridge going to the Cape to visit my mother, and I'm always amazed. 1933 to 1935, that it would have taken 20 years to build that bridge today. It would have cost a fortune. FDR did it quickly because he marshaled the forces. He took thousands of men off the streets who might otherwise have become communists, and he put them to work at low wages, but he gave them an experience. These are young, unemployed men. So, it's not all bad. I mean, there's some good things there too.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Well, good. That's
American history today. I'm thinking.
I'll tell you, is that assassination book still available?
Oh yeah, it still sells. Assassination in America. Thanks for asking.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I get into all of these various conspiracy theories. I try to look at which ones have legs and which don't, and I go all the way from the death of Lewis, Henry Weather Lewis and Clark, who died under mysterious circumstances, and the death of actually Alexander Hamilton, right up to the Clinton death list, and the death of Tim Russert, the newsman, which was very suspicious. Anyway, yeah, I cover it. It's many chapters in that book.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, it's available.
I certainly read a few of your books, but that one somehow I missed. So
it's available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Assassination in America by Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for asking.
Good. Okay.
It was an interesting piece of research, a bit dark. I mean, I also cover a couple of cultural figures like Martin Luther King and Marilyn Monroe, and it's not just political figures, people who died under questionable circumstances.
Question. How about Scalia?
I don't know if I think I probably published that book before that one, but yes, that was very, very suspicious. It was, look, when you have power and you're in a position of influence, you have to ask what happened. I brought this up.
Terry Mullis is another one.
I mean, I actually did a piece on maybe that Franklin Roosevelt was assassinated. Why? Because in the last weeks of his life, he wasn't in good health, and it's not true, but he was becoming what you might call red-pilled on Stalin and the Soviet Union.
Too little, too late, though. I mean,
too little, too late. But he got notice that Stalin, when he occupied Eastern Europe, he was taking tens of thousands of American soldiers into custody, where they were disappearing into Siberia, and he sent Stalin a very stern letter: release these people at once. We're allies. You have to do this. And Stalin sent him back a letter saying, forget it. How dare you lecture me? Americans, look what you did to the Native Americans, blah, blah, blah. And at that point, Roosevelt also spoke with Churchill, who said, you've been completely had. You've been completely betrayed at Yalta. You thought you were so arrogant with your big personality that you could influence Stalin. Well, guess what? He's occupying Poland and Czechoslovakia. You're not going to, he's completely, and Roosevelt was angry, and he was like starting to wake up, and he's like, hey, we have to stop this now. He was about to tell his soldiers, the military, when all of a sudden he shows up dead. Now, is that why? What I would say is this: FDR was surrounded by communists, even living in the White House. He was an invalid. He couldn't get around very easily. He was not in good health. Living down the hall in the White House, you had Laughlin Curry, who fled the country right after Truman took office in advance of congressional testimony, moved to China. You had the Koch brothers, Virginius and Frank Koch. He being the first head of the World Bank, also fled the country before testifying. You had Harry Dexter White. You had Alger Hiss. You had all these guys around him, literally, physically around him.
Hiss was really the only one that got nailed.
Well, that's right. But, Alger Hiss, Harry Dexter White died under mysterious circumstances. Yeah. But you had his wife, not exactly, patriotic American, right? And she wasn't too happy with him anyways. It's very possible that he might have been knocked off. I think we'll never know. But they had a lot going on right after the war. I think Hitler hadn't even committed suicide yet. And already Stalin, there was a lot going on. He was moving forward. He didn't want to have anything, get in his way at that point. This is a very sensitive time. And, to get rid of FDR, if he's proven to be a threat, that would be a legitimate reason for him to be targeted. I'm not saying he was, we don't know, but, there were questions about it.
It's one of these fascinating things to think about.
Yeah.
Because he was kind of a walking dead man anyway, but.
Right, but if all of a sudden he's starting to make waves and he's starting to wake up and he's angry, that's not convenient. For the agenda of that time. It's just that simple. Anyways.
Wow.
So
I'll tell you the other one, to put a cap on it, was not too long after that, George Patton died.
Oh yes, I did a cap on that.
Suspicious circumstances.
Yeah, more suspicious. He was literally hit while driving in his car by this questionable. I don't remember the details on that, but that was very suspicious. He's in the hospital, and his wife visited him, and he says, he tells her, get me the hell out of here. They're going to kill me any minute.
Yeah.
And, the other one, of course, is also James Forrestal, the first Secretary of Defense. I mean, I can't really get into all of them, but I did chapters on all these people.
Wow.
And it's a very interesting subject, a rather dark book to write. You kind of like, some of the things are too
Well,
much.
the antidote for the dark book is what's happening right now.
Right, and let's hope some of these things don't happen right now. But anyway, Mike. So what do you have coming up on the subject?
Okay, well, again, I've been kind of bogged down with anybody that's moved, especially when you're a few years old. All kinds of stuff that you have to get rid of,
Oh, sure.
So Chuck, it's two stages of a man's life: accumulating stuff and getting rid of it.
Well,
And we're going through that. So it just the writing for me is kind of recreational, which obviously is why I don't charge for the Substack. So people can't expect to get stuff every week, although I was doing it every week.
right.
But we got into this, and it's this will even out. But yeah, plenty of ideas. But maybe I put AI in my head to just have it come out into a digital article or something.
And there's just so many excellent things going on that it's hard to I don't know. I almost feel like I've got nothing to say. I mean, it's just it's like watching this grand parade. It
is true that more negative times are more conducive to producing, in a very broad sense, art.
Yeah, right. And that's what I'd gotten used to for all these years. So it's kind of like, I think a lot of people in my shoes are feeling, in a way, a bit rudderless right now. You don't know where to turn because everything is coming up so well that, I mean, it's a good thing, but it's just it's a bit disorienting. So anyways, but
I do like this new time period, and I hope this works out.
Yes, it's very good. Thank you. Excellent.
So,
all right, Mike.
Until next time.
You bet. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Take care.
All right. Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. My new time is Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I expect to be live at that time. There might be a few times when I'm not, in which case you'll get a rerun. But for the most part, my goal is going to be to develop an online experience where people can interact. You can call us. The number, by the way, is there at 508-637-5596. I'll be okay. 508-637-5596. Or you could text us, and we will read your text. I'm also live on TikTok. They've given me back my show. And you can text me there as well. And the goal is to have a live experience where we can have a few jokes. We can talk about some issues. We can delve into some topics. And we can do so regularly in an experience that I'd like to reproduce from the days when I actually was on the air in a good old-fashioned radio station. And I developed this sort of situation where I had regular callers, and it became an incredible experience. Anyway, Mike, things are going amazingly well in this country right now, thank God. And,
I mean, I have to give a call out to my old buddy Kevin Collins that wrote a book, I think maybe 20 years ago, essentially calling the Democratic Party a criminal organization. And I called him the other day and said, I don't think even you knew the extent.
How bad it was.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're now getting the scandal around the seizure of the USAID.
Oh, man.
Which is by any stretch a huge scandal, about 10% of their budget. And they go back to an executive order that was issued by John F. Kennedy, by the way. And by the way, Schumer is dead wrong when he says it was Congress. It was not. It was an
executive order by JFK. And he's got to be spinning in his grave to see how this is.
Oh, yeah.
Been
it's
so
horrible. Originally, it was supposed to deal with humanitarian crisis around the world. It was modeled after an Israeli group that had done this since the founding of Israel, where they would go into Africa and help develop infrastructure, deal with crisis. And it started that way, but like a lot of other things, it became corrupt to the point where now, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15% of its budget goes into those things. It's like it's a criminal organization. And by the way, Secretary Rubio has said in response to all these lies being pushed by the mainstream media that those aspects of USAID are not going to be interrupted. That's going to continue under the direct auspices of the State Department, but that the rest of the USAID is funding horrible things, including, according to major media reports, the Wuhan lab in China where they created COVID.
Oh yeah.
Media organizations like Politico.
Politico got $8 million over a couple of years, I think, 3 years.
Now they've apparently stopped their payroll, like they can't afford it.
Yeah.
And a whole long list of media figures taking payoffs from USAID, probably around the world and here. They were involved in government. Yeah, I mean, where they basically were the main drive behind stopping Bolsonaro in Brazil from getting reelected, probably trying to screw Netanyahu in Israel, probably trying to screw anyone that they don't like. And, it's a kind of meddling that this country really is not supposed to be doing. It's not in our interests. It's not like we're supporting good people. It's the communists and radical Islamists. Apparently money was pouring into Gaza and Yemen and Afghanistan, even recently, certainly under Biden. Stuff that is not only not in the interest of the American people, but is promoting world war,
Does anyone have an idea, Chuck, of when it started going rogue? I mean, ultimately, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious.
Well, I'll tell you one reference I saw when I interviewed an author, and I'm trying to remember his name. I'm looking into it. He wrote a book that was published by Regnery about world population control.
Yeah.
And USAID was one of the major funders of forced abortions in China and also forced sterilizations in India, starting in the 1960s, and other agendas that, really, I mean, apparently there was an experiment where hundreds of thousands of Peruvian women were sterilized without their knowledge. I mean, we're talking about ghoulish, evil experiments.
So what you're saying is it was almost from the get-go.
Oh, yeah. This was in the 60s. And Lyndon Johnson praised them at that time as being on the cutting edge of creating, a reduction in the world population.
Well, he was corrupt as hell.
And Indira Gandhi in India was all behind it, probably got a ton of money. A lot of politicians, a lot of the money was funneled in, a lot of the money that was sent to Ukraine was funneled through USAID. And now the Ukrainians are saying, he says that they are missing $100 billion. I mean, really? I mean, this is a huge, a lot of that money ended up going back into the pockets of corrupt politicians, corrupt organizations around the world, and including in the Democratic Party. Now, this is it's a scandal that's so vast that it's almost impossible to get your hands around. But we could talk about one simple element to it, and that is the funding of political figures of a political organization called Politico, and also apparently funding anti-Trump activities like the all of the lawfare cases. I wonder how much money, if any, was funneled into the pockets of Alvin Bragg or Jack Smith or Big Fanny or, what's her name up in New York? Letitia James. I mean, how many bucks did they get out of this? This is like a real rotten, and if anybody on the left has any defense of it, I mean, I would imagine they probably would have been, if somebody had been funneling money to Fox News, not that they're so great, but, it would have been we would have never heard the end of it. It would have been a huge national story. But now they're trying to tamp this down. This is the scandal that really could put a nail into them. And the fact that they're trying to run interference with the work of DOGE, which of course is headed up by Elon Musk, which uncovered this and which asked for Rubio to abolish that organization, and he did.
Yeah.
The other element is that they have gotten Treasury Department records from the new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, that has been put on hold by a federal judge that indicate that people were getting money funneled through USAID to do all kinds of garbage around the world. I mean, this is people who are high-level Americans. So we are getting close to really uncovering what President Trump has accurately called the deep state. This is what they are. I mean, the USAID seems to be inextricably intertwined with the CIA and with Black Ops. And the reason that Rubio said, and I saw him interviewed on this, that he had to seize their organization and shut it down was because they would not turn over records about their budget and where their money was going and how much they had.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, at least insubordinate for any alleged American organization. But they're not even American. I mean, it's a worldwide thing. It's a corrupt group of rogue operators all around the world. They've got something like at least 10,000 employees, all of whom are now out on their ass. They've all been cut off. They were funneling money into Afghanistan. I mean, it's really a huge scandal, and we only know the tip of the iceberg.
Well, you would think that if someone really believed in the Democratic Party, they'd be all in exposing this kind of corruption, but instead they're doubling down.
They're having these stupid protests over this. Can you imagine? This is their big cause now, protesting the shutting down of USAID. And they're going to go on the street here in Boston at the State House. There not too many people showed up, but it's this is what they're fighting for now.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, because even if you say that 10% of the activities agency is worthwhile, okay, fine, that's
Right.
retained. But the notion that this is some sort of big slush fund for every corrupt person on earth, this would make Bernie Madoff blush, the extent of this thing.
But of course they are. We know that they are standing by it because they are supporting leftist causes, leftist politicians and parties who are trying to overthrow governments. They spent $10,000 trying to have like a gay pride parade in Belgrade.
Yeah.
First of all, they didn't have it, but which brings up the question in my mind: who got that $10 million?
Well, see, right, Chuck. That's what I was going to mention. It's one thing to get the line items, but then who's at the other end?
Right,
Okay.
somebody's getting awfully rich
Yeah.
from this, and it's there's a lot of money sloshing around, and greasing a lot of palms, if to use the old mafia expression here in Boston. This is like, it's and the stuff that they were funding is it's really not in anyone's interest. And now if you want to go support that, fine, go ahead. I mean, that's a private matter. But to expect taxpayer money to go into these things this creates discord around these countries who don't want this stuff. Going back to the population control agenda, which finally, I remember this book. I'm going to try to find this again. It was great. I remember my co-host, Patrick O'Heffernan, had a complete meltdown when we had him on. But the Philippines, they finally kicked them out.
Yeah.
And, forced abortions, sterilizations. I mean, this is like really, really dark stuff. So that's what I know about their past. Who knows what else? I mean, this is something that we may never get to the bottom of it, but the good news is that they've been at least mostly stopped. This is miraculous. It would never have happened had Trump not been elected.
Wouldn't it have been a better position for people like Chuck E. Schumer and others to come out and say, we're all in favor of Elon auditing and getting to the bottom of this, because they just don't realize how bad this looks, I guess.
They're actually like fighting to say to preserve the lack of, to keep everyone.
Let's repeat what I said 2 weeks ago. Apparently, everybody is Ethel Rosenberg. Okay?
They're crazy. Yeah, they're absolutely, they're Kool-Aid drinking, devout, radical, illuminated puppets. They're just, it's a way of thinking. I mean, anybody who saw this meeting, I don't know if you caught any of the moments of the Democratic National Convention trying to elect new leadership. Did you see that?
I saw just little snippets.
Their main comment when they opened up the discussion and everybody applauded was the reason that Kamala Harris lost the election was because of racism and misogyny.
Right.
I mean, they haven't learned anything. Just locked into this.
No, they haven't learned anything, because I've seen this happen in athletics, and we've talked about this so many times, this Model UN thing. Imagine if you're in the 8th or 9th grade and everybody around you tells you how smart you are, right? And you have this Model UN view of the world. And you live in your little ivory tower with your same friends and go to your same miserable university. And now, when you get out into the real world, if you have enough resources, it's possible to insulate yourself from most of it. I mean, I know people my age and older that are like that. They're oh yeah. I mean, I went to a fairly wealthy part of LA high school, and there are people there that were hardcore liberals, still are, have the same philosophy. They don't care what's happening in the real world because they don't live in the real world. They're either professors, they have jobs with NGOs. So that's how it gets perpetuated. And if you're Chuck E. Schumer, someone with, I mean, I don't know how the hell he ever got elected. He's a bozo, but I guess once in, he stays in. He is just a true believer. This guy's worth
worse than that. I mean, you're right. I mean, there are these hardcore true believers who are, like, as you say, Model UN types, and they haven't really had an original thought in their entire life, and they just drank the Kool-Aid early on, and they're in it. And then you have people like Chuck Schumer, who I think is a conscious, witting participant in an international conspiracy. He knows the score.
Well, he's getting money from somebody. Here's a guy that has a salary of what, $200,000 a year, but yet he's worth $80 million. How does that happen?
How does it happen? I mean, Elizabeth Warren is another one. She got a lot of money from Big Pharma. Yeah. Bernie Sanders, Big Pharma. All these people, they are witting, conscious participants in an agenda that seeks to subsume the entire planet into a world order where the nations of the world become nothing more than provinces that, create like a massive system, probably powered by artificial intelligence eventually, where all aspects of your life will be controlled, where everything you see, everything you know is going to be micromanaged by people by non-people, by a artificial brain. They have this agenda. Transhumanism is the expression of it. They've kind of gone a little underground on that, but they used to be very open about that over at MIT, where I live, where they actually had a transhumanist website. It's gone now.
Yeah.
That, had a department which they talked about these things. This new kind of a man that is basically half human, half cyborg. And this is their agenda. This is their belief. They don't believe in a creator of the universe. They believe in themselves as this elite group of operators. The good news is that there are people who were drinking the Kool-Aid on Trump who are now thinking. I know a few in my own circle.
It's interesting you say that, because if you go on on X or TikTok or certain YouTube channels,
Yeah.
you are seeing a lot of primarily black men, some women,
Yep.
black men who are pissed off.
Yeah.
You know, they've been carrying the water for this party for X number of years. And now, you know, as we say, to throw in a little biblical reference here, the scales have fallen from their eyes.
Yes, I've seen it. But I even say that there are some people that maybe a few scales are starting to fall. People in my own circle, including people that are very close to me, who are just were devout Trump haters, who are now like, I don't know. I mean, this actually is interesting. You know, they are starting to think.
Well, what is their reaction specifically to USAID?
Well, I mean, in the case of people close to me, they weren't too happy to find out that they'd been funding Hamas.
Yeah.
You know, they've been funding Afghanistan. They've been funding Iran, Yemen. I mean, radical, you know, jihadists around the world. I mean, they're funding, you know, any group like that. I mean, they're creating like a conflict. You know, they're funding. I mean, but of course, people in our circle aren't too happy with finding out that they funded the lawfare agenda against Trump.
Oh yeah.
And I am particularly, you know, you and I have talked often about Operation Mockingbird, which was part of the revelations of the Church Committee in the late 70s when they did hearings on the CIA, and that it was basically an operation where the CIA was handling satchels of cash to various media figures to run certain stories and to create certain stories out of scratch in some cases. And it was admitted during the hearings of the Church Committee. And yet it was never really gotten rid of, according to many of us who feel that it continued. Well, now we know that it continued because USAID was doing Operation Mockingbird. I'd like to see the names of all of the reporters who got checks from that. They say there are hundreds of them. Media outlets, reporters, individual reporters, journalists, columnists. Let's get it all out. You see, they're trying to get judges to stop the release of this information. But we need to know exactly who was doing this because they have tried to corrupt. This is what they do in, you know, in fascist countries. And, you know, the media is like basically controlled by and a stooge of the ruling junta. This is what they were doing. They were just stooges of this state, of this apparatus. They were running stories, fake or otherwise. They were taking money to promote stories, mainly that were attacking Trump, of course, and demonizing the MAGA movement. You know, the J6 narrative is completely phony. By the way, I'm having 3 of those people come on my show next week.
Oh wow, good.
Obviously,
I think it's the old story. They don't know when to quit. Okay. Joe Biden would have been a happy camper if he had not run for president, right? He could have left as a corrupt guy his whole life as a VP and gone back to Bethany Beach or Rehoboth or wherever the hell he hangs out, and that's fine.
right.
But instead he comes in, is going to be completely discredited president. No one is going to support this guy.
Do you know there's rumors that he pardoned himself an hour or two before leaving office?
I had heard that. Is that credible?
Yes. Well, he pardoned his brother and his brother's sister-in-law and his sister and her husband.
Yeah.
He issued these crazy pardons. You know, we know about Fauci and Milley, all within a few hours of leaving office. You know, I think that there are a couple of federal judges now who have stood up and read the Constitution and realized that you can't pardon someone for something that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
You know, they have not been formally charged. Now, maybe he could get away with the Hunter Biden pardon because he was convicted.
Well, he was charged.
Exactly, but
Milley wasn't. Fauci wasn't.
They were not charged with anything, and even the Hunter Biden thing, you can pardon him for the crimes that he committed, but you can't say, well, anything that might come up.
Yeah, you have lifetime immunity, lifetime free pass.
Yeah, it doesn't really, there's no precedent for that in terms of the use of the pardon, except with the one single exception, and that is, of course, the Nixon pardon, the Ford pardon of Nixon, which was an unusual and exceptional situation. But other than that, it's never been done like that. No one's ever been given pardons for something they may be possibly charged with in the future.
Of course, the proof of the pudding, my friend, is that these guys accepted it. All right. Where's the Fauci that I've always known, who defends to the hilt every miserable thing he's done in his rotten life? He has an answer for. So
Right.
now you give him a pardon. He's silent. The
Well,
real
he's
old
totally
Fauci would have said, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need a pardon. Okay.
Well, it's by any standards, and I think legally even, and I think it's been stated as such under law, that the acceptance of a pardon is an admission of guilt.
Yes.
It's just like, in a way, pleading the fifth is an admission of guilt. You're saying, I'm guilty, which is why I can't talk about this, because I'll be incriminated. And
I think what's going to happen with this stuff is there's going to be these lame efforts to get left-wing federal judges to try to suppress these movements for a while. But first of all, what's going to happen is stuff is going to get leaked anyway. You can bet on that.
right.
And the public, there's not going to be very much support for this criminal activity. There's going to be the Jasmine Crockett's and these low IQ types. They're going to try to frame this as a fascist takeover of the government and so on. But that is mighty thin gruel now.
No one's buying it.
No.
It's not flying. And you're right. They got some leftist federal judges who might, we just had something here in Massachusetts where a federal judge has put a stay on President Trump's buyout program for federal employees. It might slow it down a little. There's going to be another hearing.
Well, wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Bill Clinton did it.
Of course, it's completely appropriate. And he didn't even say why he did it. There was no law cited. So it's just one it's kind of a desperate grasp at like kind of judicial activism. It's not going to stand. I think that by Monday there's a hearing, and he is absolutely in his right to offer the buyout.
I think about 50,000 employees have already taken the deal.
Oh yeah, and that stands. But there's another federal judge. They're trying to jimmy up the system a little bit, but look, the Supreme Court is not going to stand for it. Other than that nutcase, Coney Barrett maybe is a loose cannon, but putting that aside, I don't think that it's going to stand.
I got to tell you something about her to interrupt. She was being praised to the hilt, these adopted kids, and she's so religious about. I never bought it. Never bought it. This goody two shoes. I'm sorry. All right.
Yep.
And what happens? She ends up being a complete disappointment.
It's true. Maybe Trump he put her in there just as within a week or two of leaving office or the election, I think. And that was something he had to move quickly on, I guess.
Well, he was given some crummy information. Okay. She's a woman. She's allegedly conservative.
Yeah.
She's Catholic, so she says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
yeah,
it's very difficult to get perfect information on that, but it's also important because there's a hell of a lot of damage that these people can do.
That's right.
And the idea of putting someone on there because she's a woman really drastically failed with Sandra Day O'Connor.
Right.
Although
she would be conservative by today's standards.
She was conservative by today's standards, but
she also got rid of affirmative action. Let's give credit where it's due. So, but the point is that, even with her, they still have a majority in the Supreme Court, and I think she's going to at least be half right.
Yeah, she's not going to be in favor of corruption. I'm just saying that she's taking some stands that were disappointing.
True. But anyways, I think that all of these sort of last ditch attempts to gum up the works are not going to fly. Now we have Pam Bondi has been confirmed, and she's kicking ass. I mean, she
Yeah.
immediately is going after, is investigating all of these lawfare cases. She's calling for cutting funds to sanctuary cities because they're violating the law. I mean, this is great. I mean, they're going in. I think that we can hold our breath and hope that RFK is confirmed. I think he probably will be, but if he is, that's huge. I mean, that's a revolution.
It's going to be a nail biter, and in fact, I got into it on the ACSH website with some woman who has a lot of knowledge about, and she picked this so-called HIV/AIDS denialism as something that he supports, and this was a disqualifier. But one of the things I countered her with was, okay, maybe I'll give you that. There were people at the beginning that didn't think that HIV caused AIDS. There's people that still don't think that it does. But how about COVID vaccine denialism? You think that's a bigger deal?
Right.
So I think it's going to be a nail biter for RFK. He's probably going to get it. And did you see how aggressively they went after him in those hearings? All these pharma stooges. It was unbelievable. Do you promise not to fire anybody in HHS? Well, we got 3 million employees.
And they also put all of them through the struggle session about whether or not they thought the 2020 election had been stolen. And, I thought in a free country we can question elections,
Yeah.
but they all responded quite well in terms of saying, what I recognize is that Joe Biden was sworn in as president. That's all they would say, which is technically, of course, true. But they did not comment on their opinions on the election. Now that she's in there, she's commenting. And I think once they're all in, they can then be free to take a look at it, because everyone knows damn well what happened. I'm not going to say it because I'm still on YouTube now, and we're still censored on that topic, even though
here's the point, too. Why does that? Well, okay. Philosophically, it matters. But why, in a practical sense, does it matter in this sort of hearing whether he legitimately won the election? His term is up.
Exactly. It's over. I sent Google a note asking them to restore my account and YouTube, because I said, look, I was taken down because I had some people on the program who claimed that the election was stolen, but he's gone now. It's over.
Yeah.
It's not relevant at this point, and no one's going to threaten Obama's regime. There was, I get the fact that there were
Obama's regime. Okay.
Obama's regime, Biden's regime. I mean, that there was comments about people wanting to decertify electors. Yeah, they wanted to stop that. Okay, fine. But it's over now. He's out. Doesn't matter. Now we could go back to status quo ante and talk about whatever the hell we want on elections. It's no different than talking about whether or not James Buchanan's election was stolen. It's history. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Well, wait, why are you comparing him to James Buchanan?
No, I'm making the point that we could talk about Jefferson's election stolen. Yeah. It doesn't matter. He's gone. It's like, it's history now. It's not a threat to any regimes. It's not like a political issue anymore. It's now an issue for historians to kick around, which is free speech. It's at this point, if he's proven to have stolen the election, it doesn't matter now. He's out of power. I mean, I suppose it would obviously be greatly damaging and embarrassing to the entire liberal democratic establishment. Too bad. That's free speech. But whatever, tell them.
Well, what you're seeing now in parallel to the political situation is a total freaking meltdown of the entertainment industry. Okay? They are doubling down and tripling down, and they gave 13 Oscar nominations to this Emilia Perez movie, which basically is about
Transvestite, just something that got the did he get like the greatest woman actor? I think.
yeah. Well, the promotion of this, despite the fact that the movie did no box office, it very tellingly has an extremely low rating with the public on Rotten Tomatoes, but with, of course, the Access Media Critics is up there. But they're just doubling down. I mean, Disney is hemorrhaging money. The entertainment industry is collapsing, and it's like, I see an iceberg ahead. We're going to just go right into it.
Although I understand that I saw a few snippets of it, but the Oscars, they did not do the usual typical attacking Trump. Oh, we're going
that was, I think you're thinking of the Grammys.
The Grammys, yeah. We're going through such hard times now. We're going through such trauma. America's going through such a dark period.
Well, there were some DEI comments made at the Grammys, I believe.
Because I thought the main focus was on the LA fires.
That industry is collapsing. I mean, all the awards for Beyonce, please, best country album.
Yeah, right. But
I mean, I used to be a member of NARIS in the 90s, and it was already going bad. At that, but I mean, there was a great story that they figured that the show was getting popular, National Academy of Recording Arts Society. So the show was getting popular, so they decided they had to have a front man, rather than just kind of an office staff in Burbank. So they brought this unemployed musician out of Atlanta. I forget his name, frankly.
Okay.
It may come back to me. They give this guy, and this is in the 90s, $1 million salary. He starts sexually harassing all the women in the office. It was just
bad news.
Pathetic. There were scandals with money. And it's just too bad how that goes. And I guess that was kind of a harbinger of what was going to happen now. It's a completely different universe. There's no such thing as a record anymore. Everything is streaming.
Right.
Or an MP3. There are a jillion different genres of music. Billboard magazine is important only in that you can track the popularity of certain charts. But there's kids of the prime age that used to be this top 40 kind of stuff that don't listen to that anymore.
Right, and they've also, the big record companies have lost their relevancy because they used to be the gatekeepers. You didn't get a record deal and you didn't get heard unless you were picked by the big three. I think it was a big five.
Yeah.
People like Clive Davis, and they decided everything. That's gone.
Yeah.
They no longer have that kind of control. And it's kind of similar to, the paring down of it is similar to what to get back to our original topic, what Doge is doing.
Yeah.
It's what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He basically fired 80% of the staff when he took over Twitter. He brought back a handful of them afterwards, but it's became stronger, better, more prosperous than ever.
That was the best example in history of the 80-20 principle, right?
Yes.
He fires 80% of the people, 20% of the people are doing the work. And remember when they told him, oh, no, it's going to fall apart. You need all those people. And he's thinking, no, I don't. This is all IT. It's all automation. What are these people doing? And if you remember that video that went viral a couple of years ago of those two women in a swimming pool talking about what their day was like, they worked for some tech company. And they got free meals and they got all this time off. And as an afterthought, well, what is it you do here?
Yeah. I mean, that's that about describes it. So, anyways, he's now doing this with the federal government, and they're freaking out. But it's about time. I mean, it makes me think of I consider him to be my mentor, the late great Jerry Williams here in Boston, who was talking about this back in the 80s, back in the 70s. I mean, he was talking about, like, for example, use the example of the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles. This massive department with their big offices and staffs, and you had to go in and have this miserable experience all day, waiting in line to get your license renewed. And just they were harassing people, and it was a boondoggle. And eventually it showed how corrupt it was, the people getting on payrolls, and Whitey Bulger's kids were on the friggin' payroll. There was like all this political hacks. And he pointed out, we could get rid of 80% of this, sell the buildings and have the state put the money in the coffers, lay off these people, and put the friggin' thing online.
Yeah.
Now they have done that, and it's worked out pretty well. You still have too much of it, but at least it's been pared down a little bit. That's what needs to be done on the federal level. We don't need to have this kind of stuff anymore. I mean, Lee Zeldin, he's been confirmed as head of the Environmental Protection Agency, I believe.
Right.
He just closed the Department of Environmental Social Justice, something like that. Laid off 200 people. They're going to sell the building. They're going to get rid of the whole freaking thing. That's how they're going to save money, because we don't need these things.
Right.
Somebody wants to talk about environmental social justice, let them do it on their own dime. Let them, set up a website and talk about it. But do we need to hire a whole agency with 200 people, probably earning who knows how much? It's, they're saying, oh, well, people don't appreciate the basic services. That's the big lie. The basic things that we want the government to do aren't going to change. This is 80% of the government. I mean, I had an interview off the record with somebody who's a pretty high-level government official in Washington. I can't say who because it was a private conversation, but he pointed out to me that none of them have gone back to work. The pandemic has been over now for 4 years. They've never been seen, and they're getting full salary. Nobody knows what they're doing. And the people who do go to work, they sit around all day looking at porn on their computers.
Yeah.
And that all the work is being done by these consultancies, these consultant agencies, which are getting a ton of money, and that it's become so bad.
Well, that's the other scandal, okay, which I'm sure Elon is going to get into. These contractors are hired to do the work, all right? Here's the problem. I knew a bunch of these guys when I was living in the D.C. area. The dirty little secret is the contractors were making way more money than the federal employees.
Right.
So not only was there this resentment, it's like, what the hell is this? You have staff that's supposed to do these things. You're bringing these outside guys, and it was a joke how much more these outfits really paid.
Oh yeah, and those things are. I mean, look, I get consultancy, but when it has this interaction with government, it's very corrupt. And we could look at the work of Kinsey and company here in Boston for that, and Deloitte. They do some good work in the private sector, but their interaction. I mean, there's even recently here in Boston, there was a consultancy that's been brought in to look at the recreation and redesign of a highway in Brighton, which is a neighborhood of Boston.
Right.
And they had a public meeting, and one of the citizens asked a question of the consultant, and the consultant said, and I quote, I don't talk like this publicly, he said, "Shut the fuck up." And yeah, and this made the newspaper. But I mean, these are the consultants. They're not accountable to anyone, and they're running this thing. They're not listening to anybody's complaints. So there are some legitimate issues around that. And in a sense, the elected authorities have turned over their responsibilities to these consultants.
Well, I mean, it's a vicious circle, because what happened in the case I was describing, this was the Department of Agriculture. And the thing in question was this big software involved with how to plan your diet and whatnot. And of course, agriculture had tried and failed to get this website to work. So they brought in these high-priced people and to fix it, which they did. But as the guy told me, this guy Paul told me, he said, but at the end of the day, no one's using the website anyway. Okay.
Mhm.
It was a bad idea. But he'll take the money. And
Oh yeah, they take a lot of money to do probably in many cases nothing. You get a big contract, and they're rolling in dough. But the point is that Doge is going to really take a hard look, and they're freaking out because they're gonna pare down. This is what I can't believe this is happening. It's incredible. This should have happened decades ago. It's an incredible thing. Finally, they're gonna bring the government into the present time. A lot of these activities can be replaced by websites and even by AI to a certain extent. I mean, I don't think that we want to see AI making decisions about real things that affect real people, but there's a lot of stuff that could be automated. I'll give an example. There's a lot of stuff that lawyers do where they charge a ton of money for things that could be done by AI, could be done through ChatGPT, could be done online. Standard things, like setting up a will or setting up, a contract of different types that are not complicated. Certain transactions in areas of like real estate or whatever, a lot of this can be done with automatically and at no, if zero cost or low cost. And so they're holding on to it's like holding on to the horse and buggy. They want to hold on to their gig over there.
well, that's it. That's the mentality. Do you remember some years ago when the bill pay function was introduced on bank websites?
Mhm.
You can now pay your bills online.
Right.
There was a big movement within the U.S. Postal Service. No, tell your friends it's better to write a check and put it in the mail.
Mm.
And you and I are old enough to remember what a pain in the butt that was.
Yeah, and I remember waiting in long lines at the telebooth.
Yeah.
Right. I think my daughter has never seen the inside of a bank. I mean, maybe when she set it up. Because everything is done. If you get a check in the mail, you just scan it and it goes into your account. Everything is done now using your smartphone. You don't need to have this whole big infrastructure. Now, look, people are going to lose their jobs. People lost their jobs when the horse and buggy, I mentioned that, when the car was invented, the horse and buggy industry, which was up in Amesbury, Massachusetts, along the Merrimack Valley, there were several big companies that did this. They lost their jobs, and it created a local depression. I get that. And they were lobbying the state to subsidize them anyways, and the state did not do it. But it can be dislocating. Look, I lost my company because of computers. My company, City Metro Enterprises.
I remember them.
Yeah, I was going gangbusters. I was
They didn't work for me, which you probably don't remember.
Did I do a job for you?
Yes, a couple of jobs.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think so, because our City Metro.
No. And here's what it is.
Yeah.
And this is for the world to see. When we had that Halimeter product for the dental industry, you guys distributed flyers on that product at the trade shows.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
That was my company.
City Metro, baby.
Yep. I was rolling high for many, many years. I distributed flyers. I distributed posters.
Yeah.
I did like an ad agency could call me up. A record company could call me up and say, we need posters in 50 colleges around the country. And I could do it.
Yeah.
And there was about 5 or 6 of us who were in that business. We each did a little something different. And we competed with each other, but we also sometimes worked with each other on certain things.
Right.
All of us went out of business. All of us. Around the year 2008,
Yeah.
around that time, I remember I was down to one more ad agency, and they canceled it, not because they didn't like the service, but because they went automatic.
Yeah.
They all would decide, well, we're doing something different now. We're going to focus on advertising online where we could get it for free or we could get it cheap. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people, printing companies. I remember Copy Cop, was it Copy Cop in Boston? They had huge offices with printing machines. People were waiting in line at those companies to get their printing done. And they had all these expensive machines, a whole room of them. They all went out of business because people had printers with their computer. They didn't need them anymore. I'm just, it's like I'm saying that's, as my late father used to say, that's progress.
Yeah.
I did not understand the times. I did not adapt. And so I lost my company. And that's, it's no different, should be no different in the public sector. I'm sorry, but if you're not needed, you're out.
Well, then I have to ask you this. With all the waste, which is so obvious to the point that you can create a department to promote government efficiency.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, as a student of the human race, when all these cabinet secretaries came in, what did they think? They were just a big potentate and they'd go to lunch and look pretty? I mean, why didn't any of these people look into the operations of these vast bureaucracies? Because what, they didn't want to diminish their empire?
Yeah. I mean, it had become a perpetual, I'm sure there's a word in sociology for this, but it had become a perpetual entity, starting really with Wilson. It goes back in history, with these massive agencies just would perpetuate themselves, and they would exacerbate the problems they were supposed to solve because that helped them get more money and more budget. And it became like what Steve Bannon talks about, the administrative state. It's it's just that simple.
Well, I think the one example, I wish I had more details, was apparently the ex-president of Procter & Gamble was brought in to run some agency. And a complaint was made that Procter & Gamble, fine, they make a lot of money because they have a lot of name products that people like, but they're not exactly the most efficient operation in the world. And he was just a guy that presided over ginormous bureaucracy and then went in to preside over whatever this agency was. So I think that's what happens, that you have people that allegedly have, quote, business experience, but this becomes kind of a retirement job. And they're heading up the Department of Commerce, whatever it happens to be. And there's waste in all these things, but that's not their gig,
It's just
apparently it's Elon Musk's gig.
And Musk is doing amazing things. I mean, already he has cut $10 billion from the federal budget.
Yeah.
And his goal is $1 trillion by the end of the year. At this rate, he's going to get there.
Yeah, he is.
And the other thing is, of course, if you accompany that with a loosening of regulations on businesses and a lowering of taxes, then you can't tell what people may create. What businesses they may get into in the future. We don't know that because, it's just like, the automobile replaced the horse and buggy, to use that example again, but it opened up a whole world of possibilities and ancillary businesses, and it created, it created an economic boom in the same way that in the 1990s, there was an economic boom from the internet, from the laptop, and from cell phones.
Yeah.
These things, they probably put some people out of business, but they opened up opportunities in other ways and in other, modalities. I mean, I found other things to do when City Metro disappeared, and I've never really recovered from it, quite frankly, but that's the way it goes. I mean, I've done other things. I've done creative things.
Yeah.
We all go through a new phase in life. That's just how it is. I mean, you can't expect something to just chug along forever when it's no longer needed.
No, and I think that's the key right there. That people think that whatever the institution is going to last forever.
Exactly. And that's what my mistake was. I thought what I was doing would last forever. I didn't really look at things collapsing around me at the time, even though I was warned by some people. I still didn't want to face it. That's part of it.
That's the other thing. I mean, the signs are often there.
Right.
And where this happened, by the way, in the record industry, I think it was about the year 2000 or 2001, early 2000s. And a number, I believe it was a couple of different labels. And they decided to get what I guess today we would call influencers from various high schools around New York area, and serve them lunch and introduce them to some of the new artists. And, so they're getting the kids' opinions on stuff. But here was the kicker. So when this is all over, the guy running it said, okay, kids, when you leave this room, there are a bunch of conference tables out there with CDs of all these artists. Go ahead and take what you want, give them to your friends, promote this thing.
Yeah.
Virtually none of the kids picked up CDs because they don't use that format anymore.
It's right.
And one of my friends in the industry said that was the first sign that this model is done.
Well, you can't look at the guy that ran Blockbuster, right?
Yeah.
He was offered, I think it was like $1.5 billion to sell that company.
Yeah.
And he refused because he said, hey, they want this company. Why should I give it to them if it's that great? And he ended up going bankrupt. It's just it had.
He was offered a deal by Reed Hastings to create what eventually did become Netflix, and he didn't want to do that either. I think the problem with that guy, the Blockbuster guy, was he was too greedy. There were interviews with that guy, I don't remember his name, where he was saying, look at this Blockbuster store. No one in here gets paid more than $6 an hour. And he was proud of that. But that all fell apart.
That was just a case of greed, it sounds like. But the point is that, to go back to the Doge story, I think it was actually FDR. This is Doge. He's doing no different than in a way FDR did, but not. Musk wants to do it on a bigger scale. When FDR entered office, he immediately ordered by executive order all agencies to cut their budgets by 10%.
10%, right?
Yeah. And he said at the time, he goes, look, the country is in a depression. Why should the government not reflect what's going on everywhere else? And they did. So, and he's, of course, a hero of the liberals, but that's what's happening now. You have to go in and clean house. I mean, I feel bad saying that for some people. Trump is offering a very generous buyout, 8 months of pay, plus you might have a retirement fund of some sort, or you can, have 8 months to look for doing something else.
Yeah.
And again, with the reduction in regulation, it opens up opportunities to get into business, to become more entrepreneurial. There are, who knows what might be invented coming down the pike. You have to learn, open your eyes and, think, people need to think outside the box. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I agree. It's, you can ask yourself why no one did this before. And it took someone from the outside to do it. It did.
And it's every government probably from FDR, because ultimately he did increase the size of government anyways, but
a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, so from that time on, it's just continued to grow and it's continued to increase. And now you had, we've talked about Michael Glennon's theory about the double government. I mean, that was the establishment of the intelligence half of the government, what he calls the Trumanites.
Yeah.
Their power is being curtailed. You got Ratcliffe now offering buyouts to CIA agents. Apparently something like, what is it, like 90% of them are taking it?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
incredible. Good riddance to them.
Well, I think it's so high in the intelligence agency because they realize that there's been such abuses. And whether they're going to retire early or try to do something else, but they know the hammer's going to come down on this.
Right. I mean, they know that like President Trump has declassified the information about the assassination of JFK,
Yeah.
which implicates the CIA, quite frankly, and other things like that. I mean, it's their power now is being curtailed. I mean, I worry about President Trump's safety when I say that, but it seems to me, thank God, so far they're being reined in. Whoever thought this could happen? It's incredible. This is really like.
Well, it could never have happened under the standard paradigm, where Bob Dole, it's his turn to run for president, It
would never have happened under
the outside, yeah.
I mean, and now Trump is coming back, having learned lessons from the first term, and he's getting rid of all of his enemies who have burrowed into the government.
Yeah.
Biden tried to put them there just like Obama did when he left, except Trump is finding them and routing them out. All those corrupt inspector generals and the FBI agents. I mean, people like, we remember Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and McCabe and Comey, the Vindman brothers. These are people who are all in the government, burrowed away, waiting to get Trump later. Trump's learned, and he's getting rid of them. He's finding them and firing them. And I just think that that's very heartening. They're not going to pull off another coup like they did last time with the fake dossier and the Mueller group and then the perfect phone call impeachment. It distracted Trump for 4 years with that crap. And they're not going to get away with it now. It's great. So. Yeah,
there's going to be a new revelation every day. And next week, we'll probably have some other big deal to talk about.
Yeah, like getting rid of the Department of Education. The late Sam Blumenfeld is dancing in heaven because he wrote about this for decades, how corrupt that was. Reagan promised to do it, and he didn't. Now it looks like it's being done. Trump is.
I'm not a member of the Reagan cult.
Neither am I.
And one of the reasons is that not only did he promise to do it, he could have done it.
Right. No, Reagan was not a lot of what people think. I mean, there are a lot of great things about him, but no, he was an insider.
Yeah.
But Trump is doing it, and again, the propaganda is going to be, the children are going to be, bull crap. Maybe 10% of what they do might have some good aspects that will be folded into another agency. The 90% of stuff they do is push leftist propaganda, critical race theory, sex change operations on children, masks. Who knows what else? It's garbage. It's very bad.
It's a very exciting time, and it's just wonderful to see the change in your demeanor. Before the election, you were so worried. Now,
oh my God,
you're the old positive Chuck.
Oh yeah, no, I'm feeling better every day, and I think that everyone is. Even people who hate Trump are. Everyone knows it.
Oh, thank God, the liberals deep down are admitting that things are better.
It's incredible, and he's just an absolute dynamo. It's just an incredible thing to see. I look forward every day to opening the newspaper or looking online and finding out what's happened next, and it's amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
It's hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah, now he's just signed an executive order getting rid of men and women's sports. Did you see that? It's fantastic, and they're cheering. Young women are finally not going to have their heads bashed in by some greasy guy in a wig.
Yeah.
I mean, it's these are important developments. He's doing it at all levels, politically, economically, culturally, all of it. He's taking it all on. I hope that RFK is confirmed because I think he's very key to cleaning up America's health. That's why they hate him and fear him. And Tulsi Gabbard.
What is so disturbing is the way his cousin has gone after him.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. Can you imagine saying that he was a predator?
Yeah.
Hello, what about Uncle Teddy?
Yeah.
You want to talk about predators? I don't think she was saying much about that.
No,
It was
no.
just- it's just-
And when it got even worse is that her son posted these videos
Oh, he's weird.
mocking RFK's neurological condition and so on. But it just isn't landing.
No. And he's weird. I mean, if you've seen his TikToks, he's like, the guy has a screw loose. I mean, in a way, it's sort of like that relative of Jackie Onassis in that movie they did with the, I forget what it was. He had like some weird relatives. He's a lot like that. But yeah, that's really disgraceful. And
I mean, why does she's got all the money she needs? Why doesn't she just keep her mouth shut? Does anybody really think that she is the chosen representative of the JFK flame?
I don't think it's gone over well. I don't
No.
even with liberals. I mean, she's a hardcore partisan. I think with her, it's an old Democrat Party thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's flowing. I don't think that's a good look.
No. No, but let him do it,
And also, Kash Patel is going to be friggin' amazing if he gets in. That's a tough one too.
Well, they delayed it, I think.
They did. They delayed it, but it's going to happen. Hopefully, God willing. He's an amazing. I mean, he's conducted himself incredibly, and that's going to finally clean up the FBI. Bring it back to its original.
Well, that's the other thing we should mention for a second here. They had 5,000 out of 13,000 of their agents. 5,000 were working on J6, which roughly works out to 3 agents per J6 offender.
J6 and anti-Trump shit. Doing the house and home invasion, messing around with Melania Trump's underwear drawer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really ugly. And yeah, I mean, I think that Pam Bondi has kind of backed away a little bit on that, in that she said that people who were doing like low level or following orders, they're not going to be dismissed. That's okay. I mean, I don't like it, but you have to have somebody in there. But the bigger people, the big fish, are gone. The people who actually were behind this, and they're people that are dangerous to Trump. They're going to try to find a new impeachment. They're going to try to sabotage him any way they can.
Well, Al Green already filed articles of impeachment for.
Yeah, his filings were like for dastardly behavior or something like that.
Yeah.
It reminds me of historian Alan Lichtman on my program.
Oh.
He hung up on me. He got off the show. He wanted to file impeachment complaints against Trump for his war against women. Yeah, what? It's like it's not even good logic.
The trouble with that guy,
Oh,
and I wrote a piece about this, so I'm going to start writing again now that we moved, is that if he had followed his own keys to presidential election, he would have picked Trump. If you analyze the keys, he was so partisan in picking Harris that it was absurd.
Well, he's been completely discredited, and I think that he apparently in his last interview he went out screaming, and just a totally talk about Trump derangement. Him and that other historian from Tennessee, the Mitchum.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a good historian. He's written I think he wrote a great book about Thomas Jefferson, but so Trump deranged that he can't get it straight. The worst one was Michael Beschloss as a historian. I mean, he actually he called for Trump to be executed.
Yeah.
Because of,
you have to understand, these are all academics. They're sitting in their little ivory tower. They have no idea of real life. Yeah,
True.
You write a biography of Thomas Jefferson. He died a couple of years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're putting yourself in a different framework, and don't get me started on academics in general.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
So anyway, next week at the
next week,
time,
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. The program is going to be live, possibly not on Friday, but there'll be a rerun on Friday. But I am reestablishing the live program, And I'm glad you can do that, Michael, and I look forward to it. What's happening on your
It's always a
side?
pleasure. I mean, it's especially now in my new studio here, right?
There you go. So you might as well
Yeah,
get some.
we'll get it fixed up. We still have plenty of boxes to unpack,
Yeah.
and
You
maybe
should
on the
launch
next
your own
show,
podcast, Mike.
we can talk a little bit about the brutal housing market, but that's
We could.
yeah, a good
You
topic.
might
for
you
next
might
week.
consider launching your own podcast, Mike.
How could I say this? Had I been able to sell the old business for a little more, I would have had somewhat more free time. But I have another company now, so we're doing okay, but don't have as much free time as I'd like.
Okay.
Fortunately, I'm still under 90 years old, so
Yep.
should
Thank
be
God.
able to keep doing it.
What's happening on the Substack? Anything coming up or?
There's a bunch of notes,
Okay.
and I think I'm going to delve into this notion that this crap was all hiding in plain sight, if you think, because how in the world did the government go from whatever the size was under LBJ to this massive thing that nobody knows, what the right hand, the left hand's doing, and you're paying taxes like mad. How did it all happen? Is it incrementalism?
Mm.
And you suddenly wake up and you're a boiled frog, So
I think that's what it was. I think that's kind of it's basically did it by sleepwalking.
Yeah.
Anyways, Mike, thanks again, as always.
Yeah. Well, we will see you next time at the new time, and until then, just enjoy it.
Onward and upward. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here, live at my station, at my website, and all my live streams, which I'm looking into expanding. I just sent a request into YouTube, I should note. YouTube suspended my account or canceled my account in 2001, where I had probably about at least 600 or 700 videos going way back. I've saved them. I didn't lose them. I lost my
I'm not sure if it was 2001. I think
No?
YouTube was founded in 2005. But
Yeah.
you,
I'm
the
sorry, 2020, 2021. Thank you. Thank you.
but knowing you, they would have kicked you off before they even started.
Exactly. That would have been
Yeah.
historic. So, I sent them a note noting that the two major issues that I was booted off with, which were questioning the legitimacy of the 2020 election and medical experts who suggested that the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin was good treatment for early COVID, that these are no longer issues. Maybe they wanted to censor it back then, but, the Biden regime is gone. There is no more threat to having them recalled or having delegated, nothing like that. So it's kind of irrelevant whether or not we talk about that now.
Yeah.
And secondly, the ivermectin controversy, even the CDC now admits that it's perfectly okay to use it as early treatment for COVID. So I asked them to reconsider this in the context of today. And I also mentioned at the end of the note that I want to test President Trump's executive order ending censorship to see if that's something that has any legs. So, we'll see what happens. But I think that I'm making the case that it's time to restore free speech. It's time to bring back freedom. And there's freedom in the air, I must say.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's kind of ridiculous that they clung to that, and included in that mess is the kicking all those people out of the armed services for the vaccine thing.
Oh,
And
awful.
it was, but as your viewers know, that went on for about 18 months beyond the time it was, if it ever made sense, which it didn't. It was 18 months beyond that, and it was private companies and so on hospitals.
Oh yeah.
And
I couldn't
and
get into my community college without showing an ID that I had the COVID shot, which I did, but unfortunately, I'm fine. But
yeah, well, I
but
mean,
the
that was
point to
their
make is that it was over at that point. I mean, by the time Biden got into office, regardless of what you think of the vaccine, COVID itself was over. There was a mild case of it around. What do they call it? The something the name for it. I don't remember right now, but it was
very Greek letter.
a mild strain. It wasn't the bad COVID. The serious COVID was over. So it was no longer should have been viewed as a public health issue. It was political entirely. And the fact that men in uniform, men and women in uniform, would be not only kicked out of the military, but dishonorably discharged and lose their benefits. And I remember there were people, I mean, there was such a propaganda campaign. It was like classic Nazi-like, people like cheering this. Oh, they deserve it. They should be put in concentration camps. And now President Trump has signed an executive order reinstating all of them, reimbursing them for back pay, and issuing a formal apology. Thank God. This is why elections matter.
Oh, it's why elections matter. And this is why Biden pardoned this host of miscreants that were behind this. I mean, it's almost amusing to watch this unfold. All right. Lloyd Austin, who in my judgment was a DEI hire by Raytheon in the first place, became a DEI defense secretary. And he went along with every single stupid leftist precept that was applied to the military. And the Democrats have the gall to say, well, what are Hesget's qualifications? What are any of these idiots' qualifications? Robert McNamara had a resume to die for. How did that work out?
Well, actually, Hegseth has done 2 tours of duty.
Yeah.
That he would be the first defense secretary to actually have been literally on the front lines and in battle. I mean, I think that that's something that does stand him apart and makes him unique. I mean, exactly. What the hell are they? They're talking about with qualifications. I mean, this is it's a good thing to see somebody who has some insights from the inside, rather than coming in because they're connected and they're a hack or they've got money or whatever.
Well, that was the problem is that's almost never been the case. I mean, you can go back. Maybe you'd have to go as far back as World War I, where you'd find a significant number of generals that actually had combat experience before they were promoted.
I think the last one might have been Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It definitely goes. Although I will say that JFK as president had combat experience.
Well, yeah, JFK did, but the point is, MacArthur was passed way over by Eisenhower, who had little, if no, combat experience to become Supreme Allied Commander. There's a long and sordid history of desk generals, so to speak, being heavily promoted. Or in the case of Eisenhower, let's be honest, he was a big friend of FDR. I mean, he was more of a political guy. But the point is that it's really a first that you have a guy who's, God forbid, a war fighter who's in charge of this agency.
It's very exciting. I mean, all of these people are extraordinary. Trump is I feel like I'm living in a time that's analogous to how Americans must have felt when Washington became president. Everything is like happening. It's new. You've got a president and an administration that is establishing entirely new ways of doing things, entirely new paradigms. Trump is simply fulfilling his campaign promises to the letter. He has now fired all of these federal employees that basically Biden had tried to stuff into the bureaucracy in the final months of his election so that they could do damage to Trump. He's sort of salting them into all these agencies. Trump is, I think that Trump, obviously this time around, he knows because he already
No.
went through it the first time when they did do this. They had, remember the Vindman brothers? I mean,
Yeah.
these people were all put in there by Obama. They were like booby traps. They were little bomblets that would go off at the right time. Trump knows this now, and he is cleaning house. I mean, he's utterly banned the DEI bureaus that were put in by Biden. He's taking on all of these political people who claim they have, civil service protection when they don't, because they've been in there long enough. And he's more ordering people. He signed an order ordering people to go back to work. And it's just incredible. I mean, I feel overwhelmed almost when I look at the news. I don't know which. You almost can't even concentrate right now. You hear one thing, and then I'm thinking about that, and then there's something else that's coming on, and then
Yeah, it was like 56 executive orders the first day.
oh my God! I mean, I think it was 100 orders, and it's just
Well, and the other thing it showed on, Biden could have changed at a drop of a hat. Oh dear.
do you need to take the call, Mike?
Hi, can I call you back? Thanks. Sorry about that, folks.
No,
Too many
that's okay. If
Too
you
many
need-
things going on.
If you need to take a call, you can step away for a minute.
No,
Oh, all right.
It's one of my old cliches is everything happens at once.
Okay, I
You
get
have all
it.
these guys showing up at the new house to do whatever, and it's all right now at the exact moment. Anyway,
But so Trump is going to have all of these booby traps and minefields that have been planted, and he seems to be handling it pretty well.
he's doing a great job. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Remember this quote bishop that gave that address? I mean, that was no kind of sermon. All right, here's the thing. People like Laura Loomer are saying, boy, how come Trump's people didn't tell him he was walking this minefield? He knew what he was walking into, and he went in there to just expose this crap. All right? We don't even have to worry about how far down the Episcopal Church has gotten that in their primary national cathedral, the clergy person in charge is some radical lesbian. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. But
it hurts them a lot more than anything. Plus, I noticed that after she made her pitch for child sex change surgeries and open borders, then she's I don't know if she has a PR person or not, but she's doing a national media tour.
All right.
And I watched her on with Rachel Maddow, which is probably the best site to watch for that kind of thing. And it's the same old thing. It's like they haven't learned anything. These are the same, don't they? First of all, they obviously don't believe in democracy, because if they did, they would know that Trump won the popular vote. But putting that aside, I mean, it didn't work for them. It didn't help them. And now they're digging in further, and it's just becoming this diminished cult of bitter, hateful looking, sour faces.
So what you're saying is nothing has changed since Ethel Rosenberg, right?
Yeah.
They are haters. They're hardcore commies. Nothing's going to change them. It doesn't matter whether it works or it doesn't work. They have to die for the cause. And the cause is finding some way to divide people. And in the case of Ethel Rosenberg, it was more important to die for the cause than to be alive as a mother for her own children. They're all negative. There was never anything on the left that was ever positive. It was always about tearing things down, destroying things, and just depending on what the hobby horse of the moment was. In 1917 is we have to take down the czar, okay? In 1964, it was civil rights. In the early 70s, it was women's rights and workers' rights and transgender rights. It's all a bunch of garbage to divide people, but it always has this little bit of panache that we're doing something good, but no good ever comes out of it, does it?
Well, they basically leech onto what may very well be in some cases good causes. I think like the labor movement was a good cause, and the one and only area where I actually give credit to the far left is that they did help organize labor, and that's good. But they did it for the wrong reasons. They did it because they want to overthrow the society and use workers to further their collectivist goals, which are against the interests of workers. But nevertheless, in the process, it's kind of like they get something done. But here they are now.
By accident. I think it was
Well,
by
yeah, I
accident.
mean, and it backfired on them because labor became very patriotic.
Yeah.
And of course, now they're against labor because they want to open the borders, which hurts the value of labor. And most people in labor unions voted for Trump for that reason. Even Bernie Sanders has admitted that. He said, I could find common cause with Trump on that one. But, the thing is that it's we're at a point where they really, and maybe I'm just, still having this incredible high from the election and watching these wonderful images and the inauguration and watching all of it. I mean, I feel like weeping over this. I mean, it's so incredible that maybe my feet aren't yet on the ground, but yet as I feel right now, I do think that their influence is diminishing in the real sense. I think that they are falling down and that they're not going to be able to get up for the rest of it, for at least another generation.
Well, the reason it's falling apart is that there's a built-in tendency, no matter what it is they do, no matter what the cause is, they always have to jump the shark. All right? Perfect contemporary example. I don't believe in this transgender crap, but I'm certainly against discriminating against this person as an individual.
Right.
I mean, no one could argue with that. But what came from that was the men playing in women's sports. And this took on a whole life of its own. It is impossible for them to be clean with any single cause they ever do.
I think that would really damage them. I mean, right here in Massachusetts, we had Congressman Seth Moulton, liberal Democrat, as liberal as anyone, make a few mild remarks after the election against men and women's sports. He says, look, I'm the father of 2 daughters, and I am not happy with the idea of them playing soccer with men. And they came down on him like a ton of bricks. I mean, oh my God, he backed off. But the point is that, yeah, I mean, he wants to save his career. So then he votes against this, keeping men out of women's sports bill, even though he doesn't believe it.
Well, okay, but that shouldn't have surprised you. I'm sure it didn't.
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I think that they're really not winning. He was influenced by this small radical cult that started protesting outside his office in Salem, and also by this national and international agenda that continues to goose step along to these crazy and wrong-headed ideas. And I think that they're losing ground. People are, this isn't even a liberal conservative thing. I mean, people are fathers of girls. They don't want to have their daughter get a concussion.
Right. The unifying principle here is the left hates women, hates families, hates children. How can someone, forget about abortion, how can you vote against the Born Alive Act unless you just hate children, hate people, hate society? And it all stems ultimately from the fact that it's a satanic, atheistic point of view, and it can't reconcile with reality. So that's why it's always burning up.
Yeah, I mean, how can they vote against the Lake and Riley Act? Do they want to have violent murderous illegal aliens have rights in this country and walk around? I mean, we just had, and by the way, speaking of another success, Tom Homan is doing the job.
Oh yeah.
They picked up 300 people on the first day of Trump's term. Yesterday here in Boston, they picked up, I think it was, 19 people. And there's a video of one of these guys, a Haitian drug kingpin who has 18 felonies counts against him. As the police are putting him in the paddy wagon, he's there. F Trump. We love Biden. Thank you, Biden, for all you did for me.
Yeah, right.
And the people in the neighborhood, predominantly black, are saying, thank you, Trump. And it was like, this is what their cause is? How do they justify not? And I think that Homan, the other thing is that he has a whistleblower. They are marbled throughout the government. They need to catch these people because somebody blew the whistle on his pending operation in Chicago. So he had to cancel it because it puts, officers at risk. I mean, I think that they need to get a handle on bringing that. If I were in Homan's shoes, I mean, what do I know? But if they find out who that whistleblower is, they ought to bring him in the office and say, look, we have the goods on you. We know we knew you dropped the dime here. You have two options. Either you turn in 10 other people in your outfit and we'll allow you to resign quietly and then you can go away, or we're going to fire you and we're going to prosecute you because you've committed a felony. You can't release information from the inside government like that.
Well, this is it. I mean, think about it, Chuck. These people are willing to die for a cause. All right. And the argument they always use, I mean, it's hilarious. Well, migrants, whatever that means, commit less crime than Americans. That may or may not be, but that doesn't change the fact that this Haitian drug lord was in the country.
Yeah.
And it only took 2 days for Homan to find these guys, because remember hearing all through Biden's term, we don't know who these people are. We can't find them. It would be too expensive.
Oh, no.
They knew damn well.
Homan is operating off of lists that are compiled by local police departments.
Oh, yeah.
And they're being very careful. Here in Boston, we have, I don't want to mention her name because I've got some personal issues, but she's a major liberal figure. She has said that they're going to make mistakes because they'll apprehend someone who's not, involved with crime, and they'll get deported. And this, that may happen. There may be some instances of that. But I think that they're going to have a pretty tight ship over there. They know exactly who they're getting. I've seen Homan interviewed about this. They know exactly where these people are, and they're quietly and methodically picking them up and then having them deported. And it's not going to be out the media. Homan himself said, look, they're going to find one case where they'll have some woman crying, and look at what they've done, and you'll have Lester Holt putting it up on the news. Right. And he said, look, how about the hundreds of thousands of children who have disappeared? Why don't they show them? Why don't they show the victims of fentanyl, like my brother's stepson who died last year because of fentanyl poisoning? Yeah. Why don't they show his mother, her life has been shattered, my sister-in-law. Why don't they show them? Why don't we see who really has been harmed?
Well, look, it's the same thing, that whatever good came out of these fires was what the deep blue ivory tower people in Palisades and Malibu finally hit them. Okay. And now they want the National Guard and they want the protection. Okay.
Meanwhile, there's video of Trump in the first term after a fire meeting with Gavin Newsom. And he's like, and I think Bill Maher made a reference to this. It's like, just because Trump says something, they won't do it because, it's like that's supporting the Trump and the right wing. And he's like, you have to rake the forests. You have to bring these trillions of gallons of fresh water from Northern California south through pipelines and aqueducts. We'll help you. The federal government will aid you. And Newsom is there like, oh yes, sir, yes, great idea, thank you, Mr. President. Then he didn't do diddly squat.
No.
Then nothing, crickets.
No, he's a total clown. And what happened in LA, I mean, it took years. It was not overnight that the mayor became this lesbian DEI moron who actually ran against a guy who was pretty qualified in Rick Caruso.
Yes.
But no, this took decades for this infrastructure to be put in. And okay, hey, you had your way. You got all these leftist plants in there. As Dr. Phil would say, how's that working out for you?
Exactly. You have all these. This is why planes are falling out of the air.
Yeah.
You've got fire, uncontrollable fires. Her whole website. We are so proud of the fact that we've hired lesbians and that we're, it's like nobody. What about fighting fires, right? I mean, Trump is like, hey, we're going to have a merit-based system. He is doing it, and nobody can say a damn thing about it.
Well, I want people to know that this DEI in the LA Fire Department was going on for decades. They just didn't call it DEI. I had a very good friend who was forever a captain in the LA Fire Department. When he came in, he was one of the top young, smart guys. Hey, you know what? He just couldn't become a chief. Just wouldn't happen, because he's a white guy.
Yeah.
And that was it. And he was told that to his face.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was listening to Jeff Kuna this morning. He's in Boston, great talk show host. They can say stuff that I can't say because of YouTube. But he had a caller who said, look, I'm a high-level government engineer. He's a retired guy. Right. Said, I was working on a project for years and building it and creating this incredible thing. And just before we were to roll it out in the public, suddenly I'm demoted and a young Chinese woman is brought in as the head of the agency. And then when they rolled it out, she got all the credit. And it's like,
that's happening with every agency.
Yeah. And I'm just working there. I'm just a worker.
Well,
and the part of the campaign, look what we've done. We've hired a woman, a minority, and she's done these incredible things. She didn't do diddly squat. I mean, she didn't know anything about it. He actually had to teach her a little bit to help her talk about it.
Yeah, well, this has been going on for a long time. The other agency that got ruined is the Patent and Trademark Office. All right.
Oh.
That used to have, first of all, that was one of the few agencies in the federal government that actually made a lot of money, because you have to pay fees for trademarks and patents. All right. And they had examiners, generally were attorneys with an engineering background in the patent office. And a lot of these guys, you may not know this, that was one of the quote unquote Jewish agencies of federal government. IRS was one, the Patent and Trademark Office is the other.
The Jews are at the IRS. That's discouraging.
Yeah, that was for a long time. Yeah. But what had happened and GSA, by the way, was also Jewish agency.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
But
Jews have a history of being property managers.
Yeah. Well, what had happened in all those agencies? How can I put this? When I started dealing with the federal government back in the 70s, I would deal with Sid Goldstein. Then one change came. Then I started dealing with Viola C. Jones.
Ah.
Okay, guess the race on that one.
Right.
And then after Viola, it would be an Indian person or a Chinese person with an unpronounceable name who couldn't speak English very well. All right. And I've dealt with these agencies since 1975. And so I've seen how this stuff has changed. And
no, it's definitely been creeping in for decades. And, it's sort of like a merit-based system, I think ultimately is going to mean that plenty of minorities and women are going to get great positions because they're good. But, the idea of putting someone in there, if you have a quota, it's not going to be because they're good. It's going to, you have, and then there's incentives to do it, and we see the consequences. We see, as I say, airplanes are falling, wings are falling off of Boeing airplanes because of this, right? And you're in the sky, get a hole blown in your plane. This isn't an accident. These are done by people who are just not the best. And if there's one thing we can say about Trump, he does want the best, no matter who they are. He doesn't give a damn. Look at, Scott Bessent, he's gay, married, he's got kids. Trump doesn't give a damn. He wants the best. He's the best economist in Trump's opinion, and he probably is the best. He doesn't look at those things. Bessent himself made that point when he was asked about it in his, confirmation. He goes, yeah, but the point is that that's not why I'm being brought in here. It just so happens to be the case.
Well, there was another stereotype, again, early on in my dealings with the federal government that you don't see much anymore, and you'll get a kick out of this. And that was the spinster, all right? Every agency I ever dealt with, there'd be, in every office, there'd be at least one middle-aged, unmarried woman that would work 70, 80 hours a week. That job was, as they say, her life. And I remember vividly, and this woman worked for the Library of Congress.
Mm.
And I had an appointment to see her. So, well, Mr. Shaw, can you come at 8 o'clock? I said, sure. No, 8 p.m. So, yeah, I'll come at 8 p.m. Why would you want that time? Well, everybody else is gone. And we'll be able to get into more detail and not be interrupted. And I found women like that at every single agency. Now, that started fading away a little bit, but that was one of the good stereotypes.
Yeah.
Because you knew if there was someone like that in an office, that's who you wanted to talk to, because they knew what was going on.
They were dedicated to it, and it was their life.
Yeah.
It's like a nun, or what I mean? Like,
that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, and they're incredible people, powerful.
Yeah.
They run the, I think that those nuns run the church. Anyway.
Yeah, it's well, today I guess is the saint's day of one of them, Mother Mary Ann Cope, who people might be familiar with, Father Damien, who went and serviced the lepers in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, yeah, Molokai, yeah.
He died. Sister Mary Ann, or Mother Mary Ann, they called her because she ran this group of nuns, took over. So, yeah, there's always been a tradition of service, and it continues.
It's a great tradition, and people actually care about they're focused on their mission. It's I think that, as I said, Trump wants to get back to that. He doesn't give a damn. People, I remember, said, I think that Ivanka actually said, we answered a question like, he says mean stuff to women. It's like, no, he says mean stuff to people, whether they're women or men. He doesn't give a damn. He treats people like people. It's not like he's, It's sort of like an equal opportunity mean guy. That's just, he looks at situations. Years ago, and I urge people to do this, I can't recall the details, but I read the book, The Art of the Deal. And I think Trump played a lot of he was very involved in writing that book, unlike a lot of, famous people who really don't write their book,
right?
Like Bill Clinton or someone like that, or Obama. And
especially Obama.
What?
Especially Obama.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, we know who wrote that book.
Yeah.
But he really, you get that personality. Like he's like, this person is great, and it doesn't matter. It's like everything is based on who did something. It's like accomplishment based. And he loves to make deals, and he enjoys the process of making a deal. Speaking of deals, I can't confirm this. I heard this in passing. I don't know if this is true, but there's a lot of danger right now with regard to the internationalist establishment trying to suck Trump into some kind of a perpetual war in Ukraine. Trump has said in the beginning that he wants to have a deal and he wants to stop the killing. And
Right.
that basically, as unpleasant as it is, Russia has, captured territory there, and that's that. Ukraine has to suck it up and deal with it. Whereas you have Zelensky trying to agitate. He wants boots on the ground from Europe and from the United States, more money, which is insane. But what I've heard is that Putin has agreed that he should come to the peace table and make a deal. But he put out several conditions, and one of them was that he wants to extradite Anthony Fauci to Russia to stand trial for COVID crimes. Now, when I heard this, I thought of your article, Michael. About that, and I think that would be like sending Mengele to Tel Aviv, right? It's like, really, that would be incredible.
Well, they sent Adolf Eichmann,
Who?
and Eichmann was sent to
Yes,
Tel Aviv.
exactly. But that's I draw a parallel between that and Fauci standing trial. I don't know if this is true. I heard this. I read this. I think it's a comment made.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a lot of people who want to get Fauci and are not going to be at all deterred by the pardon that he received.
Oh, I think that those pardons now are under serious question, including by a federal judge who has weighed in. I don't get his name, but that they're not really valid, because you can't just pardon someone for something they might do in the future, or if they might get charged with. A pardon has to be connected to.
Well, that's what I always thought.
Oh, I mean, there's one single exception to that, and that, of course, was the Ford pardon of Nixon. That's fine. He was a former president of the United States, and that he was pardoning him in a manner that probably today wouldn't have been necessary, because former presidents have a certain level of immunity from prosecution. But you can't just pardon people without them having, like, all those pardons that Biden, with 10 minutes left to his presidency, issued for his brother and his brother's wife and his sister and her husband. They're not valid because those people have not been charged with a crime.
Yeah.
They're not being prosecuted. There's no investigation of them. Now, maybe the Hunter Biden pardon may stand up because he actually was convicted of a crime. But the rest of this stuff, and Fauci and Milley, they don't have any legal standing. Even liberals are.
Oh yeah, it's like an all-purpose get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I mean, even liberals are not happy with this. I heard even Jim Braude on NPR here in Boston, who is the biggest hater of Trump, and he's sucked up to Biden for years. Even he said he didn't like this, and that to me says something. I've never heard him criticize anything. So I think that, these investigations are going to go forward anyways, that Milley very well may be court-martialed. And the way to do that is for Trump to call him back into service and then have him court-martialed. And if they find him guilty of treason, I think he may face a firing squad and would deserve to.
Well, I mean, the whole thing was absurd. He was another one of these desk general types that got promoted. I don't know who he knew or what he had on whoever, but there's been so many of these guys over the years. You wonder how they got to that position. The military has a long way to come back from all this stuff, but I think it's headed now in the right direction.
It reminds me of it. I mean, my late father was a big fan of Gilbert and Sullivan. I don't know if you know them.
Yeah. The Major General.
Major General. He polished up the handle of the big brass door. He polished up that handle so carefully that now he is the leader of the Queen's Navy.
Yeah.
And then they had some wonderful satire. And at the end he goes, so they're asking me, how do you get ahead in the Queen's Navy? He's like, stick close to your desk and never go to sea. And you'll all be the leaders of the Queen's Navy. And then it's a great piece. I'm going to revisit that. There's some great stuff there. But, this is how they do it. I mean, it's like, just polish up the handle of the big brass door and you get promoted, but not in Trump world.
No. Yeah, and you have to wonder why the left is so against bringing a warfighter in to head up the Department of Defense.
Oh, they despise the idea. Somebody who's actually going to look at, and none of the questions they asked Hegseth were dealing with philosophy of a military philosophy and by the way, Hegseth is a brilliant guy. He's graduated Harvard and Princeton. He wrote a book that is filled with military strategy. I mean, he's no dummy. He's very qualified. But all the questions were about his personal life, really kind of nasty. I mean, some of the, I'm sorry if this sounds sexist, and I don't mean it to, but the female senators were literally screaming at him. It's like, really? I mean, it was just bad. And
the latest thing was his ex-sister-in-law accused him of beating his wife, and the wife denied that.
The wife, not only did she deny it, and she's his ex-wife, so there's no love lost there. But
yeah,
she's saying she may sue this woman.
Yeah,
she's going to bring a lawsuit. I mean, she's apparently a radical Trump hater and a leftist, and the ex-wife of Trump's brother, and that this is being. And then you have this Congress Senator Jack Reed. They're trying to do another like Kavanaugh.
Yeah,
and he trots this out. It reminds me of. I mean, do they really think they're going to relive that one again? I mean,
I've been saying for a long time, they don't have anything. They don't have anything else. Before we knew that Kamala Harris was going to run, I posed a question to you, which there was no answer. Who do they have on the bench? They don't have anybody.
No.
If you're thinking, well, gee, maybe Gavin Newsom, what a clown.
Oh, he's gone. His futures. I mean, he's after this. I mean, he was always, kind of a lightweight and just a hack. He's a brilliant liar. I've noticed that about him. I saw him on Bill Maher. Bill Maher really covers these things, and he could smoothly lie and with a silver tongue, twist something so out of proportion that your head is spinning, and you forget the original question. Very, very skilled at that. But other than that, there's not much going on.
You have a state with nearly 40 million people. All right. There's a lot of talent in this state, frankly, both on the Democrat and the Republican side somewhere.
Right.
How this clown gets to high position, but he came out of San Francisco along with Dianne Feinstein, and everybody that came out of the San Francisco tradition were all these unlikely individuals.
Pelosi.
Yeah. I mean,
but how is it that California now, there's been a poll done, they still would vote for Karen Bass? We're talking now after the fires that are still going on. I mean, with her communist background, I mean.
What kind of poll, okay? Who are you asking?
I don't know.
There certainly are people on the left that are Ethel Rosenberg type haters, okay? And you know what? We're going to vote for the commie dyke no matter what.
No, I know people like that. Oh yeah, no, you're right. I mean, but I mean, I would imagine that she must have taken some hit amongst the people.
LA is a very large city, and I'm sure you could go into large portions of LA that you could find any number of people who would tell you, oh, those SOBs in Palisades and Malibu had it coming, and the fire should have gone through Bel Air and Beverly Hills too, and then taken a curb and gone down to Rolling Hills Estates and Palandsburg, because.
Yeah, right. And Brentwood, take it all. Sure.
Yeah. So it's just kind of the same sort of thing that's been going on. You're always going to find people that hate others, and I believe that's what you're looking at here.
But I think that their numbers are diminishing, I hope, and that's really how
I would hope so.
That with the advent of the golden age of Trump, and this is the biggest social movement to happen in this country since Reconstruction. You know, there are several social movements that have occurred in this country that have had indelible marks on our future and that lasted for generations. I was thinking about that this morning. I mean, obviously the first one is Washington, the establishment of the republic, and the generation that fought the revolution. I think the second one was Jefferson. The third one was Jackson, and I would argue Lincoln. I know some people, he's gone out of favor, but it did lead to the abolition of slavery, and that it did create. On the less known part of Lincoln was that it was the beginning of the American system of Henry Clay, and the Transcontinental Railroad, and it was back to American putting its own interests first. And then I think that the two Roosevelts, I think, were both leaders in that, including Franklin. Personally, I think Kennedy was. I don't know. Some people, he wasn't in long enough. And Reagan maybe a little bit less so. But certainly Trump is one of those figures that has unleashed a whole new way of thinking, a whole new way of being. He has gone in and he's just doing stuff at a level that everybody is shocked how fast he's working. He's been president for 2 days, and it's like, it's all of a sudden, it's like we have a leadership again.
Well, I mean, the shock is that he could get stuff done, putting the lie to, Obama is being hamstrung by the system. No,
Obama was just was part of the system. I know this sounds, I don't mean to sound racist here, and I'm not being, but I remember a commentator saying that Obama was basically Bush with a tan.
Yeah.
It's like nothing changed. It was all moving along. This is the establishment, and certainly Wilson was not the head of a movement at all. That was an elitist coup. They divided the electorate three ways, and they installed him. That is old. That's like the people that ran the Biden regime. But Trump really represents a major way of thinking that's changing. Even liberals, I mean, I think a lot of them are thinking a little differently now, even if they don't admit it. Obviously, we're never going to reach the Ethel Rosenberg crowd, but right. But even a lot of liberals, I mean, even some that I know, are like, yeah, well, this is interesting. I mean, I think that
there seems to be tremendous optimism, and you're right. All but the hardcore hater left are just coming to realize that, this was all crap, and what you learned in your Model UN class in the 9th grade isn't really the way things are.
Yeah, exactly. It's all over.
And this is it. How dumb do you have to be? This is funny because I'm getting all this work done at the house, and here's the analogy. There's a guy that's got a pretty big YouTube site called The Lock-Picking Lawyer. He's got about 4 million subs. Pretty decent sized YouTube channel. All right. His whole thing is he makes it look easy picking locks. All right. So I was talking to this guy today, the locksmith, putting some stuff for me. And we started talking about the lock-picking lawyer. He said, it makes it look easy. And I said, well, real life, most things aren't that easy. And he said, yeah, you're right. It isn't quite like you see on TV, So there really is a change.
Yes.
In the air.
And this time around, Trump knows
people feel more positive, optimistic. Everybody wants me.
All right, Mike. I think I'm going to have to thank you for joining me.
Yeah, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, Mike. Be well.
Right,
all right, take care. Okay. So I just wanted to, before I sign off here, I wanted to briefly get into the business of the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol, because let me see if I can go live on TikTok. No, I can. All right, we're live on TikTok. I guess that TikTok has restored my live stream, so I'm going to just do a little live here before I sign off. I'm doing my usual live stream on Rumble, by the way, if you're joining me on TikTok. And we discuss issues of the day. Michael D. Shaw was my guest. He had to step out. He's got a lot going on, but I decided I'm staying on a little longer to talk about a few issues. By the way, you can join the program 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. And I just want to talk about the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol building, and how that it seems to be the only issue that the left and the Uniparty and the opposition to President Trump, people who lost the last election, that they think they may get some traction with. And I want to address it because the fact of the matter is that they're not going to get anywhere with that. From a conventional standpoint, President Trump showed compassion. He showed decency. I don't know if anyone's seen some of these videos of these poor men who were tortured for 4 years in prison. In one case, one of them had his eye knocked out and kept in solitary confinement, meeting his dear beloved baby daughter for the first time, getting out of prison. And the girl is like, "Daddy is home." Made me cry. I felt like weeping when I saw that. These people were abused. This was a political, these hostages. I'm not saying they're as bad as the hostages in Gaza, but America had hostages. 1,500 people, not to mention people who actually had to do time and did a short sentence, people who committed suicide, like that Mr. Perno, young guy, committed suicide because he couldn't handle this horrible system that was prosecuting him. It's a terrible, terrible commentary on this country that this happened, that this Nazi-like jackboot approach to basically people who were doing nothing more than trespassing, and in many cases they didn't even know it, because the property of the U.S. Capitol was not clearly demarked on that day. They may have been standing on a piece of lawn that they didn't even know was part of the property of the U.S. Capitol. And people who went in were ushered in mostly by Capitol Police. And, one of the reasons they didn't want those videos released, and they still haven't released all of it, is because it shows them walking between the felt, rails and looking at the artwork. And they really were acting like tourists. And they were let in. Nobody had any weapons, and yet they've been abused. I think that this administration in the past, maybe they thought they could get away with it because they were so sure that they had destroyed the MAGA movement and Trump, that they felt that this could be their, their ability to finally, make an example and scare people, which they did. I think that had a lot to do with why more people didn't come out for the Trump inauguration this time. Can you blame them? And also by shutting down the media, including President Trump's Twitter account, and Parler and other sites, they felt that they could control the argument. They felt that they had the upper hand in terms of censorship, when they didn't, because people found other ways to communicate. And in spite of this massive campaign against President Trump, including attempts to shoot him, and they did shoot him, and bankrupt him and put him in prison for paperwork and bring up accusations that were ridiculous, he still won. Thank God he still did it. He did it with very little money spent, and they could not stop him. So I think that with all of these factors, we ought to put this event of January 6th in its proper context. Hi, Dominic. How are you?
What up, my guy Charles? How you doing, my guy?
I'm good. What's up? Harry
You know-
Sisson for president? Seems a little soon to be running for president, I guess, but why not?
For president?
Yes, it says behind you.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Look, your background, it says Harry Sisson for president. Did somebody put that up there, or did maybe you did? I don't know. What's going on?
Charles, you trolling me, Charles?
No, I'm looking at the screen.
You sure?
Yes, I am positive.
Do you wear glasses?
I see what I see. Listen, maybe somebody else has put that over you and you don't know it. But if you record this talk and you watch it back, you'll see that you have a big sign behind you that says Harry Sisson for oh, wait a minute, you're right. Maybe I do need glasses. Harry Sisson for president.
There we go.
Okay. All right. I better get a new prescription. All right.
I was gonna say, I think we need a new prescription.
All right. I guess maybe I was fooled by the stars. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I think you're seeing something.
All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me today.
Here
Mike,
we are.
how are you?
Hey, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Right?
Yes, indeed. You know, it's a countdown toward President Trump.
Do you notice, even among the liberal environment that you're in, there's just a more positive vibe from everybody, even the real hardcore liberals?
Oh, everyone knows that the country bit a bullet. I mean, I think that everyone senses that, even the hardcore. As you say, I mean, our Governor Healy just did an interview with the Globe where she said that she plans to fully cooperate with the new Trump administration.
Whoa.
And a couple of left wingers and liberals are absolutely having a meltdown over this. But I think that the whole rotten, so-called resistance is crumbling. You know, you still might have Newsom and you might have that fat guy in Illinois, but other than that, I think it's starting to just disappear. They're finally starting to move inexorably into the dustbin of history.
Yeah, and even with the case of Pritzker and Newsom,
Yeah,
they're going to turn because the popular will just isn't with it, and I don't think even those two are going to want to die on the hill of whatever the hell the left stands for now, which I'm not even sure what that is.
well, what are they going to do? Stand in the way of deporting criminal, illegal, violent gang members and drug dealers and rapists? I mean, this guy just yesterday immolating a woman on a subway car in Brooklyn and sitting there, someone's filming it and he's there throwing gas on the fire. I mean, this was an illegal alien from Guatemala, by the way. And I just don't think that certainly Eric Adams is on board. So I think that, the idea of opposing them being apprehended and deported is not going to be very popular. I mean, it's just, is that really the hill they want to die on?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all started falling apart. The whole identity thing. I mean, good grief, if you saw any of the video between Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, where she is just freaking out about how she believed all the BS, and then suddenly it's like it hit her like a stroke of lightning that her life has been ruined, not by the Republicans, but by the Democrats. And then Cenk Uygur was at something with Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah, Charlie, he was at the Turning Point USA event. And he's, exactly. I mean, he said, look, the conservatives and the Republicans are a lot more tolerant and generally a lot more friendly to opposing opinion than my side. And he's, I think there's going to be a major cleaning of house over there. They're just, it is kind of like like I observed before the election, it's going to be like the George McGovern loss of 1972. Right? I mean, they're going to have to really like get their house in order, and it's going to take it could take a decade before they come back from this. And I mean, I don't think that Biden is going to really. He has a few more weeks of mischief. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more. He's already commuted the sentences of some really, really bad people, and it didn't go over as being particularly humane. Now today he's commuting the death sentences of, I think it's 24 people on death row, and these are some of the worst, people. I mean, slaughtering children. I mean, really violent criminals. And I think, does he think this is going to be seen as progressive? I mean, I don't think so, and I don't think most liberals and progressives are jumping for joy over that either.
Well, I think what's happening is that it's being revealed that whoever controls Biden is a hardcore lunatic fringe of the left. Because if you wanted to write a recipe to get people to leave the left, you would do stuff like pardoning serial killers and whatever the hell he's doing now.
Mm.
So it comes down to, our little topic before, this model UN mentality where, well, gee, this was my worldview when I was 13 years old, and I'm just freaking out. The world has to be like this. And it's all falling apart for those people. And I feel no sympathy whatsoever because I knew people like that, and they were able to create a fantasy life for themselves. In many cases, I'm thinking of one particular woman who would epitomize this whole thing. She ends up going to what was then called Radcliffe. She creates an academic life for herself and is able to live in this bubble the whole time. But the fact is, most of the others aren't quite as, quote, fortunate to be able to do that, and now are coming to the reality very late in life that this was all a crock. And I'm seeing this, okay? You go on ACSH, and this Henry Miller guy puts up an article, I could not believe it, arguing that the vaccine was beneficial to the nursing home people.
Oh my God, that's.
I mean,
where did he come up with that BS? I mean, it's obviously not science.
You can find, quote, scientific articles for anything you want. It was
beneficial to them after Cuomo put COVID active people in the nursing home. Great, yeah, really, that's wonderful.
So there are some of the people that are just going to keep doubling down for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do about it.
No, but they're becoming, it's a dwindling cult of haters, basically. And, even, now that the Wall Street Journal has done an article that really has said what we've been saying since before the last election, and that is that Biden is seriously impaired mentally and physically, to the point where people surrounding him would keep him sequestered and out of the scene because he was having good days and bad days. I remember you said way back when that it's a symptom of sunsetting. It's a it's a mid to advanced stage of dementia, something we've all observed. They're now admitting it, and it does bring up the question of who was running the country and who was running the executive branch for 4 years. I mean, apparently he'd have good days and bad days, and when he's having a bad day, they just would cancel everything. And then he would basically have to have long naps. He would just come in, maybe he was cognizant for a few hours in the course of a day. He had I think he only had like a half a dozen cabinet meetings in his entire presidency. Yeah. And one of them was headed up by Jill. And he would have to have everything. The cabinet ministers would have to send their questions to him in advance for those, even for those meetings, so he could already have a formulaic answer, which he couldn't even do that. So, it's on the one hand, it's pretty sad, but on the other hand, it's criminal that this would have been covered up. This should have been a constitutional crisis issue where he should have been removed from the office. I mean, they certainly talked about removing Trump from the office for 4 years every time he blew his nose. This is, I would think this is something that ought to be investigated. It does go to the level of criminal malfeasance and fraud.
It's criminal malfeasance, and you wonder what was the point. Okay, if this were a family member, it would be sad to see someone declining, but you would lose a lot of sympathy if that guy was a CEO of a business and was screwing up things right and left just to maintain this illusion that he was in control. It wouldn't happen. So,
well, that's right. And that's exactly what's happened. It's apparently what happened during the Afghanistan fiasco. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't answering the phone that day. Not that he would have done anything if he had been, but the whole thing involved a massive deception on the part of the people around him, including Harris, including Peppermint Patty over there, the spokeswoman, and all the rest of these people in Congress. Sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack. Right? Talking head.
Okay, here's the thing, and you've been in media forever. All right, I can understand how all the rest of the mafia around him is going to be part of it, but I really don't understand how a guy like Joe Scarborough can say this is the best Biden ever. What was that all about?
It was obviously a complete lie, and he knew it.
But why do it is what I'm saying.
Just like they lied about the 2020 election, just like they lied about the J6 attack. These are all, that they lied about COVID. They lied about the vaccine. I mean, this is why Trump, one of the primary reasons, the basic reasons why Trump was elected. People got sick and tired of living in this context of lies. And it also shows that the mainstream media has completely jumped the shark. They've lost their relevancy at this point openly. Nobody believes them anymore. And they're still doing it. If you watch them now, now Elon Musk is now the president, is the latest.
Right.
I mean, this is like, they just haven't learned. They're continuing to push, hoax after hoax. And I mean, I've been saying to some of these people in my Twitter, because I go back and forth, I say, look, it's one thing to go into the loyal opposition and criticize legitimate political positions, and even maybe to criticize personality, but to continue on this course of these, of these hoaxes and running them up the flag one after the other, it's a little late for that. You got to move on. No one's believing this anymore.
So why are they doing it? Are they playing to this hardcore subscriber base that wants to hear this? I mean, consider that Rachel Maddow, at least before all the cutbacks are occurring now at MSNBC, was at a $15 million salary. All right. Apparently, there are people that watch her. Apparently, there's advertisers on MSNBC that think that's a worthwhile demographic. But at what point do they not see that it's all falling apart?
Well, I mean, I heard it was 30 million for her. I don't know, maybe 15. But the point is that I understand she's taken a haircut, and they've cut back, I think, 5.
Yeah.
And that those other hosts over there have taken cutbacks. They're losing money, and it's time to catch up to them financially. There's some rumors that good old Elon Musk is going to step up and buy MSNBC and replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer.
Boy, that would be something.
Oh my God, that would be a beautiful thing. But they're losing their relevancy. They haven't got their audience back. Even that nincompoop, what's his name, David Pakman, said right after the election that he's been doing this for, I think, 15 years now, maybe. And every year he grows. This is the first time he's lost something like 20-25% of his subscribers, because people, even liberals, don't want to hear this crap anymore. It's all lies. I mean, why? And you're going to pay for it? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, and I don't think they're going to get it back. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what can they really do? I mean, they are kind of trapped in this hologramic like atmosphere where they're just they're forced to be these cutout characters that mouth these cutout comments, and I don't see how they can put any substance behind it.
No, it's going to go down a spiral. It'll take longer than it did for St. Francis. For the viewers, he was in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, was a pretty responsible right-wing guy. But then somehow he discovered that he had a hardcore audience of people who were, no other word for it, white supremacists. That wasn't his particular belief, but he discovered that there was a big demographic for that.
Mhm.
So he doubled down and made more content toward this white supremacy thing as opposed to just conservative stuff. And he just spiraled down, down, down. Now, he didn't start out from having X number of million subscribers like MSNBC, but it's the same thing. They're going to keep playing to the hardcore base until it just dwindles and it ends up being what they used to call little old ladies in tennis shoes.
Right.
Which was, the
Well, maybe
expression.
he got wrapped up into a particular ideology. I mean, that happened to Joe Soberin also,
Yeah, yeah.
in terms of his war against the Jews. He just he basically imbibed this ideology. It's a very attractive ideology in terms of answering all of the riddles of the universe,
Right.
and it makes things very simple and very basic. I mean, you could once
It
you
was the Jews. Right.
blame the Jews. I mean, E. Michael Jones is an example of that, right? He's embraced a very, very particular view that's been largely rejected by Christianity and largely rejected by the Catholic Church, and he has added to it. He's created this hybrid, and that everything then gets squeezed into it. Anything that doesn't agree with it is edited out of it, and it reaches a point where someone becomes dishonest. They become warped. And it's a sad thing, actually, in that case to see, because there is someone there who actually is a very pretty substantial intellectual who actually had a lot to say before he went down that deep end. And so, it discredits what is otherwise a great body of work.
Well, I've seen this happen a few times.
Yeah.
And in many fields, and it becomes when somebody comes up with a unified theory of everything and they get hung up on it, it just doesn't work.
No, it becomes unreal because that's not reality. I mean, existence and morality actually has a lot more nuance to it. These are things that, suddenly they basically they're playing God at that point. It's the sin of the Garden of Eden. They know everything. They know all good and all evil. And that, it's a form of idol worship. I know I don't mean to claim that they're involved with some of the aspects around it.
Well, that's exactly right. And the trouble is that the people that tend to fall down this pit tend to be smarter people that like the fact that they have an explanation. I mean, one that's current now. There is, and you have to be very specific here, vaccines and autism. Now, the connection isn't so much vaccines as it is the fact that when they were giving 40 vaccines back in the 80s and now they give 220, it might just be this assault on the immune system, yes, caused by giving so many vaccines, but it's not vaccines per se. So this has become a huge deal, RFK and others, and they're trying to hang their hat on this. Life, as you said, is not that simple.
No,
You know,
and by the way, I mean, that's not to say that the Jews aren't annoying. I mean, you can criticize. I mean, Jews do we tend to think we're better than everyone else. And I get that it's irritating, and it's an arrogance that's we could do without, and it doesn't exactly result in good neighbors. So, you can take criticisms that are real.
Well,
that we
I have to
can't
tell you, my old friend died a couple of years ago, Vin Lewis, Catholic apologist. He said, "What is it about Jews that when you meet them for the first time, within the first 10 words of the conversation, they have to tell you they're Jewish?"
Well, it's this kind of it is a smug sense.
Yeah.
And look, in fairness of criticism, you could say that it comes from Talmud. The Talmud is a bit supremacist when you study it. It's sort of like that's how the Jews survived 2,000 years without a country. I mean, there's a reason for that. It didn't just happen by accident. There was this idea: we're a separate nation, we are better than everyone else, and we have to keep ourselves separate.
Yeah.
I get that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but it's an element that has preserved a Jewish covenant, which I think is overall good. And it's kind of trying to create something where otherwise other people would disappear. I mean, it's the only case in history where people have retained their identity without interruption from the time of Abraham till today. There's no other nation in the world that has done that. So you have a little bit of an arrogance, maybe a little bit of smugness, and yes, it can piss people off. I get it. I mean, it pisses me off when I see this.
Well, I think where it might have started going sideways was when the Maccabees threw in with Rome.
Well, they did that from day one. I mean, the minute Judah Maccabee liberated Jerusalem and purified the temple and kicked out the Syrian Greeks,
right,
and began to, the first thing he did was send a tribute to Rome.
Yeah.
Because Rome was, that was pragmatic. That's like Israel throwing its lot in with the United States. Rome was the power was at that point becoming the main empire of the world. So he wanted to be on their side. That's a diplomatic, secular decision. But of course, the Talmud is critical of that. But I'm not sure that I think he did the right thing. Otherwise, they went on to create a pretty powerful commonwealth.
Oh yeah, I think it was the right thing in that the policy of Rome was to let all the little conquered peoples do their thing, right? Which was different from previous regimes.
Which would wipe everyone out or ethnically cleanse. Exactly.
Yeah. But that, ended up having other problems. But
it ended up, it backfired on them ultimately. But at the same time, they were able to buy enough time to create this incredible state that invented some things that have had positive impact on the world, like public education. Not that it's a great thing today, but I'm just saying they implemented a system of education. They implemented a sort of a unified culture. They did get back to a belief in God and in Torah, and they rejected the Greek elements of the Greek secular state. And at the same time, they embraced other elements of it. Yeah. It's kind of, that's classic conservatism, to take a look at that which is good and embrace it, and then winnow out that which is bad.
Yeah. Interesting history with that, of course. It would be nice to have this conversation now of your temple members, of all these hardcore liberals that you're surrounded by. Are you getting a different sense that maybe they're secretly happy that Trump won?
Yes, I do. And it brings up a question in my mind that could deal with anything. And that is, how do they know on election day how people voted? Like they always say, well, the Jewish vote was XYZ, the black vote was this, the women vote was that. How do they know that? Where do they get that information? Is there like a survey done? Do they ask people coming out of the poll, are you Jewish or are you, are you black or like, how did you vote? I mean, how do they do that?
This is, and okay, the way they do it is with exit polls. But as we've said so many times on this show, if someone came up to me and asked me stuff like that, I'd ignore them and walk on.
Yeah, I've never been
There's
asked a question like
there's a
that.
self-selection process that if you are volunteering to be at that, I don't know that you're that representative. And you're exactly right that I've always thought that this idea that Jews are 105% liberal, I've never believed that because I've met real people.
I think it's that the Jews who are not on the left keep it quiet,
Yeah.
because the left-wing Jews who are holding the high ground are so nasty. They're like regular liberals except on speed. We're talking real ugly people
Yeah.
who will do stuff to you that is not pleasant. Jews are very good shunners. You're going to be excommunicated, to use a Christian term. I've seen this. I've seen it in my own life. I mean, it's some of the most vicious, so it's only natural to want to avoid that. So you keep it quiet. But I think that at the end of the day, Jews are a lot more conservative than people realize, and they themselves realize. But it's a tyranny of power that is running the high ground. And I'm hoping that with the election of Trump, that's going to start to change. I think it already is.
You could draw the analogy to the entertainment industry, and I had some experience with that. I was a member of a couple of secret groups, if you will, of Hollywood conservatives.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't all that secret, but there were more people that belonged to these things than you would care, than you would think, albeit I remember being at some of these events, one of which was at David Horowitz's house. And there were people that were afraid to give their name. There were others who were golden age type stars.
You mean like a Charlton Heston?
Well, Charlton Heston, as well known. Some are maybe a little less well known, unless you're a fan of B movies of the 50s. Marie Windsor, who was in like 50, 60 features, always played the bad girl. So these events took place in the 90s, I remember. And it was funny. You'd see Marie Windsor sitting over there, and it looked like Marie Windsor from the movies, but older, And she was very outspoken about her conservative beliefs. And there were a number of people that you wouldn't recognize by sight who were, administrative in the industry.
Right, but they could lose their careers. I mean, conversely, I remember reading an interview with Dalton Trumbo, who was one of the Communist 10. But he said in this interview, he goes, look, I wasn't really a communist. I didn't have any particular ideology at all, but I signed on to this thing because it got me jobs.
Yeah.
I wanted to work in Hollywood. I was ambitious. So they said, oh, you want to be, if you're a communist, great. You get a network. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people do it. I mean, you automatically the door swings open, you get the keys to the castle. Suddenly he's getting all these screens because all of a sudden he's on the inside. And yet, he didn't give a damn about it. I mean, it was all like, it was just sheer ambition. So that kind of thing goes both ways.
Yeah, well, Michael Flores might tend to disagree with that, but with the case of Trumbo, but
right, okay.
There were some people that were just hardcore commies.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely were, and they had power for sure, and that's why you had a guy like a Trumbo, whether he was or not, sign on to it because he wanted to get somewhere. I mean, I think that's why you have a guy, not to go into it, but the late great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King played footsie with the communists because he wanted to get somewhere. He saw what side the bread was buttered on. He wanted to have influence. I get it. I mean, I think it's a selling out, but he would not have been able to have done what he did had he not at least slightly genuflected to that side. And he did. I don't think that probably was who he really was. Maybe it was. I don't know. But
Well, okay, but the times have changed in that the prevailing mood is going to become MAGA, and it's
It
people
is.
are.
It's
Yeah.
you can already feel it, and it's a. I mean, the only fly in the ointment that I see right now between now and inauguration day, well, besides the fact that God forbid something could happen to Trump, if Trump makes it to inauguration day and he's sworn in, then we're home free.
Yeah.
Because all of his cabinet people will be in place. JD Vance is pretty good. You know, you've got Kennedy. They'll all be in place. And so that even if they take Trump out, that government is there and that'll continue. So in a way, it's a race against time right now. The other problem I see that is more on the international stage, and that is that Iran is on the verge of throwing a nuke at Tel Aviv. It's a real thing. That's not a joke. They have been seriously set back. Originally, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's radical Islam, I don't know what it is, but Iran has at some point decided to go to war against Israel. I mean, it's a traditional ally to Israel, but under the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, they have focused obsessively on destroying Israel, even though Israel never had any particular beef with Iran. And they set up all these proxies. You got the Houthis, you've got Hamas, you've got Hezbollah. And Israel has disintegrated all of them at this point. I mean, they have completely defeated Hamas. It's still there, but it's no longer a threat. Same thing with Hezbollah. And now with the fall of Assad, Israel has gone in and they've debilitated a lot of the serious, dangerous weaponry that could be used against them in Syria. So Iran is now somewhat isolated, but they still have their nuclear development and they could still use it. And now it's being said that they're within days of getting a nuclear warhead. And you get very naive people in the US State Department and military establishment and in those of others who say, well, I mean, that's fine. Let Iran have a nuclear bomb because it'll be like the United States and Russia. It'll be mutually assured destruction and it'll be a balance. But that's not how Iran is operating. They believe that they're going to have 70 virgins and they're going to create a world order by destroying Israel. And they don't give a damn if they get hit back. I mean, the Hojatollah Islam Hashemi Rafsanjani went on record as saying that. He goes, hey, if Israel hits us with a nuclear bomb, we don't care. We've got 130 million people, but then if we hit them back, we can take them out. So that's the mentality they're dealing with. And that's what, I mean, it's really a race against time because I think that, I don't know if Israel has the capability to do it. They did it twice before.
Right, but take out the nuclear development, which
well, they did it in Iraq with the Osiris, and they did it in northern Syria a couple of years ago. And in the case, I was listening to an Israeli military, I was reading a site. In the case of Syria, they dropped some very heavy bombs on that site. And also in the case of taking out Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, people, how did you do this? He was like 100 feet underground in these airproof bunkers, and nobody, it was supposed to be 100% secure. They did it because they dropped some big bombs and they kept going over and dropping them again and again and again until they finally did it. So Israel has the military capability. And it's the kind of situation where it's like if you're in a forest and you wound a lion, you know, you better make sure you kill that lion or else you're going to be toast. And so Israel has to go in and make sure if they do this, that they are going to be able to complete it. And I think it's a window of opportunity now, and I do think that Iran is you know, like backed into a corner and they're afraid of what might happen if Trump becomes president. So there's a vacuum of lack of power, which is something that in the Middle East, people understand, both Israelis and Arabs. You know, when you have a vacuum of power, look at what Israel's doing right now in Syria. There's a vacuum of power. They're going in and they're taking out all these sites that they would have liked to have done before, but they were afraid to do it because of Assad. Now that he's gone, they're doing it. I'm just saying that right now there's a vacuum of power in the Middle East, and Iran might step up to respond to that. So these are very perilous weeks as we go toward Trump. Once Trump is in there, he's unpredictable. Biden, they didn't expect him to do diddly squat, because he wouldn't have. But in fact, if anything, he was giving Iran billions. He was releasing funds to Iran that had been impounded by Jimmy Carter. And that helped Iran fund these proxy armies. So they didn't expect anything, they're of the mentality that like, well, if we appease Iran and we give them money, they're going to be nicer and they're going to join the Western world. But that's not how it works. Trump understands that. And I think that Trump does not want to see a nuclear war in his presidency. It's already been leaked that on the inner chambers of Trump's strategy team, that they feel that they will stop Iran's nuclear capabilities. And they're just worried about whether or not it'll trigger a world war. And I think in the case of Trump in the White House, it will not, because Trump will be in touch with Putin. He'll be in touch with Xi, and they won't let that happen, or it's less likely.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a scenario before noon on January 20th that things could get bad enough that the uninaugurated Trump would have enough influence to just step in and say, no, I'm not going to let Joe screw this up anymore?
You mean before the 20th of January?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think so. No, I mean, it's not in the Constitution. It's just, that's why there was an amendment to shorten the lame duck period. The lame duck period used to go right through till March 15th.
Yeah.
And historically, somebody should do a book on this. Maybe I'll write it.
All right.
Some of the garbage that would happen during that lame duck period, some of the worst sort of policies were put in place because you had a regime that was going out. They didn't care. They were unaccountable. And they were in a position where they could pull off stuff that was not wholesome and good because they could. They just, it happens in the state level. It always happens in Massachusetts.
Well, no, let me put it this way. Maybe I wasn't clear about it. Obviously, Trump isn't the president until inauguration. But what if he has to take the bully pulpit on January 10th or something, because something stupid is happening? And he takes the bully pulpit and forces the current regime to get it together.
I mean, I think he could. Eisenhower did this. Eisenhower, after elected and before inaugurated, went to Panmunjom in Korea during the hot period of the war.
Yeah.
And he had a meeting with both sides and he said, look, I'm going to be president in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. If you guys don't come to a peace agreement, I'm going to use nuclear power. And they believed him and they came to a treaty.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about here.
And I think that's the kind of thing that Trump could do. I could see that. I could see Trump going there, getting a meeting and saying, hey, you want to F around? Guess what? After January 21st, it's going to be, I'm just saying that you're right. I mean, it worked with Eisenhower. That treaty has held up ever since. There hasn't been a war again in Korea. So, that's use of power and leverage. And Trump could do it. I think he could, I mean, maybe Iran isn't that crazy. I don't know.
Well, I actually thought of that. I didn't remember the specific timing, and thank you for the 2-week thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope it doesn't come to that. But
I don't think it, and also I think that Biden at this point is so impaired that I just don't think he's, I mean, the worst thing I think he could do, and he probably will do it, is he'll give pardons to the J6 committee and to Fauci. And that's going to bury the Democratic Party for another century because it's obviously so already he's maybe these other pardons are kind of trial balloons to see how the public reacts to it, and it's not good.
No, it
maybe
has to be positive, which is why I wonder what's in it for Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, I
guess
guess the first they pardoned Hunter Biden. I get that. Maybe he
Yeah.
might pardon the rest of his family. That didn't go over well, even with liberals. But then he's commuting of sentences for, 1,500 people, including some really, really nasty characters.
Oh, yeah.
That's a subversion of our system of justice. It takes a huge effort in terms of due process to get people convicted in this day and age, and to simply overturn that with a pardon, that could destroy someone's reputation. Look what the Nixon pardon did to Ford. It was very damaging. Now, that doesn't mean he shouldn't have done it. I think he should have done it. I think he did the right thing, but it was very damaging. When you give a pardon, you're basically, the infamous Clinton pardons, right? Mark Rich, and he pardoned his brother, and he pardoned Hillary's two brothers.
Yeah, and Peter Paul.
Right. Yeah, there was pardons, and at the end, I think I did an interview with someone who wrote about this. I don't remember who, but he literally had people sitting in the White House calling people, cold calling, and offering pardons in exchange for money.
Yeah.
Selling them, and trying to get in. He had pardons. He was pardoning people right up to the moment he walked out of the White House. I mean, when George W. Bush showed up at the White House after Clinton left, he found pardons sitting on the desk that hadn't been finished yet. I mean, he was that was really and it completely tarnished what was left of his record. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Bill Clinton now is trying to make a comeback. I noticed a billboard on the highway here in Boston promoting his book with a big picture of him, and now he's going on TV. It's not working. Nobody wants to hear from him.
Right.
It's flat. It isn't going anywhere. I mean, he's really been relegated, and now with Trump's election, that's the final, the final nail for the Clintons. Nobody wants to hear from them ever again. They're done. It's like Jimmy Carter. But anyway.
And the interesting thing with Jimmy Carter is he perpetually is staying around to see his reputation deteriorate more and more and more. And what better example is this Panama Canal thing? That
it does bring up memories of that. He sold it to Panama for $1.
Yeah.
And, they're violating elements of that treaty. It's that simple. I mean, they're overcharging the United States. That is a vital national security location. They're giving China a pass. Those are violations of the treaty that was made when Jimmy Carter handed it over to them. So Trump's absolutely right about that. That's strategic. That's that's a basic of American security, that canal. It's not that you need to go down and seize it, but influence has to be brought to bear to make sure that everything is done right over there.
Yeah, well, and this is just one more cog in this, reestablishment of Make America Great Again.
Yeah, and the left. I watched the Twitter page. I have all the left wingers. Oh, they were all like, "Oh, this is horrible. How could they do this?" And these Panama taking back the people don't care. People are like, okay, I guess we might have to. I mean, they're not getting the reaction they were assuming.
No.
And now he's talking about buying back Greenland. I remember last time around he brought that up. People were in a tizzy over that. These are reasonable. This is the real world. These are real national and international questions. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the United States controlled Greenland and Iceland during World War II.
Yeah.
So, I mean, mainly to keep the Nazis out. But these are national security questions. Anyways, but there could be a lot of stuff going down between now and January 20th, and it'll be a big, big relief when we have Inauguration Day. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be beautiful, God willing.
Yeah, it's And, like we said, I think last week, as bitter as 2020 was, it's better that it worked out 2024 because all that momentum built up, which is now being released. I mean, there were people right after the election that I thought I was going to hear from. And one of the guys said, "Why didn't you call me?" I thought, and he said it was just taking me a few days to just drink it all in,
It was a complete landslide.
Yeah.
And that's even with all this, everything that was stolen. And that's something that I do hope that Trump gets into. I don't know if it's going to be the top priority because there are a lot of bigger issues, but I hope that they don't drop the ball on election reform. They have to bring about voter ID, same day voting, getting rid of the machines, just like what Elizabeth Warren called for, and getting this country on the right path toward the integrity of one person, one vote, one citizen, one vote. There was still theft in this election. I think Trump did better than he only won because it was such a huge victory. But I think it was probably a lot bigger.
Egregious, I think, in Maricopa.
Oh, and they stole it again from Kerry Lake.
Yeah,
that is the most corrupt. I hope that Attorney General Bondi looks into that. That needs to be investigated. That is what the Irish used to call a rotten borough. That and Fulton County, Georgia, and Wayne County, Michigan. These are rotten boroughs, probably Boston. I mean, it's it's institutionally corrupt, has been for decades. They're run by machines. It's California, they're still counting, right? They got in those two congressmen in spite of the fact that those districts voted for Trump.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of the whole fallacy. It was most egregious in Maricopa. I forget the exact number, but to believe the results in Maricopa, you had to believe that there were 30,000 plus people that cast ballots where they didn't vote for Trump. Where they voted for Trump, but did not vote for Kerry Lake.
Yeah, they voted for Gallego, who's like a real radical left. Obviously, it's stolen. And it's the problem in Maricopa is that rotten Republican-controlled county with people like Stephen Richer and these other skunks. I mean, they hate Kerry Lake. It's like a local kind of rotten. Maybe they may be corrupted by Mexican drug cartels. It's been rumored. I'm not saying
cartel influence. I think what happened in Maricopa was the same kind of thing that happened in the state of Vermont, right?
Right.
Where Vermont had 230,000 people in the whole state. The Ben and Jerry types from New York move up.
Right.
It gets transformed. So it was the same stupid thing.
They elect Bernie Sanders and they elect Howard Dean and all these other New York left wingers.
But the question was, well, why did you leave New York only to try to reestablish it in Vermont? The people that left LA.
It's happening in New Hampshire now. Yeah, I mean, so I think that's what's happening in Arizona. All the Californians, right? Yeah. Now they're moving to Idaho. Are they going to take over there too? I mean, I don't know. It's
here's an audience comment. 2020 was stolen 100%. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It does. I mean, it's 2020. Oh yeah. I mean, look, I think it's one of those things. We were talking earlier about people answering questions of pollsters. 60% of Republicans then and now believe that election was stolen.
Yeah.
Probably, a large percentage of Democrats and independents believe that, who are polled. And yet, I think a lot of people refuse to answer that question, even back then, out of fear, and just because they don't want to, they don't want to put their neck out. You never know; you might end up getting picked up by this corrupt FBI. So, yeah, I mean, I think most people did believe that it was stolen, and that's why President Trump you could say that it was self-serving because he was in office. Sure, that you could say that. However, as the elected president of the United States and chief magistrate, it was his responsibility to investigate that. It's that simple. That's to think that an election couldn't be stolen is more than naive. Elections are stolen around the world. Why wouldn't it happen here? It's
Well,
a color revolution.
comment from a viewer. Did you see this? Trump
Yeah.
should get an 8-year term now since he has won 3 times.
Already I think Steve Bannon made a crack during this Turning Point USA. I mean, he said Trump 2028. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. It would be Trump prophecy. I'm reading this affecting the White House for 20 years. Look, I mean, it might take that long to bring back, sane policies and America First policies. Now, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but during this congressional reconciliation bill, President Trump wanted Congress to lift the debt ceiling. Now, I don't know if I think that's the right way to go. I mean, I think that I get why Trump wants that because it's going to cost money to secure the border, to do a lot of these other things that he wants to do, and that it would be easy to raise that money in Congress. But I think that might not necessarily be the right approach. I mean, I would think that it would be better to have the Doge guys, Musk and Ramaswamy and others, do some serious cutting of unnecessary government costs and really bring in some of these agencies, and also to allow the private sector to do some of the things that the government would otherwise do, rather than raise the debt ceiling. So I don't know if I agree with.
Right, but remember that everything in human existence is subject to the ravages of time. So if you increase the debt ceiling, as bad as that is, you at least buy yourself a little time while you're doing this Doge stuff and everything else, because undoubtedly you're going to run into some backlash when you start really doing some serious cuts.
Right, and I guess it does take time. It's like Reagan cut the budget and he cut taxes, but he also raised the debt.
Yeah.
Mainly because he inherited a decimated military, and he had some other things that it took money. So, ultimately he turned things around. It took a full term before the economy started to turn around and they started to pay down the debt. But he did need to have those revenues in the first couple of years at least. So, I mean, that's true also. So you could argue it that way too.
Well, that's kind of my impression. And I think in the case of Ramaswamy and Musk, they're not going to be shy about mocking some of the stuff that they're going to find.
Oh, yeah.
And believe me, if you look at the federal budget for 5 seconds, you can find stuff that's outrageous. I mean, I did an article just on the NIH, all right? And all I was doing was looking at what was the biggest grant and what was the smallest grant. And you found out that inevitably the small grants were very practical. We're going to get rid of this disease in this particular locality and so on. And the high money stuff inevitably was this, what the term they use in biology, sexy sounding, nanomaterials and all this highfalutin, impractical stuff that's never going to work. But these guys got big grants.
The money is all. I mean, it's like crack. They don't. I mean, I think that we should look at also the fact that the budget was changed as a victory for Trump for 2 reasons. Firstly, when they first came out with that budget that Johnson negotiated secretly with Schumer and
why the hell did he do that?
Because he's a skunk. But I mean, he's just as bad. I don't think he's any better than McCarthy. But the point is that It went up on Musk's Twitter. Thank God he has Twitter. And the result was a huge negative response all over the country. And that had an impact. That's what made them step back. And secondly, the eventual bill they did pass, it cut out something like $350 billion, including the global engagement, which is the title of this program today. And that was one of the big censorship mills in this country. They've been cut out. They didn't get their pay raises, which they don't need. And they cut out a bunch of other things that they were secretly salting in there. So it shows that a little public exposure goes a long way.
Well,
And
you're right. So explain this to me. How in the world did Johnson and Schumer think that it's still, 1961 and you're Sam Rayburn or something? I don't get it.
They're still playing the old playlist. These
Yeah.
big fat, what they call a crap sandwich, right? It's a 1,500 page bill with all this stuff. I remember interviewing Jack Abramoff. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He came on my show after he came out of prison. And he had a book out, which is pretty good. And he explained how they do this. I mean, the lobbyists in K Street, they put in little language into these bills, and nobody knows where it leads. It's like, S3-423-B3B. And you click on that, and it goes to another SUV. And before you know it, you keep clicking, and eventually you get to something that involves a big check for somebody, or some kind of a law that benefits, makes lawyers make more money, or something. And it's very corrupt. And his answer at the time, and Trump has gone on record as calling for this, was that every bill before Congress has to be no bigger than 3,000 words, which is about 7 pages, 10 pages. It has to be posted online fully so that we can all see what it is. We don't have to believe the media telling us what it is. It could be debated by high school civics classes. Everybody can get in on it. And in that way, we're going to clean out these lobbyist giveaways. And I think that this is a step in that direction. They were able to cut out a lot of this garbage that is corrupting the system and that the uniparty supports. And I don't think that they're going to get away with it again.
Well, I think there's a book idea for you that centers around the notion of why does the elite media and why do these political hacks still think that it's 1953, that there isn't complete digital everything all the time, that you can somehow operate the way you used to. I don't understand how you can live in the real world at all and not realize. I mean, I'll give you an example, something I'm going through at this moment. All right. Thank God we're buying a house and so on. But here's the point. All the paperwork is online. It's all DocuSign. You don't have to go to some title company. All right. Things have changed. How come a guy like Johnson believes that he's still living in the old times? I truly don't understand it.
I think in his case he knows, but he's just got no spine. I mean, I just get the sense that he doesn't have the fortitude. Let's put it that way. I mean, that's my image of him. I say that without any evidence. I was just looking at him. I mean, I don't know. He looks like a 16-year-old kid, and he's just way over his head. And he's pushed around by these other people, and their whole priority was to keep the government open. Which, by the way, it would have been very interesting if it had closed, because then Musk and Ramaswamy would have gotten a good sense of what could be eliminated. But either way, I mean, I think we're entering into a time when they can't pull that off anymore. There's too much. They tried censorship. It didn't work. They removed President Trump's Twitter account. We had 30 million followers. They destroyed Parler. They destroyed thousands of accounts, including mine. And yet it didn't work. It didn't work because people stepped up. You had Rumble, you had Gab, you had all these other sites, and then you had Musk buy Twitter, and
How
that was
can
the
you
end.
be so arrogant, though, to think that you have this monopoly on fill in the blank, that you're always going to have this monopoly? I remember when I was involved with the music industry and the MP3s came along and the file sharing came along, and they just didn't get it. They just
Well, they were
didn't.
used to a monopoly. I interviewed somebody in the music business a while ago who talked about this. He was doing Christian music, and he was saying that they could not get a record deal in the 60s, 70s, and most of the 80s because there were about 4 or 5 gatekeepers,
Yeah.
maybe 7 gatekeepers, one of whom was Clive Davis from Arista Records. And they decided what was going to be heard and not heard. And they had their agendas, they had their worldview. They wanted things to conform to a certain way, a certain message, a certain style. If you can believe, by the way, some people have talked about, Laurel Canyon and the fact that, David Crosby from Crosby, Stills and Nash his father was a high level, CIA type, a government type. Same thing with Jim Morrison. His father was an admiral. I mean, a lot of these people were sort of put in there to be like, I mean, they were great musicians. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think, I admire the music, and they didn't even make a lot of the music. It was done by the Wrecking Crew. But, they kind of were like steering the culture in a certain way that fit the establishment. And that there was
The analogy that was used, because I was a member of the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences back when all this was happening.
Yeah.
And somebody made the analogy at one of the meetings that picture you're at your elementary school playground. And there's a fat kid that's got a big bag of candy. And he's selling these little pieces of candy for 5 cents. And he's waving this bag around. And all of a sudden, this hole develops in the bottom of the bag. And all the candy starts flowing all over the playground. And he's running around, wait a minute, that's my candy, that's my candy. And no, it isn't. And it all fell apart. And I just have to tell this funny anecdote.
Yeah.
When the MP3 stuff really started, I got a hold of something, and picture what was then a CD. And remember, the MP3 format was about 11 times more compressed than the so-called Redbox format. So you could put more music on a CD than you could before.
Right.
So this guy gives me a CD. I put it in the computer, and there's images of every Beatles album cover. And if you click on the image, you get all the songs of those albums. All right. Anyway.
I mean, it's I think that in a way the whole music industry, it fell apart in the same way that the internet has done to politics. It's like everything now is accessible. I mean, it cannot be controlled. I mean, I've heard that the Beatles, for example, were Tavistock Institute. Now, that doesn't take away from the fact that they were great musicians. I admire the Beatles. I love the Beatles. But, they had to conform to a certain...
Oh, yeah.
And the Rolling Stones also. I mean, some of these big bands, I mean, they didn't sit in that perch for nothing. I mean, these were like... It didn't just happen by accident.
Yeah.
They were influencers of not the kind that we think about today. They were there to... I mean, in the case of the Beatles, I mean, they glamorized drug use. They just did. I mean, there's no question about that. They deny it. I mean, John Lennon denied that Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was about LSD. That's bullcrap. It was. I mean, they glamorized, and that led to a lot of people, including people I know personally, ending up dying. So, I mean, I hope there's responsibility there, and it was a weakening of people, of the culture, of the opposition in a way. I mean, we could talk. This is a great subject. We could go into this deep.
Well,
But-
let me wrap up this story because it is funny. I will not mention the name of the guy.
Yeah.
Very well-known songwriter. Will not mention his name. Anyway, he's in my office and he's decrying the fact of the MP3s and it's terrible and violating copyright. And I said, okay, you want to see something really illegal? And I showed this Beatles CD. So I expected him to blow his mind, right?
Right.
Instead, he says, Mike, can I get one of those?
Oh, by the way, we have one final comment here from our texting friend. The Yellow Submarine song. Adolf Hitler escaped to South America on a yellow submarine. Coincidence? No, Jerome Corsi, who's been a regular on mine, did a book on this topic. And he does say that there is a possibility that Hitler did escape to Argentina, took on a different identity, and had to live the rest of his life quietly in Patagonia. I think that's possible. I mean, when Truman met Stalin at Potsdam, Stalin said to him that he felt that Hitler had escaped. He probably did. Why wouldn't he have? I mean, putting myself in his shoes, right? He knew it was all coming to. He knew that everything was crashing down. I mean, that he wouldn't have had an escape route.
Well, I remember as a child, that was a huge rumor all the time.
Yes.
That Hitler wasn't really dead. And
I don't think there's ever been DNA evidence indicating that he had died in that.
the closest they've ever got is they had fragments supposedly of his skull or something, but that was years later. No one really believed it.
No, there was like a hoax.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I know. Look, I don't know any more than anyone else, but it's entirely plausible. I mean,
Well, there were plenty of lower level Nazis that escaped.
yeah, including Mengele, who ended up in Paraguay. I mean, and Eichmann, right? He got to eventually hunted down by the Israelis, but there was plenty of people who got out, and they knew it was all coming down. I mean, they knew everything was.
The only reason that Mengele escaped was, and the official
And by the
story.
way, I agree with you on the call. Jerome Corsi is very trustworthy. I've had him
Yes.
on my program many times. I admire his work. He's had nothing to gain by writing that book.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But what happened? Because the official story from Israel, which take with a grain of salt, the only reason they didn't get Mengele was they couldn't concentrate on both Eichmann and Mengele, so they picked Eichmann.
Plus, Mengele died in his swimming pool, I think.
No, I mean he
Natural
was.
causes, yeah.
They knew where Mengele was. They knew where Eichmann was. To this day, I don't understand why they picked Eichmann, because he wasn't that well known. He was a bureaucrat. Mengele actually was killing people.
No, Eichmann was, I think, high level. I think he was the number 3 man.
Yeah.
In the particularly involved in the so-called final solution. I mean, he was a Hebraist. He knew all about. He studied Judaism. He was just absolutely despised Judaism and Jews, and he actually visited Palestine briefly in 1936, where he put the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem on the payroll, and a real enemy of the Jewish people.
Oh, there's no question about
Yeah.
it. But I'm saying by today's standards, which maybe that's irrelevant, but by today's standards, who do you think of as the angel of death?
Oh, yeah.
I've written about this, Mengele.
Well, I think Mengele got some protection because he was a doctor. It's just like Fauci. These guys, there's like an international fraternity of medical people. I mean, Mengele wasn't even the worst one. Von Verscher was his boss and mentor, and he was involved with some of the most heinous experiments. He got a slap on the wrist after the war. I think he did like 2 years in prison.
I think he went into private practice.
Well, he went back to his college in Munster, where he died of natural causes. He was fine. Anyway, but great topic. We'll have to get into it at another time. What do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, now that some of the, I've got a little bit of time now with the holidays and so on. I think I'm going to get into, it's going to help you with your book idea
Yes.
of why these people are so ingrained in stuff that just ain't true anymore, that they've devoted their entire lives to fill in the blank, even though it's pretty obvious that it's all falling apart. Remember, we started the show, I mentioned Henry Miller with this absurd article about how the vaccines help the nursing homes. He's got to let it go. I mean, whatever credibility the guy has left.
Yeah, who is he working for? That's great.
He was
even the most virulent leftist isn't saying that anymore.
He's retired. But if you truly, really, really believed that every vaccine has an image of Jonas Salk in it and is saving the world, and you just can't bear to hear the details about what happened with this one, there's
something about medical issues anyways that people who come to believe these things, they just absolutely flip out if you question it. I mean, I even recently had a situation where I mentioned to someone that I had heard that all these hand sanitizers are not exactly healthy. And this woman had a meltdown over that. How could I say, because they're invested in it. It's like they've been doing it, and it's almost like maybe it's the new religion. I don't know, but it's there's something about, I still see people, even like at my synagogue, who are still fully masked 4 years after the pandemic, assuming masks were ever any good anyway, which they weren't. But putting that aside, I have never seen their face. I mean, they're still completely with heavy masks, and they put this one couple, they have their son in a mask. I think it's almost child abuse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and it's like, I want to say something to them, but I'm not, I know that I'll be stepping in.
There were people that really bought into it, but I think you cannot engage these people.
It's not rational. Definitely not.
And the problem is when my oldest son was in college, they had a parents' weekend at University of Arizona. All right. So we're at the hotel, and we see this older couple dressed up in the purple of University of Washington. And the guy says that he's been going to every University of Washington game, home and away, since the 1960s, 70s, whatever.
Right.
All right. So I look at the guy, and I said, well, that's very interesting. But you graduated from there, in the 50s or whatever it was. Have you ever thought about how little your college experience has in common with the kids that are in college now in the 1990s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've got to ask you this. What are you identifying with exactly? The logo? I mean, what is behind all this? And the guy turns ashen and silent. I realized, why did he even do this? And it was like a fundamental thing of his life to follow.
It's very tribal. It's like criticizing the Boston Red Sox. It's just right. It's very tribal. Anyway, Mike, but I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you very much. And this is one of those rare years where Christmas.
I want to wish all of my listeners a Merry Christmas. Merry
Christmas.
Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. God
all right,
bless America. And we can look forward to, God willing, a very good and interesting and positive year. So I'll talk to you.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right.
All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program. A triumphal time as we count down the days, the hours, the minutes to the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, which is an earth-shattering event, politically, spiritually, economically, and in every other way. Michael D. Shaw is with us. Mike, first of all, give us a quick update on what's going on in California right now.
Well, one of the things that's helping is the winds are dying down.
Yeah.
And as we said last time, if any good comes out of this at all, it's going to be the complete dismantling of this corrupt Democratic machine that's been in total control here. and you're hearing it from the most unlikely places. You know, the big blue enclaves of Palisades, Malibu, Brentwood,
Yeah.
etc. Pasadena, for that matter. So, yeah, things are improving, but I'll tell you how it's affecting everything. There's been reports of outrageous price gouging already on
Right.
rental properties, which I think they're going to prosecute some of these people. We are closing on a new property, and I'm telling you, it's the first time in my life that I've been asked by the bank, is there any fire damage to your house? Thank God, no. But can you imagine getting fire insurance out here is bad enough. Thank God we got it before the fire started for the new place.
Now, has anybody learned anything about improving fire prevention on properties? I mean, is there, methodologies? It's like after a catastrophe like this, there's often lessons learned.
Yeah, I think that's true. And the lesson learned, beyond the obvious stuff of cutting back brush, not cutting the budget of the fire department,
right,
is that the political system has been a mess for 40, 50 years or more. And as I told people, my friends, it's very easy to be up on a hill in Palisades and talk about how you needn't call out the National Guard for BLM and Antifa. But I want to tell you, they were very happy to have the National Guard patrolling Palisades. And there were a number of well-heeled individuals that hired $2,000 per hour private fire crews to take care of their house. So, I
understand that the fire department was late in terms of responding to the Palisades fire, something like, I think it was like 7 or 8 hours after they should have responded. And if they had responded in a timely manner, it could have prevented it could have contained.
Absolutely. And of course, if the reservoir were full,
right,
that would have helped. It turns out that reservoir had been empty since 2009.
That's strange.
So,
and also the 3 lesbians who run the fire department, their main focus was DEI.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any background in fire handling. I mean, they were Harvard graduates, big deal. I mean, so they should go write books about diversity. It's not like they actually know something about what they were doing. So I hope that people in California are becoming aware of that.
And as we said on the last show, go ahead and make the entire city government of Los Angeles all lesbians, but try to find some who are at least qualified in what they do.
Exactly. Let it be. I mean, I think this came up when Hegseth was grilled in Congress. He goes, I'm not against women in the front lines. I just want to make sure that the standards are equally high, and that if a woman can meet those standards, I don't care who they are. We want to have people who can do this job of, in a fighting situation. So I think that came across, and I think that people are realizing that this idea of promoting people based on such, secondary, even if not irrelevant issues, there's a price to be paid for that. And unfortunately, California is paying it now.
Well, it's definitely paying it, but as happy as I am to see people come over from these areas who got red-pilled, you have to ask yourself, it's sort of like Dershowitz. Dershowitz got red-pilled at the age of 83? Okay, good for you, Alan. But where the hell were you for all those years?
No, I know. Although Dershowitz actually has often clashed with the left in that his big deal is free speech and civil liberties. So he doesn't seem to care left, right, or center on that. And he's been criticized for that over a long period of time. So the political situation is very promising.
Yes.
No matter what they do, I think that the left is is not going to change. They're in the same rage state, and they'll probably remain there for the rest of their lives and for the next 4 years. They're going to try to ignore the inauguration, pretend, oh, well, it's Martin Luther King Day, and do other things. But it's not going to work because it's going to happen at 12 noon on Monday. No matter what they try to do, this could be their Nakba, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
It's really a launching. And Trump this time around, he's doing it very differently. He didn't wait to do the transition for the GSA to kick in with funds, and that would have brought him right up to a week or two before inauguration. He immediately set up his own transition group. He raised money from private donors and his own money, and he started to hire thousands of people, and he began the process. So no matter what they do, they're going to hit the ground running. Their attack on Hegseth and even on Pam Bondi was really pathetic and low.
Oh, the Pam Bondi thing was ridiculous. Did you see when Mazie Hirono started her questioning by asking Pam Bondi if she's ever been convicted of sexual assault?
Oh, today they asked Burgum. He's not even a controversial appointee. What's his attitude about sexual assault? It's almost like they've got some kind of a weird computer chip embedded in the back of their skulls. They're like a bunch of rabbits. And it was so nasty against Hegseth and the idea of that Kane from what a weaselly looking guy from Virginia bringing up Hegseth's 7-year-old daughter, and just really, they had nothing to say about military policy or anything of substance. It was all it was like reading a copy of the National Enquirer. We had to learn about his private life. Look, the man is a military, soldier on the front lines for 2 terms of duty. Generally speaking, that type of situation can lead to things like drunkenness and adultery. Let's face it. And, for them to rack him over the coals or try to, he was brilliant.
Well, the other thing that came out is this guy, I forget his name, you probably know, Darren something, a big cartoonist for the Washington Post.
Yes.
Oh, you're
what was it? Pedophilia?
Yeah. Pedophile. He's arrested. But here's the point. Many of his cartoons were lurid sexual reference cartoons applied mostly to Trump. And sure enough, the guy's a pedophile. Now you're looking into Tim Kaine and the story coming out. Bongino's show said that he has on very, very good source that Tim Kaine had 3 nephews spend the night with him in a hotel when he was on some trip.
Yeah.
Tim Kaine is creepy. When I was living in Virginia, I just didn't like, you'd see his face.
He looks like a rat. And it was very unpleasant. And another one, not to get...
He was Hillary's running mate, my friend. You remember that?
I know he was. Yeah. And while we're on the subject, not to get specific, but Adam Schiff is not exactly, pure as the driven snow. Let's just put it that way. No. So, and I think that it's all falling apart because Hegseth showed a strong kind of military bearing, and he just was very cool, as in people are like shrieking at him. It was just so ugly and screaming at him. Elizabeth Warren, it was disgraceful. She's like, are you going to take a job in the military corporations after you leave? Never mind the fact that Lloyd Austin was head of Raytheon.
Yeah.
After he left the military, she didn't seem to ask that. And it was really tacky. I just don't think they landed anything on him. I think that it showed they're trying to set the template for how they're going to handle all the Trump people. Maybe they smelled blood because of Matt Gaetz, which he probably should not have left. But nevertheless, that's what they're going to do. I can only imagine what they're going to say about Kennedy. But I don't think it's working. That's all they have.
No, well, here's the remember how this is all tied in with one of our favorite cliches, the Model UN. All right.
Yes.
Because, and you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
If your entire, here they go. You know what? Can I switch off
Yeah.
for now?
Sure.
Okay. See you later.
All right. No problem. So we're talking here, and by the way, we could take calls 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. I wonder if I should go live on TikTok. I don't know if they're going to be around much longer, and it might be too late for them to shut me down. But I do take calls live like I would with any radio show, and you can do that. Let me just see what's happening on TikTok. Yeah, we're good on
Am I
TikTok.
still on?
Yeah, we're still on. I
Yeah.
just decided I'm going to go live on TikTok while they're still running.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, we're live on TikTok. So I don't think that it's working. I think that Pam Bondi stood up very well in questioning about whether or not the election was legitimate of 2020. Perfectly she didn't fold under that, which means that door is going to be opened. And we're going to get investigations on that. I think that we're going to finally put an end to the gaslighting that we've had to deal with for 4 years. 60% of Republicans do believe the election was stolen. They want to have like some kind of a swearing on the Bible. Oh, I don't believe it was stolen. That ain't happening because
No,
we
it's
do
not
believe
happening. And why does everybody forget? How many votes did Trump get? You probably know what, 75 million?
75 million.
All right, all right. So would you explain to me how Joe Biden got 81 million votes? Okay. And here's the thing, Chuck, we've been talking about this forever. Jumping the shark. All right. If you're going to cheat, don't make it so damn obvious. All right.
Well, right after the election, there was all this talk briefly amongst some Democrats. How could it be that Harris did not get this 81 million? What happened to 15 million voters? But you notice that they got awfully quiet about that after a while. They no longer bring it up because obviously those 15 million voters were fake. Anyway, I'm on YouTube today, so we have to still be careful.
Okay. Well,
Biden's still in office, so this is still a verboten subject.
Well, let's go back to the Model UN analogy. I think what's happening and why you see this anger of these people coupled with some of the lunatics in California, while it's all climate change, is because if you truly, truly believe in the Model UN, concept that whatever you learned in the 6th grade, 7th grade is the way life is, and you're finding it ain't like that, your head's going to explode if you want to keep believing it. And the chickens are coming home to roost on that. There's no question about it. How in the world does climate change affect the ignition point of wood? It's still over 400 degrees. Last time I checked, it's not quite that warm out there yet.
No, and even if climate change did have anything to do with it, that's not relevant. The fact is that government screwed up. They could have stopped or contained the fire, and they didn't do it. And they didn't do it because of their focus on things other than fire safety and doing their jobs. And I think that is going to possibly turn California red. People are really, we are.
It's a good possibility, yeah.
I predict that once Trump is in, we're going to see a major shift. They're dwindling in support. I predict that we're going to have probably a half a dozen representatives switch parties. I think you might have even a couple of senators like Fetterman apparently switch parties. You're going to have this dwindling, the same lies coming out of the media. Lester Holt, even yesterday, Jack Smith's report, which is just his opinions. There's no basis that he still is talking about how Trump tried to steal the 2020 election. Trump tried to steal it, they think. This is part of their faith, but it's not flying. The American people didn't buy it. The question is, who tried to steal the election? Was it Trump, or was it the deep state and the Democrats and the Uniparty? And yet they continue to flat out lie. And I think that's why they've jumped the shark. I think that the mainstream media has really taken a major hit. People don't look to it anymore. They don't look to it anyways. I mean, it's all, the media has changed. You know, media philosopher Marshall McLuhan predicted this back in the 60s, that basically the media would be, oh, I just got a warning from TikTok. I don't know. What did I say? Was it Marshall McLuhan? They still have me on. I don't know. But he made the point that media, everything is media. I mean, he wasn't right about that, but he did point out that as media changes, once you have a new media, the old media falls apart, becomes much kind of irrelevant, especially if it's a cooler media, not a hot media.
Yeah.
And that hot media is the major networks, because you just sit there like a receptacle and they tell you everything. Whereas the internet is a cooler media because you can interact with it and you can post things and you can talk back. And that's the new paradigm. So they're losing ground anyway. But on top of it, all the lies and all the gaslighting, starting with the pandemic, I think that's caught up with them. They no longer have the influence. It's obvious. They went through 4 months of attacking Trump and it didn't work. It didn't even with all this censorship, it didn't work. And so now we're entering into an age of Trump, which is going to have worldwide ramifications. Already you see Sweden, Denmark, they're starting to deport people. They're starting to revoke citizenship for people who emigrated there under false pretenses. This is going to spread, and people are going to be required to go home, go back to their countries. There's going to be a tightening of this kind of unfettered and frankly illegal immigration. You know,
Right.
The days of Merkel are over, and the days of whoever was running the Biden show is over.
Okay, but can you explain to me why these policies have to go into effect, have to turn into an unmitigated disaster, and then the light bulb goes off? I mean, who could have predicted that
They
you
were
bring in
deliberate
billions-
disasters. I mean, this is a, you know, they don't recognize national sovereignty. They don't recognize borders. They want to have a world order where nations become nothing more than names and provinces of some kind of an amorphous, unelected, international, quote unquote, scientific, illuminated ruling class. And it ain't working for them.
Well, it's not working for
People
them.
are
I'll tell
waking
you
up
something
all
else.
over the world.
Coming out of in the wake of the fires and people having to rebuild, they are trying to suggest to people you could get permits quicker if you want to rebuild as a higher density structure. You know,
Okay.
your old 15-minute city, that's not
Yeah.
going to fly in Palisades or Malibu. I think that what's going to happen, Chuck? These people have to die off or what before these absurd ideas just
Well,
disappear?
they're not going to go anywhere. But the point is, they've been defeated, and they still
Yeah.
don't recognize it, and they're just going to be put in remission. They're not going to stop Trump's cabinet. They're not going to stop RFK from looking at seed oil and the other things that have made everybody fat and given everyone heart disease. They're going to, it's coming. This is a new time. It's a time of honesty. We're going to have people who actually care about the welfare of the country. Bessent's testimony, the Treasury Secretary, they're talking about this idea of an external revenue service. It's brilliant. It's revolutionary. It goes back to the way this country raised revenue before the income tax was implemented. And Trump has been very articulate about it. He's like, instead of burdening the American people with all these taxes so that they have to support everything, why not put a charge on foreign investors and foreign importers and foreigners coming into the country? This country is a golden goose. I mean, they should pay a fee for that. So this is how the country raised revenue all the way up to, the World War I period. Some of the greatest presidents were high tariff presidents, including Lincoln and including FDR, by the way.
Yeah.
And this is
Everybody wants to forget that part of it.
Exactly. No, he was very tight on imports, and it helped the
He
economy.
wasn't real big on immigration either.
Right,
Okay.
that's right. And neither was Eisenhower with Operation Wetback.
Yeah.
So the point is that it's all coming down the pike, and it's really, I think we're here. I think it's too late for them to stop Trump. They can't stop him now. There were rumors that there was a national security issue going on. It hasn't materialized. God forbid it does. But putting that aside, it's all coming down on Monday at 12 noon, no matter what they do.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited
and
about
all
it.
these little silly things of certain figures are not going to attend the inauguration.
So who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
I mean, by the way, the important people actually are attending it. I mean, the Clintons are going to be there. Obama will be there.
Big Mike is not going to be there.
Big Mike won't be there, no. But it's really a time when the country is going to realign, and it's just they ain't going to stop it. It's just it's happening, and I like the way they try to quiz Pam Bondi about, are you going to prosecute Liz Cheney, and are you going to? And her answers were so brilliant. She goes, "Look, you're a lawyer. You know that I can't comment on a case I haven't seen the file for yet. You have to look at the file and decide whether or not there's criminality there before you make even a statement about something like that." She seems like a very serious person, and I think that she is going to look at those files. And if they do go after these people, it's going to be because they actually do have real crimes, not the kind of crimes that they made up to go after Trump and the J6 protesters. This is real stuff. So I hope that they do go after all of them. That would be a beautiful thing. That's called justice. They spoke for years. Oh, no one is above the law. Well, guess what? The shoe is going to be on the other foot now. So we'll see. You're right. No one is going to be above the law.
Do you think there are going to be any high-profile defections of Democrats to Team R?
Absolutely. Already has been. Elon Musk, he's a former Democrat. Kennedy. Yeah, I think that you're going to see a lot of people. Zuckerberg even. I don't know if I trust him.
Okay, but I mean actual politicians.
Politicians, yes, I do. I do think that you're going to have, once Trump's in and they see where the wind is blowing and they see that things are getting interesting, you're going to have at least a half a dozen Dems switch parties in the House, I think, and maybe one or two in the Senate, maybe on the state level. I don't know. I do think there will be. Yeah, I mean, because they want to get reelected. They're politicians, and they'll see that you can do it without, that the left doesn't have the kind of teeth it once had, where they can really rip at someone. What are they going to do? They'll put Rachel Maddow on, and she's going to be doing like full time. And what they're doing, it's like the National Enquirer. They're going to attack. Oh, this person cheated on his wife, and this is that. It's just so despicable and so low. They have nothing to say about how to govern. They've got nothing to say about their political philosophy. Instead, they're going to go to the lowest, and people aren't interested. And no one cares. It's personal matters.
Well, especially these days, with all the crap that's come out, do you really care, as you say, that Senator so-and-so is cheating on his wife?
Oh, my God. And, I thought that was Mark Wine Mullen. He's a congressman. He nailed it when he said, listen, how many of you senators and congressmen have come into the House drunk, like at night to cast a vote? You have. I've seen it. And how many of you guys have cheated on your wives? I mean, really? They want to go there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's, so I think that people see.
No, they're getting to the bottom of the barrel of the playbook. It isn't working.
No.
And the hubris was unbelievable. All right. They thought that they could just trot out Kamala Harris, and in 100 days she would defeat Trump. They weren't stupid in that sense. They knew she was an empty suit.
Yeah, but they did believe they could pull her over the line.
Yeah.
And I think they meant it. And they still think that they're going to use the same playbook to attack Trump. I don't know what else they have. They've tried to kill him. They've tried to arrest him. They've tried to put him in prison. They've tried to bankrupt him. They've raided his wife's underwear drawer with SWAT teams. What else can they do? It's over.
This is the point. They don't know anything else. I mean, for those of a certain age watching the show, you remember a coach from Ohio State named Woody Hayes.
Yeah.
he had ways to win games back in the day, but the game of football, college football, was changing, and he didn't change. And he got more and more frustrated, and then he finally attacked an opposing player on the sidelines, and it was finally fired. The point is, he didn't change. He didn't adapt. He took that old playbook from 1950, and it stopped working. Okay.
Yes. You know, that's a good analogy because I think that's where they're heading.
Yeah.
As things tighten up and as they continue to become more irrelevant, they're going to have a final miserable implosion of some sort. And I don't know what it's going to be, but
Well, it's going to be the blame game. Okay. They're going to go after each other. All right. You're seeing that with the fires, that the mayor goes after the fire chief, and the fire chief's after some underlings, and the water department, and what it's so.
maybe we can have them all. We can put them all in some room somewhere and let them just duke it
Let them
out.
fight it out.
And you know, sort of
Fight it out.
like a bunch of cockroaches on the bottom of a barrel. I'm sorry to be nasty, but
No, but that's I'm afraid what has to happen, and it's just all positive. I'll tell you, as you say, 12 o'clock, January 20th.
hallelujah.
Yeah.
It's
And
going to be a
I'm
beautiful
sure that in your deep blue enclave out there, you've noticed even the bluest of the blue people secretly feeling a lot better.
Oh yeah, I mean, I spoke with a blue person this morning about this at length, and she was like, yeah, you know, it's going to be interesting. You know, she's kind of like not on, you know, not this. You know, if I talked to her a year ago, it would have been a different story. Even Governor Healy here, they're talking about left wing. She's said that oh yeah, you know, she said I'm going to be on board with the Trump administration in terms of apprehending illegal alien criminals. And the day after she said this, the Boston Globe attacked her with an old story that they were saving. You know, the Globe. This is how the Globe does it. This is how the left does it. It didn't matter. I mean, people are with her. You know, if she wants to do that, she can change. You know, she doesn't want to have a failure for an administration. You know, even if she's totally DEI.
Is the Globe going to change because LA Times is trying to get more conservative to stay alive? And
I don't know. I don't think so. The Globe is about as left as they get.
Yeah.
Has been going way back to the Taylors, who the family this old Yankee family that ran the Globe for 40 years. They've they've always played the same game. I don't think that they look, none of these people have the influence that they once had. They thought they'd have influence because it would become like a one newspaper town, but it didn't really work. They're shrinking. I don't know how they stay in business. I mean, they had to sell their magnificent headquarters in Dorchester. It's no longer there. It's become.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they abandoned it. It's now being refitted as sort of a mall of some sort for business, and they just have a downtown office. They share a printing plant with their rival, the Boston Herald. They're no longer. They've shrunk literally, physically. The Globe is literally. It's like, zzz, zzz, you know. It's like they're not. They don't. They laid off a lot of their very important journalists. They no longer have a foreign desk. They basically subcontract with Phil Balboni, who runs this foreign, journalist outfit, and they no longer. As much as I despise the Globe, I used to read it every day because at least I got a sense of what people in Boston were thinking. You no longer get that from the Globe. It's totally lost its way. Now I don't know what's going to happen in the long run, but it's owned by Henry, who owns the Boston Red Sox, the multi-billionaire. I don't know. I mean, he's like a deep pocket kind of a guy. I don't know what's going to happen to it. Who knows? They've lost their way.
So the point is they're not showing any effort to try to.
No, it's just as bad as ever. It's almost like, as I said earlier, these are people who have a computer chip implanted in the back of their skulls. They're like automatons. The hologram will never be broken. They live in some kind of a virtual reality. They are not recognizing what's going on, and yet the rest of us are moving on. We're moving forward, and they're going to be relegated to the sewers of history. They're going to be pushed aside. Oop, that one just got me removed. Yeah, look, TikTok.
How bad was that though?
I don't know.
Oh,
What did I say? The sewers of history?
yeah.
I don't care. I got my point across.
Can you believe that kind of censorship? If you would have told people in the 1950s and 60s that this would be going on, there'd be some algorithm listening to everything you say. What a joke.
It's I don't know if it's going to come to an end, but it's not, it didn't work. Let's just put it that way. In spite of their censorship, their removal of thousands of accounts. I mean, it started really in 2018. It was before Trump, even before the pandemic. It didn't work. Trump was reelected. It just didn't happen. They were not able to suppress. They got rid of Parler. Now it looks like they're getting rid of TikTok. Not that they need to, but it still ain't going to work. They're not going to be able to censor opinion in this country. There are too many alternatives. There are too many other ways to get the word out.
I think the last holdout for all this DEI stuff is going to be Google.
Google is the biggest offender.
Doubling down on stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Rumble is doing very well. And just about every major creator is on Rumble also. And is, I think, waiting for the day that he gets kicked off YouTube. And you know what? That's fine. Because the big creators on YouTube, this stuff is a joke. I mean,
basically, it's a good place to go if you want to learn how to bake an apple pie.
Yeah.
It's not anything serious, and they're going to ultimately lose ground. I mean, look, Steve Bannon has the biggest online program in the world, and I think he has something like 100 million hits. I mean, it's huge, and he's not on YouTube. He's not on Google. He was kicked off of those. He doesn't even have Twitter or any of it. But so the point is, it can be done, and it is being done. They can't stop it. Even if you don't have the same reach, you can still get your message out. You can still have an impact. And they're not going to win. They're not in this country. And I don't think elsewhere either.
That's the best news of all. They're not going to win. And on Monday, it's officially all going to change.
It's all over. It's all over for them. Like the late Jerry Williams used to say, it's all over. He was great. I view him as a mentor. Great.
Yeah, I'm trying to find tapes on him.
You can't. He was just didn't keep it. I mean, unfortunately, he was a brilliant talk show host. He could get on, no guests. He would just swing open the phone lines and he would talk for 6 hours, and it was brilliant. And he was he was hilarious. He had an incredible sense of humor, and toward the end, he was bringing on comedians, and they were hilarious, like Steve Sweeney and others. And he was so good that you literally had to stop everything to listen. I mean, he was a master at conversation. I mean, the way he went after Michael Dukakis was gold. I mean, it was so incredible. I mean, there's no one like that anymore. I mean, and he sometimes would get onto a silly topic that wasn't all that important, and he would run at it like a dog chasing a meat truck, and he would do it for day after day. So, but nevertheless, I mean, he was just an amazing host. I wish he could have seen this. I wish he could have seen Trump. I mean, he passed away in, I think, 2006. And I actually got him. He was kicked off the air because his criticism of the Big Dig in Boston, and exposing some of the corruption.
Yeah,
that was
nothing to criticize there. Originally budgeted at $2 billion, ended up costing $20 billion. No problem there. Right?
No. I mean, and he exposed it. And then about 5 years later, I was on a small station in Quincy Christian station.
Yeah.
I used to come on right after former Vatican ambassador Ray Flynn. And people said that I was more pro-Catholic than Flynn, but putting that aside.
You probably were.
I was. I called, this is during the pre-scandal, and the Globe was really crazy. But I called Jerry Williams. My producer happened to know his number.
Yeah.
And I asked him to come on my show. And I said, Jerry, I really missed you and I love you and I want to hear you again. And he did. He was not in good health. He came down. He was had an assistant. He was in a wheelchair. He was not. And he did my show. And then I convinced the manager to give him a show and give him some time, which he did. And he came back very briefly. I think he only did 5 weeks. He was great. And then after that, he passed away.
Wow.
But he was just one of the real founders of talk radio. He really was. When he started it in the 1950s, you couldn't bring a live person on the air with you. It was not allowed. So he would have to take the call off the air and then repeat what they said and respond to it. And but he was able to convince the station to let him have the live experience. And he was just a master. I mean, he defined what talk radio became. He was really a pioneer and a great communicator, just a great all-around person. Amazing man. Yeah, I really miss Jerry. A great man. Anyway.
All right, so I will switch off now.
Okay.
We are both looking forward to Monday.
You bet. It's going to be exciting. I am psyched. I am absolutely.
I've never seen you like this. This is the most positive I've ever seen you. And I know you for 25 years. So this is great.
I really feel like we finally have hit the finish line and we're getting there. I'm anticipating it in a good way. I mean, I anticipated the election in a bad way because I felt they were going to steal it. I know that Steve Turley said to me, "I'm being too traumatized by what happened last time." He says to me, I was very traumatized, but he did it, and now he's going to take his shot. He's going to take his position. Thank God.
So
anyway,
we will see you next week.
Yes. All right. Take care. Thanks, Mike. Okay. So I'm going to just mention that I'll be doing some live streaming on Inauguration Day. You can check out my books, are all available at Amazon Books. Just look it up, Charles Moskowitz, Moscowitz, Charles Moskowitz. Put it in the server at Amazon Books, and you'll see all of my books come up. They're a cross-section of issues, political, social, economic, religious. I've touched a lot of things in my books, so check it out. Thank you for watching, everyone. God bless America. God bless you. God bless President Trump and his family. God bless Vice President J.D. Vance and his family and all of the cabinet ministers. God bless them. God protect them. God keep them safe. And we have to continue to pray that everything goes according to plan, because ultimately the Lord our God, King of the universe, is the master of all events. Anyway, thank you for joining me, everyone. God bless all of you, and God bless America. All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. By the way, we have call-ins on this show. I don't know if too many programs online can do that, but we do it the old-fashioned way, like you would do with a radio talk show, where you can literally call in at 508-637-5596. The number's listed here on the screen, 508-637-5596. Not taking TikTok today, mainly because TikTok's canceled the account. But I am up on Rumble if you want to send in a chat or whatever. Anyone listening knows I'm really ham-handed when it comes to technical matters. My guest is Thomas Gorenc from the Paranoid American. Thomas is a comic book publisher, a military veteran, an ex-Disney animator. Thomas and I met on Donut's excellent program recently, where we discussed some of the origins and doings of the International Web of Secret Societies that seem to marble all of our establishment institutions, both political, economic, and cultural. Thomas, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, man. And thank you, Donut, for introducing us. And also, that's dangerous. You just have live call-ins. How does that usually go? I've been flirting with that idea, but I'm not sure if I can handle it.
Well, I mean, I've only gotten a few calls, but I'm just introducing it. I hope to, in the coming year, as I feel more encouraged over what I hope is a lessening of censorship, I think that I'm going to be able to do broadcasting more consistently, maybe even every day at a set time. I think that helps, in which case I'm hoping to get more calls by having people get used to seeing and listening to the program at the same time each day and covering, current issues. And if someone calls in, I get a beep, I press a button, and off they go. The only thing I ask is community standards within reason. And also, I'm not on YouTube, so I don't have to worry about that.
Same.
But the main station is Rumble for this show. But also Rockfin is very good. I don't know if you know about them. But there are alternative medias. I think when President Trump was removed from office and they deleted his Twitter account, where he had something like 30 million followers, right after what has now been proven to have been a government inside job, that being the Capitol protest. There was an expectation, I think, on the part of the establishment that they'd be able to really launch a full-bore censorship, and they deleted thousands of programs. They deleted Parler, which at that time was really moving up and taking on Twitter, which was the ultimate in censorship. But it didn't work. It didn't work because people got involved in alternative sites like Getter and Rumble and Rockfin and BitChute and a bunch of others. So, freedom prevailed, and ultimately, because they could not censor, I think that's what led to a huge victory for President Trump and his incredible comeback, which and I think that the vote there and the level of that was much bigger than we even know. But here we are with the hope as we enter into the new year, and I do feel hopeful that we're going to be entering into a time when more people in this country are aware of the insidious agenda of an establishment that does not have their interests at heart. And so I think that's what this is all about. Now, Thomas, could you talk a little bit about how you got involved in broadcasting, and what were some of the events, if any, that kind of woke you up to realities in our political and social system?
If we're talking specifically broadcast or doing podcasts, the main thing was far less noble. It was just that I've been publishing comics about conspiracies for a decade, and operating it from behind the scenes just wasn't really cutting it as much. And I got to guest on a couple friends' podcasts, and I immediately liked the interactive nature of it. Like, it basically completely replaced my media consumption, where instead of watching a movie or binging a TV series, which you can't ask questions of and you can't really engage with, aside from going online and posting your opinion and getting into arguments over, but actually having long format conversations with friends and new and interesting people, that ended up being the real motivation to keep me going. But the original spark was I just needed to promote my wares. I just needed to tell my tchotchkes, and it turned into something way different than that. So it didn't start with noble causes, and even now I don't even consider it really noble. It's just to entertain myself, and almost like a self-fulfilling need to engage with people more directly than just reading an article or reading their bio or something. So those are really the main reasons. But I mean, I've been I guess you would say awake, I think, since maybe the mid 90s, when I first searched for the term Illuminati and came across Secret Teachings of All Ages. I came across Fritz Springmeier's work. I think I was like 12 or 13 at the time.
Mhm.
And then right from there, it was just a lifelong fascination with secret societies and occult knowledge and sacred geometry and everything in between.
So then the writing of comic books on conspiracies obviously led you to do some deep research to find out, to develop some interesting themes and characters and storylines. And that led you to a study of the international secretive establishment that in modern times, I think, is exemplified by the Illuminati. And also this long format where you can really stretch out and talk with someone rather than these canned interviews that we see on the mainstream media. It does lead to a deeper understanding and greater thought and a greater exchange. And it's one of the great powers of this new media. So I certainly get that. Now, you also worked as an animator for Disney. So I need to ask you about this. My daughter was a big fan of Disney growing up. And so obviously I was drawn into a lot of those movies and we loved them together. We'd watch them. We had a couple of real favorites. Probably our biggest favorite was not a well-known Disney movie called The Aristocats.
Of course.
We loved that. We both could recite passages from it. We thought it was hilarious. And, and since then we kept up with it and we'd go to the new Disney movies and Frozen and everything else. But I always thought that there was something going on with Disney and you couldn't quite put your finger on it. I know when we went to Disneyland in Los Angeles, my daughter, I think she was probably about 7 or 8 years old at the time, she was literally terrified over going into certain things. And I didn't totally understand why, but now I kind of do, because there was something going on that her radar picked up on that mine didn't in some of these things. I mean, that when you look at, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I mean, it's horrifying what was going on there. I mean, cutting their heart out and, just the violence of it. And since then, I've seen some videos which show some pretty explicit sexual images and violent images that are worked into the fabric that are not like openly. But it's the kind of thing that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I'm wondering, in your opinion, is that something that is just put in there because the animators are goofing around and they want to kind of drop, what they call Easter eggs, or, they're just to kind of get a laugh themselves? Or is there something more sinister going on here? I mean, is this something that the management knows about and that they're promoting and that they want? And if so, why?
I mean, I would say yes to both, but not in maybe congruent ways. Like they might not be as directly intertwined in such a simple sort of fashion for that. So let me rewind and just preface this with the term Disney animator is very charged. Like people assume that I was like hand illustrating Lion King sometimes when this comes out. I was known as a tweener, which is an in-betweener, which means that the big illustrators with the big names on the movies and everything, they draw the keyframes. They draw the individual action poses where these big establishing shots. And then all of those frames in between, if someone's like throwing a ball or something, right? The keyframer will show the character holding the ball, making a goofy face, and then they'll draw another keyframe after they've thrown the ball. But all those frames in between, those are sort of up to these other teams of lower tier sort of animators called in-betweeners, or just tweeners for short. So without going on a whole entire diatribe of like the technical aspects, I was essentially a tweener for Disney for a long time, specifically doing digital animation. They had already transitioned to digital. I started working there in 2006, I believe. And at that point, it was a lot of just 3D and 2D sort of software packages. So I did that for about 10 years, a little over 10 years. I got to work with a lot of their IP. And this was on the backlot of Disney World. I went to Disneyland a couple times. I went to the Burbank studios for some like work meetings and stuff. But for the most part, I worked on the backlot in the Roy O. Disney post-production facility, Walt Disney World, directly attached to the animation building. So I've seen a lot of stuff. I've heard a lot of all the different theories, and to directly address what you're getting at of like the sexual like symbolism that gets worked in, some of the violent stuff. You even mentioned Snow White and the 7
Mhm.
Dwarfs. All of those things represent vastly different chunks of like Disney's chronology. Just even the difference between LA and Orlando, for example, is like 2 completely different timelines for Walt Disney. I think he saw what was going on in LA and realized he needed more space, more land, more freedom to do exactly what he had envisioned, and it was just never going to happen in LA.
Right.
Side tangent, your daughter was right to be a little bit creeped out by Disneyland. Aside from all the Disney vibe, that actually is the site of one of the most gruesome theme park fatalities that I've ever read about in existence. It was the Who Framed Roger Rabbit ride. Anyways, if you look into that, it's one of the worst things that have ever happened in a Disney park. Disney World claims that they haven't had any like catastrophic like fatalities that same way. Although I can get into that a little bit later because that's one of the weird Disney anomaly kind of like fabrications, like one of those illusions.
Okay.
So the sexual stuff here, if we go back to the 1930s, 1940s, like some of the earliest Disney movies, and I've got a series called Occult Disney that we've been watching every single feature-length Disney animation from Snow White all the way up to I think we're around 2006 right now. We just saw
Mhm.
Cars. Every single movie. So yeah, I've absolutely seen Aristocats. Even Aristocats has some of these kind of things worked into it. Fun fact, that was the very first Disney movie, I believe, that took place in the same time period in which it aired. Almost every other Disney movie prior to then kind of took place in the past, and a
Right.
lot of it was like based around that. So that's an interest. It didn't work out for them as well, so they departed from that a little bit.
Mhm.
The other thing that I think, and maybe the most nefarious, we'll get to the sex stuff. The most nefarious thing that Disney does is twofold, and these ones are completely intertwined. One of these is coming from a conspiracy theorist tin hat point of view. It's just trauma-based mind control, trauma-based programming.
Right.
But over the course of watching all these movies for Occult Disney, we've come up with this phrase. I think I heard it somewhere else, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but called the Disney proxy. And the Disney proxy, the reason why I call it a proxy is because very early in every single Disney movie, the protagonist, which is usually going to be a kid, is going to get separated from their authority figure. It might be their parents, might be an older brother, it could be anything, but they get severed from this authority figure. And what
Interesting.
happens is once that authority figure is removed from the scene, the first thing that you're going to see on the screen, like clockwork, there's like a formula, is going to be this IP, this intellectual property owned by Disney that's also going to coincidentally be on lunchboxes and T-shirts and Happy Meal toys. So
Mhm.
this proxy, it's half trauma-based mind control, and then it's also half NLP anchoring, where hey, you're in this weird lost state. Your parents have been removed from you. You've been kidnapped. Your parents have died. Whatever, fill in the blank.
Right.
Or whatever tragedy happens. Oh, but guess what? We're gonna make it better. Here's Thumper. Oh, we're gonna make it better. Here's Bambi, or it's like some different version of intellectual property, and that I think somewhat nefarious because it's a formula that you can see them play time and time again, but also the sort of Fabian end goal of this is to weaponize nostalgia. It's to like anchor something so deeply in your mind as a child that you will willingly and almost celebratory like pass it on to your kids. Let's go see this Disney movie together. Oh, it's like
Mhm.
it becomes a babysitter to a lot of people, the Disney library. So that's the most nefarious in the shortest amount of time that I can explain, that like the most nefarious aspect of Disney is weaponizing nostalgia. It's why they're willing to spend money on movies that seem like they flop over and over again. It's because it's worth more to them to own real estate inside your brain and all your kids' brains, more so than the short-term gain.
So then you seem to be saying that it's kind of a financial thing. It's they kind of are institutionalizing their their business as something that's going to perpetrate, and that's going to, through the means of promoting nostalgia, mean, I think that the idea of separating the child, I mean, I think of Pinocchio as an example of that. And Bambi, of course, the mother's just killed, and they show that's horrible. It's very painful. You hear the gunshot. And then the child is brought into a situation which I don't want to suggest that it opens up the door to pedophilia. However, since we're going there, it's sort of like in a situation that's morally ambiguous. I mean, I think that Pinocchio is a good example where he enters into this world of almost where everything goes. I mean, he walks into this land. And, it's at a time when a person is young enough that they haven't yet developed their independent reason abilities. I wonder if there's some kind of an agenda with that. It kind of, first of all, it infantilizes people because you become like permanently childlike. But secondly, you're put into a situation of moral ambiguity where, you're open to who knows what. Am I way off base on that, or what do you think?
No, I mean, even again, if you remove even just the sexualization part of it, which I promise we'll get into because that's one of the biggest claims of all of Disney and the hidden message. But let's just take like Pinocchio, which you brought up, and you brought up Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Mhm.
Both of those original stories, Pinocchio was based on, I think, like an Italian activist, like it was political activism. I don't want to conflate it by oversimplifying it, but it was like sympathetic to Italian anarchism in certain circles. But the premise of Pinocchio was that they really were kidnapping children and forcing them to work manual labor. So those scenes where they turn them into donkeys and they turn them into these donkeys that are just like, basically animal labor, that was a very real analogy to what was really happening to Italian children during the time the original Pinocchio was written. There's also really deep sort of Rosicrucian aspects. You can get into like pineal gland and stuff, but one of the mundane and practical versions of this were actual children being exploited, and the writer of Pinocchio was basically trying to shine a little bit more light on that, and it got adopted almost directly by the Disney movie Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. This is another thing that was based on at least 3 different historical accounts, all the way down to the talking mirror. This was an actual item that was said to have existed in 2 or 3 different families' histories, dating back, I think, at least to the 14 or 1500s. But on top of that, the Seven Dwarves was also sort of this euphemism for sending children into the mines because their tiny little bodies could get into the little nooks and crevices better. So there are a lot of analogies of even darker. I mean, the sexual connotation adds to it, but deep, not even that far beneath the surface of these Disney movies, the original concepts were all about child exploitation. So if you just throw the sexual aspect on top of that, it's not like a far skip and a jump from forcing, like kidnapping children and forcing them to live in mines, and then someone saying like, oh, and they had sex with them too. It's like, okay, yeah, no shit, they did.
I mean, look, what you're describing actually doesn't bother me. It's actually good political commentary. Children being exploited by in the 19th century, right up till today. But what I see is kind of a more modern aspect to it, which is sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. Do you think that is something that was a conscious part of this? I mean, I've heard a lot of legends, for example, and I would say legends about Walt Disney himself in that regard, who I always thought was a great man, but I still do. But, he was deep, according to all the stuff out there, and that's what we're talking about, and I'm not here to endorse any of it. He was deeply involved with secret societies, and maybe there was some kind of an agenda going on there. What do you think?
So this is probably the one that comes up the most, is like Walt Disney being, all of these things. I've done, I think, a fairly deep dive into this from a bunch of different angles. I've read the most critical, I've read the most complimentary sort of books all about Disney and his biography, and I've talked to people that work directly with him in animation studios and stuff. So quirky guy, workaholic. The secret society angle is a very unique one because Walt Disney And let me go on just the tiniest of tangents here because it makes the most sense and it gives the most breadth to like how complex this guy was. So Walt Disney, growing up, he actually had a very strained relationship with his dad in particular. And through this, he had convinced himself that he himself was kidnapped as a child, that he must have belonged to royalty or some much more noble family line, and he was kidnapped and forced to live with these oppressors almost. It almost sounds like that archetypal Disney princess locked up in a castle waiting for a Prince Charming aspect, right? So he already had grown up like this. And when he was very young, he joined the Desmoulins, the Order Desmoulins, which is essentially Cub Scouts for Freemasons. That's the best way I can put it.
No, I'm familiar
You
with
got
that.
to be 12 to 20, I think, 12 to 21 to join
But you have
Desmoulins.
to have parents who are Masons, I think, in order to do that. Or maybe not.
Or you have to have some kind of a parental or like authority figure that is registered as a Mason. Well, here, this is way more interesting than just him being Desmoulins. He not only was he Desmoulins, but his direct mentor was the creator of the Desmoulins Order, like the original founder. So this would be like if you joined the Boy Scouts, but you would be bearing the lead to not mention, oh, but I was also mentored by the guy that invented the Cub Scouts.
Sure.
So there's that angle to it. From everything that I've ever been able to tell, once he aged out of Desmoulins, he never joined the Freemasons proper. He never joined any other secret order except for Bohemian Grove. He was absolutely a member. There's documented evidence of him drawing sketches and signing stuff, but he also didn't get with the Bohemian Grove crowd as much. Even though it was kind of his crowd, just people that exploited artists. That was like the original DNA. But he had another one called the Rancheros Vistadoras, the visiting ranchers, which he considered to be like a more manly version of Bohemian Grove. He wanted to get like an actual outdoorsy nature experience from it, but he went to Bohemian Grove. He's like, these are just a bunch of rich guys in nice cabins doing, gay stuff all the time.
Well,
So
that's how
he-
Nixon described it. He said it was very faggoty.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, it's boys will be boys, and they're all
And
just
also,
naked.
Alex Jones was able to get in there with a camera and show the burning of the this effigy. And there's, I don't know if he actually caught on film the idea that there might have been some human sacrifice. I'm not saying there was, but it's a pretty troubling and pretty weird occultic group, and it tends to attract Republicans, I guess you might say. Rich.
Long, interesting story on how they founded too. I'll stay on track though because
Please.
these are like my absolute favorite topics. So Disney is this princess in a castle in his own mind. He gets raised into this sort of Freemasonry for kids, sort of secret society in some ways. And then after he exits this, there's no doubt in my mind that he carried those occult and those esoteric views with everything that he did. It was a huge inspiration in how much he adopted and kept true some of the Grimm's fairy tales. All of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs could also be interpreted almost as like Rosicrucianism, which I guess would just be like a much older, more religious version of Desmoulins. So that form of Walt Disney being, in the occult and in secret society is absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
Not to mention Fantasia, right?
But every single movie, honestly, even Aristocats can all sort of be tied into these like esoteric teachings. Although, and this is why I mentioned that there's these different phases of his life, and LA and Orlando is a huge portion of that. That once he starts working on Walt Disney World in Orlando, he kind of has this different vision. He's thinking about Epcot, the experimental protocol community of tomorrow. And like he's trying to do something more than cartoons and more than theme parks at this point. He wants to make his own city, maybe country, maybe who knows where it was going to go after that. But as soon as he starts ultra like hyper focusing on Walt Disney World, he doesn't have as much anymore in the animation wing. And then as time goes on, he just becomes a delegator as opposed to boots on the ground, rolling up his sleeves and doing the things, which is natural for anyone that's at the head of this huge global conglomerate that keeps scaling and scaling and scaling. So when we talk about Aristocats and anything after that, there's really no participation from Walt Disney proper at that point. At this point, and I guess to summarize the whole occult Disney series, is the movie Fantasia is a literal spell, some literal magical ceremony that creates the world of Disney. It creates an entire universe known as the Walt Disney Universe that will outlive us all because it's now an egregore. It is one of the most powerful egregores. They sort of introduce all the different archetypes, all of the DNA that goes into the rest of the movies. Even characters are introduced in Fantasia that you see recurring out through other Disney movies to come for, over a century at this point, or getting close to it. So just the fact that Fantasia exists is that original magic incantation spell. So yeah, all occult, all the way down, all turtles.
Well, and plus there was some very frightening scenes in Fantasia involving nuclear activity. And I think the last Disney movie that Walt Disney was directly involved in was Mary Poppins. I think. I could be wrong. But,
also, another movie about child exploitation, because they put so much emphasis on the chimney sweep and how lucky the chimney sweeps are. But if you look at actual chimney sweeps during that time period, they were kids. They were sending kids into these chimneys to sweep them out because adults wouldn't fit.
They could get up there. Yeah, they're wiry. They could fit into the crevices. Interesting. But you don't think that? I mean, it sounds like we're talking about influences on Disney's worldview and kind of this occultic element to it, and this fantasy world that he wanted to create and project into the future with Epcot, which is, as you say, that's City of the Future. Do you think there was a more conscious aspect to this, in that Disney might have been literally coordinating with, secret society people? I mean, was it, kind of like part of a world order element? Was he involved, for example, in the post-World War II Federalist Society movement or anything like that?
It's really hard to pin Disney down in particular on a specific. There is one thing, and this is from Dark Prince, or Hollywood's Dark Prince, I think, is this unauthorized biography that the Disney family absolutely hates, but it presents this case that he was sort of working in like a McCarthyist way to root out communists in the animation industry in particular.
Right.
And I'm glad you brought this up, because this ties into that Disney growing up felt like he was this princess trapped in a castle by his captors. The FBI, or that might have been the FBI, I think FBI, J. Edgar Hoover in particular, basically gave Walt Disney special agent in charge status in exchange for him to give up any sort of communist information or root out commies that he could in the industry. And in exchange for that, they actually told Disney they had found his real father. His real father was royal blood. He was a king of Spain at some point, or his family line were kings of Spain, and that if you just help us out with these FBI matters, we'll put these connections together for you. And we'll give you some of this research that they had uncovered. And I believe that they were just putting a carrot on a string for him. They were exploiting a character flaw, or maybe some deep-rooted issue with him. But this is absolute close to proof, depending on how much you believe the special agent in charge documents. But if that were actually happening, then at a government level, absolutely, Disney was covertly spying on his peers and reporting back to the government in exchange for benefits and secret information that no one else had. I mean, how else would you describe a secret society other than just an intelligence organization? So,
right. I mean,
the very mundane example, you can extrapolate all of the other ones that, if he was in the Rancheros, and if he was in Bohemian Grove, and if he was still an appendant of Desmoulins, he did draw Mickey as Desmoulins numerous times. So he was actively recruiting in that way.
And also, I mean, as you say, the FBI was kind of the first literal legal open enthronement of a secret society into the United States. And then, of course, that was advanced under Truman with the National Security Act, which created the CIA and the National Security Agency and all the rest. An interesting book about this was written by Professor Michael J. Glennon, who wrote the book Double Government. He was a professor emeritus at Fletcher School He served the Obama administration. He's an insider, but he kind of blew the whistle on a lot of this, even though I had him on my show and he didn't like me at all, but yet he admitted that, right? I mean, he was like, yeah, okay, he didn't deny anything I brought up, but he was unhappy with me for bringing it up, even though it's in his book. Anyway, I recall being also at the Disney Museum in Los Angeles when we visited Disneyland. And I remember that it went through great lengths to show Disney's lineage as going back to the Normans and William the Conqueror. And it traced the name. And so Disney was very concerned with bloodlines and ancestry. I don't know if he was into the Committee of 300. I mean, who knows? But right, going back to the Roman times with which eventually became the Venetian bloodline. But that does seem to be a theme, I think, in his work. It's a very kind of Gothic element of like superpower and magical power being held by certain people who had high positions.
So Disney, this is a really interesting thread to look at it. Like if let's not say literally in the Committee of 300, the Council of 300, but that Disney would if such a thing were in operation during Disney's lifetime, then Disney would represent this massive opportunity to influence the public, not just American public, but the entire globe, right?
Oh yeah.
Disney had a massive surface area in that regard, but when I think of like those shadowy occult figures, like a literal Illuminati at some point, the actual Illuminati members rarely want themselves to be the figurehead, like an actual scapegoat or someone you can point a finger of or draw a picture of. So Disney likely would have been a very useful, I would like say an asset, as opposed to a CIA agent, a CIA asset, as opposed to an FBI agent, he's an FBI asset, so he would clearly be in all those roles. And he made propaganda movies directly for the government. Many of them were top secret. So he was, in every definition of the word, secret societies, if you expand that to include government and military, which I absolutely do. I mean, the Cult of Mithras was essentially the first military, intelligence agency, right? So if you can extrapolate from there, it's really no different. We're just kind of shuffling.
You mean the ancient cult of Mithras during like post-Roman times? Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, the longest thread ever, but all of that ceremonial magic and sexual orgies and child sacrifice, this was state religion in Phoenicia and in Carthage up until the Romans stomped out Carthage. But the Romans didn't completely stomp out ceremonial magic and orgies and child sacrifice. They just said, it's only for the rich people and the male military members at first. And then never again was it supposed to ever be done outside. It was no longer supposed to be exoteric. Now it was permanently esoteric. And I think that that's sort of the longest thread that you can tie here. Is that
went underground after the Romans destroyed Carthage. And there's, according to Roman historians, when the Romans went into Carthage, there was such abominable practices that they literally were throwing up. They were like literally sick over what they were seeing. But of course, this is what the Bible warns us about. This is what, the book of Genesis. I mean, there's a thread all through it about the admonition against idol worship of graven images. It wasn't just worshiping a piece of wood, or like a rock or something. In the case of Moloch, this granite statue, which would have a burning furnace in the belly, you go in and throw your baby into that as a way to appease the gods. It had to do with all the practices around the idol. And all of it was, we can't even imagine what they were doing. But it was all state sponsored. And it was all run by the sort of government that would operate behind the scenes and use this idol as their mouthpiece to manipulate their masses and to keep people docile and to use, sexual vice and moral, all kinds of crap to keep people like kind of off center, infantilized, distracted. And the idea, it's interesting that you say, I mean, that the Romans basically tried to stamp it out and did so with Carthage, but that it went underground. That's interesting.
Literally went underground. They
Yeah.
took what was happening above ground, and state sponsored is maybe even underselling it. Maybe state mandated would be a better way of describing the ceremonial magic, sexual orgies, child sacrifice. This wasn't just, hey, if you want to do it, we're cool with it. This was like, you better show up at 7 a.m. with your newborn to throw them into this fire or else. Like, so there was very much a state mandated aspect of this that you could not escape it. So when the Romans came, that literally went from being done out in public where, the neighboring cities could see it happening and saying, well, let's not be like those guys. This is like the biblical aspect of like those Carthaginians, or like they're worshiping Moloch over there. That was basically saying like, don't do what they're doing over the river, in so many words. But then the Romans just stomped that out above ground and literally made them do it in caves underground. Like all the Cult of Mithras original meetings usually happen in underground caverns or under temples or in subterraneous sort of settings. So
there's a lot of that even to this day in Italy with underground Rome. And you find tunnels and catacombs and passages, and even under the Vatican. I mean, they say there's underground, almost an underground city that's as big as a football field, with who knows what's in there. And I'm not pointing a finger at the Vatican. I admire Catholicism. That's not the issue here. But what you're saying here, Thomas, is sensational. You're saying that this cult of practices that was, went underground after the destruction of Carthage. Are you saying that that's still here? I mean, are you suggesting that this?
Oh yeah. I'm not just suggesting. I'm outright, directly claiming it. And Fantasia maybe being the best example. My favorite scene, even growing up, like the scariest one, where they show this huge black demon god with two horns. He literally represents child sacrifice, and he represents pagan gods and the two-horned horned bull god of agriculture and fertility. The actual name of that god is Chernobog, which means black god, and I think in Serbian or Slovenian. And this happens on Walpurgis Night, which is essentially like an actual pagan ritual in which these witches would get together and they would do orgies and sacrifice in order to basically release their own magic out into the world. And the whole premise of the magical ceremony and ritual is to keep doing that over and over again in that exact same spot and the exact same incantations for centuries, so that it harnesses real magic. So that premise is what Fantasia is. Fantasia is just a animated version of these, ancient rituals to not just Chernobog, but every other two-horned deity that kind of came before it. And through syncretism, it's easy to sort of like oversimplify and just like combine different cultures and religions, but that's kind of what we're doing here, because that's what Fantasia is. Fantasia is syncretism animated all together in like a 2-hour presentation.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, I want to just move history up a little bit here, because maybe I tend to embrace conventional history here, but I do believe that the Israelites were the first attempt to reform some of these practices. The Torah basically laid out moral and ethical laws which emanated from Sinai, according to the Torah, and which rejected these practices, even though the children of Israel struggled with it, and sometimes they were good and sometimes they weren't. At least they began the process rolling. And then, of course, the ministry of Jesus resulted in bringing that to the world, and it was eventually became the official faith of Rome under Constantine, which I, as conventionally looking at history, believe was a good development. It was an attempt to stamp out these practices and an attempt to bring about a more moral order in the universe. But you seem to be suggesting that concurrent with that was a continued underground that continued to operate in this sort of, I guess you might say, satanic practices, and that it involved people at high levels of power, of influence, both in government, culture, and economy. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, this is highly controversial, and I'm aware of that. Although one of the most compelling takes on this particular dynamic I've come across so far is essentially that the Israelites and the Carthaginians or the Canaanites or the Phoenicians, or whatever name you would give to that sort of crowd that was into the state mandated magical orgies and sacrifice and everything, that really the Israelites and the Phoenicians or the Carthaginians were worshiping the same God. It's just that the Canaanites were doing it in this abhorrent way. And this is where the Israelites were saying, like, don't do what they're doing across, the river over here. Like, they're having a great time with their agriculture. They're worshiping these agricultural gods, and they're making these sacrifices, and they're doing sex out in public, and business is booming. They've got crops, all over the place that's actually working. And they had just come from the desert. Even if that's just the metaphor, it was really the difference between desperation and abundance. And it was a way of saying, like, just because they're going through a boom right now, do not adopt their particular practices of worship. But that also means that when it gets stamped out, all those people that were doing so well and had accumulated all sorts of capital, not just, wealth, but like political capital, goodwill amongst all the other people that they had spread their riches of agriculture from, they obviously can flex that. And by flexing that, it's to, well, let's preserve this culture that gave us everything that we wanted, but obviously we can't do it out in public anymore. We have to only do it at night, burning charcoal in the middle of the forest, or going into these caves, or better yet, join the military, where the military, you could be easily weeded out, just depending on not only your physical aptitude, but if you were like in it, if your mind was in the same mentality as everyone else. And they also had the luxury of just killing you if you applied and you didn't get the job. They weren't just like, okay, go home. They could just eliminate you for any number of reasons. So it was a very methodical and powerful way to preserve everything that had been going on above ground and make sure that it maintained itself below ground. And there's a wild tangent we wouldn't even get into, but you can trace this exact practice go through Tunisia, the northern coast of Africa, all the way down into the rest of Africa, and make its way through, Haiti and Dominican Republic, and all these all these other adaptations of the same sort of fertility rituals, the same orgies and sex magic and black magic and sacrifice. It continued even all the way down to the two-horned gods. So it never really got fully stamped out, despite Rome's best efforts.
No, but I don't know if I'm taking issue with you here, but I think that the Israelite movement, the thing that made them different than all other nations was that they rejected these practices, that they continued with animal sacrifice, but not human sacrifice.
Absolutely. No, I think we're not in disagreement there, that the Israelite was a complete reformation of how they were worshiping. And I guess the contentious part that I injected there, based on other things that I've read, was that a lot of people claim that these Canaanites were worshiping, Satan, or they were worshiping some other deity, but it seems more reasonable and complicated that they were literally worshiping the exact same God. It's just that the Israelites were doing this.
I don't think so. Only in that I think they were worshiping idols. They were worshiping Baal and Molech and Asura, which were man-made idols created by the state, whereas the Israelites were worshiping something more transcendent. I mean, a universal God that was not.
Fair point. I guess the difference being, like, one of them was doing it the right way and one of them was doing it the wrong way.
Right. Well, I guess you could say that, but the thing is, and I do think that Christianity brought that to the world, this idea that you can't create a God on earth, and it's not a man-made thing that a government or that a group of elites can decide what it is. That there is something that's separate from our own existence, that is real, and that is, that we can't manipulate. That God is outside of the ability of the human being and the human mind to create or manipulate, that we're images of God. We're not God. That's the sin of the Garden of Eden. I mean, that Adam and Eve thought that they could be as God. They could know everything. They could have cosmic consciousness, eternal life. But they were going to overthrow God, and that's why they were banished. But because we're not gods, we're just human beings. We're imperfect. Our perceptions are limited. But we have some divine revelation that we can look to craft our lives. So bringing things up to today, and I think this is really interesting, and I agree with this, by the way. I mean, I think you have this continuous cult that's underground, that is involved in these practices, that does attract the highest levels of elite, that has basically become and has formulated into secret societies. I think it started in the Middle Ages. You had the Knights Templar was, I think, infected by it, and that's why they were banished by the Pope. You had in the Carabinari, and in the 18th century, the emergence of the Illuminati and the French Revolution. So I think we could trace the history of it. And what you have are an intricate web of secret societies that sometimes clashed, at other times cooperated, but yet all maintained almost an alternative existence from everyone else, and yet walked amongst us as everyday people.
Well, yeah, the ones that like who's writing the books? If everyone's reading the books and on the same page, someone's got to be writing the books. So there's already going to inherently be some sort of aspect of these like secret societies. Even in Catholicism has Opus Dei, which is their version of Freemason. I mean, that maybe the wrong way of phrasing that, but like they can't be compatible with Freemasonry, but still have the same need to have this internal intelligence structure. So
Right.
every single group seems to form one of these, regardless of what they call themselves and whether they're political or religious or apolitical or what have you. There will always be this like weird pyramid structure that I think the Bavarian Illuminati in particular, I think sets the most obvious template, so that if you can understand how the Illuminati worked and why it worked, why people joined, how sort of potent that entire structure was, and then just say, okay, yeah, how do you apply those particular properties to any organization that technically they become a Illuminati in a way. And the Illuminati, Bavarian Illuminati in particular, I think the way that explains it the best for me is that they're selling something that never goes out of style. If you're trying to sell something to a priest or a pauper or a pope or anyone, a king, they might already have the resources to own all the material goods that you could possibly want to promise them. They might have all the life experiences, but if you promise them some sort of arcane knowledge that no one else has access to, I found this sea scroll, I found this old book, or God told me in this epiphany about how to interpret these symbols that have been a mystery for ages, right? I've got all those secrets. Now you've got a really good sales pitch that you can ensnare anybody with. And one of the stipulations, again, for the Bavarian Illuminati, okay, well, not only do you have to give us some actual money and your time and all this stuff, brain power, but we also want you to snitch on yourself. We want you to keep a little diary of all the dirty little things that you've done and think about, and everything that your family's doing and your friends. Just take a complete diary on everyone. And what they do is they can slowly form this holographic image of the society that they're living in, like where it's not just people's pretenses, but what's actually going on behind the scenes. And even better, if they can recruit everybody in another group somewhere, let's say the Illuminati infiltrates one of the high Freemason lodges, and they recruit every person in there, but tell them all, you're the only one from this entire lodge that we're recruiting. Don't tell anyone else that we even exist. Take notes on yourself, take notes on others. But they do that to the whole lodge. They do it to like 30 or 40 people, right? And now they're all snitching on themselves and snitching on each other. It becomes this huge cachet of blackmail. And so now you've got the ultimate sales pitch. Someone's on the hook, and they're giving you money and they're giving you time and brain power. They're also snitching on themselves and others, an entire community. And pre-internet, obviously, Bavarian Illuminati, whoever's at the top, which would have been Adam Weishaupt, he could act as this all-knowing sort of God on earth, where you came up to him and you were like, hey, I've got a chemistry question, I've got a religious question, a math question, a science, whatever. He could be the ultimate Renaissance man polymath, where I was already going to expect, like, okay, I write you a letter, it's going to take, a week to get to you and a week to get back to me. I might not hear from you for 2 or 3 weeks. That was the norm. So now Adam Weishaupt can get a question he doesn't know the answer to, but he can consult this vast network of experts that he's recruited from the highest levels everywhere, like the actual authorities on any matter you could think of. So now it seems like this Adam Weishaupt guy's got all the answers. He literally created an intelligence network based on blackmail. And for those that even maybe figured out the game far too in, that fallacy of sunken costs, where it's like, well, now it's going to be the emperor wears no clothes. Like, now I'm going to look like an idiot if I got swindled by this guy. So keep that thing going, or even better yet, kick Adam Weishaupt out. Maybe he didn't have the greatest intentions, but I know what this thing could be. Let's just keep this thing on track and make it what it could be, which is a sort of another false premise, right? The
Right,
thing
becomes
eventually falls
corrupting.
apart. But that particular formula, sell someone knowledge that they can't get otherwise access to, blackmail, and then acting as some sort of an authority. That's, if you read modern CIA recruiting documents on how to secure assets or recruit for other agents, it's this exact same kind of premise. There was something called, I think it was called RATS or something, which was like repertoire and opportunity, or I forgot what the actual acronym was, but this is exactly how you sell anyone on any covert agency.
Well, I mean, I suppose when you strip it down to its basic essence, it's the lie of the serpent in the Garden of Eden. We can offer you eternal knowledge. We can offer you eternal life. We can offer you the meaning of life and full understanding of good and evil and everything in the universe. In other words, you can become God. And, it was very alluring, and every generation deals with it. Whittaker Chambers, who was a communist spy in the United States and who then turned state's evidence against Alger Hiss in the famous Hiss trial of 1948, and wrote in his autobiography, Witness, that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it comes from the Garden of Eden, metaphorically, in that it's the rule of the universe by man as opposed to by God. That man will be the highest elite. An elite of man would be the highest level of knowledge, and that they would control others for their own good, and that they would create a utopia. They're offering utopia. They're offering all the answers to the pain of existence, because we live in a vale of tears, as Catholics like to say, and that you can alleviate yourself by seeing this greater knowledge. It's a very alluring sales pitch. Now, having said that, I think we can identify the nature of the Illuminati, and you've done that in, I think, your most recent book, Thomas, right? About the Illuminati.
Donut and I. We just call it Illuminati comic. The cover actually says, "Are you being mind controlled by the Illuminati?" Because it's meant to be something someone will walk by and be like, "Oh, what's that?" and pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great concept because it's based on more than some truths. I mean, the Illuminati had an agenda that's well known. They wanted to create a one world order. They wanted to create a one world religion by getting rid of all of the clerical and political entities of their day, by getting rid of all the institutions that promoted those entities, both good and bad. But the good ones were things like private ownership and self-interest and sovereignty and all of the other things that allow humanity to advance and the individual to advance. They wanted to abolish all of it, which Marx then went on to describe as false consciousness. That and that the way to get rid of it was, he wants to get rid of the Jews, but that's beside the point. I mean, just whatever, get rid of America, get rid of Christianity, as a way to move man into this one world collective entity where we would all become, lobotomized ants, basically. However, having said that, I don't think it's a complicated situation in that not all secret societies were part of this and still are not. Sometimes I think that there's a necessity for some secretiveness in certain situations. George Washington, for example, was a member of a Masonic lodge in Alexandria, which developed the layout for the city of Washington, D.C. He received a letter from a minister named Snyder in New York who said, I think that your lodge has been infiltrated by the Illuminati, and I want to alert you to this. And Washington sent back a letter in response saying, I'm very well aware of what you're talking about with the Illuminati, which he referred to as diabolical. However, I don't believe that they have infiltrated my lodge. I think that, and yet we know in American history that they eventually did get major footholds in this country, and that they developed such organizations as Skull and Bones and others. But I don't think it's quite, you can't throw the entire baby out with the bathwater. I know it's complicated, and we can't know the inner portico because we're not part of it. And we don't know, so it creates a natural and should create a natural distrust. But there have been, sometimes secretiveness is necessary. I mean, the Sons of Liberty, for example, in Boston, was developed on Masonic lines, and they affected the Boston Tea Party, which led to the American Revolution. They needed secrecy in order to operate, and in order to plan, and in order to figure out how to confront the tyranny of General Gage, who was the British general who was occupying Boston. And they did it. And I think that sometimes when you're in a situation where there's political oppression, people can organize in secret and make plans in terms of how to counter it. So it's not, ultimately when these things become established, they probably are infiltrated by the Illuminati. But, I think we have to be, we have to kind of look at this on a case by case. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, it will just be like saying any intelligence organization can't really be inherently good or evil. Some people have inherent distrust of anything that's secretive, but like you just mentioned, without Sons of Liberty working on the backbone of these Masonic lodges, which at that point a lodge was just somewhere that you met. Most of those, if you've gone to that area, they're just pubs. They would just meet at the bar after they
Right.
kicked everyone else out. They would hang out and they would make their plot. That was the Masonic lodge, was them hanging out after.
But they did have a society that was built on Masonic lines.
Right. Well, and again, this is like that template where they understand that, okay, here's the Masonic template, is that you have to know the code name of the different people in your lodge, the code
That's
name of
right.
the city the lodge is in. You wouldn't actually say the building that you're meeting in. There would be like a code name for that. There's going to be a secret handshake.
And
There's going to
maybe
be
that's a way to winnow out people that they couldn't trust, and try to verify people who they could, and sort of there's a necessity to that, because in a way, I mean, it sort of stops infiltration by people who don't have the right intentions.
Another really practical, I guess, example, if you look at Prohibition era, speakeasy, you would have to know someone that was already kind of in that speakeasy, and they give you the password and you knock 3 times and they say, what's the code? That's essentially what, that may be like this one is just based on gambling and drinking, but,
Right, but
all the same, this was a secret society in many ways without maybe even a name to it. So I think that there is always going to be a need for these sort of secret. This might be another contentious point too, but I've heard the most compelling argument against this was like, well, Jesus in the Bible is against secrecy. It's the antithesis of secrecy. But there's one in particular passage, and I'm not a theologian that can quote the exact verses. Hopefully someone else knows this one, but Jesus is going around telling a whole bunch of people, like, I'm not going to go into town today. And he's basically telling everyone that, you're not going to be under my purview. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be busy over here. But then he puts on a disguise and he sneaks into town anyways. And he observes everybody acting, thinking as if he weren't watching, to just see if they were still. And that's one of these interesting examples of even Jesus would put on a costume and like sneak into an area and spy on everyone just to see if they acted differently. So there is a use for secrecy and deception in almost any context.
I mean, I suppose that Jesus's apostles, his disciples, constituted a society that was somewhat closed. And then, of course, they then had a traitor in their midst in the form of Judas. But, I mean, the secret societies really affected the Irish Revolution against the British. It affected the plot to assassinate Hitler. It probably affected the overthrow of the Soviet Union. So, China possibly has that too. So I think that there are positive elements to it. The problem is that it also is prone to corruption, because not only infiltration, but because it's often the illegitimate and deviant use of power, and that is corrupting, and that can have, especially when you have bad people get involved in it, which inevitably they do, because power, as Lord Acton said, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There are very few political figures that are good people.
I think there's a couple like litmus tests you can give. One of the most obvious is, does your secret society require blackmail? And if so, it might be one of the lesser of them. Or is it straight up just money? Do you just have to pay money in order to be involved? And in that case, it's maybe just any other regular pyramid scheme. So there's a lot of different aspects to like the good or the bad and the actual uses of all these. But just like any other infrastructure or formula or template can all be corrupted by, you know, someone doing bad things, because what they also represent are these intelligence networks. And I guess now the concept of secret societies is sort of dying out in a lot of different ways, because we've got LinkedIn and we've got emails and we've got private email servers and Discord groups and Signal, you know, encrypted Signal chats. So you can put a bunch of people, and that sort of eliminates a lot of that original, like, would the Sons of Liberty had to meet up in person at a pub after hours if they could all just be in an encrypted, you know, Discord chat? Maybe not. Maybe they never would have actually come together that exact same way. It was just the limitation of technology, just the same way that sending letters back and forth in Adam Weishaupt's time by like horseback, that might have been their version of Discord. And if they could have just emailed everyone or just sent like a top secret correspondence, they would have had to have still done that. I think it would have changed the shape of all of that. So right now it's harder to say like who's the current Illuminati or who the current secret societies. It's just an email chain. Like the most secret society on the planet is probably just a whole bunch of boring email chains at this point.
Right. Although those emails, once they are put into place, they exist, and it's hard to remove them. And there's a certain amount of transparency around that, even though like Hillary was like destroying her emails with the
With
bleach
bleach.
bit. I don't know, boring. But nevertheless, it's still out there and it's hard to conceal. But I would argue that in modern times, particularly since the launch of the Illuminati in 1776, the secret society infrastructure has become overall corrupted. And that was advanced by the Rhodes Roundtable Group, which is at the turn of the century, the Anglo-American establishment, and that it kind of has grown up in other societies, and oftentimes there's intersection and interaction. The central banking establishment, which also launched in the 19th century, plays a major role in it because they get to decide the value of things. That's a huge power. You know, they decide how much your property is worth by how much currency they emit into the economy. It's a huge power, and that they do informally, and it's been written about. If you read the work of Carroll Quigley, he gets into this in Tragedy and Hope, who was a supporter of it, and he's a professor at Georgetown University, that the interaction and intersection between economic, cultural, and political forces, both in this country and around the world and with each other, has created an atmosphere which can only be described as an informal world government, and that they leave in place the official governments, you know, the official offices, the official ceremonies, but behind the scenes, they increasingly control everything, and that their motives and their means and their agenda is not holy. Let's just put it that way. And it's certainly not wholesome in terms of the right of the individual under God. Anyway, Thomas, I got to run, and this is really an interesting conversation. We've just touched on the surface here. We could talk for hours.
Well, let me tag in really quick too, since you asked like the sexual Disney
Yes.
stuff. I just want to tag in here without going on a wild tangent on it, but that an interesting dynamic that people seem to leave out, especially in the earlier Disney movies that they claim get very sexualized, but those artists, when they weren't drawing cartoons for Disney, were pretty much drawing pinup artwork. These are also the same artists that were literally would be working on a feature-length Disney animation, get sent off to war, see combat, see friends die, kill people themselves, return back to the States, and then finish out that Disney animation. So the amount of literal trauma that, you know, these people were going through, there's a lot baked into those early classic animations. There's so much more than just just one like, hey, let's see if I can sneak a nipple in, this scene here. I think it's way deeper than that.
Interesting. And you can kind of tell, but it definitely opens a door, or you might say a portal, to some insights into the Disney animation series. And it's something that I think we all sense. Anyways, Thomas, where can people get a hold of your excellent books? And I know you have a podcast that's up, The Paranoid American, that's available at Apple Podcasts and elsewhere. So let my viewers know where they can find out more about you.
Yeah, if you search for just Paranoid American on any platform, you'll find something of mine, whether it's a podcast, a documentary series. You search it on Amazon, you'll find some of my books, but you'll find all of the stuff that I got at paranoidamerican.com, which includes things that I'll never be able to list on Amazon or elsewhere, like a Hillary Clinton adrenochrome playset, like things like this, a little severed head and like a blinking light. So yeah, I've got every kids books, adult books, stickers, toys, everything. I'm trying to really make conspiracy theory and occult research fun and approachable to everybody.
How to get superpower through the blood of babies. Anyway,
correct. We literally have a book called The Homunculus Owner's Manual.
Yeah.
That maybe not babies, but it's about raising homunculus and then like cutting their head off and spilling their blood on your toes, and you can walk on water for a couple days.
Very important work and great imagination too. All right, Thomas, listen, thanks so much for joining me. Great conversation. An honor. Let's do it again sometime.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Donut, for connecting us.
Okay, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me, slightly delayed due to computer issues, but here you are, Mike, cranking it out.
It's funny, Chuck, how within really a few years of the advent of the internet being publicly available, people started relying on it to an extent that it's unbelievable. I mean, if it's down for a minute, people get upset.
Oh yeah,
and, rightly so.
No, you freak out. I mean, can you imagine? Like my phone, I remember my computer's not working. I'm there having a complete meltdown.
Yeah, it's just so. And in the famous words of, I have to tell you, the first computer I ever bought, I had a friend who was an old-time mainstream guy, right? And this was an IBM PC, if anybody remembers that.
Was this the old-fashioned big desktop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had one of those.
So what happened was they came out with their first model that had a hard drive in it. That was the IBM XT, which I got. And my friend Alan Stewart, and again, old mainframe guy, older than me, he opens it up and said, "It's a miracle this thing works at all," because he was used to the huge IBM 360 mainframe, takes up a whole building.
Oh yeah, and I remember you to go online. There was the handshake, and you hear like the clicking noise. And I mean, back then I was the head of a pretty big and successful business, so I had money back then. I spent a lot of money on this big, monitor and the keyboard and a printer and a column and memory and all the bells and whistles. Now, basically the laptop can do all of it you can get one for like $300 or $400 at Costco.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing. But anyway, the best thing that I saw all week, and I'm sure you see it because you watch all this crap, was that joint press conference of those Senate Democrat leaders. And you know what I know why you're laughing.
With Schumer.
Yeah. And
that was
they were asked, okay, Schumer was the head of it. And he's asked, what about the pardon? Well, I got nothing to add. And then the next reporter comes up, what about the pardon? So he's asked 5 times. All right, here is my sincere question to you in the audience. Biden's a dead duck. Why not, Chucky Schumer, just say, hey, we were disappointed. But to not even speak, do you appreciate how gelded this guy is the Senate Majority Leader doesn't have the huevos to just give an honest statement. Hey, we were let down. But to
Well, you know, I
say,
mean, that's why they lost. That's I
Yeah.
mean, the worst violator, of course, was Harris. I mean, they could not answer a direct question on the most simple things. I mean, we've all seen the congressional testimony over the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz and some of these other guys asking questions of people, and they just would spit out this kind of like shibboleth, this kind of pre-planned slogan, and they kept repeating it. Some of these judge appointees are the worst. Oh my God, they're just like little robots. And I think that really peeved a lot of people, and this is why they voted for Trump.
well, this stems from, and it's one of my great cliches, the Model UN mentality.
Right.
What do I mean by that? Because this probably predates some people. Back in the day, and you tell me if even in your era this was true, you get all the kiss-ass 7th and 8th graders,
Mm.
and they would be the Model UN. And they
remember.
would have this set of liberal beliefs that were drummed into their heads. And the problem is most of these people never changed. Because there's
And
people I knew.
it's a finishing club for the future left-wing
Yes.
activists. I know my daughter was briefly involved in it. She didn't like it, but she went to the convention in Boston for it.
All right.
And one of the main speakers was Noam Chomsky.
Oh, there you go.
And you know, he's there rambling along, and all of a sudden he said something outrageous. He goes, "The United States got what it deserved on 9/11," or something typical.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, my daughter's like, she's like, "What?" You know, her ears pricked up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She was smart. I mean, she was actually smart as opposed to just being a quote good student. So
Right.
the point is, and I think you'll agree, that the ones that weren't smart, like your daughter, there was it. They were
just
very
spoon-fed, and it's kind of how to act, how to walk, how to talk.
Yeah.
It's a finishing school for the left, and for the future, you know, rulers of the world.
and they
Yeah,
never change. Then
No,
and
they don't.
it's pathetic now, really, to watch it, because I knew people like this that had some intelligence, but despite all that's happened, they don't change. And
No, they can't. They're locked in. I mean, as I've said, a classic example is Harris, who obviously is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, you know, complete tool, but nevertheless, she just could not answer a question. I don't think she's capable of it. So programmed at probably such an early age, probably by her Marxist father, that she just, it's like there's no one home. It's like a robot. It's a hologram. There's lights. It's made up of like pieces of particles of light that look a certain way, but that there's nothing really there. It's I know I use
that's
that
a good
analogy. Oh, I always use that. It's a hologram phenomenon. Smashing the Hologram. That's the subtitle of my new book.
Oh.
Well, it's not out yet. I'm writing it. But you know, look, there's a lot to celebrate right now. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think that there are some damn good things going on.
I can't believe you're in a good mood. What's wrong?
I know I'm not used to it. I almost don't know what to say. You know, it's like I'm used to this kind of, you know, I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, it's one victory after the next. Even this most aggravating story that's just coming out, that Biden, after pardoning Hunter, which in the broad sense, I suppose I don't blame him. If it was my son, I'd do the same. However, there's now talk within that administration, whoever's running it, that they're going to pardon all these rotten people. I mean, you know, Fauci and Schiff and Liz Cheney. I mean, it's aggravating. It is. I mean, I think it's the last miserable gasp of a dying, illegitimate regime that has just weeks to go. They weren't able to trigger World War III in Ukraine, even though they gave a green light to mines and far-range missiles to hit Moscow. That didn't work. They're on their last legs. So Biden has just done something that involves some kind of an executive order that they claim will have legs after he leaves, that
Well,
allows
there's
something
no
like,
such thing, but they always talk about that. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
because
they're trying to do all of this crap. You know, this is like, I mean, Massachusetts is a microcosm of this. They say they're leaving the candle on at night, you know, the day before the legislative leaves for Christmas and the day before the governor leaves for a new administration. They're there at like 11 p.m. at night on Christmas Eve, signing laws and signing legislation and trying to ram through, you know. So this is a very dangerous time, but the days are waning. And I think
but,
the big
you know,
stuff, they're not going to pull it off. But he did sign this one thing that is aggravating, and that is that it allows something like upwards of 42,000 federal employees to not show up to work. Did you see that?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that as it is, apparently it's very revealing that they're only that they're allowed to they only have to come in and show up one day out of the month. I mean, these people what are they doing? It's like a no-show. I mean, the real work is done by consultants who are also ripping everyone off.
Well,
I mean,
right. I mean, the story on that, and this is not well known to the public.
yeah,
Right? Remember, I lived in the DC area for almost 20 years. There were people that I knew, obviously not going to mention the name, but this guy worked for a contractor for Department of Agriculture.
right.
He was getting paid 3 times the salary of the agency guy who was supposedly a supervisor. And that's not uncommon.
And he was a subcontractor. He was a because look at, I mean, Harris pissed through about over $1 billion of, no one knows where the money disappeared. Now they're 20 million in debt. And you know, it's been, I think there's some whistleblower has said that consulting firms and consultants became multimillionaires overnight. They just put the money in their pocket. They did nothing. And, you know, I mean, I could just give a personal anecdote here as well. This even happened to me. I mean, in my campaign, people got checks for doing nothing that I didn't know about. I had this one guy, you know, all of a sudden they all come out of the woodwork, you know. And then he got a check as a consultant, and I ran into him at a Starbucks 2 years later.
Oh,
And he sheepishly said to me, he says, "I want you to know that I did nothing, you know, for that money." I'm like, look, I kind of suspected that, but I mean, that's the way this business is. I mean, you know, everybody's like getting these checks. And it's a situation which in Washington is so bad now that you have people who haven't shown up for years. And I think that the exciting news is that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are fully aware of it, and they're going to clean out those rat's nests, every last one of them. And I don't think if Biden is signing some kind of an executive order to protect them, I don't think that's going to work. You know,
no,
I mean,
it isn't going to work. And of course, the problem is for them that they're making it worse than it is. All right. If you have to decide an executive order to protect 40,000 people that aren't working, there's not going to be a whole lot of sympathy against government cuts. And
yeah, but do you think he's going to do this blanket pardon of like Liz Cheney and all these rotten, you know, swamp monsters?
I'll tell you whose name is at the top of the list is Fauci.
Oh, I know. Oh,
And,
you know, the Mengele Fauci. I mean, that's aggravating. I mean, obviously, if they accept
Chuck, the good news is about that, and you know what I'm going to say. Yeah, it's terrible that this guy's killed thousands of people, maybe more. But now they're admitting it.
You know, I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, if they're not getting pardoned for nothing. I think that the party line is, well, this is all Trump's fault because Trump is going to prosecute these people. I don't think anyone, even the liberal media, didn't buy that when they claimed that about Hunter. Everybody knows that he was just a real scumbag. I mean, at the on the top highest order, nobody bought this at Trump's. First of all, he's not even on the list of people that Trump is going to prosecute. I mean, and also, unlike them who make up crimes, like they'll take an alleged campaign misdemeanor, turn it into a felony, split it into 34 pieces, and get 34 convictions from a corrupt jury and a judge who's made $85 million in contributions to his daughter's firm. The Trump people aren't going to do that. They're not going to make up crimes. There's plenty to work with there. They're going to work, you just work within the law. I just had on earlier today this lawyer, Peter Tickton. He's been around a while. He's actually a longtime personal friend of Trump in Florida. He's in Florida. He's bringing a case in Florida regarding voter fraud. And he's calling for the decertification of a congressional race because the independent, so-called mail-in ballots, which come in at an average of like several hundred to 1,000 a day in a period leading up to an election, he discovered that there was on one day 185,000 of them came in, which is statistically impossible, and that someone had shut off a little computer machine run by the state, which requires that they prove that they have a driver's license and that there's one other proof of personhood. That was shut off by someone or automatically the day those came in. And he's got a lawsuit. It's happening next week. And it's going to open up a whole deal. He knows Pam Bondi, who's going to be the attorney general. He knows Trump. They're aware of this. And I think that if they open this thing up, because he says this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of a national phenomena. Trump won anyway because he got such a huge vote, but they were doing this crap that we've been talking about for years with these fake votes. He says that they're almost like drone votes. They're phantom votes. They're not connected to a real person. I've heard about this before. I mean, this has been out there, but he now has the receipts for it. And he says that if this trial is on track and it really gets the kind of traction that it should get, it's going to open up a can of worms because Trump actually, in Congress, the Republicans actually carried 40 or 50 more seats than they actually seem to have. And that this was more done on a local level than nationally. Probably Trump did get bigger amounts of votes, but for it was mainly a congressional thing. They couldn't take down Marco Rubio and Tim Scott because they're like Trump. They had a big vote that these kind of votes couldn't overcome, but they were able to take out several close elections for Congress. And if this thing is exposed, it would be beautiful. I mean, we'll there'll be a lot of new congressmen coming up.
Well, there's three elements that are very entrenched that are going to be attacked. One is voter fraud,
right,
which is everywhere, and you just have to use your old friend inductive reasoning, right? How did California go from being at worst a purple state to be blue as hell? It's voter fraud.
Yeah, but I think we have to differentiate. It's not so much voter fraud, like people engaging in fraud.
Voting fraud.
Well, yeah, that's a felony, and that's something that it's out there, but it's not. There's no big change in that. That's been going on since the days of Washington. What has changed is what I would call election fraud, ballot fraud. Good. These are not real people. These are fake ballots. This is, Attorney Tickton talked about ballots that are made up of algorithms that are entered into the computer system, that somehow they appear and then they disappear. It's like a ghost. They show up in the system a few days before an election and then they vanish. And he says that it is something it's a national thing. It's an international thing, actually. And that he's on the tip of an iceberg on a huge, huge story, one that I think that the leftist media is going to try to, ignore, but it's percolating. As I said, he has Trump's air, he has Bondi's air. They know about it, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Well, with the, as you call election fraud, there's also healthcare fraud. There's also defense industry fraud. And I think that's going to be the one that's hardest fought. All right. The reason they're after Hesketh is that he's the first actual war fighter, I think, in at least the last 100 years. Well, they never.
And yeah, I mean, this is a big
war was, but in the research I've done, they've always been bureaucrats.
Oh yeah, always desk. I mean, and also, I mean, the fraud in the Defense Department. I mean, they cannot pass an audit.
They failed 7 straight audits.
Yeah, and I mean, even my own Senator Ed Markey, before he went in the tank for the left completely, back when he was making his bones as a rep, he brought up, he was the one, he held up a toilet seat and said, this cost $2,000. He's the one that kind of exposed that back in the early, I think it was in the late 80s. He's been around forever. Yeah. But now he's completely corrupt. He's a complete stooge of the leftists, powers. But back when he started out, he was a fairly decent, solid Boston Irish guy, who knew how to go in and knock around some things. And he brought this up way back then. So this is nothing new. And yeah, Hegseth is somebody who could go after it. He's not part of it. And that's exactly why they're going after him.
He's not part of it. And it really is interesting that the only argument they can use, forget about all this crap they're trying to dig up on him, but the generic argument that, well, this is unprecedented. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's look at Robert McNamara. Boy, he hit a home run. He was another typical industry guy. How many lives have that guys had?
I mean, all these people, Schlesinger. I mean, we could look at all of these guys, and that they're getting into like digging up someone's personal life, and I don't think it's going to work. I heard just yesterday, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but apparently all of the Republican senators are backing Hegseth, and that includes, even the real rhinos like Murkowski and Collins. So this is a huge victory. This is a major step.
I think they're backing him because now they know which way the wind is blowing. There seems to be this whole bulldozer going through the entire corrupt government structure. The big money is in defense, and the big money is in healthcare. And that's the thing that they have to fix, those rotten agencies. Isn't it funny that the guy from Stanford, Bhattacharya, I believe his name is, he was on their enemies list, and now he's going to be head of the whole NIH.
Oh yeah, and Kennedy, that I don't think they can touch him. They've demonized him. They've tried to go into, his past, and they're digging up personal stuff. I don't think, this is the same crap they've always pulled. I mean, if they can't find something, they'll make it up, and they'll basically bribe people and hire people to come forward. I mean, this goes back to Anita Hill. That was the first example. She was a mediocre mid-level executive working under Thomas, and he might have told a few dirty jokes. Fine. He never touched her. He asked her out, not appropriate, but it's not like that has to come up in a Supreme Court hearing. I think that she was awarded. I think that she was groomed and she got money. I think that apparently afterwards she was charging $10,000 to appear as a as a speaker at a college, and she got a big fat book deal. Then she got a tenured position at Brandeis, and she was rewarded.
Yeah,
where she heads the diversity and inclusion department. So, right, she does. So she was. I think that that's how that works. I think that she was given some plums
Well,
do
you
it.
know, you're from that area, so you tell me, how does the destruction of Brandeis University reputation comport with the Brandeis family, if it's still even involved?
I don't know if they ever were involved. I just think they named it after Brandeis because he was America's first Jewish Supreme Court justice. It has nothing to do with Brandeis. It's just they wanted to come up with a good name to kind of give a brand. But even now, I mean, there's a woman making the rounds attacking Hegseth. For what? He was seen publicly drunk. You know, there's no one's ever charged him with anything. But I think she's getting an award. She's going to get a book deal. She's going to get her fat face on television. You know,
How about that? If everything she says is true, it doesn't matter anyway.
so
She
what?
let the guy's room.
I mean,
You know?
these are like the worst kind of like attacks. I mean, and she's appealing to the cottage industry of Trump haters, which are people who do spend money on books. Trump's own niece made millions, you know, peddling her book. And she was a disgruntled family member. It wasn't even against Trump. She was angry because the family screwed over her father. Fine. But she's used that anger to, you know, hook into the Trump derangement industry. You know, I mean, and as I said,
Such a large percentage of book sales are based on this vicarious sort of weird sensation. Okay. If you go to any fat person's house, you'll see 2 bookshelves full of how to lose weight books. Right? And if you go to any liberal's house, you're going to see, I mean, before Trump, you'll see whatever the flavor of the month, left-wing cause, all the books.
oh yeah.
And
You walk into Brookline Booksmith here in Boston, near where I live, and it's all those books on the front of the house. I mean, that they're like in the windows, and you know, along with the Black Lives Matter flag. Not to putting aside the fact that I think the head of Black Lives Matter endorsed Trump, but putting that aside, I mean, there's still, and they have what's called the apple pie and motherhood placards. We support science. We oppose hate. You know, all these euphemisms that are saying that they hate Trump, basically. But
I've always wondered, because, you know, as a marketing guy, I'm always a student of human behavior. All right, maybe you hate Trump or you're liberal, whatever you are. How does it make it any better? How does it hurt Trump by you sending money for a book describing how bad he is? How does that affect anything?
They just wallow in this stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I saw it at my Thanksgiving table.
Oh, I was going to ask.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are people, with due respect to her, my 91-year-old mother is one of them, that are going to spend the rest of their lives just stewing in hate and rage and anger and just absolute bitterness. I mean, I don't know how they sustain it. And it's so like they repeat, all of a sudden these people are experts on tariffs. They don't even know what a tariff is. They should have taken a little time to look it up in a dictionary. And they're like, all of a sudden they're like, anything that they can get. And it's, oh my, I mean, it's just, it's really like, and I think that cult is diminishing. I do. I think that
I think you're right. Reality has hit too many of these people right between the eyes. I mean, you can be the most flagrant model UN type there is, but after a while, you're going to see, hey, you know what? My worldview that was pumped into my head when I was 12 maybe doesn't apply anymore. But then by the same token, you and I have met people who still talk that way.
They do.
And you just can't convince them otherwise.
It's like Michael Savage says, it's a mental disorder.
Yeah,
it's a mental disease. And I said to them, I said, look, I certainly respect opposing Trump's political positions, or using reason. And I get the fact you may not like him personally, you don't like his style, fine. But really, I mean, this kind of hatred, this irrational hatred. Look, I didn't like Obama. I disagreed with his socialistic agenda. I didn't like him as a person particularly. I found there was something about him that I didn't like his character. But when he did something that I thought was good, I praised it.
Right.
You know, I wanted what's best for the country. I mean, I was glad that he wasn't worse. I wasn't like, you know, stewing. And same thing with Clinton, who was even more of a loathsome individual. But still, I mean, I never was, you know, there's something really wrong with them. I mean, yeah. And I said, look, Trump has won. He won a substantial mandate. Get over it. You know, you don't have to like him and you can criticize, but it's like the campaign is over. You lost. Get over it. It's like, it's a
Some of them
no. Although I
because
will tell you, I haven't seen any. I mean, after John Kerry lost in Massachusetts, you still saw those signs up on the lawn a year later.
yeah.
I haven't seen that with Harris. Those are
Yeah.
gone. Nobody's. She's bad. I mean, she's like, just as I said, it's going to be like Dukakis. People don't want to ever think about her again.
Well, no one voted for Harris.
And by the way, you're right. I think her husband is leaving her, from what I understand.
It was pretty clear to me,
Yeah.
having been around, you know, the Hollywood situation, but that was just an arranged marriage.
Right.
Obviously, she had to have some quote husband.
Sure.
She was going to be on a political trail, but just
Terrible.
you almost feel bad for them because, good God, what a terrible candidate.
Oh, just the worst. I don't think there was a worse candidate in history. I mean, it was horrible. And
Well,
now
people have made the argument that she was the worst.
oh yeah,
president
well,
in history.
hands down the worst figure to ever reach that level in a presidential campaign. And I mean, I think most people are relieved, even people who hate Trump. They're not happy. They would not have been. They're happy that she's gone. I mean, it was awful. And you know, they may hate Trump, but Trump is, at least, even for the worst Trump haters, they understand that Trump is consistent. He is who he is, and we know what to expect from Trump, and he delivers it. I love that stuff, but even if you don't, there's a virtue to that. Same thing was in a way true of Reagan, even though I'm not a big fan, but he was consistent. You know, he carried himself in a certain way. He stood for certain things. You knew what to expect with Reagan, you know, and there's something to be said for that.
Yeah,
So-
I would agree. People have asked me, what do you think she's going to do now? She's going to disappear, right? Who the hell wants to interview Kamala Harris?
Well,
Oh,
I
gee.
mean, Bill O'Reilly says she's going to run for governor of California.
Now, if she does, we'll
She's going to have to run
probably
against Caitlyn Jenner.
She's not popular.
I don't think
She
so.
doesn't realize everybody hates her. You know, it's
She
kind of
doesn't
like
seem to realize it.
you can almost compare her career, if you follow the movies, to Rachel Zegler. It's the same thing. Some pumped up situation, and in the case of Rachel Zegler, it's even worse because she torpedoes herself nonstop. At least Harris would generally keep her mouth shut.
Yeah.
Imagine being Disney, already spending over $300 million on the live action Snow White. Everybody hates this broad. Everybody. The trailers have come out, ratioed 10-1, 15-1 on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And they changed it. Here was the latest thing to come out. Well, in the original story, it's Snow White because her skin is white as snow. I'm not making up the following.
No, I know.
They changed the story to she's Snow White because she was out in a snowstorm as an infant and survived.
That's a good one. Oh,
So
brother. Can't have a white girl, you know?
and of course the other problem, which is just killer. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? All right. If you look at Gal Gadot, and Rachel Zegler. Who's better?
Enough said, yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that's a huge
So
debacle.
the DEI thing is just dying a well-deserved death.
Yes.
And it it couldn't come any sooner, you know.
It's yeah, I mean, so yeah, these are all great and wonderful byproducts of this election. It really, and I don't know, the Democratic Party could be in the wilderness for another 40 years. It'll be like the Israelites in the desert before they finally find a new promised land. I mean, they just, I think they're clinging. They're like, it's like the reverse of what Obama said, bitter clingers, holding on to their.
Exactly. I mean, the whole thing was based on, it's basically a communist model, right? You find the hobby horse du jour, all right? In 1917, it was the peasants and the poor workers. There's always some oppressed group.
Right. There has to be like that's part of like the critical theory. You need to set people against each other, find a group that's, being oppressed. I mean, it's the great conspiracy theory of exploitation. I mean,
let's face it, it worked for a while. You could be sympathetic to the peasants and the low-paid workers.
Right.
The trouble is they ran out of victim groups. Not that many people are sympathetic to trans women playing collegiate sports. So
no, I mean, this is like this is kind of the Waterloo, it seems. And conveniently, this case is now before the Supreme Court. And it doesn't look good for them. I mean, it's just, you have, Ketanji Jackson, who comes across as about, it's just as a dimwit. I mean, she says something about that she's comparing sex change operations for children to miscegenation. I don't know how
but she was outdone, I think, by Sotomayor.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Sex change operation has about as much risk as taking an aspirin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and I think I think that most people, including most liberals, are cringing over that. They don't want to talk about it. It's so, and it's just coming at a time when, they're already on the ropes. And, this is one of the many reasons why Trump won, is because people reject this whole agenda. Sex change operations for children is ghoulish. It's, it's sinister. It's sick. It's really something that, and meanwhile, you have these young women who are trying to come forward and testify in terms of what they've been through. They're the real heroes, and they're being ignored and they're being shot.
They're being ignored and silenced, and you really have to wonder about big pharma, about the whole healthcare.
It's a billion-dollar industry, right? People are making. I mean, Steve Bannon had on this guy the other day that it's just heartbreaking. I mean, he had twin sons, and one of them, I don't know what he did. Maybe he picked up a Barbie doll or something when he was 3 years old. The wife decided that he was actually a girl in a boy's body. They got divorced. She got custody. She's forcing him to have sex change operations. The father can't even see the child. It's heartbreaking. It's like, oh my God. And they got this radical judge, basically, coming down on him because he disagrees. I just don't think that's going to fly in this country. It's so evil and so despicable.
It is evil, but remember, they've controlled the institutions for 50, 60 years. So it's not going to come back all at once. But we let it deteriorate to this extent. And shame on us. All right. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is how far it's gotten. Sterilizing children, removing a young girl's fallopian tubes and a boy's testicles. That's what we've come to. That's the symbol of the opposition now. That's what they're fighting for now. I mean, that's how low it's gotten. Have they run out of everyone else? I mean, this would have been unthinkable even 3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always something. No, they want to call in the show.
Okay, tell them to come on.
Yeah. So it.
By the
Yeah,
way, I mean, just
I
as a note,
this is as low as it's probably going to go, and I have zero sympathy for these idiots that have followed this train from championing the peasants and the workers down now to this transsexual stuff, and people, nodding, yes, yes, that's the cause. It's all despicable.
it's ugly. And by the way, if someone is watching this live stream, you can call in 508-637-5596. We could take a call if you want to call in. 508-637-5596 is the number. I think we also can take chats on Kick and on Rumble. Let me just see if I can see that. I'm terrible with this. Yeah, I mean, I should get Discord, whatever that is. People tell me that that's something that could be used for, like, technically to get chats. I am really bad at that. By the way, if somebody knows someone who understands how to do some of these things, contact me and I'll hire you. To help me, because there are these various live streams that I just don't know how to hook them up, but I should have, and they're not even, a lot of them are free. I mean, I should be live on Substack. I should be live on Telegram.
All you have to do is find a conservative young person.
Yeah,
in the Boston, Brookline area.
I should. I mean,
2 or 3.
that's what I need. I need some kid maybe from BU at the BU
Yeah.
Quickie Job Service, who it probably could do this in their sleep. They just line up. But I don't really have the wherewithal for it. I mean, I've done some things, but anyway. So
Well,
my
you're already on 33 networks.
yeah, I mean, I am up there, but I need help to get them on more of them and eventually get some consistency in terms of regular times and all of that. So anyway,
What about your upcoming book? You dropped a hint on that.
well, yeah, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, I'm working on that slowly.
What's the subject, if I may ask?
Well, I am studying. So I'm going to get a degree in sociology through Arizona State University, and I'm using a lot of this assignments and materials and research for the book because it goes into what's happened to education. It's so far left that and some of the people that are taking these, as you say, like with Model UN, you have young people who are taking these courses who really don't know better and who are just steeped in this stuff. And it's real, it's Marxism brought up to today and put into today's paradigm about, the different causes. And so I'm writing about that, and I'm taking notes, and I'm writing papers, and I don't like to leave anything unpublished. So when I write a paper, I'm then incorporate. It's kind of easier that way, I have a paper I've written, and then I incorporate it into the book. So it's kind of
in the case of your old friend Sam Blumenthal.
yes.
How long ago did he notice this trend in education?
Well, Sam has written a shelf load of books on this. His magnum opus, I think, is NEA Trojan Horse in American Education.
Yeah.
Where that was the first book that really launched him, and very influential, where he goes into the history of how this kind of behavioristic leftist modality took over public education and how it originally was not that. He shows how Harvard really started out as a Puritan thing. I mean, it was congregational and how it changed. Yeah. And same thing with Yale and all these colleges. They started out as Christian colleges and they changed. And he goes into when that happened, how that happened, and points to several major figures, including particularly John Dewey, as coining the phrase change agent and turning education into a tool of world change and reconnoitering the human being, as opposed to teaching people how to think. So yeah, I mean, I think Sam, if he were here today, he'd be very pleased with what's going on. Trump has said that he's going to abolish the Department of Education, and he will, because he means it. And Reagan,
That was absolutely the low-hanging fruit. Okay,
Yeah.
you could get rid of the majority of federal agencies, but if you wanted to pick the absolute easiest one that has no justification existing at all, that would be it.
oh yeah, I mean, and that's just the beginning. I mean, there's this what do they call it? Council of Democracy or something.
Yeah.
It was started actually by Jesse Helms, and it was started as in a sense, it was good in the beginning, but now it's run by Victoria Nuland and her husband, who basically wrote a column in the New York Times calling for Trump's assassination, and who is instigating color revolutions. They're behind the Ukraine revolution. Now they're starting trouble in Georgia, and they're out there. I mean, they get something like an annual $300 million check from the taxpayer. I think that Musk and Ramaswamy are going to cut them off at the knees right away. And these other things are just, we're going to, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, I don't think that they're going to be corrupted. We'll see. But I think that these guys mean business. I think that, the wind is on their back. I mean, it's going to be, I think that all of Trump's people are going to be confirmed. You got Mike Davis out there, who I think would have been an interesting attorney general pick. He's the Project 21 project outfit. He was involved with helping shepherd in the Kavanaugh to U.S. Supreme Court. He's been around. He knows the score. And he's like, if any senator votes against, the Senate is there to advise and consent. And if someone has to have a pretty damn good reason to vote against a nominee of a president, they are there simply to look at whether or not someone's fit for the office, or if there are anything really major reasons why not. And there isn't. And so he says if they try to pull any crap on any of these people, those senators are going to feel a certain level of wrath. Not just in terms of being primary, but there's other things that he's in touch with that I think he can do. Maybe some of the old, going back to the old J. Edgar Hoover approach. I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind, but nothing violent at all. I'm just, that there's going to be a price to pay if they don't vote for the nominees. Trump won the election, and he has a right to appoint his cabinet, and that's that. Just like any other president, unless there's a damn good reason. So I think that Trump is going to get his people in, and it's going to be great. I'm really
looking forward to it. And what's nice is what an attitude change on your part.
Yeah.
My goodness.
After 4 years of traveling in the vineyards, and just being disheartened, it's exhilarating.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to have seen. And it doesn't mean we dropped the ball, because, as I said earlier today, I had on this attorney, Peter Tickton, who is bringing a case in Florida of voter fraud or election fraud. We have to stay on that. They still have that apparatus. It's still in place, and they will use it again. And they have used it around the edges. You still have Mark Elias, who almost got, stole the election in Pennsylvania, right? The Casey. I mean, they meant business. I followed him on Twitter. They were trying to get him in. And the only reason
people are going after him now. On his Twitter feed was full of lawyers that claimed they knew the guy, that said he's got a serious, not making this up, BO problem. And they were arguing with him. The Supreme Court couldn't stand within 10 feet of the guy.
Oh, he's obnoxious. I don't doubt that. He looks like a hound. But the only reason that stopped is because even Shapiro in Pennsylvania finally stood up and said it's over. Forget it. Yeah. So I think that they're still out there. They still have this machine in place, and we still have to stay on it. We still have to interview people. We still have to examine it. There still has to be challenges to it. It has to be pulled out root and branch. It's like weeding a garden. These are deadly, weeds. They are, they're invasive species, that need to be. It's like in Florida, that snake that's destroying the Everglades.
Yeah.
They've hired bounty hunters to go in, and they're paying them big money for every snake they get, and they get more money for every egg that is in the snake. I mean, I saw a video about this. These guys went in and this huge thing. I mean, then they slid it open the stomach, and something like 30 eggs came out.
Oh,
And we're going to be able to build a house on this. I mean, this is like, and they deserve to. I mean, that's what you do. You have to get rid of these things, or else they're going to strangle the entire Everglades. It's an invasive species that was put in there by who knows who. And that's what these people, this is what this voter fraud thing is. It's an invasive species that it has a grip like a snake on our system, where every man, one vote, with the sacred system of elections. And I just think that, you knock them back, but they're still there, and they can grow again. It's like the kudzu plant. You can burn it, but it's going to come back. So we have to stay on this, and I will stay on it.
Well, that's great. But it's good to see you in a positive mood.
Yes.
Can't wait for what happens. I can just see Trump on January 20th walking off the podium, and immediately everything happens,
It's going to be, I mean, I heard Steve Miller talk about this, and he said, look, the world is going to change on that day. And I believe that.
Yeah.
It's going to be, it's already affecting the world. Romania just elected a conservative guy who's stopping the trafficking of tens of thousands of Romanian children, apparently.
Yeah.
Germany, the liberal government's collapsing. France, the liberal government is collapsing. England, I think that Harwell, whatever his name is really unpopular, and he's probably going by the way of the glue factory. Ireland, I think, just elected a relatively conservative prime minister. It's happening, and it's all because of Trump. It's a boomerang effect all over the world. I don't really understand what's going on in South Korea, but maybe there's something with that. I don't know. But
God bless.
Yeah. It's a worldwide phenomena where people are waking up and they're taking back.
That's great.
Yes. People are reasserting or asserting for the first time their sovereign rights as citizens under God.
And look, MSNBC and CNN are at their lowest ratings in decades.
They have become, I mean, Rachel Maddow was literally crying on the air. They had to cut away. She was like, so yeah, I mean, and they're gone. They're gone. And I don't know, rumor, I suppose.
Does everybody realize that whole mess wouldn't even exist but for the way cable TV is set up? And cable TV is dying. I mean, I always said, and I maintain this, and I said this, I think, on your show and years before. What a business model. You charge 100 million customers for something that 80,000 people watch. What a deal.
Oh yeah, right. And then they pipe it through the airport.
Yeah.
But I think that Elon Musk might buy MSNBC probably at a cheap price, and maybe he'll replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, when things quiet down a little bit before Christmas, I'll put up a couple articles. I haven't done anything for about 10 days. So just imagine
if the war against Christmas is over too. I think it is.
Yeah. Well, that, the war on Christmas that quote doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. And the war against Thanksgiving didn't go over too well this year either.
Yeah.
So I think that culturally, there's some very interesting developments. America, in many ways, is back. So thank God.
Yeah. Well, it's been away for a long time, so
Yeah,
glad to see it back.
be it back, but we have to keep educating and keep moving the ball. All right,
All
Mike.
right.
So I'll talk to you soon.
Next week, we will see you.
Thanks a lot. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008. The author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
You know, Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place
Right.
in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there? Briefly, what's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is
Yes.
David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, a native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay.
Mhm.
They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's act law was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course, and the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more powerful themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre. And then it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do
Because,
the
you know,
Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
they're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like
Right.
New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find, but they are everywhere. Every community has Maori
Right.
citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a
Absolutely.
leverage
Yeah.
to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time.
No,
It wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
no. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the
Okay.
Polynesian Islands. So they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way.
Oh,
There's
sure.
a lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern,
Interesting. Yeah.
because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, you know. And so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain
Yes.
parts of the North Island.
Just like a lot of
Yeah.
Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They
Well,
settled here.
Exactly, because of the whaling industry and that's
Whaling industry and also missionaries.
yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians.
Understood.
They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And
Yeah.
of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews.
To Israel,
return
yeah,
to
that's
their-
different. That's
Yeah,
different.
to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump.
Yeah,
Including
isn't that
California.
a sweet injustice? Isn't that sweet justice?
Yes, and also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yep.
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes,
Right.
Look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table. Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to
Well,
negotiate.
that's right. That's why there has to be a negotiated
and all of Ukraine. So there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because
All
Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
they're not going to negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie. It's
not mine, it's Julie Bieling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed in it?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So
yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Bieling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion, specifically the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. But we got to understand that's what we're in.
Right.
We're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system. They have Hollywood. They have sport. They have most of the universities. They have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. No. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. That we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of the creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. The natural order of things is God, man, nature. And there's hierarchies. We're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
and
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it. And the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution.
And now they're covering up a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in the state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach, where they
Yeah.
gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. You know, how do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, you know, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They keep hiring their friends, and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID, Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist aficionado, California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because it was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy. Because
nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and you know they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses, and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who stood up and said, we're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab, which of course is questionable. And the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
Oh, absolutely. She is.
Yeah, I mean,
very heavily tied into the communist movement.
You couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah.
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
Yeah.
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every move he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. There's going to be, they'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. You know, this is a tough group. And I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They still.
It's wonder because we were talking about Chinese influence in the.
Yes, I think that was the key, mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in 3 areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election, and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet, you know?
Right.
And we got to understand, Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. These are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench, their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda. Entrench, their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently, one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a, quote, shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general. And they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like, it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But he just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America. So he was going on about Russia, 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 and nobody called him for his China, China, China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. And that's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is, and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
You know, what we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean,
Yeah.
the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's
out
what
in
they
the
call
open.
themselves. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're
they
not
say that.
operating out in the open. I mean, they're not. They are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend
TrevorLoudon.com on New Zeal blog. Yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, Shining the Torch for Liberty. You get into American politics. Your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth,
Yes.
Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So yeah, I recommend that. But Beneath Sheep's Clothing is a must see for everybody too.
Yeah.
People.
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the